Chapter 1. Transmigration. Republic of China, Changsha. A youth, appearing to be around 15 or 16, traversed a narrow path outside the city, a long sword slung across his back. Dressed in a blue and white Taoist robe, his visage was delicate, and his gaze was heavy with contemplation. Following closely behind him was a beautiful crane, adorned with a prominent taiji symbol on its back, capturing the attention of passers-by. Miaoke was not originally from this world. In modern times, his parents had divorced. Both were respectable individuals who parted amicably. Miaoke perceived no fault in this arrangement, for even prior to their separation, he had primarily lived with his grandmother. After her passing, he managed his life with the assistance of a nanny and a private steward. By the time his parents divorced, Miaoke was already 16. They had both inquired whether he wished to reside with either of them. Miaoke felt little need for such arrangements, as he did not want to intrude upon their new lives, preferring instead to live independently. After some deliberation, his parents agreed to this notion. They granted him a substantial sum of money, retained his nanny and chauffeur, and even hired 2 professional stewards to ensure his well-being, before embarking on their respective new journeys. This lifestyle fostered in Miaoke a slight radicalism and social anxiety, however. He felt content and believed there was nothing amiss with himself. Later, he discovered the game Jianwang San, where he formed friendships devoid of ulterior motives. These companions bore no prejudice against him due to his familial background, often jesting about seeking sponsorship and similar phrases. Together, they engaged in PvP battles, occasionally tackled casual dungeons, and even established a guild. The lively camaraderie among friends soothed some of his inner scars, allowing him to become considerably more open-hearted. Upon graduating from university, his parents again inquired whether he wished to start a business or gain practical experience at a company, but Miaoke deemed such endeavors unnecessary, finding satisfaction in the services of a trust company. Thus, he embraced a lifestyle of effortless leisure, receiving a monthly stipend without exertion. Miaoke mused, merely a simple, rich second generation. His days were comfortable as a young man, unburdened by financial worries. He occasionally traveled, indulged in extreme sports, and enjoyed gaming. Who could have anticipated the unforeseen event that would unfold one day, succumb to a sudden cardiac arrest while gaming? Miaoke, in his youthful vigor, believed such a fate was inconceivable for someone of his vitality, yet fate proved otherwise. Life is unpredictable, he thought to himself. In a twist of fate, Miaoke found himself transmigrated to the Republic of China, inhabiting the exterior of his character from Jianwang San. As a simple rich heir with a penchant for technology, Miaoke's account was replete with resources. Anything solvable by monetary means posed no challenge. However, post-transmigration, his account was locked, necessitating the completion of tasks for unlocking. Moreover, there was no option for facial customization. The visage he now bore some resemblance to his original appearance, having been meticulously crafted based on his own photograph. He possessed a system akin to others, yet Miaoke's system resembled an AI, lacking the sophistication of those encountered by other transmigrators, merely issuing tasks and rewards without engaging in intelligent conversation. Contemplating this, Miaoke felt a pang of disappointment. Who wouldn't desire an intelligent system for companionship, capable of casual banter or granting favors? Upon assuming the identity of Chunyang, he felt as though he had genuinely spent over a decade cultivating in the Chunyang Palace, recalling various Taoist principles with remarkable clarity. As he reminisced, he could vividly picture the palace's decor, the summer festivities, and the winter snows, albeit the figures within those memories were shrouded in a faint mist, obscuring their true forms. Furthermore, he seemed to possess genuine mastery over swordsmanship, wielding dual energies with remarkable proficiency. Whatever he wished to execute was at his command. A profitable venture, Miaoke mused. He perused the system's task list. Ordinary task: enter the city. Ordinary task: establish residency. Weekly task: attend a performance. Weekly task: enjoy a bowl of noodles. Daily task: go crab fishing by the river. Daily task: meditate. Elite task: enter the underground. Elite task: slay a Zongzi. Elite task: open a coffin. Long-term task: accumulate points for a transmigration opportunity. Long-term task: accumulate points for a gender change opportunity. Long-term task. Accumulate points for a racial change opportunity. My native language is silence, yet the tasks in Jian Wangsan are certainly not like this. Moreover, while the opportunity for transmigration is one thing, who desires a chance for a gender change? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Miao could decisively click the X at the upper right corner of the task list, wishing to banish such grim notions from his sight. Closing the task list, Miao could reach behind to caress the feathered crane, Inshue, which nuzzled affectionately against his palm. Oh, my dear companion, the physical manifestation of a sex pet is simply too adorable. Thus, even though sect companions could be returned to the system, he chose to keep Inshue by his side, as he had grown particularly fond of it while gaming. Let us go, Inshue, he said, as he made his way toward the gates of Changsha, the crane gracefully striding behind him. From a distance, Miaoku observed the soldiers at the city gates inspecting each citizen, who presented a small booklet during the examination. How unexpected, I am still an undocumented resident. Miaoku stood beneath a tree, pondering whether it would be feasible to scale the wall and enter later, given that he now possessed remarkable agility. As he contemplated, he reopened the daily task list. Ordinary task. Enter the city. Hero, the vast and beautiful landscape awaits your gaze. Will you not take the first step and enter Changsha? Reward. Unlock package slot 13. Miaoku glanced at his package. All items grayed out, rendering them inaccessible. It appeared he would indeed need to complete the tasks. At that moment, a seemingly furtive man approached Miaoku. Hero, do you wish to enter the city? Seeing Miaoku's indifference, the man produced several resident permits from his pocket. Do you require a resident permit? Just this amount, he said, extending 2 fingers. Miaoku's pupils dilated in shock. Was selling fake permits this brazen? Furthermore, were those 2 fingers representing 2 silver coins or 2 gold bars? Why not clarify? He glanced at the bottom right corner of his grayed-out package, which displayed 3,003 bricks, 927 gold, 31 silver, and 256 copper, also grayed out, thus inaccessible. Sigh. A storm of thoughts swirled through Miaoku's mind as he shook his head. The man scrutinized Miaoku's sword and crane, then regarded his delicate yet youthful countenance before walking away. Miaoku pondered the dilemma. Entering the city required a resident permit, which necessitated expenditure. Without entering the city, he could not complete the tasks to unlock his package, and thus he would remain penniless, a perfect closed loop. Perhaps it would be prudent to undertake other tasks first, and consider entering the city later. With this in mind, Miaoku reviewed the task list, deciding to catch crabs and find a suitable place to meditate before tackling the matter of entering the city. 146 follows the plot of the Old Nine Gates, essentially adhering to the television storyline. 47 and onwards comprise a second-generation narrative, incorporating original content and personal interpretations. Chapter 2. Crab catching. Guided by the small map provided by the system, Miaoku arrived at the riverside near Changsha. The riverbank was lush with greenery, where beautiful waterfowl skimmed the surface, leaving behind rippling circles while ducks glided across, disrupting the reflection of the trees in the water. In the distance, various boats were docked at the pier, with laborers busily transporting goods. Closer to him, fishing boats were gathering their nets, and fishermen were shouting commands as they paddled through the water, creating layers of ripples. Reflecting on his past experiences of catching fish and crabs, Miaoku decided to seek a more secluded spot. After all, aside from fishing, tasks like collecting river clams or catching crabs required him to enter the water personally. As he walked downstream, the river breeze, laden with moisture, caressed his face, soothing his unease. Gradually, the restlessness that had plagued him since his arrival began to settle. Accepting his situation, he reminded himself that he had the assistance of a system, which was far better than being a lost soul in an unfamiliar world, reduced to begging. Eventually, he selected a stretch of river abundant with aquatic plants, an ideal habitat for crabs. He glanced around and spotted a child not far away, standing by the riverbank, clad in a frayed linen garment that had been washed to a faded whiteness, likely a poor child trying to catch fish and shrimp. Miaoku stepped into the water, and upon opening the task guide, he could clearly see the distribution of crabs in this area. After effortlessly pinching 2 crabs by the riverbank, he realized a crucial issue. He had no cage to hold the crabs. What should he do? Toss them aside after catching them? That seemed a waste. Hesitating for a moment, he approached the child he had seen earlier. Upon sensing someone approaching, the child turned around warily. The child appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, with a delicate appearance, but the pronounced brow gave his face a somewhat sullen look. As he regarded Miao Ku, his eyes revealed both caution and an unmistakable hostility. "Here, take these crabs. May I borrow your cage?" Miao Ku offered. The child, named Chen Pai, scanned Miao Ku's face, taking in his robe and the celestial crane that followed him, before finally focusing on the sword strapped to his back, contemplating the height difference between them. After a moment, he tossed a nearby empty cage a distance away. Miao Ku glanced at the cage that had been thrown and then back at Chen Pai. "All right, clever boy, quite vigilant," Miao Ku thought. He deposited the 2 crabs into Chen Pai's other cage and went to retrieve the discarded one, with the cage in hand. Miao Ku returned to his previous spot and ventured further into the deeper waters. During this time, he felt a pair of eyes following him from behind, but he paid it no mind. After all, it was merely a child, one who appeared to come from a poor family. So caution was to be expected. Miao Ku submerged himself, catching 6 crabs in one breath, resurfacing for air, and then diving again to catch 5 more. He figured he might as well fill the cage to the brim. After all, he was already here. Having filled the cage, Miao Ku returned to the shore, noticing that his task list now showed 99 completed. He confirmed the task and twisted his still dripping clothes before making his way toward Chen Pai. "Ah, child, here is your cage back, and the crabs are a gift for you." Chen Pai watched warily as Miao Ku placed the cage down a short distance away before turning to leave. Once Miao Ku had walked away, Chen Pai approached the cage, lifted the lid, and gazed at the crabs inside, their pincers waving aggressively. "Strange fellow," he muttered. With that, Chen Pai quickly gathered his belongings. His cage was now full too. He departed, thinking of his grandmother, who had not been feeling well lately. The sooner he could sell the crabs, the sooner he could return home to check on her. If he didn't, she would surely forego her medicine to save money. Miao Ku casually plucked a few wild fruits from the roadside and shared them with Inxue. He then checked the map and found a deserted, dilapidated temple, intending to review his task list and plan his next steps. Daily task: catch crabs 99, completed. Young hero, crab meat is tender and delicious, a top-quality aquatic delicacy. On this fine day, why not catch a cage full of crabs? Reward: unlock any secret manual. 1 silver. After some calculations, Miao Ku's expression darkened. The Jianchun heart method required 24 manuals, while Qichua needed 20. Adding in the various skills for evasion and damage reduction, he estimated around 20 manuals in total. If he could catch a cage of crabs each day, it would take him at least 2 months to gather enough. And this was just for the pure young heart method. His character also had a secondary inner skill. His secondary inner skill was Wanhua, a healer in the conventional sense. Although much of its functionality had been diminished, having a healing backup was still quite crucial in a tumultuous world. It would be best to unlock the manuals for Wanhua too. Thus, he calculated that he would need to catch crabs without fail for at least 4 months. So ruthless. How utterly merciless. Miao Ku lamented internally. He removed his outer robe and gathered some firewood, attempting to start a fire by friction, but to no avail. Life is hard, he sighed. Miao Ku gestured to Inxue, indicating he needed some time to think about his next steps and to complete his daily meditation. Estimating he would remain in the temple for a while, Inxue obediently leaned in to nuzzle his cheek, blinked her eyes, and then fluttered her wings, flying off into the forest. He wrung out his clothes to remove the excess water and fashioned a simple drying rack. Draping his outer robe over it, now clad only in his inner garments, he basked in the sun, contemplating his next move. He could undertake the crab-catching task once a day, netting 1 silver each time. Although he was unsure if 1 silver equated to a silver dollar, it was still currency that could be exchanged. Furthermore, he needed to secure a residence permit. Being undocumented made everything inconvenient. Miao Ku pondered this while opening the task for settling down. Ordinary task. Settle down, young hero. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Though the magnificent landscapes are beautiful, one still needs a cozy little nest. Acquire a house that belongs to you. Reward: open the life system to gain skills in cooking, forging, butchery, mining, herbalism, medicine, and sewing. The life skills could prove useful, especially considering the comprehensive herbalism service. Without a place to purchase small medicines, one would have to find ways to concoct them on their own. This task needed to be completed promptly. He wondered what the housing prices in Changsha were like now. The sun beat down relentlessly on the land, and Miao Ke pushed aside his myriad thoughts, retreating into the temple to meditate. For now, he would follow the task at hand. Chapter 3. Human traffickers' warm sunlight streamed through the broken windows, illuminating Miao Ke's face. His fair complexion was complemented by long, thick eyelashes casting shadows upon his skin, while his high nose and crimson lips formed an appealing visage. A small mole beneath his eye blurred into the shadows of his lashes, rendering it indistinct. As he neared the halfway mark of his meditation, Miao Ke felt his eyelids grow heavy. Sitting cross-legged against the wall, his head began to droop and his body lost strength. Struggling to rise, he ultimately toppled to the ground. His vision fading into a blurred eye in this hazy state, he noticed several figures entering the dilapidated temple point. One of them appeared somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him before. "Boss, what do you think? With this appearance, he must be a high-quality product. Indeed, ergo, this lad's looks will fetch a handsome price." The trio of men whispered among themselves as they entered the temple. "Boss, should we sell him to the officer, or?" The apparent leader among the three raised Miao Ke's chin, scrutinizing him from side to side. "Bind him first. Selling to the officer won't yield a good price, since old Master Shan was looking for fresh merchandise a few days ago." "Why not? Ha ha ha, brilliant idea, boss." Miao Ke's eyelashes fluttered, akin to a butterfly ensnared in a spider's web, struggling feebly. Yet, ultimately succumbing to drowsiness, he drifted back into slumber. In a daze, Miao Ke sensed a shift in his position. Realizing that the surroundings had grown quiet and dark, he opened his eyes, taking in his environment. The room was dim, dilapidated, with straw strewn across the floor and a pile of firewood in the corner. Aside from him, there was a young girl, seemingly no older than 11 or 12, lying unconscious atop the straw. Miao Ke had not expected that on his very first day in this new world he would encounter such a human trafficking situation. As a person of righteous lineage, he could not stand idly by. While in the temple, he had not noticed any signs of drowsiness, but as fatigue washed over him, he felt something was awry. After all, in an unfamiliar place, one should remain vigilant. It was unnatural to suddenly feel sleepy. He quickly checked the upper left corner of the system interface and, indeed, a small icon for confusion was present. Upon opening it, he found the negative status of lightheadedness. Fallen into a shallow stupor, duration 30 min feigning unconsciousness, he held his breath and pinched himself sharply to regain awareness. Upon eavesdropping on the conversation of the three individuals, Miao Ke recognized that the first speaker was the same person who had approached him at the city gate, inquiring whether he desired a residence permit. Miao Ke mused to himself, "You wish to sell me off? You despicable trafficker! Just wait until I have dealt with all of you." Meanwhile, Miao Ke found himself confined within a small dark room, where the long sword strapped to his back had been seized by the trio. As they discussed the sword's value, they remarked that it could fetch quite a sum. Upon hearing this, Miao Ke rolled his eyes internally, for it was a prestigious weapon, and they clearly lacked discernment. Miao Ke managed to extract a butterfly dart from his belongings. Likely due to the fact that his clothes had been hung outside, he wore only a thin inner garment, which did not appear to conceal anything substantial. Thus, the three individuals neglected to search him, allowing the dart to remain unnoticed. Utilizing the butterfly dart, Miao Ke freed himself from his bindings and approached the door to assess the situation. The door was secured with an iron chain, and all the windows had been boarded up. Through the crack of the door, he could see that the outside was a small courtyard. The room he occupied was adjacent to the courtyard, with the main gate locked. Opposite the gate was a larger building where two men were indulging in food and drink, conversing about some matters, while Miao Ke's sword and outer robe lay against the wall behind one of the men. Accompanied by their weapons and a broom, Miao Ke contemplated his next move, primarily because he was unarmed. The iron chain lock posed a significant challenge. Should he attempt to escape, it would undoubtedly create noise. And he was uncertain whether he could triumph over the two armed men in a bare-handed confrontation. Though he sensed his physical prowess was extraordinary at the moment, since his arrival in this realm, he had subsisted on a few unidentified wild fruits and had caught a cage of crabs. Moreover, he was not entirely confident in his own abilities. Previously, as a simple young heir with a passion for extreme sports, he had dabbled in various martial arts, including Thai boxing, for the sake of self-defense, as being a wealthy heir sometimes entailed dangers. Based on his past physical capabilities, he reasoned that it was feasible to take on two adversaries. Perhaps employing a surprise attack at that moment, Miaoku heard a faint sound behind him. Turning around, he noticed that the young girl appeared to be on the verge of awakening. He quickly returned to the spot where he had been bound, feigning to secure the ropes once more. Just as Miaoku lay down, the girl woke up, looked around, and began to cry out for help. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, and being but a young girl, Miaoku felt a pang of sympathy, yet he knew he had to remain patient. The cries startled the two men in the main house, causing their voices to rise. One of them exclaimed, "Hey, why didn't you gag them?" The other replied, "I forgot. It's my first time. I'll do it now." Fortunately, their leader was absent. Otherwise, he would be in for it. "You mustn't tell the boss. I'll go and silence this little girl right away." "Hurry!" Miaoku listened as one person's footsteps approached. The door lock clicked open, and the man shouted, "What are you crying about?" as he slapped the girl and stuffed a cloth into her mouth. Seizing the moment, Miaoku maintained an impassive demeanor, exuding an air of authority. "Very well, my lord," he mused as night descended upon Changsha. After thoroughly searching the three individuals, he bound them securely and discarded them into a side room, allowing them to remain there for the night while he retired to the main house for rest. At the break of dawn, as the first light of day began to illuminate the sky, Miaoku escorted the trio to the police station. Although he was uncertain whether the authorities of this era would take action, he deemed it the most prudent course of action. Utilizing the information gleaned from Zhangcheng the previous day, Miaoku finally acquired a residence certificate, liberating himself from the shadow of being an undocumented inhabitant. To fulfill his goal of settling down, he also perused the housing market in Changsha. After some calculations, Miaoku realized he would need to catch crabs for 7 months to afford a home here. As a former affluent individual, this marked his first encounter with the saying that a penny can defeat even the mightiest of heroes. He glanced at the 11 silver dollars in his purse, acquired through his exploits of robbing the wicked and aiding the impoverished, robbing from Zhang Qing's malevolence to alleviate his own poverty. Chapter 5. Settling down. Suddenly recalling that he had yet to collect his reward for completing the task of entering the city, Miaoku activated the reward function and found himself in possession of 12 silver dollars, along with a portrait of a beauty. This portrait was a reward from a task he had completed on the day of his arrival, and it occupied a prominent place in his belongings. Miaoku felt a twinge of regret, for although his bag was only half full, the more valuable items remained locked away, inaccessible for an indeterminate period. The remaining 2 slots contained a set of flying fish balls, which would enhance swimming speed, and a set of sugar-coated hawthorns, a personal indulgence of Miaoku's. Characters from the game Jinwang 3 would perform random idle animations after consuming these hawthorns, expressing gratitude with phrases like "thank you, brother," or "thank you, uncle." Thus, Miaoku always kept them on hand, occasionally treating friends to a taste, relishing their calls of uncle or brother as a playful advantage. However, in this world, the sugar-coated hawthorns likely lacked such whimsical effects. Miaoku found a place to sell the portrait, netting an additional 5 silver dollars. Holding onto the painting served little utility, and he deemed it more practical to convert it into currency. Thankfully, he had inquired with Zhang Cheng about these matters, confirming that seeking the guidance of a local was indeed the quickest way to acclimate to this new world. Reflecting on Zhang Cheng's mention of the underground trade, Miaoku resolved to give it a try, seizing the opportunity to hone his swordsmanship while earning some coin. Following his map, he wandered outside Changsha, eventually descending into the depths below. Several hours later, Miaoku emerged from the underground, a bundle of goods in hand. He surveyed his haul with a sense of pride. He had emerged unscathed, yielding a bountiful reward while completing an elite task that unlocked 100 gold pieces. Though he lamented not encountering any Zongzi, that evening, Miaoku disposed of the items he had retrieved from the black market and found a modest inn for the night. The following day, he procured a house from the rental agency, fulfilling his goal of establishing a home and unlocking his living skills. Among these skills, Miaoku particularly valued the expertise in herbal medicine and the way of Shunno. For in these tumultuous times, possessing such knowledge significantly increased his chances of survival. As he gazed at his newly acquired dwelling, he felt a sense of solace, realizing that amidst the chaos, he had carved out a small sanctuary. With Inchue by his side, he felt as though he had formed a modest family unit, bolstering his resolve to endure in this turbulent era. He spent a little extra money to have the inn staff procure some essentials, leaving Inshue to guard the home while he set off to the river to catch crabs, armed with the newly acquired cage. Although his finances were sufficient, he still needed to illuminate his skills. Snacking on sugar-coated hawthorns, Miaoku strolled leisurely to the riverbank, returning to his previous spot from the day before. Upon arrival, he found the young boy still present. "Hey, kid, how many have you caught?" Miaoku greeted him. Chen Pai glanced at him with little interest. Such aloofness, Miaoku thought, resuming his crab-catching endeavor. With newfound wealth and a stable residence, he approached the task with a relaxed demeanor, leisurely gathering crabs in the shallow waters. Once he had sufficient crabs, he assessed the 9 he had caught. Realizing he could not consume them all, he approached Chen Pai once more. "What's your name, little boy?" This time, Chen Pai didn't even bother to look at him. Miaoku touched his handsome face, bewildered. "This face of mine usually garners affection from children. Why is it failing me today? Kid, tell me your name, and I'll give you this cage of crabs." Miaoku persisted. Finally, Chen Pai turned to him, glanced at the cage filled with crabs, and met Miaoku's gaze. "My name is Chen Pai." "Chen Pai? What a lovely name. It sounds refreshing. You can have the crabs, but remember to bring the cage back tomorrow," Miaoku said, placing the cage beside Chen Pai before departing. Chen Pai regarded the pristine cage and the crabs within, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face. On his way home, Miaoku passed through the market, purchasing some food and cooking ingredients, as well as some medicinal herbs, intending to enhance his living skills. Miaoku had acquired a small courtyard with 4 rooms, one for himself, one for Inshue, one for the kitchen, and one left empty for storage. Upon returning home, he found Inshue gazing at him with a pitiful expression, cooing softly. Miaoku quickly placed the grains he had bought in front of Inshue, who pecked at the corn and then affectionately nudged Miaoku, flapping its wings. It was only when Miaoku promised to take Inshue out next time that it settled down. After lunch, Miaoku laid out the medicinal herbs to dry and prepared to head out for other daily tasks, with Inshue trailing closely behind, wary of Miaoku slipping away. Together, they wandered through Changsha, taking in the sights and incorporating the information from Zhang Cheng about the city's various factions. After traversing a significant portion of Changsha, Miaoku sought a place to rest and realized he had yet to complete his daily tasks. He decided to visit a theater to enjoy a performance. The largest troupe in Changsha was the Hong family troupe, so he made his way there, only to be stopped at the entrance. "Sir, pets are not allowed inside," the attendant politely informed him. Miaoku chuckled awkwardly, turning to Inshue. "Inshue, let us discuss this." Inshue, hearing Miaoku's words, fixed its 2 beady black eyes on him intently. "You see, they want to let you in." "You should return home," he began, but Inshue stretched its neck to protest. Miaoku hastily clarified, "It's not that I don't want to take you. It's just that they want to allow pets inside." Inshue pursued Miaoku, flapping its wings in playful defiance. "Don't chase me. Let us talk this over," Miaoku called back as he ran. The chase escalated, causing a commotion in the streets as one man and one crane scurried about. Ultimately, Inshue's persistent chatter won the day. Miaoku settled at a small stall opposite the Hong family troupe, rubbing the spots where he had been playfully pecked. The stall's proprietor, a jovial man, approached him with a smile. "Your crane looks quite spirited," he remarked. The young man had an exquisite countenance, bright eyes resembling clear water, and was clad in a white embroidered brocade robe, immaculate and unstained. His nails and hair were meticulously groomed, exuding the demeanor of a young master from a wealthy family. As he observed Inshue with curiosity, Miaoku replied, "Indeed. My crane is not only beautiful but also quite cheeky." Inshue, having tilted its head to preen its feathers, appeared quite charming, prompting Miaoku to speak with playful sarcasm. "Brother, does your crane understand human speech?" the young man inquired, his gaze shifting between Inshue and Miaoku. Excitement gleaming in his eyes. "She understands a bit." "You may place your hand here," Miaoku said, guiding the young man's hand to a spot just below Inshue's head. "If she wishes to be petted, she will come to you." Before he could finish, Inshue nuzzled against the young man's fair palm. Chapter 6. A meeting. As the young man caressed Inshue, his hand glided gently from its head down to its wing feathers. After several strokes, he seemed to realize he had overstepped, withdrawing his hand. "May I know your name, esteemed brother?" he asked, his eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. "I am Miaoku," he replied, returning the gesture of respect. "Ah, so you are the young master of the Hong family troupe?" Miao Ke remarked, "Indeed, I am. Should you ever wish to hear me sing, do not hesitate to visit." The young man, whose name was revealed to be Yue Hong, replied with a smile. "Naturally, I intended to attend a performance today, but I forgot that pets are not allowed." Inshue refused to return home, which led to our playful chase. Miao Ke explained, "I see, so. Her name is Inshue, a name as delicate as a cloud and as pure as ice. Truly a splendid choice," Yue Hong complimented. Yue Hong once again extolled the virtues of Inshue, clearly demonstrating his profound affection for her. As an esteemed companion of the sect, Inshue is not only wise and beautiful but also a rare gem to encounter. Observing Yue Hong's fondness for Inshue, it was evident that she too relished his closeness. "How about I bring Inshue along for a visit?" I suggested. Yue Hong, overjoyed, expressed his gratitude to Miao Xiong while gently caressing Inshue's feathers. "Just call me Miao Ku," he replied. Miao Ku, noticing Inshue's contented coos as Yue Hong petted her, chuckled softly. "Miao Ku, let me tell you, the Yangcha noodles from that stall are simply exquisite," he said, crafted with simplicity yet remarkable cleanliness. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow on their faces, softening the harshness of the midday sun. Miao Ku and Yue Hong shared a delightful meal of noodles, during which Yue Hong mentioned that he would bring his adorable kitten along next time. Upon returning home with Inshue, Miao Ku found that night had fallen. After claiming his weekly task rewards and unlocking an additional 100 gold pieces, he felt utterly unconcerned about his financial situation. The following day, Miao Ku brought an extra skewer of candied hawthorn to Chen Pai while visiting the riverbank. Produced by the system, it was undoubtedly a premium delicacy. Although it could not trigger idle animations, the taste was indisputable. Chen Pai gazed at the candied hawthorn in Miao Ku's hand, then looked back at him with a furrowed brow. He perceived Miao Ku as an oddity. Not only did he wade into the water to catch crabs, while Chen Pai preferred fishing, but he also gifted the crabs he caught to others. Today, he had even brought food for him. What was he planning? A human trafficker? Yet, who would want to sell a beggar like him? After all, traffickers were known to target young girls. However, Chen Pai dismissed the notion that Miao Ku was a trafficker. He wore a Taoist robe daily and, today, was accompanied by a celestial crane. What kind of trafficker would be accompanied by a crane while abducting children? Noticing Chen Pai's immobility, Miao Ke bent down, gently stroked Chen Pai's hair with one hand while placing the candied hawthorn in his other hand. "Why overthink it, little one? Just be happy. Children should embody the essence of childhood." With that, he lifted the cage from the ground and commenced his daily tasks. Meanwhile, Chen Pai stood there, bewildered, staring at the candied hawthorn in his hand. Was this what it meant to be a child? 3 months later, Miao Ku had mastered all the Pure Yang scriptures. During these months, he had spent his days meditating, catching crabs, and occasionally bringing treats for Chen Pai, who was truly pitiable, an orphan with only an elderly grandmother who could do little to help. Being so young, Chen Pai was often rejected for work, leaving him to catch crabs for money. Aside from catching crabs, he frequently exchanged pet-rearing tips with Yue Hong and sometimes took Inshue out for walks. Yue Hong, the talented young master of the Hong family troupe, was well-versed in all aspects of performance and possessed considerable skill, earning him a modest reputation in Changsha, where he was fondly known as Yi. Over these 3 months, they formed a close bond and decided to address each other as brothers after one meal together. Yue Hong's cat, named Sai Shuang, was equally adorable, but his father disapproved of him keeping a cat, forcing him to hide Sai Shuang. Miao Ku had assisted in keeping the secret on several occasions. During this period, Miao Ku had also ventured into a grave to complete his elite task. But he had yet to encounter any Zhongzi. The task concerning Zhongzi remained stagnant on the list. One day, Miao Ku arranged to meet Yue Hong. "Big brother, the vendor selling sugar oil rice cakes has set up shop," Miao Ku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the delicacy. Yue Hong, amused by Miao Ku's gluttonous expression, replied, "Then go buy a portion. I will wait for you here." "Sure," Miao Ku responded eagerly, jogging toward the stall. Yue Hong watched the blue and white figure purchasing the rice cakes. He recalled how, as a child, Miao Ku had been as beautiful as a blossoming flower, and he had grown into a remarkably handsome young man. Though some people addressed him as the young master, he could discern the hidden greed and disdain in their eyes, and he had overheard some unsavory whispers behind his back. Yet, Miao Ku was different. In terms of appearance, he was in no way inferior, and although he appeared somewhat aloof, he treated people exceptionally well once familiarized, revealing a hint of innocence. His perceived coldness only served to intrigue others further. Historically, men tended to drag virtuous women into the mire, attempting to persuade fallen women to reform. The more aloof Miao Ku appeared, the more people seemed drawn to him. Yue Hong had caught wind of some rumors. The Shin and Lu families had long been eyeing Miao Ku and had attempted to make advances, only to be rebuffed each time. Yue Hong pondered the Shun and Lu families. A dog barked suddenly at the roadside, startling both him and Sai Shuang, who was nestled in his arms. Sai Shuang's fur bristled in fright, and Yue Hong quickly soothed her by stroking her back. Just as Sai Shuang began to calm down, the dog barked again, causing her to bolt from Yue Hong's hold. Sai Shuang? Yue Hong exclaimed, chasing after her. Miao Ku, having just purchased the sugar oil rice cakes. Turned at the sound of Yue Hong's voice, he saw Sai Shuang dashing ahead, with Yue Hong in hot pursuit. Glancing back at Miao Ku, "Go ahead. I will catch up soon," Miao Ku called out. Yue Hong nodded and plunged into the crowd. Sai Shuang darted across the street, weaving through the throngs of people, and Yue Hong gracefully maneuvered through the crowd in pursuit. The street was bustling, with a troop of soldiers passing by. Yue Hong, as light as a swallow, deftly navigated the crowd, while Sai Shuang leapt onto a rooftop across the street. Yue Hong quickly assessed his surroundings, then, with a nimble leap, he sprang onto a soldier's shoulder, vaulting into the air and landing on the rooftop. Once atop the roof, he turned to the soldier and bowed respectfully. "Thank you," he exclaimed before continuing his chase after the cat. Miao Ku followed closely behind, aware that although his lightness of foot was commendable, his slight social anxiety made it difficult for him to navigate the crowd as freely as Yue Hong thanked the soldier. Miao Ku arrived at the soldier's side. Chapter 7. Caught you. Miao Ku glanced at the retreating figure of Yue Hong on the rooftop, then at the soldier he had borrowed strength from, offering an awkward smile that revealed a faint dimple. He then leaped gracefully over the crowd, using the edge of a doorpost to propel himself upward, landing on the roof and hurrying after Sai Shuang. The soldier watched the two with a murmured remark, "Changsha indeed harbors hidden talents." After finally catching up with Sai Shuang, Miao Ku and Yue Hong found a tavern to rest and dine. "Were those new officers we saw on the way here?" Miao Ku inquired, knowing that as the young master of the Hong family troop, Yue Hong was well informed. "Indeed, they have just been transferred here," Yue Hong replied, lifting his teacup and skimming off the foam before taking a sip. Noticing Miao Ku's apparent indifference, he cautioned, "Be wary. It seems Changsha may soon be tumultuous." Miao Ku shrugged, "Ah, the affairs of the officials. Why didn't you go crab catching today?" Yue Hong shifted the topic, aware that Miao Ku was usually unwavering in his morning excursions to catch crabs in the Xiangjiang River, accompanied by a close friend. "Isn't the weather getting cooler? Hee, the crabs deserve a break too." Miao Ku offered a flimsy excuse. "I forgot to inform Chen Pai," Miao Ku added, looking somewhat flustered. "That little brat will surely be upset. How could there be such a spoiled child?" Yue Hong observed, noting Miao Ku's expression, which seemed to mix complaint with pride. He reached out to ruffle Miao Ku's soft hair. "It's fine. You can tell him tomorrow." Miao Ku shook his head, brushing off Yue Hong's hand. "Don't mess with my hair. They say it stunts growth, and I still need to grow taller." Speaking of height, Miao Ku felt a pang of frustration. He had once stood at an impressive 1.83 meters, but since arriving in the Republic, he appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, measuring only 1.70 meters, losing a staggering 13 centimeters. He distinctly remembered being nearly 1.80 meters tall at 16. Yue Hong, slightly older, had always been 2 to 3 centimeters taller than him, and now, 3 months later, Yue Hong had gained another 2 centimeters. Miao Ku frowned. "You're already 20. How can you still be growing?" Yue Hong chuckled. "Our family tends to grow late. You needn't worry. You're still young. You will grow taller." Miao Ku expressed his concern. Uncertain of the influence of various factors, he had measured his bone age at 16, so there was still hope, prompting him to order fresh milk for delivery to his door. However, after 3 months, he had barely grown a single centimeter, leaving him with an underlying anxiety about his potential height. Noticing Miao Ku's furrowed brow, Yue Hong laughed. "Enough worrying about that. Haven't you been drinking milk daily? The foreigners say it promotes growth." "They're not always right," Miao Ku muttered in reply. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they finished their meal. Meanwhile, Qianpai continued to wait by the riverbank, glancing at the cage in his hands and then at the sun, which was beginning to set in the west. Why hadn't Miao Ku come today? Had something happened? Or did he no longer wish to catch crabs with him? Qianpai could discern that Miao Ku was no ordinary individual. It was not merely the long sword he bore, nor the obedient crane by his side, but also the seemingly simple yet soft fabric of his attire, alongside Miao Ku's fair and delicate complexion, somewhat naive disposition, and the exquisite delicacies and peculiar trinkets he occasionally bestowed upon himself. You were the one to provoke me first. How could you leave before me? Qianpai mused darkly, a more pronounced air of hostility enveloping his brow. He recognized that he was not a virtuous person, and it was only Miao Ku's innocent nature that led him to believe he was merely an ordinary child. He stowed away the cage and entered the city. Knowing several places Miao Ku frequented as Qianpai rounded the corner from the alley, he beheld a familiar figure clad in blue and white, accompanied by a man in a pink robe cradling a cat. The two were engaged in cheerful banter as they strolled away. Qianpai swiftly concealed himself back into the alley, his gaze heavy as he observed their departure, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. The following day, in an effort to atone for his absence the previous day, Miao Ku meticulously prepared some pastries, grateful to the cooking system. Today, Miao Ku did not bring in Shui, as she seemed to have found other companions among the birds lately and frequently took flight. A crane cannot be retained against its will. When Miao Ku arrived, Qianpai had just put down the fishing bait and was rising to his feet. Qianpai, Miao Ku waved, "Look what I've brought for you today." As he spoke, he lifted the pastry box in his right hand as a gesture. Noticing Qianpai's lack of response, Miao Ku bounced over to him and playfully tapped him on the shoulder. Qianpai, what are you thinking about?" Qianpai seemed to come to his senses, turning to face Miao Ku, replying with a simple, "Nothing." Miao Ku chuckled, ruffling his hair, but his smile faltered as he reached out to touch Qianpai's forehead. "You have a fever." Setting the pastries down on the ground, he checked Qianpai's forehead again with his right hand. "How could your temperature be so high?" Qianpai's vision blurred. After 2 gentle touches on his forehead, he began to sway and succumb to unconsciousness. "Qianpai!" Before blacking out, he noticed the figure of that person reaching out to support him, accompanied by a panicked exclamation. When Qianpai regained consciousness, he found himself beneath a white ceiling, surveying his surroundings. "Where am I?" "A foreign hospital." Miao Ku was peacefully slumbering by his bedside, stray locks of hair falling across his face, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Qianpai sat up from the blanket, inadvertently waking Miao Ku. "You're awake?" Miao Ku exclaimed, sitting up to check Qianpai's forehead. "Fortunately, your fever has subsided." "You silly child, you went to the river while running a fever? It has been getting colder these past few days. Why didn't you put on more clothes? The river breeze only worsened your condition." Miao Ku chattered on, "I'll go call the nurse to check on you." Don T move. After the nurse assessed Qianpai's temperature and confirmed he was fine, she informed Miao Ku that they could be discharged. Listening to the nurse's instructions, Miao Ku escorted her out. Noticing Qianpai's continued silence and stillness, Miao Ku was about to scold him again when he heard Qianpai's hoarse voice. "I was afraid you wouldn't find me if you came today." Miao Ku was taken aback. "But you didn't come yesterday." Qianpai lowered his head, his bangs obscuring his eyes, leaving Miao Ku unable to discern his expression. "Are you saying you won't come anymore?" Miao Ku opened his mouth to respond but fell silent, a tear slipping down Qianpai's nose and staining the hospital's white blanket, creating a grayish blot. Miao Ku felt flustered. He had never seen such a resilient child in such a state, and he was uncertain how to proceed. Furthermore, he felt guilty. Seeing the child in distress made it uncomfortable for him to declare he would not return. He sat at the edge of the bed, enveloping Qianpai in an embrace, one hand gently patting his back. "I promise to tell you from now on," with his other hand caressing the back of Qianpai's head. He suggested, "How about I take you to my home to familiarize you with the route? That way, you won't have to worry about my absence." Qianpai rested his chin on Miao Ku's shoulder, wrapping his arms around him, inwardly thinking, "I've got you now." Chapter 8. Confrontation. Although Qianpai's fever had subsided, Miao Ku remained uneasy and took him to the Chinese medicine shop to procure some herbal remedies. At the shop, the attendant clearly recognized Qianpai. "Same as usual for the medicine?" the attendant inquired. Miao Ku glanced at Qianpai, then back at the attendant. "Let the doctor take a look first." "Certainly, please come inside." The attendant ushered them into the room. After taking Chen Pai's pulse and preparing the medicine, Miao Ku held Chen Pai's hand with one, while carrying the medicine pouch with the other. I will repay you, Chen Pai murmured. Miao Ku smiled. All right, I'll be waiting. As they made their way towards Chen Pai's home, Miao Ku pointed to a street by the roadside. The third house in the second alley is my home. Since you're unwell today, I'll take you back. After a few days, when you feel better, you can come find me. All right. Miao Ku bent down, beaming at Chen Pai. Chen Pai nodded in agreement. Upon reaching Chen Pai's home, Miao Ku realized the extent of Chen Pai's poverty. The courtyard was dilapidated and weathered, the doors and windows faded, with newspapers patched over the windows. The interior was dim, revealing exposed mud bricks and weeds. Permeated by a medicinal odor, an elderly woman, hunched and leaning on a cane, approached them. She appeared gaunt and worn, with deep wrinkles etched into her neck. Why are you home so late today? Who is this? The elderly woman strained to lift her head, gazing at Miao Ku. I'm a friend of Chen Pai's. He wasn't feeling well today, so I brought him back, Miao Ku quickly replied, moving to support the elderly woman as she attempted to step forward. A friend of Pai Pai's? How wonderful. It's the first time Pai Pai has brought a friend home, the elderly woman said, patting Miao Ku's hand, a smile spreading across her face and smoothing her wrinkles. Has Pai Pai caused you any trouble? She asked, looking at Miao Ku with maternal affection. Not at all. Chen Pai is very good, Miao Ku assured her. Children know their own, the elderly woman said, casting a loving glance at Chen Pai. Standing beside her, Chen Pai asked, Grandma, did you take your medicine today? The elderly woman appeared somewhat guilty. With guests here, I'll take it later. Chen Pai frowned, glanced at Miao Ku, and then turned to the courtyard to prepare the medicine. Miao Ku observed the elderly woman and said, Grandma, I'll go help Chen Pai. Please take a seat. He hurried over to where Chen Pai was. Chen Pai coldly scoffed at Miao Ku's startled expression. What are you afraid of? Miao Ku shook his head. You wouldn't understand. Meeting a friend's family makes one uneasy. What's wrong with your grandma? Miao Ku inquired cautiously. It's an old ailment. Chen Pai replied, appearing accustomed to the task of preparing medicine, executing it with dexterity. You look to be about 8 or 9 years old. Why does your grandma appear so old? Miao Ku engaged Chen Pai in conversation while helping to pass him firewood. I am already 11, Chen Pai retorted, glaring at Miao Ku as he forcefully snapped the piece of firewood he had handed him. Miao Ku glanced at the now broken firewood, chuckling nervously. You certainly don't look it. Chen Pai huffed, tossing the lifeless firewood into the stove. Miao Ku observed the proud expression on Chen Pai's face and thought, this is the real Chen Pai. The weeping version is too alarming. Checking the time, Miao Ku realized it was nearly 1 o'clock and leaned in to whisper, I have something to attend to this afternoon, so I'll take my leave now. Upon hearing this, Chen Pai's expression immediately darkened. Go ahead. Seeing Chen Pai's demeanor, Miao Ku could only promise to visit again the next day. His afternoon appointment had been prearranged, leaving him with no choice. Ultimately, Miao Ku departed from Chen Pai's home, leaving Chen Pai to watch his retreating figure, a tempest brewing in his eyes. That afternoon was the performance of Yu Hong, who had sent tickets to Miao Ku well in advance. And Miao Ku had already agreed to attend. Miao Ku caught a whiff of the disinfectant lingering on his clothes, prompting him to return home and change into a fresh outfit. He hurriedly made his way to the theater just in time for the opening. Today, Yu Hong performed Farewell My Concubine alongside his senior brother, with Yu Hong portraying Yu Ji and his senior brother embodying the titular Bao Wang. The Hong family troupe, renowned for their travels far and wide, showcased their exceptional talents, with Yu Hong's performance being nothing short of remarkable. It seemed as though he was born to thrive in this art. After Yu Hong concluded his role, there was one last performance of the Flower Drum Opera. He excused himself to the backstage to remove his makeup while Miao Ku remained in front, eagerly awaiting the Flower Drum show. As they had planned to dine together afterward, Miao Ku became engrossed in the performance. He noticed a battalion of soldiers entering the theater, making their way towards the backstage. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of a commotion emanating from behind the curtain. Miao Ku stealthily followed, witnessing the lead officer engaging in a verbal clash with Yu Hong, which quickly escalated into a physical altercation. Though Miao Ku wished to intervene, the officer seemed reluctant to inflict harm, and Yu Hong appeared to be weighing his options as the scuffle unfolded awkwardly in the makeup room. Furthermore, Yu Hong's father, was a stern figure, and Miao Ku always felt a twinge of fear in his presence. According to Hong's rules, Outsiders were forbidden from entering the backstage area, leaving Miao Ku to watch from afar and discreetly flick some sunflower seeds at the officer to lend Er Yuehong a small assist. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps alerted Miao Ku to Er Hong's arrival, compelling him to retreat to the front of the stage and feign ignorance as he watched the flower drum opera. Nevertheless, he strained to overhear the faint dialogue from backstage. "Your son has caused a disturbance. Please do not hold it against me. Should I apologize for my rebellious child? Throw the cat away. The troop master does not want the young master. Today, I am Zhang Qishan. Just now, the fugitive was at the theater, and the troop master is conducting a search. The officer is irritable due to the influx of flower performers. What are you throwing? What anger? What excitement? What on earth is being discussed back there?" His mind was a whirl of confusion when he finally glimpsed the officer emerging, cradling the cat Sai Shuang, who seemed quite fond of him, nestled comfortably in his arms. The officer nodded at Miao Ku in passing, and it was then that Miao Ku recognized him as the same officer whom Er Yuehong had inadvertently stepped on previously. What a curious twist of fate. Why had he taken Sai Shuang away? After watching the officer depart, Miao Ku faintly heard Er Hong uttering something before leading his men away. Seizing the opportunity, Miao Ku slipped into Er Yuehong's room. Gu, what happened? Why did that man take Sai Shuang? Miao Ku inquired urgently. Er Yuehong recounted the events, revealing that the officer, named Zhang Qishan, had entered the backstage area and sought to conduct a search of Er Yuehong's quarters. When he attempted to open the cabinet, Sai Shuang was hidden inside, and Er Yuehong could not allow her to be discovered, as Er Hong had a particular disdain for animals, let alone allowing them backstage. Consequently, a scuffle ensued, during which Zhang Qishan seized the moment to open the cabinet and release Sai Shuang, just as Er Hong arrived. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Er Hong aimed to dispose of the cat. But Zhang Qishan intervened, claiming her as his own, and thus Sai Shuang was taken away. "What shall we do about Sai Shuang? Should we sneak in and retrieve her?" Miao Ku suggested. Er Yuehong chuckled at the proposal. "I left him a note. We shall retrieve Sai Shuang tonight at the hour of high. Will you accompany me?" Miao Ku nodded resolutely. "Of course, I shall be by your side." Chapter 9. Disguise at the hour of high. The Xiangjiang dock awaited them. The night enveloped the Xiangjiang River in an air of mystery and depth, a delicate mist rising to shroud the waters, with only the rhythmic chirping of insects to be heard. Upon their arrival, Zhang Qishan was already at the dock, awaiting them. Though they had met twice before, this was Miao Ku's first clear glimpse of the officer's striking features: handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose and tightly pressed lips, clad in military attire, exuding an air of solemnity and reserve. That moment, this handsome officer was cradling a cat. "Xiao Banju of the Hong family, I presume the note I received was regarding the retrieval of your cat?" Er Yuehong quickly stepped forward to reclaim Sai Shuang, who mewed softly in his embrace. "You do not seem like a villain. Tell me, how much do you desire? Today's encounter shall be compensated. Should you assist me in caring for the cat thereafter, I will provide you with a monthly stipend. What say you?" Zhang Qishan observed Er Yuehong's tender interaction with the cat, then turned his gaze upon Miao Ku. "We meet again," he said. Miao Ku shifted his attention from Sai Shuang to Zhang Qishan. "I am Miao Ku. You may simply call me Miao Ku," he replied, smiling and revealing a charming dimple. Noticing Zhang Qishan's unyielding gaze lingering on Miao Ku, Er Yuehong's expression darkened slightly as he stepped forward, subtly shielding Miao Ku from view. Zhang Qishan seemed jolted from his reverie by Er Yuehong's action, stating seriously, "Your perception is flawed," Er Yuehong muttered softly. "I can sense it." He then continued, "Brother, a debt must be settled. Calculate the amount. Er Yuehong does not owe anyone." Zhang Qishan turned away, walking a few steps towards the Xiangjiang River, his voice low and earnest. "I have come from the northeast to serve in the military. Upon arriving in Changsha, I intend to connect with the promising youth and work together for the welfare of the people." After a brief pause, he added, "With the specter of war looming, we all bear responsibility to maintain peace in our respective domains." Miao Ku's eyes sparkled at Zhang Qishan's words, nodding fervently. Why not wield a Wu hook and reclaim 50 states of Guanshan? Miao Ku felt that Zhang Qishan's sentiments resonated deeply. As a son of Huaxia, it was his duty to protect the land of his ancestors. Er Yuehong noticed the glimmer in Miao Ku's eyes and playfully nudged him. "These are grand ideals. Do not speak such daunting words. I am but a frivolous young master." Yet I believe that frivolity is merely a fade. You possess remarkable skills beyond your innate talent. You surely practice diligently in private, Zhang Qishan remarked, shaking his head slightly at Yuehong. Being a young master does not necessitate such exertion. You must harbor greater ambitions. Zhang Qishan then turned his gaze back to Miao Ku. I have heard that young Master Miao has donated to the Rongyang Tang and frequently volunteers for the underprivileged children. You two possess a heart for the common folk. Yuehong and Miao Ku exchanged glances. Acknowledging Zhang Qishan's eloquence, it was evident he was a man suited for leadership. Clearing his throat, Yuehong stated, I have heard of your endeavors. You are pursuing someone named Yin Sanqing. Zhang Qishan nodded in affirmation. We can strike a bargain. You aid me in caring for my cat, and I shall assist you in apprehending your target. How does that sound? After a moment's contemplation, Yuehong added, and in doing so, I shall vindicate my family's honor. Certainly, Zhang Qishan smiled for the first time that evening, his demeanor softening, and Miao Ku felt he appeared more youthful in that moment. How do you propose we capture him? Miao Ku inquired. Yin Sanqing harbors a well-known vice here in Changsha. He flaunts his connection with Zuoqinji and bears no shame. There are many unfortunate women in the brothels of Changsha whose deaths go unnoticed. Yin Sanqing particularly enjoys using them to practice his knife skills. Miao Ku glanced at the qipao in Zhang Qishan's hands and the wig in Yuehong's grasp. Contemplating their plan, "You'll not go too far, you too," he cautioned, though he struggled to escape, as his agility paled in comparison to Yuehong's. Zhang Qishan looked to Yuehong, signaling him to speak first. Young Miao, Yin Sanqing's crimes are unforgivable. Each day we delay in capturing him could lead to the loss of another innocent woman. Indeed, Miao, can you bear to witness such tragedies? Disguising yourself as a woman to lure him is the simplest method. Yuehong and Zhang Qishan urged him. Miao Ku, feeling sympathy for the plight of those unfortunate women, retorted, but Yuehong is quite handsome. Why not let him don women's attire? Zhang Qishan turned his back and cleared his throat. Yuehong patted Miao Ku on the shoulder and straightened up beside him. Miao Ku, realizing he was only eye level with Yuehong's nose, forced a smile. All right, enough of this, I shall go change. Miao Ku picked up the qipao and strode towards the screen, kicking it in frustration along the way. I will grow taller one day. Zhang Qishan and Yuehong exchanged a knowing smile. Standing in place, eye in the deep of night, the sound of footsteps echoed softly, and a graceful figure glided along the road. Clad in a pink qipao adorned with large butterfly patterns, the high slit revealed her fair, delicate legs, her skin subtly visible as she walked. A lingering gaze followed her, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of footsteps as he mentally counted down. 3, 2, 1. A shadow leaped from the rooftop, stirring the cold night air. He drew his knife and aimed for the woman's back, the moonlight reflecting off the blade, casting a cold, glinting sheen. Miao Ku, alerted by the sound, swiftly drew a dagger from his thigh, his toes lightly tapping the ground before he leaped and spun in midair, dagger in hand, like a nimble bird. Gliding past Yin Sanqing, the dagger grazed him, while one foot delivered a fierce kick to the hilt of his knife, followed by another that struck him squarely. Yin Sanqing was sent crashing against the wall, stumbling as he fell. Attempting to use his familiarity with the terrain to escape, he was met with Yuehong's bell, its chimes echoing as they intertwined with the gunshots of Zhang Qishan. In the blink of an eye, Yin Sanqing found his ankles ensnared by the bell's cord, realizing today would not be his day. Leaning against the wall, he scanned the faces of the three. A laugh escaping his lips at that moment, Miao Ku stepped forward, reaching out to touch the tattoo on Yin Sanqing's face. He had just seen it, an intricate design now slightly faded on the sides of his cheeks. Yin Sanqing turned his head, boasting, "Little beauty, what do you think of my tattoo?" He appeared relaxed, yet his muscles were tense. Just as Miao Ku began to speak, Yin Sanqing suddenly exerted force, tossing a handful of dirt and leaping towards the wall in an attempt to flee. "Careful!" both Zhang Qishan and Yuehong exclaimed at Yuehong swiftly moved to block Yin Sanqing's path, while Zhang Qishan, closer to Miao Ku, seized the opportunity to grasp Miao Ku's collar, pulling him back as he advanced toward Yin Sanqing. In perfect synchronization with Yuehong, he delivered a swift chop, rendering Yin Sanqing unconscious. Yuehong hurried to Miao Ku's side, gripping his shoulder. Miao Ku shook his head, squinting as he waved his hands in front of his face. "Don T move, Let me see. Yuehang gently patted Miao Ku's shoulder. Miao Ku ceased his movements. After the vigorous encounter, his wig had come slightly loose, stray strands swaying with his earlier motions. The young man's eyes were narrowed to mere slits, tears glistening on his curled lashes as he gazed hazily at the approaching figure. Yuehang blew lightly into his eyes. It must be the dust. Zhang Qishan signaled for his subordinates to take Yin Sanqing away, observing the two to find a place to wash up. After Yuehang blew the dust from Miao Ku's eyes, she grasped his wrist and followed Zhang Qishan out. Chapter 10. The truth inside the Zhang residence. The council chamber was still brightly lit in the dead of night as Zhang Qishan and Yuehang interrogated Yin Sanqing. Miao Ku, comfortably bathing next door, enjoyed the perfectly heated water, steam wafting in the air as he hummed a tune while tending to himself. Once the water turned a bit cool, he rose and donned the clean garments prepared by Zhang Qishan, a moonlight-hued satin gown embroidered with intricate patterns. Since arriving here, he had scarcely worn such attire. Being active and daily crab-catching made a robe much more convenient. After sprucing himself up, he glanced in the mirror, thinking, indeed, when it comes to looks, I can pull off anything. As he followed the servant into the council chamber, it seemed the interrogation was nearing its conclusion. Yin Sanqing was weakly coughing up blood. Yuehang's eyes were red-rimmed, disbelief etched on her face. While Zhang Qishan stood at a distance, seemingly arranging something with his subordinates. Second brother, Miao Ku stepped into the hall. What's going on? At that moment, Yuehang appeared unwell, her eyes bloodshot, her body swaying slightly, as if she couldn't hear Miao Ku's voice. Zhang Qishan entered the room, and Miao Ku turned to him for help. Observing Yuehang's state, Zhang Qishan sighed softly, then turned his gaze to Miao Ku. Shaking his head, she will be fine. Having finished expelling the blood, Yin Sanqing erupted into a wild laugh. Little Red Master, I wonder how your father would feel if he knew, he guffawed. Zhang Qishan frowned, gesturing for his guards to take care of Yin Sanqing. Miao Ku, hearing this, began to piece things together. Red Master, he mused, sensing that the Hong family thrived in Changsha due to the support of others behind them. If Miao Ku could sense this, how could Yuehang, as the junior leader, remain oblivious? Perhaps she simply refused to believe it. At this moment, the veils of her father's past actions began to lift. Revealing their true meanings, I must go back with that. Yuehang resolutely departed from the Zhang residence, not sparing a glance at Miao Ku, who reached out in vain. Miao Ku watched her retreating figure, then turned to Zhang Qishan. Well then, Deputy Zhang, I shall take my leave as well. With that, he lifted his foot, intending to catch up with Yuehang. Zhang Qishan's eyes darkened, a hint of intrigue playing at the corners of his lips. She will come to understand. I advise you not to follow her. Miao Ku paused, the voice behind him continuing, Little Red Master is not an ordinary wastrel. You ought to trust him, shouldn't you? The words drew closer, their final notes lingering in Miao Ku's ears. Miao Ku stepped back, looking at him. You knew all along. Zhang Qishan smiled faintly, remaining silent. Miao Ku observed the subtle smile on his lips and declared, You truly are not a good person. He turned to leave the Zhang residence, hesitating at the entrance before ultimately heading in the direction of his own home. Morning light streamed through the window, warming Miao Ku's face, accompanied by the cooing sounds outside. It was Yin Shui calling him to rise. Miao Ku, rubbing his head in annoyance, thought about how late he had gone to bed the previous night, only to be awakened early by Yin Shui. Today, he recalled, he had made plans to visit Qinpai, and the thought of Qinpai's circumstances alongside Yuehang's departure the previous day made him sigh deeply. Trouble seemed to converge all at once. Miao Ku went to the market to purchase some rice, flour, and daily necessities before heading to Qinpai's home. Upon arriving, he found only Qinpai's grandmother washing clothes. The elderly woman sat hunched by the stream, rhythmically pounding the fabric with a stick, beads of sweat dotting her weathered face, her gray hair glistening in the sunlight. Observing her back, Miao Ku quietly placed his belongings in the courtyard and made his way to the old meeting spot with Qinpai. At their usual haunt, Qinpai was indeed fishing for crabs. Miao Ku crept up stealthily from behind and playfully tapped Qinpai's shoulder. Who? Qinpai reacted swiftly, grabbing Miao Ku's hand on his shoulder with his left while preparing to twist it with his right. Seeing Qinpai's response, Miao Ku grew amused, lifting his foot to kick at Qinpai's lower body while simultaneously gripping his hand with his right and using his left to exert force. tossing Chen Pai backward. Having realized it was Miao Ku, Chen Pai quickly found his footing, using his toes to pivot and flipping over Miao Ku's head, landing skillfully behind him. Didn't he see that coming? "Uve got some skills," Miao Ku remarked, circling around Chen Pai. Chen Pai scoffed, returning to his previous spot. Miao Ku was genuinely surprised by Chen Pai's agility. He had always perceived him as frail due to his small stature, never expecting him to counter his move. Although Miao Ku hadn't been serious, he still found it impressive given Chen Pai's height. Miao Ku rubbed his chin, his gaze appraising Chen Pai as he reached out toward his neck. "What are you doing?" Chen Pai exclaimed, eyes widening in shock. "Just checking your bones. Don't fuss," Miao Ku replied, lightly patting him while gripping the back of his neck and trailing his hand down his spine. Chen Pai, caught between anger and embarrassment, felt a flush creeping onto his face as Miao Ku touched him, his expression a mix of indignation and surprise. After finishing, Miao Ku stepped back a few paces to avoid any rash reactions from Chen Pai. "I didn't expect you to be such a martial arts prodigy," Miao Ku marveled. "Are you going to take me on as a disciple?" Chen Pai inquired, his gaze fixed intently on him. Having witnessed Miao Ku wielding a sword with swift and graceful movements, radiating an air of ease even when faced with multiple opponents, Chen Pai found himself intrigued. Miao Ku regarded the determined child before him, his deep-set eyes reflecting a hint of defiance. He tousled Chen Pai's hair playfully, stepping forward with the crab cage in hand as he headed towards the shallow waters. "I'm not at the point of taking on disciples yet. Let us catch some crabs first, and we can discuss that later." Chen Pai gazed at his retreating figure, his hands hanging by his sides clenched into fists, the nails digging into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped imprints. Chapter 11. The banquet at Hongmen. 3 days had passed since Miao Ku last encountered Eryuel. On this day, Zhuo Qianji was hosting a banquet for Zhang Qishan at the Hong Family Theater. The theater was adorned with vibrant decorations, and the principal performer was none other than Eryuel. Miao Ku understood that, regardless of whether Zhuo Qianji or Zhang Qishan would emerge alive after this day, Eryuel's reputation would be irrevocably established. He would soon become a celebrated figure in Changsha, and the diminutive title preceding Hong Yi would be entirely erased. In this impending stormy era, the military warlords sought to elevate an individual with remarkable ease. At the entrance of the Hong Family Theater, Hong Yi awaited esteemed guests alongside his steward. Backstage, delicate white hands deftly manipulated the pearl chains, producing a melodious chime. Second brother, Eryuel, was currently applying his makeup. His visage transformed by heavy cosmetics, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. "You're here," he remarked, subtly lifting his head, his gaze reflecting the vibrant mirror as he assessed the young man he had not seen for days. The youth tilted his head in response, his expression revealing a hint of concern. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Everyone remained unchanged, except for him. "You shouldn't have come," he stated. Miao Ku stood resolute behind him. "Who ought to come, then?" "You." He paused momentarily. "Second brother. I will assist you." With that, Miao Ku returned to the front stage, his mind already set on a course of action. The clamor of gongs and drums heralded the beginning of the performance. Without prior military action, orders were swiftly conveyed, and the cavalry was poised to listen. The song performed that day was particularly fitting, as it was none other than Mu Guiying takes command. Miao Ku listened to Eryuel's voice ascending from the stage, his thoughts drifting far away. He had not anticipated that Zhang Qishan would indeed honor his appointment. This banquet was evidently a trap akin to the Hongmen banquet. The young officer settled on the second floor. Observing Eryuel's performance and the blue and white figures below, his demeanor languid. "Your audacity to come here embodies the courage of youth. You should understand that I would not orchestrate this play without absolute certainty," Zhuo Qianji remarked, his keen eyes glinting with intrigue as they surveyed Zhang Qishan. "Before we act, there is something I must convey. The performer on stage, Yi, is a new acquaintance of mine here in Changsha." He paused, his gaze turning icy. "I do not wish for any uproar that might disrupt his performance today." Zhuo Qianji's smile was enigmatic. Once the literary segment concluded, the martial act commenced. The noise of gongs and the clamor of the audience rose. And suddenly, all the partitions on the second floor fell away. Miao Ku tightened his grip on his sword as the sounds of combat echoed from above. Too many people remained. He would wait for the curtain to fall. His gaze was drawn to Eryuel on stage, gracefully moving like a lotus flower, skillfully wielding his spear. With a swift motion, Air Yuehong's spear struck the second floor, embedding itself deeply. Amidst the applause, the curtain fell. Miao Ku had already appeared on the second floor, surveying the chaos below, following the trail of the skirmish. Various individuals lay scattered across the floor, both men and women. Prior to this, Miao Ku had heard that many capable individuals in Changsha had accepted Zhuo Qianji's tasks, yet he had not anticipated such a multitude. As he circled the upper level, he eventually stumbled upon a secret passage. The dim light within the passage flickered, shadows danced ominously, and an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air. Miao Ku paused, surprised to discover such a hidden route within the Hong family theater. It seemed that Hong Yi could not remain uninvolved. The sound of gunfire echoed ahead, and he hastened to follow in a slightly larger chamber. He beheld Zhang Qishan and Zhuo Qianji, each pointing guns at one another. Zhang Qishan aimed at Zhuo Qianji, while Zhuo Qianji had his sights set on Air Yuehong's father. Hong, why did you think this is of any use to me? Zhang Qishan's grip on the gun was steady. I wouldn't mind if you both perished together. Zhuo Qianji chuckled, his words laced with an undercurrent of meaning. Air Yuehong rushed into the passage, the audience still arriving to witness the spectacle. Observing the gun directed at his father, Air Yuehong's expression turned complex as he locked eyes with his father. They had never anticipated meeting under such dire circumstances. Hong Yi had always shielded Air Yuehong diligently, embodying the essence of a good father, stern yet responsible. For 20 years, Air Yuehong's sole friend, Miao Ku, had been tacitly accepted by Hong Yi. Little did Hong Yi know that Zhang Qishan posed the greatest variable. Having arrived in Changsha merely a month prior, the father and son found themselves ensnared in a deadly confrontation. Air Yuehong's gaze shifted from the gun aimed at his father to the one held by Zhang Qishan. With a sudden click, the safety was disengaged. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself in front of Zhang Qishan's gun. Zhang Qishan's expression faltered. Zhuo Qianji's smile widened in satisfaction as he seized Hong Yi and began to lead him into the secret passage. Hong Ye's eyes remained fixed on Air Yuehong. A myriad of emotions flickering within, pride, concern, and more, too complex to articulate as he watched them depart. Air Yuehong and Zhang Qishan remained in a standoff, seemingly with a multitude of unspoken words. Anxiously, Miao Ku stamped his foot. What are you waiting for? Pursue them. He stepped forward but found Zhuo Qianji had activated the mechanism, sealing the passageway. Zhang Qishan narrowly evaded Air Yuehong but could only watch helplessly as the passage door closed. I apologize for delaying your vengeance. I can't assist you in eliminating Zhuo Qianji, help you ascend to the position of defense officer. Would that not allow you to spare my father and the Hong family? Air Yuehong's voice trembled as he spoke from behind Miao Ku. Zhang Qishan turned to face him, his gaze heavy and uncertain. Miao Ku sighed internally. He was at a loss for words in this predicament. Zhuo Qianji was Zhang Qishan's father's nemesis, while Hong Yi was Zhuo Qianji's subordinate. The intertwining fates of Air Yuehong and Zhang Qishan were lamentable. Help me, a faint voice emanated from the wall. Help me, I know where the account book is. If you rescue me, I will reveal its location and provide you with a map. The voice of the bodyguard interrupted Zhang Qishan's impending words. No one knew what he had hesitated to say. Chapter 12. The secret chamber, the defense officer's residence. The three of them gracefully leaped down from the wall, neutralizing the sentinels in their path. Miao Ku subdued one of the sentinels, glancing at the lifeless body of Zhang Qishan's guard, feeling a twinge of reluctance. After all, he was a child raised in peacetime. Zhang Qishan, however, was a soldier who had clawed his way up from a mountain of corpses. Suppressing his misgivings, Miao Ku noticed that Air Yuehong seemed to sense his discomfort and gently patted him on the back. Zhang Qishan led the way according to the map, with Miao Ku and Air Yuehong following closely behind. After winding through passages, they entered an underground chamber. Upon entering, the layout matched the description provided by the bodyguard. As the three moved towards the account book, Hong Yi descended gracefully from the chamber above. Suspended by chains, Miao Ku observed Hong Ye's agility and understood why Air Yuehong was equally adept. It was indeed a family legacy. Air, you should not have brought unrelated individuals here. Hong Ye's expression darkened. Father, we must take the items. Air Yuehong stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Miao Ku and Zhang Qishan. I know you are a good child, and I am gratified. Zhang Qishan is an unexpected variable. Once he is eliminated, we can return to the way things were, Hong Yi urged Air Yuehong. Zhang Qishan's eyes flickered momentarily. Miao Ku shrank back, feeling insignificant. Hong Yi bore a striking resemblance to his high school homeroom teacher, evoking a sense of trepidation within him. "Father, all these years, I have never defied you. I have complied with every task you wished me to undertake. Even those I did not desire. I understand you want the Hong family to thrive. And as your son, I must take responsibility for our family's future," Er Yuehong declared, gesturing for the other two to retrieve the account book. Zhang Qishan dashed toward the cabinet, attempting to crack the code. Miao Ku turned his back toward Zhang Qishan, wary of Hong Ye's potential attack. Meanwhile, Hong Yi was engaged in a confrontation with Er Yuehong. Though Er Yuehong was skilled, he was no match for his father's teachings. Seeing Er Yuehong captured by Hong Yi, Miao Ku grasped his sword. "Forgive me, homeroom teacher." With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of ice frost, enveloping Hong Yi and manifesting a faint blue Bagua diagram beneath his feet. Expanding outward with an aura of countless sword glimmers. Caught off guard, Hong Yi found himself immobilized. Due to the combat, the system automatically activated, locking onto Hong Yi. Seizing the opportunity before the immobilization effect dissipated, Miao Ke glanced at the system and discovered a poison status affixed to Hong Ye's status bar. "The account book isn't here. Your father is poisoned?" Impossible. Two voices echoed simultaneously. Er Yuehong instinctively reached for his father's pulse. Just then, a soft thud resonated from behind. Miao could turn to see smoke emanating from a mechanism. It appeared Zhang Qishan had inhaled a considerable amount and was now seated on the ground. Covering his mouth and nose, Hong Yi evaded Er Yuehong's grasp and advanced several steps, discovering the empty drawer. Impossible, the account book was right here. Suspicion flickered across his face. "Have you not yet realized? Zhuo Qianji not only seeks to kill me, he has ensnared you in his scheme as well." Zhang Qishan, despite covering his mouth and nose, shouted loudly. Miao Ku observed the mist in the status bar and thought to himself that Zhuo Qianji's poison was not particularly potent. With these thoughts in mind, he turned his gaze towards Hong Yi. Upon looking, he noticed that Hong Ye's status had changed to deadly poison, and suddenly, Miao Ku realized that Zhuo Qianji's mist was truly intended for Hong Yi. "Hong Yi, this smoke is lethal for you. You must retreat at once." Miao Ku yelled urgently at it. Seemed that Hong Yi was startled awake by his shout. He raised his hand to check his pulse. A look of disbelief crossing his face, he realized he had indeed been poisoned, the toxin surging violently through him. As he watched his son rushing towards him, the chaotic footsteps from the entrance of the secret chamber echoed in his ears. Memories flooded back. His first encounter with his wife, the moment Er Yuehong first called him father, the memory of his wife holding his hand before she passed, urging him to take care of Hong Er. The Hong family theater troupe and the cup of tea Zhuo Qianji had just poured for him in the main hall. "Zhang Qishan, Miao Ku, take Hong Er and leave," he commanded, throwing Er Yuehong towards the other exit of the chamber. "Dad?" Er Yuehong struggled to break free from Zhang Qishan's grasp, trying to run towards Hong Yi. Zhang Qishan's grip was firm, whether he was wielding a gun or taking a life. Yet at that moment, he found it difficult to restrain Er Yuehong. "Zhang Qishan, I entrust Hong Er to you. The Hong family will help you establish a foothold in Changsha," Hong Yi said, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Miao Ku, you are Hong Er's only friend. Please treat him well." Miao Ku was left stunned by the rapid turn of events. All transpired too quickly. "Hong Yi," he exclaimed, his mind clouded by the sight of blood trickling from Hong Ye's lips. It was the first time he truly felt the fragility of life, witnessing someone he knew teetering on the brink of death. His hands trembled as he rummaged through his bag, retrieving a vial containing Baixiadan, a pill capable of reviving someone on the verge of death for half an hour. He had brought it from the game, but there were only a few left. He had once experimented with its miraculous properties after unlocking the pill system. But he no longer possessed the ability to concoct such a wondrous elixir. He was unsure if the resurrection potion from the game would work in this world, but with Hong Ye's life hanging by a thread, he poured the pill into Hong Ye's mouth just as gunfire erupted outside the chamber. Miao Ke dodged the bullets as best he could, lightly stepping forward and pulling Hong Yi out of the chamber. While the soldiers' bullets rained down around them, he had to avoid any fatal hits while grasping onto Hong Yi. As Er Yuehong saw the two emerge, she rushed to support them. "Quickly, we must leave," Zhang Qishan urged. The four of them hastily fled, with Er Yuehong crying as she bandaged their wounds, noticing the blood staining their clothes. Hong Yi had already lost consciousness, while Miao Ku appeared pale. blood seeping from both of them. Er Yuehong and Zhang Qishan could only support one another as they departed. Miao Ku's vision blurred, and he felt himself drifting away. He caught a glimpse of Zhang Qishan's men coming to their aid. Before slowly closing his eyes, consciousness fading. Recommended to watch the film. Hong Ye's performance was exceptional, and I do not wish for his demise. Chapter 13. The dust settles when Miao Ku awoke. It was already the afternoon of the following day, and everything had settled. Er Yuehong was keeping vigil by his bedside, and upon seeing him awake, she hastily called for a doctor. After a few examinations, the day began to dim. Miao Ku inquired about the aftermath. Zhou Qianji was suspected of colluding with the Japanese and had refused to cooperate with the investigation, ultimately dying from injuries sustained during his capture. Zhang Qishan had officially assumed his post as the defense officer of Changsha. Hong Yi, having suffered from a potent poison and a gunshot wound, was in critical condition last night, even losing his breath for half an hour. Yet he had recovered swiftly and had awoken earlier that morning, even before Miao Ku. The weight lifted from Miao Ku's heart. It seemed his pill had indeed been effective. Moreover, Er Yuehong had been very diligent, sending someone to bring Yin Shui to the Hong residence and assigning 2 attentive maids to look after her. Upon hearing of Miao Ku's awakening, Hong Yi appeared in a wheelchair at his door. "Dad," Er Yuehong greeted. Hong Yi smiled and dismissed the servants, leaving only the steward at the door. "Xiao Miao, I owe you my life." As Miao Ku opened his mouth to respond, Hong Yi waved his hand. "I have already discovered what poisons Zhou Qianji administered to me. Had it not been for your pill, I would surely be dead." Hong Yi glanced at Er Yuehong before continuing, "You have formed a bond with Hong Er. And after much contemplation, I have decided to recognize you as a sworn brother. However, that would not be fitting given your respective standings, so I propose to adopt you as my son. How does that sound? You need not worry. The Hong family will not exploit this relationship for any gain. While you could also be sworn brothers, such bonds do not enter the family registry. I wish to offer you half of my estate as gratitude. It is a bit complicated, I admit." Miao Ku hesitated, glancing at Hong Yi, feeling inexperienced and unsure of how to navigate this situation. He then sought Er Yuehong's guidance, who nodded gently in encouragement. Reluctantly, Miao Ku nodded in agreement. Hong Yi smiled warmly. "Good. I will make the necessary arrangements to hold a ceremony. Focus on your recovery." With that, he instructed Er Yuehong to wheel him away. Returning to the room, Er Yuehong chuckled at Miao Ku's still dazed expression. "Once the ceremony is held, we will truly be brothers. You will become the second young master of the Hong family." Miao Ku finally grasped the enormity of this unexpected fortune. "Isn't this too much?" he began, but was interrupted by Er Yuehong. "Miao Ku, thank you for saving my father. I promise I will not harm you. This is the best outcome." His gaze was fervent, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon him, the dim light cascading around him. Miao Ku felt enchanted, gently nodding in agreement. That moment, footsteps approached the door. Both turned to see Zhang Qishan entering. Dressed in military attire, Zhang Qishan had several bodyguards trailing behind him. He gestured for them to stay outside and entered the room with Zhang Rishan. "How is your condition?" Zhang Qishan's eyes scanned the youth in the bed before turning to Er Yuehong. "The doctor says he is recovering well. If he does not develop a fever in the next couple of days, he can go home to recuperate," Er Yuehong replied. "Good," Zhang Qishan nodded. "You should recover at my residence. As the defense officer, I am quite busy. It would be better to stay at the Hong residence." "Very well." He then instructed Zhang Rishan, "Deliver the items to the Hong residence." Miao Ku watched as Zhang Qishan and Er Yuehong decided on their course of action without consulting him. "Why don't you ask for my opinion? Can I not return to my own home?" He had no objection to being cared for, but under Er Yuehong's watchful eye, he could not take his medicine, lest he have to explain why his wounds healed so quickly. Everyone's gaze turned to the prone Miao Ku. Zhang Qishan smirked. "What's wrong with your little courtyard?" Zhang Rishan nodded in agreement behind him, clearly supporting Zhang Qishan's view. "What's wrong with my courtyard? Though small, it is quite complete." Miao Ku protested, attempting to rise. However, the movement aggravated the wound on his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. They hurried to examine his injury, relieved to find it had not torn open. Er Yuehong shot Zhang Qishan a glare and soothed, "Do not move. That wound on your shoulder heals slowly, and you have no servants at home to care for you." Zhang Qishan rubbed his nose, averting his gaze from Er Yuehong, and reluctantly agreed, "Yes, you should not exert yourself for at least a month." Miao Ke could only acquiesce at that moment. A bodyguard knocked at the door, prompting Zhang Rishan to step outside. Miao Ke turned to Zhang Qishan. Now that you are the defense officer, will there be a new deputy officer? Zhang Qishan chuckled at Miao Ke's concerned expression. No, Rishan will be the deputy officer from now on. Just then, Zhang Rishan returned after speaking with the bodyguard. Talk about a meteoric rise, Miao Ke mused. Zhang Rishan, noticing Miao Ke's gaze fixed on him, smiled and approached Zhang Qishan. I have news from Nanjing, he whispered. Seeing their exchange, Yuehang said, You two go ahead and handle your matters. I can manage here. Zhang Qishan nodded, addressing Yuehang. I will take my leave now. If you need anything, just let me know. His eyes shifted to Miao Ke. Once this flurry of activity settles, I will come to check on you. Miao Ke navigated through the night with remarkable composure. Devoid of any fever, the following day, Yuehang had already dispatched individuals to gather belongings, preparing to escort Miao Ke and Hong Yi back to the Hong residence. This marked Miao Ke's inaugural visit to the Hong estate, a place of grandeur with expansive spaces, intricately carved beams, and elegantly decorated halls. The pavilions and towers were exquisitely delicate, surrounded by flourishing flora, meandering water corridors, and a rear courtyard graced by flowing water. A stage for performances was constructed beside a tranquil pond, ancient trees standing guard along the banks, willows gently brushing against the water, and the reflections of the buildings creating a picturesque scene. As if crafted by divine hands, Miao Ke contemplated his newfound status as the second young master of the Hong residence, feeling a surge of emotion as tears of frustration trickled from the corners of his mouth. Although he had previously possessed wealth, his abode had merely been an ordinary villa, a far cry from the opulence of the Hong estate. In the rear courtyard, Yin Shui spotted Miao Ke and scampered toward him, her bright eyes blinking playfully. She turned her back to him, taking a few steps forward before circling back, seemingly beckoning him to follow. Yuehang glanced at Miao Ke, questioning, is she suggesting that we accompany her? Miao Ke hesitated, sensing that this was indeed the implication. They trailed behind Yin Shui, traversing the water corridor to the opposite side of the pond, where a lush bamboo grove awaited, at the edge of the grove. Yin Shui flapped her wings, and the two followed her gaze to discover a nest of bird eggs. Yuehang chuckled softly, affectionately stroking Yin Shui's head, then turned to Miao Ke, saying, she is showing off her discovery of the eggs. Miao Ke nodded, suddenly recalling something, and quietly asked, will Hong Yi have any objections to you bringing Yin Shui home? Yuehang gently shook his head, replying, you underestimate your own position. Indeed, considering that Yuehang was her savior, what was the harm in raising a celestial crane in the courtyard? With this thought, Miao Ke regained his confidence. As the two turned to head towards their quarters, Miao Ke abruptly inquired, where is Sai Shuang? Yuehang paused, noting, Sai Shuang has vanished. It seems we are not fated to meet. He then added, come, let me show you to your residence. Thus, Miao Ke settled into the Hong estate for his convalescence. After his arrival, he sent a message to Chen Pai, informing him of his temporary residence at the Hong estate and his intention to refrain from crab catching for the time being. When sending the message, he felt a twinge of guilt for abandoning the child, suspecting that Chen Pai had grown accustomed to such disappointments. During Miao Ke's seclusion at the Hong estate, tales of Zhang Qishan's extraordinary exploits began to circulate throughout Changsha. It was said that while hiking with companions, Zhang Qishan unexpectedly encountered a colossal Buddha statue. He boldly proclaimed to his companions, I can bring this statue home in a single night. His companions dismissed his claim as mere folly. To their astonishment, when they visited Zhang's residence the following day, they found that the statue had indeed materialized there. This astonishing event quickly spread throughout Changsha, earning Zhang Qishan the moniker Zhang the Great Buddha. Miao Ke was intrigued by this development. When Zhang Rishan visited him to deliver medicinal herbs, Miao Ke seized the opportunity to inquire incessantly about the incident. Aware of Miao Ke's injuries, Zhang Rishan refrained from engaging in any physical confrontation, insisting he had no knowledge of the events. Miao Ke, however, remained unconvinced, arguing that Zhang Rishan, who was constantly in Zhang Qishan's company, must surely be privy to the truth. Miao Ke pressed for answers. Zhang Rishan stammered and ultimately fled from the Hong estate in a panic. Miao Ke chose not to pursue him. After all, Zhang Qishan frequently sent Zhang Rishan to deliver various items, ranging from medicinal supplies to beauty products and even an assortment of food and entertainment. Yuehang grew increasingly displeased, feeling that Zhang Qishan was taking unfair advantage, as the Hong estate was not lacking in wealth. During this month, the Hong estate officially established a shrine, incorporating Miao Ku's name into the family genealogy. In these tumultuous times, Miao Ku found himself with a family. Yuehong had always treated him exceptionally well, and Miao Ku felt that if he were to have an elder brother, it would be someone like Yuehong, who never failed to meet his requests. Hong Yi, while appearing stern, revealed a tender affection towards children upon closer acquaintance, resembling a compassionate homeroom teacher. During this period, Chen Pai visited Miao Ku, mocking him for being injured and unable to use his own hands. However, on his second visit, he brought along some of Miao Ku's favorite snacks from outside. Miao Ku had even boasted to Yuehong about Chen Pai, declaring him to be a cold exterior with a warm heart. Upon hearing this, Yuehong felt a stir of interest. At 21 years of age, he discerned from Miao Ku's words that Chen Pai was a martial arts prodigy from a humble background. Observing Chen Pai's actions and demeanor, Yuehong contemplated the prospect of taking him on as a disciple. By the time Miao Ku encountered Chen Pai again, he was already participating in Yuehong's disciple ceremony. The initiation was simple. Chen Pai merely had to present tea to the three heads of the Hong estate. Hong Yi scrutinized Chen Pai, recognizing his commendable potential, noting the fierce determination in his brow at such a young age. Satisfied with Chen Pai, Hong Yi reflected on the dual nature of the Hong estate's business, believing Chen Pai was well suited for the underground dealings. He could later seek a disciple for the legitimate side of business when the opportunity arose. And with this thought, Hong Yi sipped the tea presented by Chen Pai. After the three had finished their tea, Yuehong proceeded to explain the rules of the Hong estate to Chen Pai. Concluding the initiation ceremony, following his acceptance as Yuehong's disciple, Chen Pai moved into the Hong estate with his grandmother. Given the vastness of the estate, they were unperturbed by the addition of another elderly woman. Miao Ku visited her, but their meeting was marked by awkwardness, and after exchanging a few words, he departed hastily. Chen Pai's training regimen at the Hong estate was rigorous. Coming from a poor background and lacking formal education, he found it challenging to grasp certain foundational skills given his age. Each day, Miao Ku lounged beneath the vines in the rear courtyard, basking in the sun while observing Chen Pai practice. The winter sun radiated warmth, filtering through the leaves to kiss Miao Ku's face, lulling him into drowsiness. The melodic chirping of birds mingled with Shui's coos, and in the distance, he could hear Yuehong's guidance and Chen Pai's responses, causing Miao Ku's consciousness to drift. Days passed in this manner, with Miao Ku's injuries healing while he remained confined indoors. Zhang Qishan visited several times, and upon seeing that Miao Ku's condition had nearly improved, he engaged in an extensive conversation with Hong Yi and Yuehong that lasted throughout the night. Following those discussions, Miao Ku's restrictions were lifted, allowing him to venture outside. However, after only a few days of leisure, he caught wind of Zhang Qishan's invitation to a banquet for various heads of families. After assuming control of Changsha, Zhang Qishan had organized several public events, during which he had met with the leaders of various families. This banquet was a strategic gathering, bringing together the significant powers of Changsha. Miao Ku sensed an undercurrent of tension, an ineffable awareness of the unfolding events. At the banquet, Zhang Qishan proclaimed that Changsha needed only 9 families to govern effectively, a declaration steeped in cunning. "This is a plot," Yuehong explained to Miao Ku. Everyone was aware that this gathering was a ruse, yet they had no choice but to participate. The intricate web of power in Changsha was fraught with complexity, with various factions showcasing their ambitions. The banquet merely brought the struggles into the open eye. In the aftermath, Changsha descended into a month-long period of chaos, marked by fear and uncertainty. During this tumultuous month, Miao Ku observed the relentless activity of Yuehong and Hong Yi, while Chen Pai occasionally left the Hong estate, returning with the scent of blood. Miao Ku understood the tragedy of the times. He could not save everyone. From his elevated position, he comprehended the rationale behind the impending purge, yet from a lower vantage, he could only lament the suffering of the common people. In truth, this might be for the best. He recognized that many factions disregarded the lives of those at the bottom. Zhang Qishan had assured that the purge would not disrupt the ordinary lives of the populace. If the citizens could endure this period, they would soon find life in Changsha clearer and more comfortable than before. As the second young master of the Hong estate, Miao Ku, though confined, managed to thwart any attempts at ambush directed at the estate, earning a reputation that resonated through the various families of Changsha, portraying him as a powerful yet compassionate figure. When Hong Yi learned of these events, he could only sigh. acknowledging Miao Ku's kind-heartedness. After all, the Hong estate could protect him, and Zhang Qishan stood firmly behind him. As the new year approached, the storm began to subside, allowing the citizens to return to their normal lives, setting up stalls and preparing for the festivities. Meanwhile, the 9 factions of Changsha were officially delineated, with a saying emerging to encapsulate their essence. The upper 3 factions were associated with officials, military leaders, and entertainers, akin to the smoke rising towards the moon. The middle 3 were labeled as thieves, embodying the ruthless and the beguiling, much like wine in a cup. The lower 3 factions were merchants, characterized by beauty and cunning, reminiscent of the allure of flowers in the wind. Chapter 15. Daily life. One. With the situation among the 9 factions stabilizing, Miao Ku found his days filled with the completion of routine tasks, indulging in feasting and awaiting the new year. One day, members of the Hua family arrived to pay their respects. Miao Ku, lacking enthusiasm for such affairs, was nonetheless summoned by heir Yuehong to join in receiving guests, as befitting the second young master of the Hong estate. Upon entering the main hall, Miao Ku was taken aback to find that the head of the Hua family was a woman, a strikingly beautiful one at that. Unlike the other 8 factions, the Hua family was led by a matriarch, the current head being Hua Jinxia. Hua Jinxia possessed bright eyes and a radiant smile, her exquisite makeup accentuating her features, while her dark hair cascaded in elegant waves, neatly framing her forehead. Tall and slender, she donned a delicate light blue diamond-patterned qipao that perfectly accentuated her exquisite figure. Behind her stood a petite girl, approximately 10 years of age, with a frail physique. Her round face and bright, expressive eyes radiated a pure and innocent beauty, a beautiful elder sister alongside a lovely younger sister. Hua Jingsu remarked upon noticing Miao Ku standing behind heir Yuehong, teasingly stating, "I never imagined that I would have the fortune to witness the true visage of the second young master of the Hong family today, and he is even more handsome than you." The familiarity in her tone was evident. Heir Yuehong smiled, turning to introduce Miao Ku. "This is the head of the Hua family, Hua Sanyang," and then glanced at Hua Jingsu. "This is Miao Ku." Hua Jingsu gently patted the little girl beside her. "You two may go play outside." Miao Ku looked at heir Yuehong, who nodded lightly in response. Miao Ku's eyes brightened. "Oh, how delightful. I won't have to listen to those complicated matters, and I can take the lovely younger sister out to play." Miao Ku turned to the little girl. "Shall we go?" The girl nodded obediently, trailing behind him in the corridor. Miao Ku glanced at the beautiful younger sister. "What is your name?" "Hua Shui." The lovely girl blinked and replied. "Little Shui, may I call you that?" Hua Shui looked up at him, her lips curling into a smile. "Then I shall call you Miao Gu, little Shui. What would you like to play?" Hua Shui's dark eyes sparkled. "I heard you have a crane. Are you referring to Inshui?" Miao Ku led Hua Shui toward the backyard. Speaking of Inshui, during the time Miao Ku resided in his small courtyard, Inshui would consistently call him to wake up and feed it each morning, then venture out to play, either alone or accompanying Miao Ku, returning home for dinner in the evening. However, since moving to the Hong residence, Inshui no longer went out, spending its days playing in the pond or strolling in the woods. Miao Ku realized that the crane cherished water, and it had indeed been somewhat deprived in his little courtyard. Upon reaching the backyard, they happened upon several mandarin ducks following Inshui, which strutted along the bank as if it were their leader. Hua Shui's eyes sparkled with delight. Upon hearing the commotion, Inshui waddled over to Miao Ku, cooing softly as it approached him, nuzzling its head against him. Hua Shui, extending her small hand, asked, "Can I touch it?" Miao Ku smiled, guiding the little girl's hand to gently stroke Inshui a couple of times before withdrawing his own, allowing her to pet it freely. The obedient crane responded to the girl's gentle touch, its pristine feathers exuding a faint warmth, soft and delicate like fine satin. The little girl beamed with genuine joy, her eyes twinkling like stars. After satisfying their curiosity, they prepared tea over the warm stove in the pavilion. The warmth of the charcoal gradually enveloped them, the air fragrant with the sweet and sour aroma of floral fruit tea, while the chestnuts on the grill occasionally crackled. Hua Shui embraced her teacup. Taking a sip to warm herself, "I didn't anticipate that you could enjoy this so much," she observed, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Miao Ku chuckled. "This is merely the beginning. When the snow falls, brewing tea in the pavilion while listening to the snowfall will be the true enjoyment." The young man's delicate features softened as he held the teacup, his gaze resting on the rippling water. a gentle breeze tousling the strands of hair that fell over his forehead. Hua Shui's eyes sparkled. About 5 months ago, didn't you capture 3 human traffickers and save a little girl? Miao Ke's thoughts were interrupted by her words. Yes, he replied after taking a sip of tea. Do you know her? Hua Shui nodded, then shook her head. Not quite. She is the cousin of my maid. She came from Shangtan seeking refuge and couldn't clearly describe who saved her, only saying it was a young swordsman. She glanced at Miao Ke's sword, noting, she described it very accurately. Miao Ke recalled that chaotic scene when he had first arrived and was ambushed, never imagining that just months later, he would find himself residing in such a grand estate. Sensing that the young man was recalling that time, Hua Shui lifted her teacup. Thank you for your timely intervention. Noticing the earnestness in her expression as she raised her cup, Miao Ke found the sight of the lovely girl trying to appear mature all the more endearing. With a smile in his eyes, he replied, I was merely acting in self-defense. Rescuing her was incidental. Yet Hua Shui maintained a serious expression, regardless of the reason. She is now a member of our Hua family, and the fact remains that you saved her. Observing the girl's determined demeanor, with her teacup still raised, Miao Ke straightened up and clinked his cup gently against hers, the porcelain producing a clear, resonant sound. Then I shall accept that. They both took sips of tea. Hua Shui finally smiled. My cousin grew up with me and has always treated me very well. She has longed to find the person who saved her sister. When spring arrives, I will bring her to personally thank you. After enjoying a couple of cups of tea in the pavilion, the discussions in the front hall concluded. As Yuehong and Miao Ke escorted the 2 girls away, Hua Shui turned back to look at Miao Ke. Her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile as she waved. I will come find you to play later. All right, Miao Ke replied. Hua Jingsu's gaze shifted from Hua Shui to Miao Ke, finally lingering on Yuehong's face. Her eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. It truly is the case that not all families share the same door, she remarked pointedly. After bidding farewell to Hua Jingsu and Hua Shui, Miao Ke followed Yuehong, playfully nudging him with his elbow. Brother, you are quite fortunate. Yuehong smacked his arm with irritation. Stop it. I'm not jesting. Even Hua family's head looked at you as if she were entranced. Miao Ke continued, attempting to recruit Lu Guanjia for support. Lu Guanjia bowed with a smile, refraining from interjecting. I see your audacity has grown considerably these days, Yuehong noted, feigning a move to retaliate against Miao Ke. Miao Ke sidestepped and made a face at Yuehong before darting away like a flash. Chapter 16. Daily Life 2-3 years later, Qinpai had grown remarkably, now nearly the same height as Miao Ke. Over these 3 years, Miao Ke's height had also gradually increased, just surpassing 1.75 meters, now only slightly shorter than Yuehong. The thought of this irked Miao Ke. While he was not short, everyone around him seemed taller. Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan, both from the northeast, were notably taller, and even Yuehong, who had practiced body shrinking techniques as a child, stood a little taller than him. The other friends he made over these 2 years were even more towering. And what puzzled him the most was that even Qi Tizui, a fortune teller, was taller than him. During these years, as his swordsmanship improved, his memories as a disciple of the Pure Yang Palace gradually became clearer. Recalling many things learned there, yet all the figures from his memories remained elusive, like reflections in water. Throughout these years, he had assisted the Hong family and Zhang Qishan with various tasks, even eliminating a few Japanese adversaries. After one such encounter, he returned home feeling nauseated, unable to close his eyes that night, ultimately finding solace in Yuehong's room, where he managed to fall asleep with her company. Due to this incident, Qinpai had teased him several times, but Miao Ke bore no grudge, for while Qinpai mocked him openly, he secretly provided him with soothing herbal remedies for sleep. Qinpai believed he had concealed his actions well, unaware that Lu Guanjia had informed Miao Ke of everything. Sometimes, Miao Ke wondered if Qinpai was a bit simple-minded, seeking information from the steward about sleep aids and delivering them to him, while Miao Ke could have simply asked Lu Guanjia to find out who was responsible. Aside from the matter of the sleep-inducing incense, Qinpai has also engaged in similar antics, such as buying pastries only to disdainfully throw them to Miao Ke, who, upon opening them, discovered they were from his favorite shop, still untouched in their packaging. He also purchased accessories, only to mock them as frivolous and toss them to Miao Ke, claiming affection while scrutinizing him during their next encounter to see if he wore the gifts. There have been countless such instances that left Miao Ke exasperated. Over the past 3 years, Hua Shui has become increasingly beautiful, her formidable skills earning her the title of Hua Xiangu, to the point where few now call her by her given name. Similarly, Miao Ku, having gained notoriety, is often addressed as Miao Yi or Dao Yi by those in the Taoist circles, a nickname he has lamented to Yu Hong, wishing he had chosen a more fitting stage name, as this one sounds peculiar. Zhang Qishan has firmly established his position, consolidating control over Changsha. His benevolence towards the populace has afforded them a temporary peace over the past 2 years. Miao Ku occasionally visits Zhang's residence, concerned by the overwhelming workload that makes him fear for Zhang's health. Frequent visits have fostered familiarity with both Jiejiao, Ju Yi, and Qi Baiyi. In truth, the old Nine Gates are interconnected. Even the seemingly fierce He Bei Lao Lu finds himself exchanging pleasantries with Miao Ku, with the exception of Huang Kuei. Ranking fourth, Huang Kuei's operations differ as his family manages waterways. Miao Ku has encountered his subordinates during crab-catching escapades, and being of a temperament that abhors such injustices, he intervened whenever he witnessed mistreatment of the common folk. With repeated encounters, Huang Kuei's gaze towards him shifted. Though Miao Ku stood firmly backed by the Hong and Zhang families, enjoying cordial relations with nearly all factions of the old Nine Gates, Huang Kuei could only maintain a facade of amiability. Despite the sinister glances from his underlings, including a scholarly figure and a rotund man known as Pao Tu, particularly the latter, who had long harbored animosity towards Miao K.it, is safe to say both parties found each other irksome. Zhang Qishan and Yu Hong are well aware of the underlying tensions. However, when the old Nine Gates were initially formed, Zhang had established a principle that they should unite against common foes rather than engage in fratricide. Thus, any thoughts of discord remain unspoken, simmering beneath the surface, awaiting a moment of opportunity. One evening, after a performance at the theater, Miao Ku and Yu Hong made their way to a noodle stall across from the troupe. 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles, Miao Ku called out to the vendor. "All right, please wait a moment, gentlemen," the vendor replied, deftly preparing the noodles. This stall was where Miao Ku and Yu Hong first met. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, was raising a daughter alone. Due to his frequent tasks, Miao Ku had tasted nearly every noodle establishment in Changsha, yet this particular stall held a special place in his heart. "Second master, Miao Yi, your noodles are ready," said the vendor's daughter, a girl of about 12 or 13, with a delicate appearance and a gentle smile. Miao Ku nodded at her, savoring the noodles, rich yet clear broth and perfectly chewy noodles. His desire to recruit the vendor began to stir once more. After consuming a significant portion of his bowl, he turned to Yu Hong. "What do you think about persuading the vendor to join us?" Yu Hong paused in his eating, glancing at the vendor's daughter, who had been stealing glances at them. Upon noticing Yu Hong's gaze, she hastily lowered her head and quickened her pace at work. With a skilled noodle master at home and the stall conveniently located near the theater, it was easy to satisfy cravings. Miao Ku smirked slightly. "Isn't the taste of this stall superior? And it's not just me who enjoys it. I've seen Hong Yi and Qin Pai here, especially Qin Pai, who frequents this place." Miao Ku leaned closer to Yu Hong, lowering his voice. "What do you think of the vendor's daughter?" He gestured subtly in her direction. Yu Hong's interest was piqued, yet he maintained a neutral expression. "What's going on? Have you taken a liking to her?" Miao Ku rolled his eyes in response. "What are you talking about? She is much younger than me," he continued in a hushed tone, "but I have seen Qin Pai eyeing her. They're of similar ages. It wouldn't hurt to establish something early." Yu Hong hesitated. "Are you sure about Qin Pai's temperament?" Miao Ku recalled Qin Pai's increasingly peculiar behavior over the years. "That's hard to say," he conceded. "But I have indeed seen him gaze at her several times. Qin Pai is still young. There's no rush on such matters. If he is truly interested, he'll surely bring it up with me." Yu Hong remarked, having finished his noodles and pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. "Indeed," he said. Just as he finished the last bite, he reached for his handkerchief. A beautifully embroidered one appeared before him, adorned with narcissus flowers. "Thank you, brother," Miao Ku said, reaching out to accept it. After settling the bill, the two made their way back to the Hong residence, treating it as a leisurely stroll to digest their meal. Chapter 17, Main Quest. In the dead of night, a black 076 train pulled into the Changsha railway station. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in Miao Ku's mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have triggered the main quest." It startled him awake, dispersing his drowsiness. What on earth? His single-player system had never spoken before. In the depths of night, he had already nestled into his warm bed, on the verge of drifting into dreams. This sudden announcement shattered all sense of sleepiness. Miaoku hurriedly opened the quest list. Main quest: investigate the ghost car young hero. In the dead of night at the Changsha railway station, a ghost car has inexplicably appeared, with no living souls aboard. Is this a reflection of moral decay or the extinguishing of humanity? We implore you to uncover the truth. Reward: fragment of lost memory. Miaoku pondered the task, noticing the reward of a memory fragment. Over the years, he had sensed something amiss with his memories. Recollections of the modern world had grown increasingly hazy, while memories of his time in Pure Yang resurfaced in dreams. The figures in his dreams remained indistinct, yet the scenes felt strikingly vivid. On several occasions, he awoke, unsure whether he was in Pure Yang or in Changsha. He had no desire to delve deeper, as those were merely remnants of the past. Yet now, the system's sudden issuance of a main quest suggested he had indeed lost something significant. The allure of the reward stirred a restlessness within him, prompting him to toss and turn in bed until, unable to contain his excitement, he finally emerged from the warmth of his covers, eager to see what others were up to now in the depths of winter. Miaoku shivered upon stepping outside, tightening his cloak as he made his way to the neighboring courtyard. The Hong residence was well structured, with Hong Yi residing in the garden adjacent to the main hall. And Yu Hong, Miaoku, and Chen Pai's courtyard situated on the eastern side. As Miaoku exited his own courtyard, he noticed that all the lights in the neighboring houses had been extinguished. With a quick glance, he tiptoed towards Chen Pai's room. He stealthily slipped inside, finding Chen Pai peacefully asleep in bed, breathing steadily. Miaoku tightened his grip on the flashlight, positioning it beneath his chin. He floated to Chen Pai's bedside, clearing his throat to call out, "Chen Pai," as he shouted. He switched on the flashlight, casting a pale beam towards the ceiling, his ominous expression amplifying the eerie atmosphere. "Stop messing around." Chen Pai, eyes still closed, reached out to pull Miaoku onto the bed. "How are you not scared, Chen Pai?" Miaoku exclaimed. Opening his eyes, Chen Pai regarded Miaoku with a cold smirk. "I recognized your voice as soon as you opened the door." Noting Miaoku's unyielding demeanor, he raised an eyebrow. "With such feeble tricks, you think to frighten me?" Miaoku, now seated on Chen Pai's lap, looked down at him and suddenly broke into a smile, asserting his dominance. "You little rascal, take this." He then slipped his hand into Chen Pai's collar. Chen Pai was taken aback by Miaoku's boldness, momentarily stunned. However, the chill of Miaoku's fingers against his warm skin jolted him back to reality. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks in the dimly lit room, though it was difficult to discern. "Miaoku!" Chen Pai exclaimed, seizing Miaoku's hand and pulling it from his collar. He then raised his hand to swat Miaoku on the shoulder. Miaoku sidestepped, shifting his weight, causing Chen Pai to push him onto the side of the bed. "What are you up to at this hour?" Chen Pai inquired, sitting up after pushing Miaoku away. One hand adjusted his collar while the other fumbled to turn on the light. Miaoku chuckled. "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come see you." Under the light, Chen Pai stood with arms crossed, glaring at Miaoku, who blinked innocently in return. Chen Pai's face still bore a hint of lingering redness. And seeing the effect he had on Chen Pai, Miaoku flashed a charming grin as he climbed off the bed. Taking small steps back, one hand gestured invitingly, while the other picked up the flashlight that had fallen onto the bed. You sleep, you sleep." After stepping away 3 paces, he gracefully employed his lightness skill to escape from Chen Pai's dwelling. Once he departed, a suppressed sigh echoed within the room. The following day, at the break of dawn, Miaoku gathered his belongings and made his way toward the train station. The military police had formed a tight perimeter, and the curious onlookers had yet to gather, only to be dispersed shortly thereafter. Miaoku noticed that Chi Tiezhua was engaged in conversation with Zhang Rishan, 8th Master, Adjutant. He waved his hand and was about to advance when he was halted by the military police. Upon recognizing Miaoku, Zhang Rishan gestured to the soldiers and stepped forward to greet him. "What brings you here?" Miaoku shyly smiled, revealing a faint dimple. "I consulted the divination yesterday and came to join the excitement today," he fabricated. Zhang Rishan nodded, accepting his words. He was aware that Miaoku possessed some divination skills. Unlike Chi Tiezhua, who was well versed in feng shui and destiny, an authentic fortune teller with no restrictions aside from 3 prohibitions, Miaoku's divination was more erratic, occasionally accurate, leaning towards predicting the unfavorable rather than the favorable. Should Miaoku hear this, he would surely argue that it was not his fault. His abilities stemmed from fragmented dreams. Pieced together from various sources and achieving any semblance of accuracy was no small feat, Qi Tiezhua muttered under his breath. With Miao Yi here, this cannot bode well. It's ominous, truly ominous. Miaoku shot him an admonishing glare, prompting Qi Tiezhua to chuckle nervously and retreat behind Zhang Rishan. After you, please. Miaoku said nothing further and proceeded towards the platform. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qi Tiezhua noticed the adjutant turning to him with a slight smile, indicating, "You may go first as well, 8th Master." Although Qi Tiezhua mumbled something, he followed the adjutant as well. Upon crossing the platform, they saw Miaoku turning in circles, surveying the scene. Qi Tiezhua focused and spotted an old-fashioned black train, nearly obscured by rust and grime, resting on the tracks, as though it had been unearthed from the depths of the earth. This is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Zhang Defoy, you know my rules. This train is too frightening. I'm leaving, Qi Tiezhua exclaimed, ready to turn and flee. Leaving? Where do you think you're going? Zhang Qishan's voice rang out. Adjutant, if that fortune-teller dares to step beyond this train station, shoot him on the spot. Qi Tiezhua looked pitifully at Zhang Rishan, struggling to protest. But Defoy, Miao Yi is here too. What use am I to you? Observing Qi Tiezhua's woeful expression, Miaoku interjected, that won't do. I am but an apprentice. Hardly a match for Qi Bei. Zhang Rishan regarded Qi Tiezhua, 8th Master. Such a death would be unseemly. You ought to take a look. Qi Tiezhua sulked, stamping his foot in frustration. The group approached Zhang Qishan, who acknowledged Miaoku with a nod, indicating his presence. What do you see? Zhang Qishan pointed to a specific spot. Qi Tiezhua turned to look and saw an ancient bronze mirror hanging from the front of the train, decayed and corroded. Miaoku, intrigued, drew his sword to prod it, but Qi Tiezhua urgently stopped him. Don't. Startled, Miaoku nearly stumbled off the platform, saved only by Zhang Qishan's steady hand. Why the loud outburst? Qi Tiezhua disregarded him. Turning to the adjutant, where did this train come from? The adjutant shook his head. What do you mean? Zhang Qishan gestured for the adjutant to assist him onto the platform. At that moment, all eyes turned to Qi Tiezhua, who explained, the mirror hanging from the front is significant. It is a means of communication used by the high-minded. He recounted the tale of the bronze mirror, a unique signal employed by the Qi family, where those trapped in dire circumstances would allow their horses to escape with the mirror, hoping to inform their kin of their demise and the circumstances surrounding it. Miaoku listened with satisfaction to the story, then turned to observe the soldiers cutting iron sheets from the train, which was entirely encased in metal, leaving no means of boarding. Zhang Qishan and the others continued to deliberate on the origins of the train. With a resounding clang, accompanied by the dust swirling in the air from the cutting, a sheet of iron was severed from the train, revealing a pitch-black interior. Miaoku gazed into the inky void of the train, contemplating whether he should venture inside. It's too dark, he pondered, just as the adjutant took up a lamp and jumped aboard, reaching out to pull Qi Tiezhua up after him. Qi Tiezhua quickly shook his head. Stepping back, the adjutant sighed and entered the carriage. Qi Tiezhua felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking he had narrowly escaped the calamity. Then, he felt a grip on his hand. Turning around, he found Zhang Qishan smiling at him, one hand holding a lamp and the other grasping his wrist, leading him toward the carriage. What are you afraid of? In Changsha, nothing is more fearsome than me. Reluctantly, Qi Tiezhua was pulled onto the carriage. Wait. Miao Yi hasn't boarded yet. Hold on for him. Qi Tiezhua protested, now desperate not to face the danger alone. On the platform, Miaoku observed as Zhang Qishan glanced back at him, offering a gentle smile. Zhang, I will wait for you all here. Zhang Qishan nodded slightly. I knew it. You always bully my old eight. Miao Yi's skills are not inferior to mine. Inside the carriage, Qi Tiezhua's complaints gradually faded into the distance. The three of them inspected the first few carriages, discovering vast webs, spiders, and coffins marked with strange serial numbers. Only the last carriage remained unexamined. The final carriage was reinforced, with thicker metal and more tightly welded seams. The trio conferred before this last carriage, while Miaoku crouched down, fiddling with the samples they had retrieved from the previous carriage. He found it peculiar, as the silk did not resemble typical spider silk. In fact, it seemed unlike silk at all. The spiders were also unusual, and upon checking the status bar, he discovered that they were venomous, possessing a neurotoxin. And these spiders were not known for spinning webs. After examining the spiders, Miao Ke saw the three emerge from the last carriage, where Zhang Qishan was issuing orders to the military police. His expression grave. "Defoy, this silk is not spun by spiders," Miao Ke remarked as Zhang Qishan approached. Zhang Qishan nodded, acknowledging his words, pausing momentarily, his gaze lingering on Miao Ke with a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic. "When you call me Defoy, it is for assistance. Only when you seek me out do you call me Zhang Gun." Miao Ke dared not speak further, feeling the weight of Zhang Qishan's growing aura over the years. Whether others felt fear was uncertain, but both he and Qi Tiezhua certainly did. "Let's go." Zhang Qishan strode ahead, with Qi Tiezhua and Miao Ke trailing behind like quails, exchanging glances laden with meaning. Miao Ke first signaled to Zhang Qishan with his eyes, then expressed his confusion, inquiring if Qi Tiezhua had done something. Qi Tiezhua shook his head furiously, contorting his face into a fearful expression, then nodded subtly toward the train, indicating that he had done nothing but was apprehensive about the train's affairs. The adjutant followed behind, observing the two's silent exchange with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Just as Miao Ke was about to inquire further, he saw Qi Tiezhua's expression contort, shifting through multiple emotions, causing Miao Ke to feel perplexed. He inadvertently bumped into the person in front of him. Witnessing Qi Tiezhua close his eyes in resignation, understanding what old ate meant, Miao Ke felt tears welling in his heart. He took a step back, lowering his head. "Brother, I was wrong." Acknowledging his fault first, regardless of the circumstances, was a prudent approach. Miao Ke heard a light laugh from above, and before he knew it, he was pushed into the carriage. Before he could steady himself, Qi Tiezhua was also shoved inside. The adjutant did not board, as Zhang Qishan had assigned him a different task. Inside the carriage, Qi Tiezhua gradually relaxed, only to hear a rumbling sound emanating from beside him. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Zhang Qishan remarked. "Let's go eat at Zhang's residence." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Did the second master know you came here?" Miao Ke obediently shook his head. "No, he doesn't." Zhang Qishan, upon hearing this response, cast a scrutinizing glance his way. "This matter is underground. If you come here for mere amusement, second master will surely seek me out for an explanation." In recent years, Yuehong had taken full control of the Hong residence, forbidding Miao Ke from engaging with underground affairs. The last time Miao Ke ventured underground to find Zongzi, he was discovered by Yuehong, who punished him by making him transcribe Taoist text for half a month, ranging from the Tao Te Ching to the Guangming Jing. After the punishment, he had a talk with Miao Ke, expressing that venturing underground could tarnish one's moral standing, and as a cultivator, Miao Ke ought to be especially cautious. What could Miao Ke say? Ever since that incident, not only did Yuehong prevent him from going underground, but Chun Pai would also keep an eye on him, as he was merely at the lowest rung of the Hong family's food chain. Miao Ke weakly protested, "But I haven't touched anything." Qi Tiezhua chuckled from the side. "Miao Yi certainly knows how to exploit loopholes." Miao Ke pinched Qi Tiezhua's waist, thinking, "I dare not speak of Yuehong to Zhang Qishan, but I can still deal with you." Qi Tiezhua let out a yelp, swinging his arms wildly at Miao Ke. "Little Miao Miao, don't go too far, old eight. Don't call me that in such a disgusting manner." Two individuals exchanged playful punches, akin to those of kittens. Chapter 19. The thimble. Their playful scuffle continued until they reached the Zhang residence. After a meal that was neither clearly lunch nor breakfast, Zhang Qishan insisted on sending Miao Ke home. He had already heard from Qi Tizui that Zhang Qishan was to open that peculiar whistle coffin in the afternoon. He had no intention of meddling with such oddities, though observing would be permissible, he thought. Glancing at his task, which displayed as completed, he noted that no subsequent assignments had appeared. Given Zhang Qishan's insistence, he felt it prudent to return home and contemplate his next steps. Upon returning to the Hong residence, he found that both Yuehong and Chun Pai were absent, leaving only Master Hong at home. Miao Ke decided to inquire with him. "Godfather." Miao Ke entered the room, which was warm and inviting. Finding Master Hong engrossed in an ancient text at the table, he removed his cloak and took a seat, stating, "May I ask you something?" "Shao Ku, what troubles you?" Master Hong replied, his gaze still fixed on the tome. "Godfather, are you familiar with the whistle coffin?" At last, Master Hong set the book aside and turned his attention to Miao Ke. "What prompted this question?" Master Hong inquired. "Isn't Hong against your involvement with such underground matters?" Miao Ke recounted the events of the previous night, supplemented by Chi Tizui's observations. Master Hong's fingers lightly tapped the table as he repeated. It indeed contains the corpse of a Japanese person. Japanese? Japanese? Master Hong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Godfather? Miao Ku abruptly interrupted Master Hong's thoughts. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Allow me to ponder it thoroughly. Please return home for now. Miao Ku observed Master Hong's enigmatic demeanor, acquiescing outwardly while internally mulling over his thoughts. The following day, late at night, in the main hall, Master Hong, Yuehong, and Miao Ku were present while the housekeeper mentioned that Chen Pai had gone to attend to some matters and would return shortly. Didn't he go to the theater today? Why is he still occupied? Miao Ku expressed his confusion. Master Hong glanced at Yuehong, who then looked at Miao Ku, and Miao Ku understood. They were concealing something from him. Before long, Chen Pai returned, his clothes slightly damp and bearing a hint of blood. Miao Ku caught the faint smell of blood emanating from Chen Pai, his brow furrowing slightly. Raising his head, he met Yuehong's concerned gaze and smiled reassuringly, indicating he was fine. Chen Pai observed their subtle interactions with a scoff. Upon hearing the sound, Miao Ku shot a glare at Chen Pai, who averted his gaze and refused to meet Miao Ku's eyes again. Master Hong, seated in the main position, cleared his throat. Xiao Ku, please reiterate the events to them. Miao Ku recounted to Master Hong the details he had previously shared, while Yuehong initially focused on Miao Ku's unwarranted involvement in such dubious affairs. However, upon hearing about the whistle coffin, he fell into deep thought. Father, regarding this whistle coffin, indeed, if all goes as expected, it should be the very same whistle coffin from years past. Yuehong touched the daffodil thimble on his finger. Zhang Qishan has already sought me out. He then produced another thimble and placed it on the table. Upon hearing this, Miao Ku felt the situation becoming increasingly complicated. The Hong family's thimbles, since their establishment, numbered 1,029, each adorned with unique carvings. The Hong family possessed a designated location for storing thimbles. After completing their training, family members would create their own thimble, pressing the pattern side into a mold to leave an impression. Upon death, the thimble would be returned to the mold, remaining the same. This custom was also to prevent thimbles from falling into the wrong hands, where someone could impersonate a member of the Hong family. Miao Ku picked up the thimble from the table and examined it closely. Has it been confirmed? He inquired, not willing to let go of the matter. Yuehong nodded. I have already verified it. He then shifted his gaze towards Master Hong. Master Hong briefly recounted the past, mentioning how the ancestors of the Hong family ventured into the deep mountains in search of ancient tombs. Recalling their entry through the old Lin De Long Ridge near Xiangxi, the ridge stretched over 100 kilometers, leading into the vast mountains along the Hubei and Hunan borders, all dense forests and deep valleys. Several ancestors of the Hong family had ventured there but had gone missing. After receiving news, he had attempted several rescues, but the ancient tomb was fraught with peril, resulting in considerable losses for the Hong family without locating those ancestors. Ultimately, the records of that tomb had been sealed away. Master Hong did not elaborate on the contents of the tomb, and after summarizing the events, he said with gravity, that place is not to be trifled with. And if my memory serves me correctly, it now belongs to the Hua family. His gaze shifted pointedly between Yuehong and Miao Ku. The Hua family will likely interfere as well. You two should avoid those Hua girls for the time being. Yuehong and Miao Ku exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, with Yuehong assuring Father, you need not worry. After a moment of contemplation, Miao Ku cautiously remarked, as for Zhang Qishan. Chen Pai interjected with a cold huff. Crossing his arms and casting a dismissive glance at Miao Ku, do not be soft-hearted towards him. Miao Ku pouted, feeling he was not particularly inclined to show mercy to Zhang Qishan. After all, Zhang Qishan and Yuehong shared a bond akin to life and death. What did Chen Pai know? Master Hong ultimately decided that Miao Ku should continue investigating. The group deliberated until late into the night, and after returning to their respective rooms, Miao Ku hesitated before deciding to visit Yuehong's chamber. Second brother, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss about this matter. Yuehong looked up at him. What seems out of place to you? Miao Ku shook his head. I can't articulate it clearly. The situation feels too strange. Primarily, the involvement of the Japanese raises my suspicions of a conspiracy. Indeed, my disdain for the Japanese is well-founded. Miao Ku thought, feeling justified. Yuehong's expression turned contemplative, pondering the role the Japanese might play in this affair. Noticing his brother's deep thoughts, Miao Ku hesitated before continuing. Moreover, I have a lingering suspicion that Master Hong is withholding something from us. Yuehong patted Miaoku's shoulder. Do not dwell on it too much. You should get some rest. Recognizing the evasive nature of Yuehong's response, Miaoku surmised that he too was concealing matters. Resolving to seek out Lao Ba the next day for clarification, he retired for the night. Chapter 20. Chi Tizui. The next day, Chi Tizui had just concluded a reading for a young lady. Not to say he had merely entertained her with divination, when he spotted Miaoku beckoning him from the entrance of his incense hall. Ah, look who it is! I wondered why there were magpies calling in the trees this morning, he exclaimed. Miaoku bounded over to Chi Tizui, draping an arm around his shoulder, chuckling. Lao Ba, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. Get off, who are you calling Lao Ba? Mind your manners, Chi Tizui scolded, attempting to dislodge Miaoku's arm from his shoulder. Miaoku tightened his grip, elongating his tone. Elder brother, dear elder brother, do enlighten me about the developments. Chi Tizui, rather taken with Miaoku's antics, wore a broad grin. Come, let us talk inside. Chi Tizui then recounted what they had discovered upon opening the coffins. Aside from the final whistle coffin, there were 12 ordinary coffins, and the thimble found within the whistle coffin had already been taken by Zhang Qishan to seek out in the other ordinary coffins. They had also uncovered some oracle bones through dissection. Oracle bones? Miaoku instinctively inquired. Chi Tizui stood up, his expression shifting to one of indignation as he recalled an unpleasant incident. You won't believe how outrageous the Buddha was this time. He actually tossed those oracle bones into my mouth while I was yawning. Miaoku felt a chill run down his spine, having just heard that the oracle bones were extracted from the corpse of a Japanese person, only to hear about them being thrown into someone's mouth afterward. He grimaced, nodding in agreement with Chi Tizui. That is indeed excessive. Chi Tizui seemed to recall the texture of the oracle bones and hastily drank several cups of tea to quell his discomfort. So, the Buddha is currently investigating the oracle bones? Not quite, he replied. Those oracle bones had been treated in some manner. I detected hints of purple perilla soy sauce and spicy 19-flavor seasoning on them. This is a taste from the Xiangxi region. Miaoku felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Chi Tizui had an extraordinary palate, able to distinguish flavors so distinctly. However, having a deceased person's stomach contents thrown into his mouth for examination was beyond Miaoku's threshold of acceptability. At that moment, both sat in chairs, their expressions grim, one recalling a distasteful memory, the other disturbed by his own imagination. Miaoku sipped tea to suppress his queasiness. So, the focus is now on the Xiangxi region? Chi Tizui nodded. It seems so. I've been busy assisting the Buddha these past few days, and it has worn me out. Yesterday afternoon, the Buddha visited your theater to seek out Yi. But I was too fatigued to go. I went straight home. Did I wonder if there's been any progress on Yi's indeed? As he spoke, he leaned closer to Miaoku. Do tell me. Miaoku met Chi Tizui's gaze. Lifting his hand to wave in front of Chi Tizui's eyes, I can only reveal that the thimble truly belongs to the Hong family. Only then did Chi Tizui notice that Miaoku's long fingers bore a thimble, identical in specifications to those found in the coffin, albeit with a different design. Miaoku brushed his fingers over his own thimble, knowing that every member of the Hong family would possess their own upon completing their training. And each thimble's design was meticulously documented and unique. Upon hearing these words, Chi Tizui grasped Miaoku's hand and held it before his eyes, scrutinizing the thimble closely. You do not practice the Hong family's martial arts. Do you? Who is your master? Miaoku withdrew his hand, shooting him a glare. This is a coming-of-age gift. My second brother said it is a mark of the Hong family. Chi Tizui raised his eyebrows. Oh dear, your second brother presented you with a coming-of-age gift that you carry with you at all times. How unfortunate for me, the 8th son, whose meager resources barely allowed me to gather a gift that you consider trivial. I am carrying it. I'm carrying it, Miaoku responded, pulling out a section of red string from his collar and giving it a shake as a gesture. He then pinched Chi Tizui's arm playfully. Stop with the sarcasm. You look like you need a good thrashing. Chi Tizui turned his face away haughtily, letting out a scoff. What else? Besides that thimble, what more do you possess? He pressed on. Miaoku blinked at him in surprise. Are you hiding something from me? Chi Tizui stood up from his chair. You little rascal. I lay my heart bare for you, and yet you keep secrets. Chi Tizui feigned a strike towards him. Miaoku could only rise to evade. You need to ask my second brother about this. What good would it do to question me? Besides, dare you claim that what you have told me wasn't sanctioned by the Buddha? Miao Ku tossed the inquiry back at Chi Tizui. Chi Tizui halted, turning his back in a pretense of nonchalance as he resumed his seat. This is a matter concerning the Buddha. Do not place the blame on me, he asserted, sitting upright and deflecting responsibility. Miao Ku, filled with curiosity, had grown accustomed to Zhang Qishan dangling these fragmented clues before him on multiple occasions. Based on the Buddha's character, I believe he will venture to Shaanxi in a few days. Chi Tizui nodded in agreement. Indeed, those soldiers are all swift and decisive. Miao Ku slouched in his chair, yearning to uncover the truth of the matter. Chi Tizui, offering a suggestion, said, "Why not accompany the Buddha?" Miao Ku shot him a sideways glance. You know full well that ever since my second brother assumed control, the Hong family has largely distanced itself from underground affairs. He paused. Even if the Hong family members were to go, I certainly would not be among them. Well, distancing from underground affairs is for the best. The Hong family is prosperous and does not lack for anything. You can simply enjoy your life as a wealthy young master, which is quite splendid, Chi Tizui reassured him. Miao Ku glanced at the time. It's nearly time for me to leave. If I hurry, I can catch the beginning of the performance. Be sure to inform me of any developments. Of course, your share will not be forgotten. In the afternoon, while Miao Ku was at the theater, he overheard some news. A local troublemaker had confronted Zhang Yuehong during his performance, only to be met with Zhang de Buddha's immediate intervention. Teske. Miao Ku couldn't help but express his astonishment. As someone who had once lived through an era of information amalgamation, he felt his two brothers were rather peculiarly endearing. That is, warlords and actors, he had seen clips of such dynamics, though they rarely ended well. When Yuehong emerged from backstage, he found Miao Ku's face adorned with an indescribable expression, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Yuehong approached him, yet Miao Ku remained unresponsive. Clearing his throat, Yuehong interrupted Miao Ku's whimsical thoughts. What are you so engrossed in? Miao Ku chuckled. I heard someone caused a ruckus. Yes, Zhang Qishan intervened. Yuehong replied flatly. He helped you fend off trouble, yet you offer no assistance in return. Miao Ku whispered. Yuehong glanced at his peculiar companion, exhaling gently. I sent someone to the Zhang residence during the day with some information. Upon hearing this, Miao Ku leaned closer to Yuehong. Does my godfather know? I am now the head of the Hong family, Miao Ku proclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. Truly, the head speaks with such authority. Chapter 21. Hair-pulling. In the following days, Miao Ku's life returned to its usual tranquility. When he ventured out, he discovered that Chi Tizui was absent, likely conscripted by Zhang Qishan. One day, having just finished a stroll with Yin Shui outside the city, and still clad in his cloak, he noticed a military officer hurriedly approaching to seek an audience with Yuehong. Second brother? What has happened? Miao Ku inquired while signaling his attendants to locate the others. The Buddha is in trouble. Eighth Master said that Second Master has a plan and sent me to find you. The officer spoke urgently, and Miao Ku was taken aback by the news. He was well aware of Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan's prowess. Even with the burden of Chi Tizui, they should not have been seriously harmed. Given the officer's anxious demeanor, the situation appeared dire. He instructed his attendants to take Yin Shui back to the courtyard and hurriedly accompanied Yuehong to the Zhang residence. At the Zhang residence, Zhang Qishan lay in bed, his complexion ashen and cold sweat beading on his forehead. As though trapped in a nightmare, Buddha, Miao Ku observed Zhang Qishan's condition and took his pulse, noticing the glaring words parasitic curse emblazoned in his status. He turned to Zhang Rishan and Chi Tizui beside him. Did you not go to the tomb? How did he become parasitized and cursed? Yuehong immediately instructed Zhang Rishan to prepare the necessary items, recognizing that something had entered Zhang Qishan's body. With his extensive experience in underground dealings, he was well aware of how to address such situations. A curse. Yuehong lifted Zhang Qishan's eyelids, revealing a disoriented gaze, his eyeballs spinning erratically. Miao Ku nodded. Let us first deal with the parasitic entity. After everything was prepared, Yuehong commanded. Hold him down. Zhang Rishan and Chi Tizui combined their strength to pin Zhang Qishan to the couch. Yuehong examined Zhang Qishan's hands, where hair-like strands had grown from beneath his nails. Yuehong secured Zhang Qishan's hand and, wielding tweezers, delicately probed beneath his nails. He gripped the strands beneath the skin, prompting Zhang Qishan to suffer immense pain, his body convulsing involuntarily. Once Yueheng felt he had a firm hold on the hair-like strands, he tightened his grip, yanking them out. Zhang Qishan's struggles intensified, and both Zhang Rishan and Qi Tizui struggled to restrain him. Miao Ke paced anxiously behind them. Seeing that they were losing their grip, he reached over to assist, inadvertently bringing Qi Tizui's hand down with him. Qi Tizui grimaced, stifling a cry to avoid disrupting Yueheng's work. With a sudden force, Yueheng extracted the strands. The strands, once freed, wriggled like living entities beneath the tweezers. Yueheng promptly discarded them into the charcoal basin, where they sizzled upon contact with the flames. Quickly reduced to ash, observing the strands being removed, Miao Ke checked Zhang Qishan's status again, noting that only the curse remained. It seemed the parasitic entity had been dealt with. After placing the tweezers down, Yueheng approached Zhang Qishan with the prepared vermilion solution, submerging his hand to cleanse it and inspect the wound for any remnants. Following a thorough dressing, which included the vermilion, Yueheng nodded in satisfaction. All done. Thankfully, we acted promptly. Had those strands reached the Buddha's heart, I would have been helpless. He glanced at Miao Ke, little Miao. What did you mention about the curse? Seeing that Zhang Qishan had ceased struggling, Miao Ke released his hold, while Qi Tizui finally freed his hand, waving it about to alleviate the lingering pain. Miao Ke checked Zhang Rishan and Qi Tizui's pulses, examining their statuses and the specifics of the curse. He pulled back Zhang Qishan's shirt, revealing a faint plum blossom mark beneath his collarbone. It is indeed a curse, one that specifically targets males. It will likely manifest in about half a month. He then glanced at Qi Tizui and Zhang Rishan. You both are also affected. Let us see if you bear similar marks. They both unbuttoned their collars to investigate, and sure enough, they found plum blossom marks in the same area. However, Zhang Rishan's mark appeared very faint, seemingly on the verge of disappearing, while Qi Tizui's was distinctly pronounced. Qi Tizui examined their marks, then his own, lamenting, "Why is mine so dark? Your mark is far too faint." Deputy, Zhang Rishan fastened his collar. Perhaps it is due to the Zhang family's bloodline counteracting it. Yueheng remained silent, observing the curse with a thoughtful expression. Is there a way to resolve this? Second Master? Zhang Rishan inquired. Yueheng shook his head, prompting Qi Tizui's heart to sink. Then, Yueheng spoke. I have encountered this before, but I was unaware it was a curse. Little Miao, do you have a solution? Miao Ke stroked his chin. I do have a method, but, oh dear, my little Miao, do not keep me in suspense. Just tell me, Qi Tizui urged, shaking his hands. Zhang Rishan also focused intently on Miao Ke. The issue is that the medicinal ingredients are rather difficult to procure, Miao Ke replied, gently patting Qi Tizui. Do not worry. Based on your mark, the curse will take some time to manifest. And looking at Zhang Rishan, your curse will take even longer. Miao Ke was perusing the list of medicinal prescriptions within the system, diligently jotting down the names of the herbs. Behind him trailed Yueheng and Qi Tizui, observing as he recorded the formulas. The prescriptions were not particularly intricate, nor were the variety of herbs extensive. However, they were rather elusive to procure. Qi Tizui furrowed his brow and read aloud, blue snake gall, earth dog, cinnamon twigs. Yueheng glanced at the prescription. The other herbs were manageable, yet this blue snake gall was notoriously difficult to obtain, and considering that the three of them were under a curse. Did this mean 3 portions were required? His expression darkened. Miao Ke refuted this, asserting that only 1 portion was necessary, sufficient to alleviate the curses of 6 or 7 individuals. Noticing the somber expressions of the others, he added, I have a method to temporarily suppress the curse, so there's no need for concern. It can suppress it for up to 6 months, and can be used a maximum of 3 times. Miao Ke chose not to further frighten them. Irritated, Qi Tizui approached him. You little rascal, are you trying to scare me on purpose? I thought I only had half a month to live with that. He playfully punched Miao Ke. Zhang Rishan, relieved, watched the two bicker and chuckled softly. All right, it's my fault. I'll prepare the suppressive materials for you. That's more like it. Qi Tizui mumbled. Brother, I treat you so well. Yet all you do is find amusement in my plight. Chapter 22. Drawing talismans. The following morning, the group gathered at Zhang's residence. Zhang Qishan had already awakened, and when Miao Ke arrived, he found him in the study attending to official matters. Such dedication, Miao Ke mused. Yesterday he could barely rise, yet today he must return to work. He inquired of Zhang Rishan, who informed him that the Buddha had been up all night approving documents. Even the donkey in the production team gets a few days off when injured, Miaoku thought, feeling sympathy for Zhang Qishan's plight as a warlord. Qi Tizui arranged the items he had brought on the table: yellow paper, a brush, vermilion powder, rubber bands, and syringes. Unsure, he inspected them again, confirming they were indeed syringes, 2 of them at that. What do you need syringes for? Qi Tizui asked, curiosity piqued. Miaoku smiled at him. What do you think? The Qi family had historically divided the realms of yin and yang, determining destinies by day through fortune-telling and grave selection, while by night they practiced mountain observation and tomb raiding. In Qi Tizui's generation, he had only grasped the rudiments, focusing solely on feng shui and fate. As for drawing talismans, he was utterly clueless. Ignoring Qi Tizui's inquiries, Miaoku arranged the items and circled around the group. Eventually stopping beside Zhang Rishan, he reached out, gently pinching Zhang Rishan's arm, then circled him again before turning to Zhang Qishan. Buddha, is there anyone in your family with purer blood than your deputy? Startled by the touch, Zhang Rishan stiffened, but Miaoku quickly withdrew his hand. Just as he relaxed, Miaoku's question made him tense up once more. This time, Zhang Rishan's anxiety was palpable enough for Miaoku to notice. Casting a curious glance in his direction, Zhang Qishan's gaze darkened as he surveyed Miaoku and Zhang Rishan, realizing he was the only one in the residence. Very well, Miaoku said, scanning Zhang Rishan up and down before giving him a pat. Now, take off your clothes. With that, he turned and walked toward the table. The others were once again caught off guard by this sudden shift. Zhang Rishan stood frozen in place, while Qi Tizui glanced between Zhang Rishan and Miaoku's retreating figure, hastily inquiring, why do you need to take off your clothes in this freezing winter? Yuehong and Zhang Qishan shared a look of confusion, only to see Miaoku picking up the tools, leading them to form their own conjectures. Miaoku, holding the instruments, noticed Zhang Rishan still fully clothed. He paused, seemingly recalling something. Are you embarrassed? If not, you can do it yourself, he said, offering the syringes, rubber bands, and some disinfecting cotton to Zhang Rishan. Only then did Zhang Rishan react, beginning to unbutton his shirt. Miaoku observed as the fabric slipped away, revealing the faint outline of his muscles. Wow, Rishan, you've been working out. It's not apparent when you're dressed, he remarked, reaching out as if to touch. Suddenly, he felt a swift motion, and his body was turned away, the tools he held snatched from his grasp. Where do I draw from, and how much? Zhang Qishan's voice came from behind him. Draw from the brachial artery, 20 cc will suffice. As the footsteps retreated, Miaoku turned to glance back, catching a familiar scent lingering nearby. After emerging from Yuehong's shadow, he saw Zhang Qishan had already completed the blood draw. While Zhang Rishan hastily donned his clothing. Come on, we're all men here. Rishan, why are you so sensitive? Miaoku scoffed. With that, he began to unbutton his own shirt, causing the others, whose eyes had been following him, to scatter like they had been scorched by fire. Once Miaoku had stripped down to one arm, holding the other syringe, he sprinted towards Zhang Qishan. Buddha, once I finish the incantation, I'll call you. You'll also draw 20 cubic centimeters from my brachial artery, all right? He shoved the syringe into Zhang Qishan's hand, formed the incantation with his long, fair fingers, and paused in a still pose. Zhang Qishan beheld the delicate skin glimmering with a faint golden light. Buddha, he murmured, watching the golden-tinged blood flow slowly into the syringe. For the first time, he felt as though time had stretched interminably. All done. After completing the blood draw, Miaoku hurriedly formed another incantation, swiftly tucking his arm back into his clothing. Drawing blood in winter was indeed a hassle. Xiao Miao, you look rather pale, Zhang Rishan remarked. Miaoku waved his hand, retreating a few steps to sit in a chair. Taking a moment to explain, this curse combines the secret arts of Xiangxi, which are rather sinister. The more yang energy in the blood, the better the effect. Seeing the depth of the marks on the 3 of you yesterday, I believe the Zhang family bloodline is naturally suited for drawing talismans. Zhang Rishan's blood must be the most pure. As for my own blood, since Zhang Rishan does not practice cultivation, his blood lacks spiritual energy. The incantation I performed was merely to condense the spiritual energy, and as for my pale complexion, it's due to the temporarily drawn energy that cannot be replenished immediately. A few days of rest will suffice. Miaoku sat in the chair, taking a moment to recover. Noticing that the clock showed 10 minutes until noon, He ground the 2 portions of blood into the vermilion powder. A single spark of spiritual light is a talisman. Concentrating his energy, he completed the first with a single stroke, repeating the process 2 more times. As noon approached, Miao Ku folded the talisman paper into triangles, distributing them to the 3 of them. Wear these on your person for 3 days, burn them at noon on the 3rd day, and simply drink the talisman water. After hearing the instructions, Chi Tizui immediately tucked the talisman paper away. Do we not need to do anything else? Miao Ku shot him a glance. Dio, you think my spiritual energy is free to waste? He continued, in the coming days, the marks on you will gradually fade. After drinking the talisman water, they will completely vanish, at least for 6 months. Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan exchanged glances, securing the talisman paper on their persons. Once Miao Ku saw they had complied, he cleared his throat. I've exerted such effort. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? How about treating me to a meal? Zhang Qishan chuckled. Of course. Miao Yi, Yi, Ba Yi. I'll host. Let us meet at the first building. Miao Ku thoroughly feasted at the first building, thoroughly enjoying himself. After they had eaten their fill, the group finally found time to discuss the tomb in Xiangxi. Zhang Qishan recounted what he had seen and heard within the tomb, mentioning a song that Yuehong's family often sang. Yuehong's expression remained unchanged. His ancestors had entered the tomb before, but none had returned, and he locked eyes with Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan understood that Yuehong was urging him to abandon the idea. There are many Japanese spies operating in that area now. I will investigate further. Yuehong finally averted his gaze. Once your curses are lifted, I'll accompany you on the expedition. Zhang Qishan smiled in response. Thank you, Yi. Miao Ku, sitting in the chair, felt a spark of excitement as they reached a decision. Brother, that's not acceptable. Don't even think about it. 2 voices rang out simultaneously, causing Miao Ku to deflate. He understood then that he had no say in the matter. Chapter 23. Vaping. After a few days of recuperation at home, Miao Ku was visited by Hu Xiangu, who initially intended to invite him out for some leisure. However, upon entering the courtyard, she found Miao Ku pale and lethargic, reclining in a lounge chair. Miao Ku explained that the recent change in weather had caused him to catch a chill. Being a loyal friend, Hu Xiangu, seeing he could not venture outside and appeared quite bored, called upon a few other friends from the 9th gate, and a group began playing mahjong in the warm pavilion. That moment. As they were shuffling the tiles, someone knocked on the door of the pavilion. Second young master, please come in. The second young master, someone is requesting an audience outside. Here is the business card, the doorman said. Placing the card on the table, Miao Ku had yet to discern what was written on it when the old dog, Wu, sitting beside him, glanced at it and burst out laughing. It's him again. Who? Hu Xiangu, seated far away, could not see clearly and became curious upon hearing Wu's remark. Liu Jinchuan. I've heard he visited the Hu family not long ago, Wu replied, casting a glance at Hu Xiangu. Hu Xiangu snorted softly. Don't think you can pry information from me. I know nothing. I'm not the head of the family. All right, you two settle down. Miss Jie was caught in between the 2 of them, and the bickering made her head throb, leaving her no choice but to intervene. Miao Yi, do you wish to meet? She deftly shifted the conversation towards Miao Ku. Miao Ku carelessly tossed his business card onto the soft couch behind him, muttering, playing mahjong, I'm not the head of the family. What does this have to do with me? He then turned to the doorman, stating that he was feeling unwell. The group continued their game of mahjong until 4 in the afternoon. In the winter, darkness falls early, so they disbanded at this hour, ensuring they would return home before nightfall, just in time for dinner. That evening, Miao Ku recounted the day's events to Yuehong. After pondering for a moment, Yuehong remarked, to my knowledge, aside from Zhang Qishan and Lao Ba, Old Nine has visited the other families. I've heard Zhang Qishan mention that this person was sent down from Nanjing. Furthermore, it seems that Nanjing has long harbored a disdain for the Xiang faction, always looking for an opportunity to meddle. And you know Zhang Qishan. He's not the type to tolerate others. With a playful tilt of his head, he glanced at Miao Ku, adding, did you not lend him a hand in the past? Miao Ku retorted, what do you mean by lending a hand? That person was so arrogant, practically begging for a fight. I merely facilitated his desires. Yuehong chuckled indulgently. Indeed, this one seems more astute than the last. Just be cautious and observe his intentions. Miao Ku nodded in agreement. That a few days later, news arrived from Old Jie that there would be an auction at the Xinyue Hotel in Beiping, where the Blue Snake Gallbladder essential to lifting the curse would be available. Upon receiving this information, Zhang Qishan and the others began preparations. Miao Ku, intrigued, expressed his desire to visit Beiping, having never been there before. However, entry to the auction required an invitation, and time was of the essence as they needed at least one invitation. Ultimately, it was Old Jia who provided the lead. Peng Sanbian would be taking a train north, passing through Changsha, and he had an invitation. The group decided to seize the opportunity to steal his invitation while on the train. Miao Ke remained silent about this decision, pondering whether they would not be pursued to the Xinyue Hotel once they arrived in Beiping. He offered a mesmerizing talisman, explaining that once activated, the individual would forget their intentions for 3 days. With the auction set for 2 days later, they planned to affix the talisman to Peng Sanbian within those 3 days, ensuring that by the time he realized what had happened, the auction would be concluded. Miao Ku explained the talisman's function and effects to Zhang Qishan, confident that he would find a way to apply it. 2 days later, at Beiping railway station, the crowd surged up. A striking red sign caught Miao Ku's eye, boldly announcing the Xinyue Hotel, standing out amid the throng. Zhang Qishan glanced at Qitiezu and Miao Ku, nodding for them to stay close as he led them towards a blue-clad woman holding the sign. From the inner pocket of his fur coat, Zhang Qishan produced the invitation and handed it to the woman. Upon seeing it, she smiled, revealing herself to be Miss Peng San. "This way, please," she said, gesturing for them to follow her outside, where a vehicle awaited to escort Miss Peng. "Gentlemen," exclaimed a short driver wearing round black glasses, approaching them with eagerness. Miao Ku scrutinized the driver closely, uncertain if he was genuinely disguised. The driver was a woman. Miao Ku's mind began to wander. Was the Xinyue Hotel practicing gender discrimination by not allowing women to drive? Or had they blown their cover? Surely, considering the time, Peng Sanbian was still wandering about aimlessly. Along the way, the driver engaged them in friendly conversation, but Miao Ku grew increasingly anxious, suspecting that Peng Sanbian might have a backup plan and that they had already been discovered by the Xinyue Hotel. Noticing Miao Ku's tension, Zhang Qishan gently patted his arm, signaling him to relax. They arrived at the Xinyue Hotel without incident, and Miao Ku's racing heart began to settle as they were escorted to an upstairs private room. Once the group disappeared from view, the driver, also known as the daughter of the hotel owner, In Xinyue, removed her sunglasses and tossed them to the blue-clad woman beside her. "How was it, miss?" the woman inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "Peng Sanbian is fine, though he appears a bit older. That young man beside him is quite impressive. He looks to be around my age," she mused, recalling Miao Ku's face. The blue-clad woman remarked, "Miss, the gentleman your father considers is Peng Sanbian. What does that concern me? Not only is Peng Sanbian old, but he also has a cold demeanor, making him difficult to approach if my father likes him. He can go marry him himself," she retorted. The blue-clad woman promptly sealed her lips, knowing better than to engage further. After all, her father was her provider. In Xinyue tossed the car keys to the attendant, declaring, "Let us go. The auction is about to commence." Chapter 24. The auction. The Xinyue Hotel was filled to capacity, with attendees clad in opulent attire. The hall was alive with music and dance, vibrant with colorful lights. Miao Ku, Zhang Qishan, and Qitiezu sat in a private box on the second floor, quietly awaiting the beginning of the auction. The boxes were separated by screens and beaded curtains. Looking around, they noted that aside from the public seating on the first floor, there were only 4 private boxes. According to reliable information from Old Jia, aside from them, the other 3 boxes housed a prince from the Qing dynasty, the president of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, and a mysterious figure concealed behind a screen. The Xinyue Hotel provided a booklet detailing all items for auction. The blue snake gallbladder they sought was primarily featured in the second round. So during the first round, the group merely observed. Miao Ku and Qitiezu were engrossed, occasionally whispering to each other about whether certain items were worth their price. Most items in the first round were claimed by guests in the ordinary seating area on the first floor, with none of the private boxes making a bid. After the first round concluded, the hotel allowed a 30-minute intermission. As the hall buzzed with performances, Miao Ku calculated the prices of the items and the silence of the 3 other boxes. He lifted a small box from beside his feet and placed it on the table. Qitiezu, initially engrossed in the performance below, shifted his attention to the box, which Miao Ku had brought from Changsha. He had been curious about it for some time, but Miao Ku had remained tight-lipped. Setting the box on the table, Miao Ku nudged it toward Zhang Qishan, saying, "Just borrowing this for now." Zhang Qishan glanced at the box. And Chi Tiezu leaned in, opening it, only to widen his eyes in shock and slam the lid shut. Xiao Miao, where on earth did you acquire so much wealth? Chi Tiezu was astonished. Although they had all seen valuable items while exploring tombs, a whole box of gold bricks was something else entirely. Though the box wasn't massive, the sheer impact of a box filled with gold bricks was staggering. I've saved up. Miaoku waved his hand dismissively. Chi Tiezu muttered something under his breath, while Zhang Qishan's expression darkened. The other 3 boxes were clearly focused on the second round, and Miaoku smirked. I actually intended to come to Beiping to buy a garden. What garden requires this much money? Chi Tiezu retorted. The Prince Gong Mansion, Miaoku replied. Chi Tiezu remarked, you don't say? He cast a painful glance at his gold bricks, hoping they would not face competition. Where did you get this information? Zhang Qishan inquired, bypassing the topic of the gold bricks. Old Jie, Miaoku answered matter-of-factly. I've wanted to buy a garden since last year and asked Old Jie several times. He analyzed that this was the best time to acquire the Prince Gong Mansion. When I arrived in Beiping, he specifically advised me to bring the money. Zhang Qishan sighed. The Prince Gong Mansion is indeed unclaimed at the moment. But, what? Miaoku asked, puzzled. Zhang Qishan, noticing his confusion, ruffled his hair. There's been a lawsuit regarding it. The mansion is currently under the court's jurisdiction and will likely be auctioned publicly. What? Miaoku echoed, repeating Zhang Qishan's words without registering the hand atop his head. If the mansion is going for public auction, you know that Old Nine is aware of it. Why would he deceive me? Surely he wouldn't overlook the possibility of competition. Chi Tiezu shook his head. That's hard to say. Old Jie's mind is a mystery. Zhang Qishan's expression grew serious. Old Nine would not engage in meaningless actions. He likely received some news but is uncertain, hence he didn't inform us. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the 3 exchanged glances. Miaoku looked at the box and then pulled a pouch from his own garments, saying, if this is enough, I have more here. As Chi Tiezu opened the pouch, he exclaimed in surprise, discovering that it was filled with exquisite pearls. He carefully extracted a pearl from the pouch, scrutinizing it under the light. It was large, round, and lustrous. Truly a fine treasure. Leaning closer to Miaoku, he eagerly inquired, Little Miao, do enlighten your elder brother on where you discovered this lucrative opportunity. I would like to partake. Zhang Qishan observed Miaoku's habit of casually revealing valuable items, feeling momentarily taken aback. Having served in the military for many years, he harbored a rather pronounced sense of masculinity and was reluctant to utilize Miaoku's funds. He gazed intently at Miaoku, silently vowing that regardless of whether the money would be needed today, he would certainly acknowledge this favor. Miaoku nonchalantly nodded, having long accepted that he could not procure the Prince Gong's residence on this visit. During his years here, he had undertaken numerous tasks, unlocking various currencies in his backpack. His daily necessities were covered by the Red Mansion, and with his several kind brothers occasionally sending him provisions. He had little use for money. Today, he could easily bring forth several hundred boxes. Therefore, he regarded Zhang Qishan's seriousness with indifference. After all, he had already declared it was a loan, not a gift. He even contemplated using gold to support the Red Party. Though that was merely a thought for now, as he had yet to devise a suitable plan, particularly given Jiang Jieshi's notorious caution and his fear of implicating the Hong family. As Miaoku pondered this matter. He looked up to see a woman across from them, smiling amiably. Dressed in a light-colored western gown and draped in a silver fox shawl, In Xinyue rested her hands on the railing. With a neat line of maids and servants standing behind her, Miaoku paused, instinctively smiling back at In Xinyue. Her smile widened, her round eyes crescenting as she beckoned him with a wave. Miaoku had never encountered such an exuberant girl before and returned her gesture with a smile. Chi Tiezu and Zhang Qishan noticed his reaction and followed his gaze to the beautiful young lady. Chi Tiezu teased, making a face at Miaoku. It seems the young lady has taken a liking to you. Zhang Qishan took a sip of tea, remarking, that is Miss In Xinyue, the daughter of the New Moon Hotel. Chi Tiezu feigned seriousness as he analyzed. In Xinyue is an only daughter. Miaoku, are you considering a marriage proposal? In their light-hearted banter, half an hour swiftly passed, and the second round of the auction commenced. The auctioneer ascended the platform, a smile gracing his features, and announced, Now, we shall alter the rules of the auction. Zhang Qishan furrowed his brow, questioning, What are they up to? Miaoku shook his head, indicating his confusion. While some in the crowd voiced their curiosity, after building suspense, The auctioneer clarified, in this second round, we will adopt a blind bidding format. As the name suggests, bidders will not know what the items are. They must acquire the blue snake gallbladder. Initially, only one item was required, but now they must successfully bid on all three to be secure. The expressions of the group darkened. Exchanging glances, Miaoka hesitated. Do we have enough money? Chi Tiezhua shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Just then, voices from downstairs reached them. This round of bidding is also related to the marriage of Miss Yin from the New Moon Hotel. If Mr. Peng's box secures one of the items, it will serve as a betrothal gift, uniting the two families. Miao Ku and Chi Tiezhua exchanged incredulous looks before turning in unison toward Zhang Qishan. Master! They exclaimed in unison. Zhang Qishan's brows knitted together. He had not anticipated that Peng Sanbiao possessed such an identity. Miao Ku suddenly realized, no wonder our driver was disguised as a woman. It must be that Miss Yin wanted to see what Peng Sanbiao looked like first. Noticing Zhang Qishan's silence, Miao Ku bypassed him to speak to Chi Tiezhua. Master is nearly 30. Marrying Miss Yin wouldn't be so bad. She is beautiful, comes from wealth, and seems to have a good temperament. Chi Tiezhua, reflecting on Miao Ku's words, agreed, especially since they needed to secure 3 auction items today. Zhang Qishan observed their exchange, clearing his throat, prompting them both to sit up straight. The second round of bidding began. Those in the second-floor box made their moves, with the president of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce being the first to raise his bid. The rule for this round stipulated that each increase must not be less than 20,000. The box occupants needed only to ring the bell at their side. The New Moon Hotel staff would tally each individual's bidding amount. The sound of bells rang incessantly. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the Japanese box. Parting the beaded curtain to address the auctioneer, we request to light the lanterns. The auctioneer's smile broadened. Very well. A lantern hung at the front of the Japanese box was ignited. What does lighting the lanterns signify? Miao Ku inquired, puzzled. Zhang Qishan glanced at the curtain across, explaining, lighting the lanterns means they have reserved the entire venue. Regardless of how much others bid, they will match it. Chi Tiezhua appeared anxious. What do we do now? Zhang Qishan looked at Miao Ku and tapped the box. This calls for Master Miao's resources. We must burn money alongside them. Miao Ku's eyes narrowed slightly as he grasped the implication. He pulled aside the beaded curtain and smiled at the auctioneer below. We shall also light the lanterns. With that action, he cast a provocative smile at the Japanese bidders across the way. Returning to his seat, Miao Ku remarked to the others, did you see the sour expression on the Japanese bidder's face? It brings me joy to see them thwarted. Chi Tiezhua, still calculating the costs, was unaccustomed to such extravagant spending. Zhang Qishan remained composed. He actually had a substantial sum of money, if it weren't for the blind bidding. Lighting the lanterns wouldn't be an issue, but lighting them 3 times was indeed insufficient. As the first item neared conclusion, Miao Ku noted one person lost in thought while another counted. He decided to raise the beaded curtain again. Igniting the remaining 2 lanterns, the wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, followed by a flurry of whispers. Someone has lit 3 lanterns in total today. What a remarkable turnout. Did you not hear about the engagement in that box? This person clearly has deep feelings for Miss Yin. Yin Xinyue, seated on the sofa, listened to the murmurs around her, sipping red wine with a radiant smile. The one lighting the lanterns is him. Marrying him feels entirely justifiable, the blue-clad girl, but that box belongs to Peng Sanbiao, someone remarked. Yin Xinyue smiled at the blurred figure behind the curtain of the box. I have my ways. The blue-clad girl hesitated, unsure of how to respond, sensing that her mistress was about to take action once more. After Zhang Qishan had spent all the money he brought, and Miao Ku had expended half a box of gold bars, they finally secured 3 medicinal herbs. Chi Tiezhua cautiously stored the herbs, recognizing their immense value. He could not afford them even if sold. Miao Ku noted Chi Tiezhua's singular focus on the herbs and glanced at Zhang Qishan, hesitantly suggesting, shall we return after your wedding? Zhang Qishan's expression was inscrutable as he cast a sidelong glance at Miao Ku, making him feel a chill run down his spine, prompting him to feign silence. The engagement is with Peng Sanbiao. What does that have to do with me, Zhang Qishan? Miao Ku was momentarily stunned, realizing, oh right, Peng Sanbiao has returned to normal this afternoon. The engagement is with him. Not us. Besides, Peng Sanbiao doesn't have to spend a dime. He simply acquires a beautiful wife. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Yin Xinyue's box, unexpectedly meeting her gaze, receiving a sweet smile in return. Zhang Qishan followed his line of sight to Yin before fixing his gaze back on Miao Ku. Or perhaps you intend to remain here and marry? Miao Ku was taken aback by the suggestion. Shivering at the thought of marriage, no, thank you. The failures of his parents loomed large in his mind. It seemed unnecessary. Zhang Qishan appeared amused by his reaction, the previous tension fading into a hint of a smile. He reached out and playfully pinched Miao Ku's arm. The herbs are secured. Let's go. Having concocted a reason to leave the New Moon Hotel, they hurriedly made their way to the train station. Upon returning to Changsha, Miao Ku promptly entered the pharmacy with the blue snake gallbladder and emerged the next day holding a vial of elixir. Yueheng opened the bottle to inspect its contents, 5 pills. He placed the vial on the table and gently pressed his fingers against Miao Ku's temple, massaging it lightly. Feeling tired? He inquired, inhaling the faint scent of medicinal herbs mingled with saltpeter wafting from Miao Ku. Miao Ku had closed his eyes, reclining in the chair, relishing Yueheng's ministrations. When Chen Pai entered, he found them in this serene tableau. A sense of unease flickered within him, though he could not pinpoint why. Master, uncle, he addressed, lowering his gaze as he stood beside them. Miao Ku opened his eyes at the sound of Chen Pai's voice. You're back early today. Yes, there wasn't much to do at the docks. Miao Ku rummaged through his sleeve pocket, retrieving an exquisite cloison pendant. Tossing it to Chen Pai to gift, he stated, fixing his gaze on Chen Pai's face. I brought this back from Beiping. Don't lose it. Chen Pai gazed at the small pendant, a heartfelt good surging from deep within his throat. Yueheng paused her massage, remaining silent as she regarded Miao Ku. With a sheepish grin, Miao Ku produced another pendant. Cradling it with both hands as he presented it to Yueheng, I forgot to give this to you yesterday in my haste. I also bought a pipe for my godfather. It's in my package. I'll go deliver it to him now. With that, he sprang to his feet and scampered back to his quarters. Chapter 26. In Xinyue in the afternoon, Miao Ku delivered the elixirs to Zhang Qishan's residence, carefully advising that if Zhang wished to descend into the tomb in Shangxi again, it would be prudent to consume the elixirs only after exiting, lest he find himself cursed and risk losing his family's fortune. Zhang Qishan examined the 5 elixirs and nodded in understanding. On the 3rd day after returning from Beiping, Miao Ku was engrossed in a storybook sent by Miss Jie Tang of the Jie family. When Jie Tang dispatched the book, she included a note urging him to savor it thoroughly. The tale unfolded the bittersweet romance between childhood friends who, due to their reluctance to express their feelings, missed their chance at love, only to reunite through a series of serendipitous events. The narrative was rife with melodramatic twists, from childhood innocence to misunderstandings and the eventual mending of broken bonds. As Miao Ku became absorbed in the story, a servant entered and announced, "Second young master, there is a young gentleman from Beiping seeking your audience, and he has brought a calling card." Miao Ku looked up, puzzled that a visitor from Beiping. He had no acquaintances there, and he was deeply engrossed in his reading. He accepted the card, giving it a cursory glance. Xinyue Hotel, he murmured, then returned his attention to the book. Wait, what hotel? Miao Ku flipped the book over and scrutinized the card. The word Xinyue Hotel leaped out at him. Suddenly, he stood up, alarmed. What is going on? Has something been uncovered? If there is a grievance, it has a source. I need to consult Zhang Qishan. Why involve him in this? Quickly, inform the Buddha master. The doorman began to leave, but Miao Ku halted him. Wait, don't go just yet. I'll take a quick look myself. At the entrance, Miao Ku discreetly peeked out from behind the door. Several individuals had their backs turned to the entrance of the Hong residence, making it impossible to discern their identities. The leader appeared somewhat short, and Miao Ku felt a flicker of recognition at the silhouette. He adjusted his attire, and as soon as he spoke, the person across turned around, a smile gracing their face, their round eyes crinkling with joy. Miss Yin, Miao Ku thought to himself. No wonder the figure seemed familiar. After all, he had seen this silhouette while driving. What brings you here, Miss Yin? Yin Xinyue blinked at him, her eyes wide. I have come to fulfill our engagement. Miao Ku was taken aback, puzzled. Miss Yin, you must be jesting. Isn't your engagement with Peng Sambian? Yin Xinyue displayed a confident demeanor. Recall the exact words from that time. Miao Ku delved into his memories. Wasn't it merely a matter of exchanging items to unite the two families? Noticing Miao Ku's apparent confusion, Yin Xinyue stamped her foot. Yin Lan, repeat what you just said. A figure stepped forward from behind Yin Xinyue. This round of bidding is indeed linked to the engagement of Miss Yin from Xinyue Hotel. If Mr. Peng secures an item from the private room, it shall serve as a betrothal gift, thus uniting the two families. Listening to this, Miao Ke realized it was indeed about the union between Miss Yin and Mr. Peng. He mused, but what does this imply for me? Yin Xinyue, observing Miao Ke's lack of reaction, teased, simpleton, it pertains to your party in the private room. Only then did Miao Ke have an epiphany. Was this a clever play on words? There were 3 individuals in their private room, and he felt a twinge of hope. So, Miss Yin, what do you mean? Yin Xinyue took a step closer, her eyes fixed intently on Miao Ke. It's not about Peng Sanbian or Zhang Qishan. I am interested in you. Furthermore, you lit the lantern, which signifies your proposal. After saying this, Yin Xinyue paused, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her eyes earnest. That is why I am here. Miao Ke was taken aback by Yin Xinyue's bold declaration, astonished that such a beautiful lady would confess her feelings in this era. Miss, as onlookers began to gather, his stammering response turned crimson. Yin Xinyue, noticing his flustered expression, burst into laughter. There's no need to be anxious. I'll be staying in Changsha for a few days. We can spend more time together, especially since you have no engagement, correct? Or do you have someone you fancy? As she stepped closer, Miao Ke could discern the delicate curve of her eyelashes and catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance. And no, he stammered, taking a step back. Yin Xinyue felt a surge of confidence, observing Miao Ke's demeanor indicated he had little experience with women. She had inquired about him and found that his family background was respectable, his social circle clean, and he was both capable and kind-hearted. Being of similar age, he was quite to her liking. The Yin family was not concerned with superficial titles. Upon encountering such a fitting match, they would surely take the initiative. Yin Xinyue clapped her hands, and a servant retrieved a box from the carriage. I heard you have a fondness for ancient texts. This is something I brought for you from home. Her eyes sparkled as she pressed the box into Miao Ke's hands. I'll be viewing houses soon. Wait for me to return tomorrow. Miao Ke, cradling the box, instinctively reached out to refuse, but Yin Xinyue and her entourage swiftly departed. Left at the entrance were just he, the doorman, and a gathering of curious townsfolk. Help me! Miao Ke silently screamed to himself. What should he do? He was utterly unprepared for such directness. Oh, the audacity of a charming lady's boldness. Miao Ke stood in silence, clutching the box at the entrance, while the doorman cast a glance at him, quickly dispersing the crowd of onlookers. Second young master, shall we return to the residence? The doorman's voice jolted Miao Ke from his reverie. He glanced at the doorman and opened the box, peeking inside to find a handwritten medical manuscript. To someone who cherished such things, it was priceless. Now, he felt as if he were holding a hot potato. Unsure whether to keep it or let it go, he turned and walked toward the courtyard, pausing after a few steps. Please summon Lord Wu. When Wu Laogo arrived, Miao Ke had just finished skimming the ancient text. Ah, Miss Jie has also come, he noted. Jie Tang smiled. I happened to be at Lord Wu's residence today to look at puppies. On the way, the doorman had briefly informed her of the unfolding events. Upon hearing this, she was alarmed. Isn't this undermining my dear friend? Though there hasn't been any significant progress between them, I thought I'd come to gauge Miao Ke's reaction. Wu Laogo circled around Miao Ke, clicking his tongue in wonder. You've only been in Beiping for 2 days, and someone has followed you all the way to Changsha. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. Do you want this fortune? Miao Ke retorted, exasperated. Jie Tang cleared her throat beside him. Wu Laogo sat down. So what do you mean by this? Have you taken a liking to her? Don't be ridiculous. This is only our 3rd meeting. I have no idea what Miss Yin is thinking. Jie Tang fiddled with a 3-inch figurine. Then you could simply reject her. Miao Ke glanced at the two of them. That's why I called for Lord Wu. To help me figure out how to refuse her, considering you are the only one here with experience dealing with women. Chapter 27. In Xinyue too I have no experience. Don't make such claims. Wu Laogo was taken aback by this remark, nearly swearing his innocence to Jie Tang. Miao Ke snorted dismissively, ignoring the couple's romantic antics. If you truly seek wisdom, go consult Lord Jiu. Lord Jiu only has experience in marrying people off. Miao Ke scoffed. The 3 of them sat at the table, exchanging glances. Miao Ke turned his attention to Jie Tang. Miss Jie, do you have any insightful suggestions? Setting the engagement now means you needn't worry about Miss Yin. Jie Tang thought to herself, Dear friend, I can only assist you up to this point. Miao Ku. But that still leads to marriage, doesn't it? It's merely shifting one problem to another. Jie Tang cautiously added. So when do you plan to marry? Miao Ku, resting his chin on his hand, pondered the question. Marriage? Why bother? I'm quite content as I am. Wu Laogao exchanged a meaningful glance with Jie Tang, then shifted his approach. Do you have someone you like? Miao Ku slumped against the table. I do not. Jie Tang and Wu Laogao exchanged glances, pondering what to do about the child who simply could not comprehend the situation. Jie Tang wished to lend her sister a helping hand. After all, they shared a deep understanding as members of the Nine Gates. Primarily, it seemed the fairy had a certain inclination in this direction. Considering that Miao Ku treated her as a beloved sister, although the Hua family was matriarchal, they certainly did not lack for a brother. What they truly lacked was a romantic partner. However, she could not articulate this sentiment too explicitly. For matters of the heart cannot be forced. Wu Laogao, on the other hand, felt it was not so dire. The fairy was merely 14, a young girl who knew little of love. Miao Ku was not particularly young either. Yet even the much older heir Yuehang remained single. Moreover, the Hua family's affairs were exceedingly complex, and he did not wish for his playmate to become entangled in such complications. Nonetheless, he could not resist Jie Tang's insistence. Alas, when it comes to brothers and lovers, the latter holds greater significance. After all, brothers are akin to limbs, while lovers are like garments. On the streets, one encounters only severed arms and legs, never nudity. Why not ask the fairy if she would be willing to feign a betrothal? Perhaps as childhood sweethearts or a young bride. Miao Ku sat up straight, gazing at Wu Laogao in shock. What a ridiculous notion. The fairy is far too young, and such a scheme could tarnish her reputation. Have you offended her recently? Wu Laogao retorted. This is hardly about me being offended. It seems you are the one at fault. I lament your utter lack of insight. Miao Ku was struck by inspiration. How about I seek out a woman from the pleasure district? When Er Yuehong and Chen Pai returned, they overheard Miao Ku's suggestion and exchanged concerned glances, hastening into the room. Seek a woman from the pleasure district? Chen Pai barely glanced at the others in the room. His teeth clenched as he fixed his gaze on Miao Ku. You've certainly acquired some audacity. Er Yuehong remained silent, yet his eyes conveyed disapproval. The three original occupants of the room fell silent. No, Chen Pai, do not slander. Isn't this what you suggested? Miao Ku attempted to clarify the situation, but now even Er Yuehong found the matter increasingly troublesome. Chen Pai stood up, declaring, perhaps I should just eliminate her. The others responded. No surprise there. Miao Ku, rising to his feet, pressed Chen Pai back into his chair, asserting, since Yin Xinyue has come to the Hong residence, the Xinyue restaurant could not possibly be unaware. Should anything occur, the Hong residents would bear the blame. Er Yuehong nodded in agreement. Chen Pai found the intricacies of the situation vexing, while Miao Ku was equally unsettled. Having returned with complications after a brief outing, the main issue is, when she inquired if I had a woman I fancied, I replied in the negative. Now I'm contemplating how to ruin my own reputation by associating with some women from the pleasure district. Jie Tang seemed to have an epiphany, speaking hesitantly. If you truly do not care about your reputation, perhaps, all eyes turned to her. Perhaps you should pretend to be fond of men. She closed her eyes. Having spoken her piece, the expressions of the others varied. Wu Laogao thought Jie Tang was quite clever. She was indeed a person he admired. Jie Tang felt a pang of guilt towards her sister, but with Er Yuehong and Chen Pai present, she dared not mention the fairy. Er Yuehong might merely glare at her, but Chen Pai was a different matter. He could be quite violent. Chen Pai felt increasingly agitated. Claiming to like men? What a ludicrous idea. Jie Tang, you two are quite annoying. What is wrong with your mind? Er Yuehong, however, found his thoughts stirred. He would certainly not permit Miao Ku to accompany Yin Xinyue to Beiping, nor would he allow Miao Ku to tarnish his reputation in the pleasure district. If it were merely a pretense of liking men, and if handled discreetly, it could potentially resolve the situation without any significant fallout. Miao Ku felt an odd discomfort. He too considered the idea viable. He looked to Er Yuehong for confirmation, who subtly blinked. I think it's feasible. I shall proceed as such tomorrow, Er Yuehong added. I will arrange a suitable venue for you. Wu Laogao felt the plan insufficient. I believe we ought to enlist another individual to complete the act. He paused. Miao Ku isn't very talkative with unfamiliar people, and I heard that today. Missy managed to push him back several steps. Unable to utter a word of refusal, Miao Ku recalled the scene from earlier, the girl's long, curled eyelashes and her faint fragrance. His face flushed. Pathetic, Chen Pai remarked, unable to bear it any longer. Miao Ke retorted stubbornly. What do you know? You might be even more embarrassed than I. She cannot even approach me. Should she come near, she would find herself lifeless. Miao Ke envisioned the scenario Chen Pai had described and felt a sense of calm wash over him. Yueheng found himself agreeing with Wu Laogo's suggestion. We need to find another suitable, eligible bachelor. Miao Ke considered the people around him, then proposed, Fifth Master, why not assist us fully, ensuring we see this through to the end? As he spoke, he reached out to pat Wu Laogo's shoulder. Wu Laogo recoiled, rising to take his leave. I must bid farewell, he said, preparing to depart with Jietong. Miao Ke followed closely behind, leaping onto Wu Laogo's back. Wrapping his arms around his neck, Miao Ke, let go. I truly cannot manage this. Jietong comes from a prominent family. Do not bring trouble upon me. We shall be discreet. No one will learn of this. Wu Laogo struggled forward a few steps, already outside the door. Seeing no one to assist him, he leaned closer to Miao Ke's ear. Consider the companions in Beiping. Missing has seen you together, which would lend credibility to the ruse. Miao Ke's eyes brightened, and he nimbly jumped down. You are quite right, he brushed off the dust from Wu Laogo's shoulders. Thank you for your hard work. Farewell, take care. With that, he dashed back to Yueheng's side. Wu Laogo exchanged a knowing glance with Jietong before departing the Hong residence with a smile. Chapter 28. In Xinyue 3's second brother. I shall step out for a moment, she exclaimed before dashing away. Yueheng was left behind, feeling that something was amiss. Miao Ke first ventured to Qi Tizui's residence, only to be informed that 8th Master was not in the incense hall that day. The servant mentioned that 8th Master had gone to Zhang Qishan's place, prompting Miao Ke to head to Zhang's residence. The Zhang residence. Several individuals sat in chairs. Miao Ke recounted the general situation and expressed his request, casting hopeful glances at Qi Tizui, whom he deemed particularly suitable. After all, they had traveled to Beiping together, and he was quite eloquent. Moreover, Qi Tizui had no family ties. He was a solitary man, so even if the news were to spread, it would not adversely affect him. Qi Tizui felt the weight of Miao Ke's gaze and experienced a pang of reluctance. This was not entirely unfeasible. Had Miao Ke approached him alone, he would have readily agreed. However, they were currently on Zhang Qishan's territory. Zhang Qishan remained silent as Miao Ke began to explain the situation, his demeanor turbulent, lost in thought. When Miao Ke mentioned Wu Laogo's suggestion, a faint smile flickered across Zhang Qishan's face. But upon noticing Miao Ke's expectant gaze directed towards Qi Tizui, his expression darkened once more. Qi Tizui sensed the tension in the air, fidgeting uncomfortably. Observing Qi Tizui's hesitance, Zhang Qishan remarked with a scoff, Why does little Miao not consider me? Upon hearing this, Miao Ke too became flustered. It was not just Qi Tizui who feared Zhang Qishan. Miao Ke held a certain apprehension towards him as well. This matter is trivial. How could I trouble Buddha with such a small issue? He hurriedly sought an excuse, asserting that such matters were beneath Buddha's notice. While he spoke, his eyes engaged in a silent exchange with Qi Tizui, who steadfastly avoided eye contact and refused to respond. Zhang Qishan stood, approaching Miao Ke and gently patting his shoulder. Little Miao, do not worry. I have no engagements tomorrow. I shall accompany you to meet Missine. Ultimately, the situation unfolded in a manner that was not quite as Miao Ke had anticipated. The following day, Yueheng had already arranged for a private room at the finest restaurant in Changsha the previous day. When In Xinyue received the invitation card, she thought to herself that this young man was quite capable. Today, she adorned herself beautifully, unlike her previous encounters when she donned men's attire. Today, she wore an elegant Western dress, her glossy, smooth hair neatly styled, her face adorned with charming makeup, resembling a rose on the verge of blooming, vibrant and enticing. As she opened the door to the private room, a smile graced her lips. However, upon entering, she discovered two individuals within. Aside from Miao Ke, there was also the false Peng Sanbian, who was none other than Zhang Qishan. In Xinyue took her seat directly across from Miao Ke, glancing at him before turning her gaze to Zhang Qishan. Why did you bring someone else along? She inquired, her tone playful yet familiar. Missine, I invited you today to discuss a matter, Miao Ke began, his words flowing smoothly at first, but faltering as he continued. I did not fully convey my thoughts yesterday. I actually Zhang Qishan chuckled lightly at Miao Ke's flustered expression, placing his hand over Miao Ke's resting on the table. Yin Xinyue, observing Zhang Qishan's gesture, felt a twinge of uncertainty. What was his intention? Miss Yin is quite perceptive, Zhang Qishan remarked, his fingers tightening around Miao Ke's hand. Yin Xinyue shook her head in disbelief, her gaze shifting from their intertwined hands to Miao Ke. I do not believe him. I want you to tell me directly. Why must you be so confrontational, Miss Yin? Little Miao is still young and shy. Zhang Qishan wore a smile as he playfully toyed with Miao Ke's fingers. Yin Xinyue shot him a glare, confirming that he was not one to deceive. Miao Ke finally mustered the courage to articulate his thoughts. Miss Yin, I am truly sorry, but I must confess, I am indeed attracted to men. He took a deep breath and continued to explain. Yesterday, there were too many onlookers, and such matters were not appropriate for public discourse. I sincerely apologize. Yin Xinyue still found it hard to believe. You are not making excuses to deceive me, are you? Miao Ke opened his mouth to explain once more, but Zhang Qishan smiled at Yin Xinyue and directly grasped Miao Ke's chin. Leaning in to meet his lips, one hand pressed against the back of Miao Ke's head while the other encircled his waist, turning him to face away from Yin Xinyue. Yin Xinyue's eyes widened in shock, and Miao Ke mirrored her disbelief, while Zhang Qishan cast a taunting glance at her. The spacious private room fell silent, the only sound being the faint trickle of water. Yin Xinyue was rendered speechless, while Miao Ke was momentarily stunned. Struggling slightly, a light laugh escaped Zhang Qishan's lips as he relaxed his grip on Miao Ke's head, seizing the opportunity as Miao Ke stepped back to say, "Be obedient, let Miss Yin see what our relationship truly is." He then leaned in to deepen the kiss, causing Miao Ke to freeze, promptly closing his eyes and pretending to be a lifeless body. Yet, with his eyes shut, his other senses heightened, he became acutely aware of Zhang Qishan's faint scent of tobacco, the firm embrace around his arms, and the aroma of tea that lingered between their lips. Observing Miao Ke's reaction, a glimmer of amusement danced in Zhang Qishan's eyes. He paused the kiss only when Miao Ke's breathing became labored, then turned his gaze towards Yin Xinyue, asking, "Miss Yin, do you wish to continue watching?" Yin Xinyue regarded the two before her. Zhang Qishan still wore that same impassive expression, yet Miao Ke was cradled in his arms. From her vantage point, she could only see his crimson earlobes. Zhang Qishan's hand, which had been holding Miao Ke's head, was now stroking through his hair, while his other hand encircled his waist. She had not anticipated that she had truly misjudged the situation. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and turned to leave. Miao Ke instinctively reached for the box on the nearby table. "Miss Yin, your belongings." Yin Xinyue halted and said, "Consider it a wedding gift." Without turning her head, she immediately exited the room. Miao Ke remained somewhat dazed, still reeling from the overwhelming impact of Zhang Qishan's earlier actions. Zhang Qishan did not urge him, instead sipping his tea and observing him. By the time Zhang Qishan took his third sip, Miao Ke finally came to his senses, abruptly standing, his face and neck flushed. "Why you?" Zhang Qishan found his reaction amusing, reaching out to pull him back down, only to see Miao Ke quickly retreat a few steps. Zhang Qishan paused, opening his mouth to speak, but before he could finish, Miao Ke had dashed out of the private room. Zhang Qishan remained behind, hand outstretched, but he could only hear the sound of the door opening and closing. "Master?" Zhang Rishan leaned his head in from outside the room, puzzled. Zhang Qishan shook his head to signal that all was well and rose. "Let's take our leave as well." Chapter 29. Setting sail. When Miao Ke returned to the Hong residence, he was still flushed, unsure of how to react to Zhang Qishan's advances. The idea of pretending to have a same-sex partner had initially been his own, and seeking Zhang Qishan's help was also a decision he had made. On the way to the private room earlier, he had rehearsed various scenarios in his mind, but none had prepared him for the events that had just transpired. Today, Yueheng had not gone to the theater. He was in the backyard grooming Yin Xinyue when he spotted Miao Ke sprinting back to his quarters. Curiosity piqued, Yueheng recalled Miao Ke mentioning that Zhang Qishan would help address the situation. Given Zhang Qishan's experience, it was unlikely that he would be incapable of handling a young lady. He knocked on Miao Ke's door. "Xiao Miao, what is the matter?" Miao Ke responded from within, "I'm fine." But Yueheng sensed something was amiss. When Miao Ke opened the door, Yueheng scrutinized him. Apart from his slightly flushed face, he seemed to be all right. "Has the matter been resolved?" Miao Ke nodded, prompting a smile from Yueheng. "That's good." Yin Xinyue poked his head out from behind Yueheng. and Miao Ku affectionately ruffled his fur. Gu, why didn't you go out today? On the docks. Chen Pai had another altercation with Lao Si, so I gave the troop a few days off until this conflict blows over. Miao Ku's mind was diverted by the issue at hand, undoubtedly stemming from Lao Si's troubles. Although Chen Pai appeared fierce, he was essentially a good ally. Yue Hong cast a somewhat exasperated glance at Miao Ku, thinking that only he would consider Chen Pai a good boy. Even as Chen Pai's master, he did not share that sentiment, unsure of what kind of spell Chen Pai had cast upon him. A week later, when Hua Xinggu learned of the incident, she had been away handling matters for Hua Jinsi in another region for half a month. Upon her return to Changsha, she discovered the situation and confronted Miao Ku, teasing him for several days. Miao Ku felt unjustly accused, yet he still indulged his sister, ultimately concluding their banter with a shopping trip. Wu Laogo and Jie Tang found it difficult to assess the developments, pondering daily whether the two had finally come to their senses. Since that day, Miao Ku had been evading Zhang Qishan. He later reflected that perhaps he should have slapped Zhang Qishan in the face, but then questioned whether that was too feminine of him, especially since Zhang Qishan had been assisting him. The entire episode left him feeling as if he had a thorn lodged in his throat. One day, Miao Ku overheard Jie Tang mention that Jie was about to embark on a trip abroad. Miao Ku's spirits lifted. Where to? Which country? For how long? Jie Tang and Wu Laogo exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Miao Ku was harboring some intentions. Germany, probably for a month or two. He plans to return before the new year. With the new year still nearly 3 months away, Miao Ku's excitement grew. Having spent considerable time in the Republic, he had yet to visit any foreign lands. He had once traveled the globe extensively. Seizing the moment, Miao Ku bid farewell to the couple and headed to Jui's residence. He still remembered the last time Jui had duped him. Although there were reasons behind it, his feelings had been hurt. He was confident that this modest request would be granted. Jui, Miao Ku sat in the reception room of the Jie household, which was elegantly decorated in a Western style, comfortably nestled on a soft sofa. What brings you here today, Xiao Miao? Jui inquired with a smile. I heard you were going abroad. May I accompany you? Jui pondered for a moment. His trip to Germany was for personal reasons, but recognizing Miao Ku's capabilities, he saw that having him along could be beneficial. He looked at Miao Ku and replied, of course, but have you spoken to Yi about it? Miao Ku's face lit up. As long as you agree. I'll discuss it with Gu when I return. Jui felt a tad helpless. This lad had come to the Jie residence without consulting his family, and Yueheng might interpret it as him inciting his brother's ambitions. We leave the day after tomorrow by train to Shanghai, then take a ship to Germany. Jui paused. If you're certain about going, send someone with a message by tomorrow evening. Thank you, Jui. Miao Ku left contentedly. That evening, Miao Ku broached the subject with Yueheng, who considered it for a moment before readily agreeing. Miao Ku found the response somewhat suspicious, casting a wary glance at Yueheng. Yueheng shot him a glare. If I agree and you're still hesitant, then don't go. Miao Ku immediately knelt. Good brother, I was wrong. Regarding Miao Ku's trip abroad, Yueheng had his own considerations. He intended to revisit the tombs in Shaanxi and wished to accompany Zhang Qishan. If Miao Ku learned of this, he would undoubtedly insist on joining. It was better to let him travel abroad with Jie, who was clever and fond of harmless jokes. Miao Ku would not suffer any significant loss. Perhaps just a few laborious tasks. Watching Miao Ku, who was radiating joy, Yueheng concluded that allowing him to accompany Jie was a sound decision. He had sensed that Miao Ku was avoiding Zhang Qishan lately, as he had not visited Zhang's residence in half a month, and even when Zhang Qishan had come twice, Miao Ku had found excuses to leave. All things considered, it was best to let him go. If Miao Ku knew that his beloved brother had orchestrated his departure while planning to venture into the tombs himself, he would likely burst into tears. The elixirs amounted to 5 in total, and after concocting them, he had made arrangements accordingly, with Zhang Qishan, Zhang Rishan, Qi Tizui, Yueheng, and himself comprising the perfect group of 5. He was merely waiting for Zhang Qishan and his companions to descend into the tomb so he could follow suit. However, due to recent events, he had been intentionally avoiding all matters related to Zhang Qishan, and he refrained from mentioning this particular issue for the time being. The following day, Yueheng arranged for someone to pack up belongings for Miao Ku. Germany was considerably colder than their homeland, and he packed several thick garments for Miao Ku, who, upon seeing them, was taken aback and thought Yueheng somewhat exaggerated. Yet, under the piercing gaze of Yueheng, he could only obediently stand aside and watch. Once everything was packed, A letter was sent to Jeju that evening, and the next morning, he was sent off on the train without making any public announcement. To speak of outsiders, even Shinpai, when he discovered Miao Ku was absent from home, Miao Ku had already set sail on the high seas. Chapter 30. Germany 1. When Miao Ku first boarded the ship, he felt a spark of excitement. However, it waned within half a day. The vessel was slow, its various apparatus outdated, and the barriers poorly constructed, allowing the stench of fish to waft even while lying in bed. Historically speaking, a voyage from the Republic of China to Germany took no less than 3 months, but this detail has been creatively adjusted. Miao Ku drifted at sea for several days. While in Changsha, everyone finally realized that he had embarked on a journey abroad with Jeju. Jetang was genuinely taken aback. Miao Ku had truly followed through on his word to leave the country, and Er Yuehong had surprisingly agreed to it. Wu Laogo sensed other underlying currents. Er Yuehong likely had further plans. Indeed, just a few days later, Er Yuehong sent for him to gather. He surmised that there must be significant work at hand. Upon arrival, he found Zhang Qishan, Er Yuehong, Qi Tiezhua, and Zhang Rishan present. After some pleasantries, Zhang Qishan expressed his intentions. Wu Laogo considered briefly and acquiesced. After all, in matters beneath the surface, he could confidently assert his superiority over Zhang Rishan. While he and Qi Tiezhua each possessed their own unique skills in comparison to Er Yuehong, it was difficult to say. The Hong family had a penchant for tombs from the northern and southern dynasties, which made them somewhat more discerning among tomb raiders. Therefore, if it were a tomb from the northern and southern dynasties, he could not compete with Er Yuehong. However, for tombs from other dynasties, he could certainly hold his own. The group deliberated over the materials provided by the Hong family and the experiences shared by Zhang Qishan and his team, and then they prepared to gather their gear and commence work. Meanwhile, Miao Ku and his companions finally set foot on German soil. The cold in Germany was indeed biting, and Miao Ku found it somewhat challenging to adjust, though he was grateful for the abundance of thick clothing Er Yuehong had prepared for him. The Jie family also owned property in Germany, a fact Miao Ku understood well. The habits of the wealthy, he too had once exhibited. The group rested in the house for a day, and only then did Miao Ku begin to feel a sense of recovery. Upon disembarking, he felt akin to a salted fish. Jeju arranged for someone to take Miao Ku out to explore while he himself attended to personal matters. The scenery in Germany differed significantly from that of his homeland. Perhaps due to wartime preparations, there were few entertainment venues, and after a few days of sightseeing, Miao Ku grew somewhat bored. Jeju had assigned him a guide who was quite astute. Noticing Miao Ku's ennui, he inquired whether he would like to visit the University of Jitingen, which was celebrating its anniversary at the moment. Miao Ku found this idea appealing, as he had always enjoyed exploring local universities during his travels. This university, boasting over 2 centuries of history, lived up to its reputation. After listening to the guide recount the institution's history, Miao Ku felt a sense of admiration. The atmosphere within the university was far more relaxed than outside. Though the students hurried past, their expressions were not burdened. The guide explained that, in recent years, the number of international students had decreased. After the art student failed his entrance exam, the persecution of the Jewish population escalated, prompting many professors to flee to the beautiful country. Miao Ku nodded, understanding the historical context. As he perused the various introductions posted around the school, he found himself increasingly impressed and began contemplating whether he might attend this institution. While engrossed in his thoughts, he inadvertently collided with a short-haired individual of East Asian descent. "Why apologies?" they both exclaimed in unison in Mandarin. Upon realizing they were both from Huaghua, they exchanged smiles and engaged in friendly conversation. The individual was a student studying Sanskrit, having come from their homeland. Upon learning that Miao Ku had just arrived, he enthusiastically began to explain various aspects of the university. The student spoke vividly and engagingly, allowing Miao Ku to quickly forget the guide and follow him around the campus. When the student discovered Miao Ku's interest in studying abroad, along with his decent grasp of German, he even invited him to sit in on a class. He earnestly encouraged Miao Ku, asserting that young people ought to devote themselves to scholarship. With the domestic situation in disarray, the more knowledge they acquired abroad, the more beneficial it would be for their homeland's future development. However, he also cautioned that some fields of study were best avoided. Just last year, a student had been detained due to the sensitivity of his major and his outstanding academic performance, preventing him from returning home. Miao Ku relished his time with this new friend, exchanging postal addresses and phone numbers, promising that if he did decide to study abroad, he would certainly reach out. When Jeju returned to their lodgings, he found Miao Ku in high spirits. Having made a new friend, he did not say much, merely requesting Miao Ku's assistance with a task that evening. Miao Ku nodded in agreement, as he realized that none of the individuals Jeju had brought along were particularly formidable. That night, Jeju led Miao Ku to a building nearby, instructing him to retrieve a document from the innermost archive, signed by Zhang Haiki. He briefly explained that this was material from a domestic organization collected by the Germans for various reasons. Following a series of confrontations, the domestic side sought to reclaim the documents, but the Germans remained obstinate, displaying arrogance and refusing to return anything once it was in their possession. Jeju had come to wrap up the matter. The domestic organization was understaffed and had suffered several casualties recently, resulting in severe losses on both sides. They had contemplated stealing back the documents, but with tensions running high, they were closely monitored. Thus, they sought a third party's intervention and turned to Jeju, who owed a favor from his time abroad. He had gathered that all the materials were stored in this location, and as long as Miao Ku could retrieve the documents, the issue would be nearly resolved. The archive was organized chronologically, so as long as he focused on a specific date, he should find the documents swiftly. Miao Ku nodded, indicating his understanding, and observed the patrol guard's schedule before deftly leaping down from the wall. The archive was not large. At the back, there was a small courtyard, and as the patrol guard passed, Miao Ku slipped from the courtyard into the hallway. The hallway was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the windows. There were also patrol guards within the building. He had noted earlier that the guards would sweep their flashlights around each room as they passed. The curtains in the rooms were tightly drawn, so as long as he found a corner to hide in, he would be fine. Miao Ku relied on the moonlight to discern the time written on the door, dismissing the rooms near the windows, and ventured deeper into the darker recesses, using his flashlight to briefly illuminate the area while shielding the beam with his palm. He continued until he reached a corner room, where he noted the time displayed at the entrance. He produced a metal wire to unlock the door, inserting it into the keyhole to manipulate the lock. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from around the corner. Feeling a surge of panic, he quickened his pace and managed to open the door just before the patrol guard turned the corner. Pressing himself against the wall beside the door, waiting for the guard to pass as the sound of footsteps faded into the distance, he let out a breath of relief. Upon turning around, he was startled to find a dark figure standing close beside him. Chapter 31. Germany 2. Miao Ku was taken aback by the black figure and instinctively struck out. The other party reacted swiftly, slightly tilting his head to evade the blow, then reaching out to grasp Miao Ku's arm, pushing outward and subsequently seizing his wrist. Realizing the individual was quick on their feet, Miao Ku retaliated with a kick to the opponent's leg. Taking advantage of their momentary evasion, he deftly broke free from their grasp. The two retreated a step, eyeing each other warily. The other person spoke first, their voice laced with amusement and nonchalance. No need to fight. No need to fight. They spoke fluent Mandarin, devoid of any peculiar accent. Miao Ku, remaining vigilant, refrained from responding, keeping a sharp gaze on the figure. You must be a helper sent by Zhang Haiki, right? We're all on the same side. So why the hostility? The figure continued. Same side. Miao Ku turned on his flashlight, scanning the figure before him. Indeed, they were of East Asian descent, tall and clad in black, wearing sunglasses. Is he out of his mind? Miao Ku thought to himself. Bemused, the room was shrouded in darkness, yet the individual wore sunglasses. Let us each focus on our own tasks, Miao Ku replied, hastily distancing himself from the stranger and searching for the documents according to the time indicated on the cabinet. While remaining cautious of the other person, Miao Ku began to sift through the materials. The stranger appeared capable, and engaging in a physical confrontation would not be to Miao Ku's advantage. He had only brought a dagger, having come solely to steal the documents. Moreover, the fact that the individual was familiar with Zhang Haiki and was here at this hour made it unlikely they were an enemy. Before long, Miao Ku located the documents, and as he reached to collect them, the other person extended their hand towards the same stack. Miao Ku, quicker by a hair's breadth, grasped the documents first and inquired. What do you think you're doing? The individual languidly leaned against the filing cabinet, remarking that the blind man had indeed been compensated and that the files must be returned. These are mine, and I acquired them first, Miao Ku declared as he meticulously organized the documents. He then regarded the person before him and commanded, step aside. Little beauty, Do not obstruct the blind man from earning a living. He jested while reaching for Miao Ku's waist pouch. Miao Ku retreated a step, lightly tapping his foot against the wall behind him, executing a swift turn in midair, and gracefully vaulted over the top of the cabinet, landing deftly on the ground. Quite impressive, the blind man seemed intrigued, as he leaped onto the cabinet and nimbly followed suit. Miao Ku retaliated with a kick aimed at him, but the blind man raised his arm to block it. Teasing, "Little beauty, your strength is lacking." Without hesitation, Miao Ku directed his other foot forcefully toward the blind man's arm that was attempting to shield against him, propelling himself forward like a fish. Creating distance between them, Miao Ku skillfully maneuvered out from the narrow space beside the filing cabinet, assessed the direction, and made a beeline for the exit. However, in the blink of an eye, the blind man was once again upon him. "Little beauty, I see you are well dressed. Perhaps you could compensate the blind man for this little incident, and I shall allow you to depart unscathed." Miao Ku could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" while simultaneously delivering a kick to the blind man as he dashed toward the exit. The blind man, though loquacious, exhibited remarkable agility, skillfully dodging the kick aimed at him within the dimly lit room. Before closing the gap once more, that moment, Miao Ku stood at the threshold, yet the blind man obstructed his path again. After several exchanges, Miao Ku's temper flared, and his strikes became increasingly forceful. After a few more moves, the opponent unexpectedly ceased to retaliate, wrapping one arm around Miao Ku's shoulder, pulling him into an embrace, while the other hand clamped over his mouth. Miao Ku retaliated with a heavy blow, yet upon hearing footsteps from outside, he ceased all movement. The blind man leaned close to Miao Ku's ear, whispering, "Little beauty, your strikes are rather fierce." The warmth of his breath brushed against Miao Ku's skin, sending shivers down his spine. Miao Ku took a step back, pressing himself entirely into the blind man's embrace, inadvertently stepping on his foot. The blind man, feeling the pain, tightened his hold, inhaling the fragrance of osmanthus emanating from Miao Ku. As the footsteps of the patrolling soldiers faded into the distance, Miao Ku hastily wriggled free from the blind man's grasp. The blind man's hand obediently slipped from Miao Ku's shoulder to his palm. Utilizing Miao Ku's backward momentum to apply a clever twist, "Forget about the files. Consider this ring as compensation for the blind man. Farewell, little beauty." With that, the blind man opened the door and vanished without a trace. Miao Ku hastily felt his hand, realizing with dismay, "My glass-grade emerald ring." A pang of regret struck him. The ring was of exceptional quality, crafted from a piece of ancestral material chosen by Old Wu for Jie Tang's birthday, with the intention of creating jewelry for her. Miao Ku had purchased the center stone at a great price, and having crafted only a single ring from the material, the rest remained at the Hong residence. This meant that the ring was not only made from premium materials, but was also a product of his own painstaking efforts. Now, having been taken by that blind man, he lamented not only the financial loss, but also the loss of his labor. By the time Miao Ku pursued outside, the blind man had already disappeared from view. Dejected, he handed the documents to Jejio, his hand instinctively reaching to where the ring had once rested. "Jejio, I encountered others inside." "Oh?" Jejio confirmed the accuracy of the documents, glancing at him with curiosity. "Did you engage in combat?" It was evident that Miao Ku's attire was somewhat disheveled. "Yes, the opponent was quite skilled. He seems to be someone Zhang Heike has recruited." "Could you possibly inquire about their identity?" Jejio scrutinized Miao Ku's expression closely, sensing he had suffered a setback. Noticing Miao Ku's silence, he chuckled lightly. "I shall inquire on your behalf. Return home and rest. If all goes well, we shall depart tomorrow." "Such haste?" "The matter is concluded. We can return in time for the new year." Having stayed up late the previous night, Miao Ku rose the next day well past 10 o'clock. Jejio was not home. Miao Ku lazily gathered his belongings and headed to the university to bid farewell to a classmate. As he departed, a shadow clad in black turned just in time, and the two walked away in opposite directions. By evening, Miao Ku found himself once more at sea, the boat gently swaying as it traversed the waters while he organized the local specialties he had purchased in the cabin. He enjoyed a tranquil existence on the ocean, blissfully unaware of the tumultuous changes that had transpired in Changsha during his absence. Chapter 32. The 4 Kills of Huang Kuei. Meanwhile, back in Changsha. Just a few days after Miao Ku's departure, Er Yuehong and his companions resolved to visit the tomb in Xiangxi. However, fortune was not on their side as Hong Yi fell ill with a cold, delaying their journey for several days. By the time Miao Ku had boarded the return ship, they had only just set out. Not long after Er Yuehong's departure, Chen Pai found himself in conflict with the fourth. At the Hong family dock, a fishing family had been entirely stripped of their goods, with a flag from the Huang Kuei family left on their boat. Chen Pai, initially feeling sympathy for the family, had no intention of intervening. However, he was taken aback when he discovered that a small boy from that family had been hidden away and had survived. The young boy recognized Chen Pai, a 5- or 6-year-old kneeling before him, pleading for revenge. Chen Pai felt a pang of empathy. He had once been a small beggar himself, taken in by his grandmother, who had shown him kindness, enabling him to survive. Later, he had met Miao Ku and eventually apprenticed under Er Yuehong, taking charge of the dock. Looking at the frail child, he was reminded of his own past, feeling a surge of frustration as he realized that it was that very past that separated him from his peers in the Jueman. He always felt different from them. The actions of the Huang Kuei family were indeed unscrupulous. Under Zhang Qishan's jurisdiction over the past few years, such ruthless acts had become rare. Yet, the moment Zhang Qishan left Changsha, such incidents resurfaced. Chen Pai scoffed at Zhang Qishan's failure as a defensive officer. He had little regard for Zhang Qishan and, truth be told, found it difficult to tolerate most people, with only his grandmother, Hong Yi, Er Yuehong, and Miao Ku earning his respect. He often unconsciously associated Miao Ku with his own thoughts, regardless of what he was doing. Years ago, when the young boy had embraced him, he had thought he had captured the sun, only to later realize that the sun could not be grasped and did not belong solely to him. No one could truly possess the sun. He wondered how Miao Ku was faring abroad and whether Jiejiao could take care of him. The boy clutched his leg, and Chen Pai's instinctive reaction almost caused him to kick the child away, but he quickly regained his composure. "Release me. I will point you to a path. Seek out Zhang Qishan at the largest courtyard in Changsha. Surrounded by many military police, he can assist you." The boy hesitantly let go, and Chen Pai took a step back. "However, he is currently away. You may need to wait a few days." With that, he departed. Chen Pai felt he had done all he could. His brief encounter with the boy was enough to extend his compassion. The next day, the boy returned, holding a pouch of coins. Without uttering a word, he gazed intently at Chen Pai. When Chen Pai noticed him, he instinctively extended his hand toward the money, feeling a wave of impatience, wishing to dismiss the child. "I heard you charge 101 to kill a person." Upon hearing this, Chen Pai regained his composure. Miao Ku and Er Yuehong had forbidden him from recklessly taking lives, yet he felt destined to partake in this line of work at times, when he was agitated and unable to suppress his murderous instincts. He would brandish the sign indicating his rate, retreating to a secluded corner. If a customer arrived, he would engage. After all, 101 was not a loss, and if no business came, he would simply use the time to calm down. However, he couldn't recall having seen this boy while peddling. "Who told you that, my sister?" Chen Pai suddenly recalled a charming little girl who bore a resemblance to Miao Ku. He had exchanged words with her. Had she already perished? A cold expression washed over Chen Pai's face as he crouched down to count the coins in the boy's hand. 97, 98, 99. Just one short. Furrowing his brow, Chen Pai returned the coins to his pouch and tossed them back to the boy. "One short. I cannot accept this job." The boy continued to clutch the pouch, following him closely. Perhaps moved by the child or reminded of his former self, or perhaps recalling that little girl. Chen Pai sighed. "Listen, I will search your boat. If I can find a single one, I will take the job." Chen Pai rummaged through the boat, turning it upside down, but found not a single coin. He mused to himself, could this be fate? A gust of wind swept through outside, causing the child's hands and face to turn a vivid crimson from the cold. His pitch-black eyes remained fixed on Chen Pai. Ultimately, Chen Pai accepted the 99-1, muttering about fate and his determination to defy it. He instructed the child to beg for alms, asserting that earning even a single one was his limit. For in their line of work, integrity was paramount. Just a single one, the child would likely procure it swiftly enough. After all, he had long harbored disdain for Huang Kuei. The child had likely lived a relatively decent life previously. After all, it had been 3 days without securing a single one. The lad was somewhat foolish, only begging near the homes of the local populace. while the dock area was populated by the impoverished, who among them could afford to be charitable. Chen Pai had dispatched a subordinate to follow the child, who reported that the child was either receiving buns or tofu each day. Such a large child easily elicited sympathy from mothers. On the afternoon of the third day, while Chen Pai was tallying goods in the warehouse at the dock, he saw his subordinate rushing towards him, breathless, announcing that Huang Kuei's thug had confronted the child. Chen Pai immediately sprang to his feet. That thug was no good. He had been responsible for the last incident involving the flower-picking drum. To be precise, the friction between the Hong family and Huang Kuei's clan was largely attributed to him. When Chen Pai arrived with his subordinate, he saw the thug had hoisted the child up. Chen Pai flung out his 9-claw hook. The thug, engrossed in tormenting the child, barely managed to dodge a critical blow upon hearing the sound. "Damn it, who dares to strike me?" he exclaimed, feeling the pain on his back, before turning around. "Damn, you again, Chen Pai," he charged at Chen Pai. The Huang family was unlike the others. They were engaged in waterborne business, known as water bandits, and the others looked down upon him as merely a water bandit who thrived by oppressing the common folk. Because Huang Kuei's family operated in this manner, their members were exceptionally skilled in aquatic combat. But now they were on land. The thug stood no chance against Chen Pai, and within moments, he lost his life. Chen Pai shook the blood from his 9-claw hook, while his perceptive subordinate had already rescued the child during the skirmish. He observed that the child had sustained serious injuries, cursing the thug inwardly for being such a pervert. With such skills, why not go fight the Japanese instead of assaulting a child? Chen Pai had initially intended for his subordinate to take the child back for treatment, thinking that if the child survived, it would be one less burden for the Hong family, which already aided many people annually. However, the child stared intently at him, raising his right hand, in which lay a bloodied one coin. Kill Huang Kui. That moment, Chen Pai felt a weight in his heart. Perhaps he had grown too comfortable over the years and was no longer as cold-hearted as in his youth. "Very well, I shall take this task." He reached out, intending to pat the child, but seeing no decent spot on him, he merely gestured before picking up the coin. "Take care of your wounds." Upon witnessing Chen Pai accept the coin, the child seemed to release a heavy burden and fainted. Chapter 33. The 4 kills of Huang Kui. After returning, Chen Pai gathered information about Huang Kui. The only notable figures among Huang Kuei's men were that sinister strategist and the thug, the latter of whom had already met his demise at Chen Pai's hands. The strategist was of no concern, merely a coward who preyed on women. Huang Kui was rather capable. He had built his reputation for the Huang clan through his prowess. But he was no longer young. Chen Pai assessed the situation and concluded there would be no issues. He would eliminate both of them, considering it a two-front deal. As night fell, Chen Pai stealthily infiltrated Huang Kuei's residence. Having learned during the day that this location was closest to the strategist's quarters, he first approached the strategist, who was inside, entangled with a woman. Chen Pai found him truly repugnant, as he was kissing the woman's feet. With a swift flick of his claw, he struck the strategist in the back, blood splattering as the 9-claw hook retracted. The woman, who had been submissively closing her eyes, suddenly sensed something amiss and opened them wide. She gasped. About Miaoke remained somewhat reluctant to give up. Jeju sighed. It wasn't that he didn't care, but it would be simplest to let Foe handle the matter. Other alternatives invariably carry their own drawbacks. After all, the populace seldom dares to confront authority. Although Miaoke was unaware of what those alternatives might be, he understood that he merely needed to follow the directives issued by Jeju and Hong Yi. For both were astute individuals, akin to 2 cunning foxes, brimming with shrewdness. Chapter 34. The storm in Changsha. The following morning, Chen Pai awoke. During the treatment of his wounds the previous day, Jeju had administered an anesthetic, resulting in a deep slumber that left him momentarily disoriented. The light-hued bed curtains and satin sheets made it abundantly clear to Chen Pai that he was not in his own quarters. Rising from his bed, he spotted Miaoke, who was hunched over beside him. The young man, though not particularly short, appeared diminutive as he nestled in his cloak. His disheveled black hair framed a face that was slightly flushed from sleep. In that fleeting moment, Chen Pai forgot the pain of his injuries. He paused, extending a hand to brush aside the loose strands of hair from Miaoke's face. The youth's skin felt soft and warm, and as Chen Pai's fingers grazed his cheek, a gentle warmth radiated from him. Chen Pai gazed at the boy, myriad thoughts flashing through his mind, culminating in a singular realization. How delightful this moment was. It seemed as though he had conceived a vague notion of his future. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Miaoka's face. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he gradually opened his eyes, prompting Chenpai to hastily retract his hand. "You're awake?" he murmured. Miaoka rubbed his eyes and pressed the back of his hand against Chenpai's forehead. "No fever. You should be fine then." Noticing Chenpai's silence, Miaoka stood, stretched lazily, and quipped, "I feel like your mother, as if I've been keeping vigil over you all this time." He chuckled at his own remark. 3 years ago. Chenpai's expression softened as memories of the past surfaced. Indeed, it had been over 3 years. Miaoku, smiling, regarded him earnestly. "Don't worry. I'll still be by your side this time, Denimim," Chenpai replied, perceiving the youth as if he were glowing. Changsha City was awash with an impending storm, while Chenpai recuperated in Miaoka's courtyard. Jejuri intended to bide his time to observe Lu Jianxuan's response. When he deemed the moment ripe, he would dispatch someone to inform Miaoku and the others. Their current task was simply to ensure Chenpai healed properly, leaving all other matters unattended. On the first day of his recuperation, Chenpai complied obediently. He ate whatever Miaoka prepared, behaving exceptionally well. After Miaoka finished cooking, he reclined in a chaise longue, engrossed in a novel. By the second day, however, Chenpai began to nitpick, complaining that the porridge was undercooked and the vegetables too salty. Had Miaoka not been confident in his culinary skills, he might have felt successfully berated. On the third evening, Chenpai sought yet another excuse to converse with Miaoku. "I don't want to drink porridge." Miaoka rolled his eyes. "As a patient, you shouldn't have so many demands. Your medicine is effective." "I'm already well," Chenpai retorted. "Am I not the one changing your dressings daily?" Miaoku was nearly exasperated to the point of laughter. Even with the use of his own concoction, it was evident that Chenpai's wounds had not fully healed. He was all too aware of their condition. "What I brew is medicine, not a miracle elixir." Noticing Chenpai was about to protest again, he shot him a glare. "Just eat your food." After being glared at, Chenpai contentedly began to eat. He genuinely struggled with Miaoku, treating him as if he were fragile. Miaoku, on the other hand, felt irked. The 3 months he had been away from Chenpai had shattered the idealized image he had of him. He began to wonder if Chenpai was entering a rebellious phase. After all, he had been just fine before his trip to Germany. How had the boy become so difficult in just 3 months? Little did Chenpai know of Miaoka's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have shown him what it truly meant to be troublesome. On the 4th evening, a knock echoed at Miaoku's door. After exchanging the secret signal, Miaoku opened it. Lu Jianxuan had been frantic in his search for Chenpai over the past few days. With Huang Kuei's family recently leaderless, the Hua family had seized the opportunity to annex a considerable portion of Huang's territory. Hong Yi had intervened to restore order, and now the various factions were quiet. Jejui had also made contact with Zhang Qishan, who would return to Changsha the next day. Upon his return, Chenpai would step forward to consolidate Huang's influence. Miaoku took note of this and securely closed the door. Meanwhile, Chenpai was nestled by the stove, tending to some roasted chestnuts. "What is happening outside?" he inquired. "Why should you care? You can worry about the outside world once you're able to step out." Miaoka replied. Chenpai tossed a chestnut at Miaoku, who caught it and began to peel it. In truth, Chenpai was not particularly concerned about the outside circumstances. He found it quite pleasant to remain within this courtyard. Miaoku, however, held a different perspective. He was aware that Hong Yi intended to expel Chenpai from the sect, yet he did not dare to voice this to Chenpai. He felt that the boy had merely rid the world of a scoundrel. What wrong had he committed? Yet, since Hong Yi had orchestrated it, there must be a reason behind it. On the 5th day of Chenpai's recovery, Zhang Qishan returned to Changsha at the Red Mansion. Yueheng lay in bed recuperating. The doctor had just finished examining him and prescribed a regimen for his recovery. When Miaoka returned home, the doctor was just departing. "Godfather, how is second brother's condition?" Hong Yi hesitated, and upon observing this, Miaoku checked Yueheng's pulse, noting the severe injuries and excessive blood loss. Miaoku understood the cause of Hong Yi's expression. He produced a Baixiadan. Hong Yi was well aware of the elixir's properties. As Yueheng's father, he naturally wished for Miaoku to use the medicine to save his son. However, having previously taken the elixir himself, he understood its rarity. It was not an exaggeration to say it could revive the dead. Years ago, Miaoku had used it to save his life. considering him a foster son and entrusting him with half of the Red family's estate. Now, with Er Yuehong gravely injured, Hong Yi felt conflicted. Just as Hong Yi wrestled with his emotions, he saw Miao Ku directly place a Bai Xiaodan into Er Yuehong's mouth. "Godfather," Miao Ku said earnestly, "I genuinely regard you as a family elder and consider second brother as my own brother. You need not feel indebted." Hong Yi sighed. "Ultimately, we owe you." Miao Ku smiled. As long as you both are well. The Bai Xiaodan required half an hour to take effect. Miao Ku positioned himself in front of the bed and exchanged a knowing glance with Hong Yi. It was then that Hong Yi remembered Miao Ku was with Chen Pai. Now that Miao Ku was here, where was Chen Pai? He turned to exit the room, only to find Chen Pai kneeling outside. The teenager, in the midst of growth, was naturally slender, and combined with his recent injuries, he appeared even more frail. Before Chen Pai could say anything, Hong Yi felt a pang of sympathy for his disciple. "Master, please don't expel me from the sect." Chen Pai looked up at Hong Yi with earnestness. Hong Yi reached to help him up, but Chen Pai remained kneeling. "Grandmaster." With a gentle sigh, Hong Yi mused, "The younger generation is always a burden." He leaned down to whisper something in Chen Pai's ear before turning back into the room. Chen Pai stared at Hong Ye's departing figure, bowing deeply. Then he stood and, at the entrance of the Red Mansion, performed 3 deep bows. Chapter 35. The storm in Changsha. 2. Miao Ku felt a weight in his heart. From this day forth, Chen Pai was no longer a member of the Red Mansion. The child he had raised would now have to face the storms of life alone. Observing Miao Ku's dejection, Hong Yi patted him lightly. "Chen Pai is a stubborn one. Are you also so unyielding? He is taking over the fourth brother's responsibilities. They will see each other again." Moreover, it was merely a matter of appearances. He could still meet Chen Pai whenever he wished. Hearing this, Miao Ku chuckled foolishly. "Right?" He glanced at Er Yuehong, whose medicine had yet to take effect, and hesitated. "Go check on Chen Pai. I'll look after Hong Er here." "That child," sigh. Miao Ku nodded, then paused. "What about Fo Yi? Zhang Qishan was injured, but his wounds are lighter than Hong Er's. Qi Tizui, Zhang Rishan, and Wu Laogo are all fine." "Very well, Godfather, I shall take my leave." Miao Ku inquired after Chen Pai's whereabouts at the entrance of the Red Mansion and learned he was headed towards the Huang family. Miao Ku hurriedly made his way to catch up with Chen Pai, only to see a foreigner conversing with him. "Mr. Chen." Miao Ku quickened his pace. "Chen Pai." Chen Pai turned to Miao Ku, pursed his lips, and responded, "Miao Ku." The foreigner gestured exaggeratedly. "Mr. Miao." Miao Ku eyed the foreigner warily. "I am Chiu Dko." The man smiled politely. "You may continue your business, Mr. Chen. We shall chat another time." As the foreigner departed, Miao Ku turned to Chen Pai. "What did that foreigner want with you?" Chen Pai averted his gaze. Remaining silent, Miao Ku grasped his hand. "Chen Pai, I will always be by your side." Chen Pai's eyes shifted to Miao Ku's hand. He reciprocated the grip, stepped forward, and embraced Miao Ku. "I'm fine. How is my master?" Miao Ku gently patted his back. "Nothing serious. Hong Yi is looking after him." Holding Chen Pai, Miao Ku reflected on how he was still just a half-grown child, and how resolute Hong Yi could be. "Are you heading to the Huang family now? I will accompany you. No need." Chen Pai unexpectedly declined. Miao Ku opened his mouth to protest, but Chen Pai interjected, "No, I can manage." Chen Pai released his grip, taking a step back to regard him. "Trust me, I can do it." Chen Pai's expression was earnest as he looked at him. Miao Ku could only nod. The child had grown and was ready to venture out on his own. Could parents truly hold him back? "I wish to reside in your house." Chen Pai abruptly shifted the topic, putting forth his request. "Very well." Miao Ku fished a key from his pocket. Chen Pai took the key and smiled at him. "I shall take my leave." Miao Ku watched Chen Pai depart before turning towards Zhang Qishan's residence. Zhang Qishan lay in bed, being examined by a doctor. Miao Ku felt a kinship with Er Yuehong. However, while Er Yuehong had a traditional Chinese physician, Zhang Qishan was attended by a Western doctor. "Deputy, how is the Buddha?" "Miao Yi." Zhang Rishan paused. "Not well." Miao Ku took his pulse, assessing his condition. It was manageable. Merely blood loss and a curse. Miao Ku subtly indicated to Zhang Rishan to clear the room. Zhang Rishan nodded, dismissing everyone, and then observed as Miao Ku began to administer medication to Zhang Qishan. "Miao Yi." Zhang Rishan reached out to snatch the medicine bottle away. "Let me do it. Your method is rather inappropriate." Seeing the pained expression on his face, Miao Ku relented and allowed Zhang Rishan to take over. Muttering, I am merely administering medicine, not committing murder. What are you so afraid of? Zhang Rishan remained silent. Miaoke's method had indeed looked more akin to a crime than a cure. Miaoke produced 3 porcelain vials to be administered every half hour. The red pills he was giving Zhang Qishan were essentially blood-replenishing medicine, as he was currently suffering from significant blood loss. Unlike the extraordinary Bishadan, which could only be used once, the red pills could be administered repeatedly, albeit with a half-hour interval. Miaoke estimated Zhang Qishan's blood loss. After these few vials, he might not fully recover but could surely regain a substantial amount. He glanced at Zhang Rishan, casually checking his pulse, and handed him a vial. You drink this. Watching Zhang Rishan obediently open the vial and consume its contents, Miaoke inquired, How is it that you are also losing blood? Zhang Rishan finished drinking and stood in silence, his eyes evasive. Miaoke understood that Zhang Rishan, being a straightforward man, likely had received instructions from either Zhang Qishan or Heir Yueheng not to divulge anything to him. All right, I shan't pry further. How are old 8th and 5th Master faring? Zhang Rishan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the first half of the question. 8th Master is fine, but 5th Master has sustained some injuries. Then I shall go check on 5th Master. We can discuss other matters once the Buddha awakens. Coughing interrupted from the bed. What matters shall we discuss once I awaken, Buddha? Both men approached the bedside, where Zhang Qishan fixed a piercing gaze upon Miaoke. Miaoke took his pulse, finding no significant issues, and stated, You should drink those vials, and have you taken the medicine for the curse? Miaoke was curious about this matter, as Heir Yueheng bore no curse, yet both Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan's conditions indicated otherwise. Zhang Rishan answered from the side, Not why Gu has not been cursed. I have yet to check on Wu Laogo. If he is also unharmed, it may indicate you encountered something else for the first time. Zhang Qishan sat up and glanced at his plum blossom tattoo. Nodding in understanding, he rose to the table and picked up a small medicine bottle, examining it closely. Is this your concoction? Yes, it primarily serves to replenish blood. The Buddha is experiencing significant blood loss. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan touched the nape of his neck, recalling an incident where hair had gotten tangled, leading him to experience some hallucinations, which he had forcibly removed, likely resulting in his blood loss. What has transpired? You wish to wait for me to awaken before discussing it? Zhang Qishan gestured for Miaoke to sit. Will you not rest a while longer? Miaoke was unaccustomed to Zhang Qishan's immediate transition to serious discussions upon awakening. Zhang Qishan smiled gently. It's fine. I feel well enough now, I shall rest later. Seeing his determination, Miaoke retrieved a vial of blue medicine and handed it to Zhang Qishan. This is for replenishing energy. Drink it, and then we can talk. Zhang Qishan opened it and drank without hesitation. Miaoke observed as his complexion improved significantly before broaching the topic of Qin Pai, along with the incident involving the foreigner. Zhang Qishan contemplated, there is no need to worry about Lu Jianxuan. Now that I have returned, he cannot stir up any significant trouble. As for Qin Pai, let us adhere to the rules of the 9 gates. Once matters settle, we will convene the 9 gates. Regarding the foreigner, Zhang Rishan interjected, he is the priest associated with Tianzhong Liangzi. Tianzhong Liangzi? A Japanese? Miaoke echoed. Zhang Rishan nodded and, upon receiving a signal from Zhang Qishan, elaborated on this Japanese woman, including their speculation that she might be connected to the tomb in the Xiangxi mines. If that is the case, then Shou Dikao reaching out to Qin Pai at this time could signify an attempt to win him over. Miaoke suggested, following their lead. Or perhaps Tianzhong Liangzi and Shou Dikao are seeking to recruit Qin Pai. Not just that, Zhang Qishan responded, Lu Jianxuan may have joined them. Chapter 36. The mind. Miaoke felt his mind struggling to keep pace. As Zhang Qishan noticed his bewilderment and reached out to pat the top of his head, I will discuss matters with Jieju shortly. Do not dwell on it. Miaoke sensed a hint of discrimination. Yet he acknowledged that he was indeed not as astute as Jieju. I shall go check on 5th Master and bring him some medicine. As he spoke, Miaoke began to rise. But Zhang Qishan suddenly grasped his wrist. What is it, Buddha? Miaoke inquired, puzzled. Zhang Qishan stood and gently embraced him. Xiao Miao, you must take care of yourself. This embrace was light, allowing Miaoke to easily break free. Yet Zhang Qishan appeared genuinely fragile at that moment. Tentatively, Miaoke returned the embrace, softly patting his back. Buddha? Brother Zhang? What is the matter? Since Zhang Qishan's awakening, Miaoke had sensed something amiss. His gaze had been fixated on him, compounded by Zhang Qishan's earlier statement urging him to live well. Did you have a nightmare? He reasonably speculated, which elicited a chuckle from Zhang Qishan, who rested his chin on Miao Ku's shoulder. Stifling laughter, allowing Miao Ku to feel the rise and fall of his chest, I was ensnared in an illusion within the tomb. Zhang Qishan explained, shifting slightly to find a more comfortable position. Miao Ku began to understand. Perhaps it was merely the effects of some illusion that he had conjured, and a brief embrace provided him with reassurance. The two remained quietly entwined for a while. But as Miao Ku continued to embrace, he found the situation increasingly peculiar. When had Zhang Rishan stepped out? Why was Zhang Qishan still holding on? Before their trip to Germany, Zhang Qishan had even kissed him. Could it be that he was gay? Miao Ku felt a wave of heat rush to his ears. Observing his reaction, Zhang Qishan's eyes sparkled with amusement before he released his hold, understanding that the key to gradual persuasion was to know when to withdraw. As Miao Ku sensed Zhang Qishan's release, he stepped back. Then I shall go check on Fifth Master. I'll join you. I need to pay a visit to Juyi, Zhang Qishan replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Miao Ku began to doubt himself. Zhang Qishan appeared to harbor no ulterior motives, leading him to question if he had overthought the situation. How could he have assumed his brother was gay? He felt a pang of guilt for such a misinterpretation. Miao Ku pondered this until he reached Wu Laogo's residence, where upon entering, he found Jie Tang administering medicine to Wu Laogo, meticulously feeding him a small bowl of herbal concoction. One spoonful at a time. Miao Ku couldn't help but sigh at the couple's playful antics. He checked Wu Laogo's pulse and examined his condition. There were no signs of a curse, indicating that the curse and the tomb were not linked. He pulled out 2 vials of red medicine, placing them on the table before preparing to leave. However, Wu Laogo called out to him, Miao Ku. Miao Ku turned back, puzzled. What is it? Wu Laogo glanced at Jie Tang, who smiled and said, I will go fetch some hot tea. You two talk with that. She exited the room. Miao Ku's expression grew serious. Wu Laogo seemed to have something significant to discuss, yet wished to avoid Jie Tang's presence. Once the door closed, Wu Laogo bent down to retrieve a box from beneath the bed. Opening it revealed a collection of jade pendants, intricately carved. Upon seeing the patterns, Miao Ku's eyes widened, and he quickly approached the bed. Where did you acquire this jade pendant? Wu Laogo handed it to him, returning the box to its place. This pendant was brought back from the tomb in Xiangxi. The tomb is quite peculiar, with many diverging paths. We each took a different route. I discovered this pendant in one of those paths. It was originally wrapped in a layer of cloth, but the fabric had deteriorated so badly that I could not retrieve it. Wu Laogo then examined the pendant. This modified bagua design is something I have only seen on you. However, this pendant is at least 1,000 years old, likely from the Tang dynasty. Miao Ku traced the patterns on the pendant, noting, this design is the emblem of my sect, which indeed traces its lineage back to the Tang dynasty. I wish to take this pendant. Wu Laogo casually waved his hand, since I specifically showed it to you. It is, of course, meant for you. Miao Ku's tone turned serious. Fifth Master, this pendant represents a debt I owe you. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Old Wu nodded with a smile, for he would certainly not engage in a losing venture. Miao Ku carefully tucked away the jade pendant and said, Fifth Master, I shall take my leave now. Go on, do not delay me from pursuing romance. Old Wu feigned a fragile demeanor as he reclined comfortably. Miao Ku's heartfelt emotions were momentarily scattered by those words. He rolled his eyes at Old Wu and departed. Upon returning to the Hong residence, Yue Hong had already awakened. Brother, how do you feel? During Miao Ku's absence, Yue Hong had also conversed with Lord Hong, fully aware of the extent of his injuries. To his surprise, he found himself mostly recovered upon waking. I am well now, thank you. Miao Ku observed his condition. The severe injuries had vanished, and the excessive blood loss had diminished to mere fatigue. What are you saying? We are family. Yue Hong embraced him, affirming, indeed, we are family. Miao Ku had already been hugged 3 times that day, and he felt he had grown accustomed to being embraced by everyone. Brother, what did you encounter in that tomb? Yue Hong extended his arms, lost in thought, and began to recount. Their journey had been fraught with peril, but fortunately, several among them were well versed in such matters, successfully guiding the group past numerous traps. When they arrived at a path ensnared by silk, Qi Tizui found himself caught in the web. Yue Hong discovered that salt would dissolve the silk, and thus, he scattered salt to destroy the web. enabling their escape. He surmised that the wall must be hollow. Zhang Qishan reached out to probe, confirming it was safe, and they all entered the passage, where they also found Qi Tizui. The group delved deeper into the tomb, feeling their way forward. Suddenly, they encountered an unusual gravestone in an unexpected location. Old Wu deduced it was an obvious cover-up and moved the gravestone aside to reveal a hidden entrance. Upon entering the cave, they discovered it was a secret laboratory established by the Japanese. After Zhang Qishan collected some materials from the lab, they pressed on. They soon faced a vast expanse of lava, with remnants of hair that had previously ensnared Zhang Qishan. Continuing further, they arrived at a burial chamber filled with numerous coffins. Haphazardly strewn about, upon witnessing this scene, the group recognized that such a collective burial was quite rare. They then examined the surrounding soil and speculated that a collapse had likely occurred here. San Si Yuan Ding discovered an opening leading elsewhere. As they pressed deeper, they encountered numerous traps along the way, all seemingly designed to deceive. Chapter 37. The Mind Too. At that moment, a sudden melody filled the air, an aria often sung by Er Yuehong. The haunting notes echoed through the tomb, creating an eerie atmosphere. They quickly concealed themselves, hoping to attract the source of the song. Sure enough, before long, a strange figure drifted by. When it began to investigate, a fierce-looking man suddenly appeared, and Zhang Qishan immediately struck him down. Er Yuehong observed the individual closely and realized he was merely an elderly man, prompting him to halt Zhang Qishan's assault. When Miaoke heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. The old man was indeed pitiable, and Zhang Qishan's reaction was quite comical. The thought of Zhang Qishan being so on guard only to confront an ordinary elderly man struck him as amusing. Er Yuehong also smiled slightly. Zhang Qishan's actions had been rather humorous, and they had all stifled their laughter at the time. They carefully studied the old man, discovering he was both blind and mentally impaired. Yet he could sing Er Yuehong's songs. Qi Tizui suggested that Er Yuehong engage him in a duet, and indeed, the old man responded, leading them to his dwelling. Upon arrival, they found evidence that many miners had once resided there, likely hired by the Japanese to extract resources. The old man's eye injury was presumably the result of the Japanese. As they rested momentarily, a sudden ringing sound echoed, followed by the sensation that something was approaching them. Er Yuehong discovered a bed adorned with his family's crest, sensing a connection between the old man and the ancestors of the Hong family. When the old man noticed their probing inquiries, he began to recount tales from the past. At the tender age of 15, while working in the mine, he had been saved from a beating by Er Yuehong's maternal uncle, thus forming a bond between them. The uncle had, under the pretense of expediting progress, proposed to the overseer the use of explosives for mining. The old man reminisced about that fateful night when Er Yuehong's uncle instructed him to leave and inform the Hong family in Changsha that he had departed. In hindsight, the old man realized he had been resolute in his decision to perish alongside the Japanese. During his deep excavation in the mine, he had uncovered a tomb passage, which the Japanese had subsequently exploited to uncover long-hidden secrets. To safeguard the treasures within, Er Yuehong's uncle had selflessly detonated explosives, sacrificing himself in the process. The explosion had alarmed the inhabitants of the mine, prompting the Japanese to retaliate by capturing other miners, blinding them to transform them into human sentinels. The old man guided them deeper into the tomb, where they encountered a path thickly populated with strange fungi, posing a significant danger. Remarkably, none of the group were harmed. Yet the old man became ensnared by the tendrils, leaving him in a dire state. Er Yuehong speculated that after years of residing in the tomb, the old man had likely been infected by the fungi, which had only now activated due to the overwhelming presence of spores in the passage. The group continued their journey through the tomb and finally reached the enigmatic ancient door, inscribed with the words, "Those who enter this door abandon all hope." Zhang Qishan expressed his desire to venture forth. Brothers are willing to accompany a gentleman into danger, they agreed, entering through the door together. The world beyond was eerily familiar to them. It was indeed an ancient tomb. Though they were seasoned in tomb raiding, the perils of the journey demanded their utmost vigilance. As they arrived at a location where several passageways emerged, each leading to different destinations, Zhang Qishan, Er Yuehong, Qi Tizui, and Old Wu bound themselves with steel wire, dividing into 4 groups to explore. Meanwhile, the deputy remained behind, clutching the wire ball, awaiting their return. Er Yuehong paused at this juncture, hesitating before continuing. As for what happened next, I cannot be certain if it truly transpired. I saw my mother in that tomb passage. An illusion, Miao Ku interjected. Er Yueheng nodded, recounting that shortly after entering the tomb, the wire binding him had snapped. The corridor he traversed was surrounded by shattered mirrors, the light from his flashlight reflected in a disconcerting manner, as if invoking madness. A daze, Er Yueheng glimpsed his mother and some past events. He steadied himself and pressed onward, only to find himself unable to retrace his steps upon reaching another burial chamber. In this chamber, he encountered a vision of another self. Er Yueheng refrained from detailing his encounter with this other self. While Miao Ku comfortingly placed his hand on his dot, he smiled and continued his tale. He inadvertently discovered the family crest, indicating that their ancestors had once visited this place, suggesting an escape route might exist. He unearthed the documents left by his uncle and began to ponder their significance, eventually firing lead pellets to navigate the passage, ultimately locating the exit. He groped his way to the burial chamber where Zhang Qishan, Old Wu, and Qi Tizui awaited, using the pellets to guide them along the correct path. Upon reaching the final burial chamber, they realized they had found the exit, yet it also served as the entrance to the main tomb. Zhang Qishan insisted on entering to retrieve items, as this was his ultimate goal for coming here. He was determined to see it through. Er Yueheng disagreed, stating that Zhang Qishan had been injured in the tomb, and entering the main chamber in his current state would be tantamount to courting death. He proposed to enter the tomb in Zhang Qishan's stead, asking the others to wait outside. Miao Ku, intrigued, noticed that Er Yueheng's mouth moved but no sound emerged. Realizing Er Yueheng was at a loss for words, he fell silent. Miao Ku was familiar with this state of Er Yueheng. He had experienced it himself when attempting to communicate something related to the system. Words would elude him, and he lacked the strength to write. Indescribable? He ventured. Er Yueheng nodded, adding, after I emerged, I had Zhang Qishan blow up the mine. Beyond that, my memory is rather hazy. Miao Ku nodded, and subsequently, he had gleaned most of the details regarding their return from Xiangxi. It appeared that both Er Yueheng and Zhang Qishan had traversed the realm of illusion. Casting a glance at his main quest, he noted that after listening to Er Yueheng's account, 2 more objectives had been marked as completed. Bringing his count of so-called memory fragments to 3, an unsettling thought nagged at him. The main quest felt somewhat sinister, with its loosely defined requirements. Merely observing and gathering hearsay from a few individuals had sufficed to achieve 3 main objectives. The ease of it all left him feeling rather uneasy. A side tale. The illusion Zhang Qishan tread cautiously within the tomb passage, which was adorned with mirrors of various sizes. The beam from his flashlight illuminated one mirror, revealing countless intersecting lines of light. He briefly closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, he beheld Miao Ku smiling at him, the youth radiating joy, a small dimple gracing the corner of his lips. He felt inexplicably drawn to that dimple, reaching out a hand. The skin of his palm was smooth and delicate, brushing against the youth's cheek as he nuzzled against it. Love sparkled in his eyes. Merely gazing at him was enough to enchant him. Zhang Qishan recognized the peculiarity of the situation, yet found himself unable to resist. Even in dreams, he had never encountered a youth like this. Qishan, come here, the young man called, bouncing a few steps forward before turning back to beckon him, his expression innocent, reminiscent of a carefree little bird. Zhang Qishan pinched himself sharply, reminding himself that this was an illusion. The youth would never address him in such a manner. Even when guilty or attempting to curry favor, he would only refer to him as Zhang Gu. The young man, seemingly growing impatient, glared at Zhang Qishan, hands on his hips, and shouted, Zhang Qishan. Instinctively, Zhang Qishan took a step forward, averted his gaze from the youth, and opted to close his eyes, silently chanting that this was but an illusion, merely a figment of his imagination. Silence enveloped the space before him. Upon reopening his eyes, the boy who had just spoken to him had vanished, replaced by a figure clad in a qipao. The pink garment, embroidered with large butterflies, featured a high slit that revealed the pristine flesh of his legs, the pale skin tantalizingly visible as he walked. The youth's face was adorned with a light touch of makeup, his lips gleaming. Zhang Qishan swallowed hard as he watched the figure approach. His gaze fell upon the youth's shimmering lips, rosy and radiant, appearing irresistibly kissable. Dear Lord. The young man draped his arm over Zhang Qishan's shoulder. Leaning in closer, Zhang Qishan's focus began to waver. He was aware that this was an illusion, yet he never anticipated encountering Miao Ku in a qipao. He secretly scorned himself while repeatedly stealing glances at the youth's present form. The young man leaned in closer, and Zhang Qishan found a strange calm washing over him. The faint scent of osmanthus wafted from the youth, a fragrance specially concocted by Yuehang for him. The illusion could deceive his eyes, but it could not fool his sense of smell. The illusion shifted once more, this time revealing the youth in a wedding attire. The red fabric accentuated his alabaster complexion, and the figure-hugging design highlighted his slender waist. The youth's face bore a hint of playful sulkiness. "Dear," he began, raising a hand to unbutton his garment. Zhang Qishan's eyes uncontrollably roamed over the elongated neck. The smooth skin, the alluring collarbone, and a hint of cherry are in anguish. Zhang Qishan shut his eyes. He now perceived himself as a pervert, aware of the darkness within, harboring unspeakable thoughts about the youth. Yet he prided himself on being a gentleman. How had he sunk so low within this illusion? The subsequent transformations grew increasingly explicit. Zhang Qishan, while reminding himself that this was mere fantasy, found himself unable to look away. The illusion seemed to recognize that its previous tactics were ineffective, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. Zhang Qishan braced himself, watching as the figure of the youth reappeared, only to be joined by another silhouette emerging from the distance. The next moment, his vision blurred in horror. No? A bullet pierced the youth's chest, spilling forth a cascade of blood. The young man clutched his wound, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with sorrow as he gazed at Zhang Qishan. Extending a hand toward him, "Qishan, it hurts so much. Dear Lord, why won't you look at me? Zhang Qishan, please, look at me. Zhang Gu." Zhang Qishan seized a dagger and inflicted a cut upon himself, ultimately relying on the pain to escape the illusion. Chapter 38. Clouds over Changsha. 3 Second brother, how is Chun Pai faring? The decision made by father was not misguided. The Hua family's acquisition of the Huang family's territory seems reasonable. Yuehang explained earnestly to Miao Ku. The Hong family cannot monopolize both gates. Whether the Hua family can relinquish what they have taken depends on Chun Pai himself. While the reasoning was sound, Miao Ku felt an innate reluctance. Yuehang playfully tousled his hair. "You will be fine. How was your time in Germany?" Upon mentioning Germany, Miao Ku excitedly recounted tales of his new friends, particularly lamenting the encounter with the blind man who had mishandled his ring. Yuehang found it amusing, noting that the Hong family was not particularly lacking in that regard. Miao Ku protested, "That was my hard work?" Yuehang gazed at him affectionately, cherishing these mundane moments after having faced life and death. Meanwhile, Zhang Qishan conversed with Jejio deep into the night, leaving no one aware of the contents of their discussion. The following day, Miao Ku resolved to visit Chi Tizui. On the way, he spotted a vendor selling sugar oil cakes and thought it unseemly to arrive empty-handed. So he purchased 2 servings. Upon reaching Xiangtong, he found Chi Tizui engaged in prayer. Miao Ku assessed him thoroughly, checking his status to confirm he was unharmed before standing by to wait for him. Once Chi Tizui finished his prayers and stood, he was startled to see someone beside him. "Miao Yi, one can frighten another to death, you know?" he exclaimed, patting his chest as he complained to Miao Ku. Miao Ku smiled and tossed him a sugar oil cake. "Have a cake to calm your nerves. Delicious. Just in time. I haven't had breakfast yet." As they munched on the cakes, Miao Ku observed a man in a suit with slicked back hair entering the prayer hall. Yi." The man bowed to Chi Tizui before turning to Miao Ku. "I presume this is Miao Yi?" A warm smile graced his face as he introduced himself. "I am Lu Jianxuan. I happened to visit the Hong residence to see Miao Yi. But unfortunately, you were unwell. It seems fate has brought us together today." Miao Ku scrutinized Lu Jianxuan, noting his overly polished appearance, which did little to endear him. With a mouthful of sugar oil cake, he could only nod in acknowledgement, unable to articulate a response. This reaction irked Lu Jianxuan, who felt disrespected by the adopted son of the Hong family, especially when Yuehang had shown more courtesy during their previous encounter. Chi Tizui rose, stuffing the sugar oil cakes back into their paper bag. "Your presence, Chief Lu, brings honor to my humble abode. Please, have a seat." Miao Ku glanced at the sugar oil cakes being tucked away and mimicked Chi Tizui. Stowing his own away, he stood and addressed Lu Jianxuan. Chief Lu Jianxuan's irritation began to dissipate at the sight of the two behaving like children, mimicking adult actions. Qi Tizui had secured his position as the 8th master of Changsha not only through his skills and Zhang Qishan's assistance, but also due to his keen perceptiveness. After all, a fortune teller must possess the ability to read situations. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting today, Chief Lu? Qi Tizui asked, instructing his assistant to bring fresh tea. Liu Jinchuan settled into the seat of honor, leisurely sipping from his teacup, exuding an air of calm. Aye. I one tea beat around the bush. I heard that you accompanied Zhang Qishan on an outing a few days ago. Might I ask where you went? Ah, Chief Lu, that's a personal matter of the Lord Buddha. Qi Tizui responded with a smile. I promised him I would keep it confidential. Surely, Chief Lu can understand. Liu Jinchuan slammed his teacup down onto the table. Aye, I trust you are a clever man. Since I have come to ask you, consider this an opportunity. Miao Ku observed Liu Jinchuan's aggressive demeanor and raised a hand to halt Qi Tizui from speaking. What sort of answer does Chief Lu seek? Liu Jinchuan chuckled lightly. You both know what kind of answer I desire. I have come to Changsha on orders from above. In fact, I have already reported Zhang Qishan to my superiors. Today, I am here because I believe Ae is a wise man who understands the importance of aligning oneself with the right side. Qi Tizui and Miao Ku exchanged glances. Liu Jinchuan continued. The other families are all prominent households, but you, Ae, are different. Without Zhang Qishan, I trust you understand where your loyalty should lie. He smirked condescendingly. Zhang Qishan will soon be a thing of the past in Changsha. Opportunities like this are fleeting. I shall only wait for you for 2 days. He rose to his feet, as did Miao Yi. Promise holds true for both your families. Does Miao Yi not wish to start anew? Like Qin Pai? After all, there is far greater comfort in being the head of one's own household than in being a mere adopted son. Having said that, he departed. Miao Ku found himself somewhat perplexed. He turned to Qi Tiezu, unaware that Liu Jinchuan was acquainted with your relationship with Fo Yi. Qi Tiezu shook his head. Such matters are common knowledge in Changsha, and he could not possibly be ignorant of them. Is he then out of his mind? He must be quite confident. Something must have transpired. I shall visit Fo Ye's residence at once. I shall accompany you. The two made their way to Zhang's residence, where they informed Zhang Qishan of Liu Jinchuan's situation. Zhang Qishan nodded in understanding. I have already received word. My mentor sent me a telegram. Liu Jinchuan has bribed the owner of the bank that was involved in the auction. That owner provided false testimony, claiming I am a Japanese spy. Miao Ku was taken aback. Surely they would not believe such nonsense? Zhang Qishan chuckled and shook his head. It is not to that extent. I have already been in contact with my mentor and superiors, and we intend to take advantage of this opportunity to cut off the enemy at the root. As long as you, Fo Yi, are confident, that is all that matters. Zhang Qishan nodded. Rest assured the two of you. However, the city of Changsha is likely to be quite chaotic in the coming days. If you have no pressing matters, it would be wise to refrain from venturing out. Alternatively, you might consider temporarily leaving Changsha. The others can manage. Lao Ba, you must exercise particular caution given your lack of combat skills. Perhaps it would be best for Ba Yi to accompany me back to Hongfu for a few days? Miao Ku proposed. Zhang Qishan nodded in agreement, finding the suggestion reasonable. He then turned to Miao Ku. I discussed matters with Zhu Yi yesterday. Qiu Dikao has contacted Qin Pai, likely believing he could exploit the situation there. This time, both Jiao and I require Qin Pai's assistance in our plans. However, Qin Pai's temperament dictates that he only heeds you and heir Yuang.Fo Yi. Should I reach out to Qin Pai? Zhang Qishan nodded. The Japanese are undoubtedly keeping a close watch on me. I shall write you a letter. Deliver it to Qin Pai, and instruct him to act according to the plan outlined within. Chapter 39. It snowed that evening in Miaoka's courtyard. Having no other engagements that afternoon, Miaoka returned home early, deciding to purchase some ingredients to prepare a few dishes that Qin Pai favored. As night fell, Qin Pai had yet to return. Miaoku could only place the ingredients on the stove to warm while he settled into a chair to read a novel. Darkness enveloped the sky. And it was only then that Qin Pai returned, reeking of blood. His heart leapt with joy upon seeing the light spilling from the courtyard. He had requested the key to the small courtyard during the day, hopeful that Miaoku would join him. Upon hearing the sound of the front door opening, Miaoku rose from the chair, opening the door to find it was indeed Qin Pai. Come quickly. Dinner is ready, he beckoned, rushing to bring out the dishes. He had prepared stir-fried beef with mustard greens and stir-fried rice noodles, both of which were Qin Pai's favorites. As Miaoku set the table, a thought struck him. You returned quite late. Surely you did not dine out? Chenpai, a bit ta if you do not plead for my return. I shall assume the role of the head of the Hua family, and you will inevitably come to regret it in the future. Yet, your indifference truly saddens me. The voice of the young girl carried a hint of tears. Miao Ke gently brushed her hair, rendered speechless. Let sorrow be, for the pure affection of youth shall remain buried beneath this winter's snowfall. Fairy, it is snowing. Chapter 40. Daily life as Miao Ke escorted Fairy Hua back. A delicate layer of snow had blanketed the ground. Upon returning to the courtyard, he noticed Chi Tizui gazing at him with an expression of pity. What is that look on your face? Miao Ke knew from Chi Tizui's demeanor that he had nothing kind to say. Chi Tizui patted him on the back, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, we are still young. There will be other young ladies in the future. If all else fails, you could consider marrying into the Hua family. They are affluent and can certainly afford to support you." Miao Ke kicked him lightly, exclaiming, "I regard the fairy as my sister." "SK, you say sister yet you've held her in your arms." Chi Tizui remarked with a teasing grin. "I sensed someone was watching." "Old 8, you are becoming a bit perverse," he continued. "Who are you calling old 8? Mind your manners." The two playfully bickered as they made their way indoors. "You truly aren't moved? The fairy is younger than you. Yet her beauty is undeniable. Having earned the title of fairy at such a young age," Chi Tizui whispered conspiratorially in Miao Ke's ear. "No, I genuinely see her as a sister," Miao Ke insisted, pushing Chi Tizui away. "Shall I, old 8, offer you a free divination? To discern where your true love lies?" Chi Tizui queried with a mischievous glint. "No need, you remain single yourself. Why not divine your own fate?" Miao Ke retorted. "How do you know I haven't? It simply isn't my time. Why true love is waiting for me in the future." Chi Tizui replied confidently as they entered. Yuehang observed them with amusement. "Why not consult for my brother? Let's see when he shall marry and have children." Why Godfather seems unperturbed, despite his age as they approached. Yuehang overheard their conversation, causing her smile to falter momentarily. "Little Miao." Miao Ke turned to see Yuehang looking at him, instantly becoming compliant. "Brother, let's eat. What is there to divine? If anyone should be consulted, it should be Zhang Qishan. He is older and not in a rush, so why should you be?" The snow fell heavily, covering the world's impurities. Such snowfall was rare in Changsha, and Miao Ke reveled in its beauty, building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights. Yet, with Chunpai absent, targeting Chi Tizui alone lacked excitement. He hid around a corner, spotting someone at the entrance, and hurled a snowball that, "Old 8, can you handle this?" Only then did he realize the color of the clothing was incorrect. The figure was clad in military green, none other than Zhang Qishan. "Little Miao seems quite spirited," Zhang Qishan remarked, slightly sidestepping to avoid the snowball. His tone laced with teasing. "Master, I thought you were old 8. My brother is inside," Miao Ke responded, grinning. Zhang Qishan, with a twinkle in his eye, took hold of Miao Ke's arm, leading him indoors together. The warmth of the room enveloped them. The charcoal fire crackling merrily. Yuehang was engrossed in an ancient text. As Zhang Qishan entered with Miao Ke, she closed her book. "Second master." Zhang Qishan released Miao Ke's arm and handed his outer robe to Zhang Rishan. Yuehang's gaze shifted between Miao Ke and Zhang Qishan. "During my recent visit to Beiping, little Miao aided me significantly. I had intended to present him with a token of gratitude, but my schedule was hectic. Today, I finally have the chance." He gestured to Zhang Rishan, who placed a box on the table. "Here, take a look. Do you like it? If not, I shall find you something else." Miao Ke opened the box, revealing a handheld piece of agarwood. This particular variety, known as Qi Nan, is a rare transformation of sandalwood born from a specific bacterial infection under unique conditions, making it exceptionally scarce. Miao Ke held it up, its vibrant green hue accentuating his delicate, pale wrist. "Thank you, master," he said, his eyes sparkling. Zhang Qishan's gaze lingered on Miao Ke's dimples for a fleeting moment before swiftly averting. Yuehang observed the scene, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Miao Ke, feeling the warmth of the moment, glanced at Yuehang and Zhang Qishan. "You two carry on with your serious discussions. I shall step outside." Not sensing any objections, he skipped out, and upon closing the door, his voice echoed, "Old 8, old 8, look at my snowball." Zhang Qishan's eyes sparkled with affection. He found Miao Ke's demeanor delightful. Yueheng pondered Zhang Qishan's expression. The two discussed the state of Changsha. Meanwhile, Qi Tizui marveled at the handheld piece in Miao Ke's possession. This handheld piece is remarkable. It's high-quality sandalwood, quite valuable. Indeed, Miao Ke replied, beaming, I adore this. Master has exquisite taste. Qi Tizui scoffed. Anything gifted by the master cannot be subpar. Besides, what I gave you isn't shabby either. He referred to the pendant he had gifted Miao Ke on his birthday, also made from aged sandalwood, a family heirloom. Miao Ke chuckled, embracing Qi Tizui's arm. You are also my dear brother. Both of you are my beloved brothers. Noticing Qi Tizui's smugness, he secretly formed a snowball and stuffed it down Qi Tizui's collar. You little rascal, don't you dare run. Come here. I won tea. If you have the skill, catch me. Miao Ke teased as he dashed ahead, occasionally tossing snowballs behind him to provoke Qi Tizui. The auspicious snowfall heralded a bountiful year. Before the new year, Lu Jinchuan returned to Nanjing in disgrace, while Tian Zhongliang and Qiu Dikao were left reeling from Zhang Qishan's strategic maneuvering. Changsha experienced a peaceful spring festival. After the holiday, the master hosted a banquet, inviting the Nine Gates to gather, officially acknowledging Chen Pai's position. This feast was likely to celebrate the collective efforts of the Nine Gates in driving Lu Jinchuan away and significantly weakening the Japanese presence. Attendees were plentiful, and amid the festivities, individuals like Miao Ke and Zhang Rishan joined in the revelry. Chapter 41. The Assembly of the Nine Gates. The master arrived with his aide, Yueheng, accompanied Miao Ke. Hua Jinxia brought Fairy Hua, and Wu Laogo was with Sansi Yuanding, while the others attended alone. This year, during the New Year visit, Hua Jinxia had also brought Fairy Hua along. Miao Ke found it delightful. The fairy was an ambitious young lady, and under her stewardship, the Hua family would surely thrive. Second Master, Miao Yi, Chen Pai greeted Yueheng and Miao Ke. Chen Pai had consolidated Huang Kuei's influence. Having managed the docks and waterborne trade while with the Hong family, he had successfully absorbed Huang Kuei's power. His ruthless nature meant that during this consolidation, the waters of the Xiang River ran red for several days. Concerned for his well-being, Miao Ke had discreetly delivered medicine to him a few times, to which Yueheng had responded by providing some high-quality tonics from the storeroom. When Miao Ke recounted this to Chen Pai, he noticed the young man's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Miao Ke genuinely regarded Chen Pai as his own child. Having graduated from university before his transmigration, when he arrived, Chen Pai appeared no older than 8 or 9, and all his fatherly affection was directed toward him. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Pai fell silent, sitting quietly. Miao Ke shot him several admonishing glances before he reluctantly stood to greet the other families. The others responded with smiles. Despite Chen Pai's youth, his notorious reputation for violence meant there was little reason to provoke him. Hua Jinxia engaged in light conversation with the others before glancing at Yueheng. Qi Tizui leaned closer to Miao Ke, lamenting, Second Master is truly a source of calamity for the fairer sex. Miao Ke found the remark amusing but also felt it held truth. If one were to compile a list of the most sought-after men in Changsha, Yueheng would undoubtedly top it. Miao Ke, munching on sunflower seeds, leaned toward Qi Tizui. Do you believe I should practice this for second brother tonight? Qi Tizui's eyes widened in disbelief. I demand a fee for your silence. Miao Ke extended his hand toward Qi Tizui. With a huff, Qi Tizui shoved a handful of sunflower seeds into Miao Ke's palm, declaring, only this? Grinning, Miao Ke clutched the seeds and walked away. Pilfered treats were always the most delectable. Passing by Wu Laogo, he glanced at Jie Juyi and quietly inquired, why hasn't Jie Tang come? As a relative of the Jie family, Jie Tang shared a close bond with Wu Laogo. With no pressing matters to discuss today, her presence would have been welcome. Wu Laogo shot him a look. It's still early in the lunar month. She has returned to Hangzhou, so are you two nearing a happy occasion? Miao Ke teased, aware that Jie Tang's parents wished to keep her for a few more years. Miao Ke affectionately patted Wu Laogo's shoulder, remarking that despite their imposing presence, they still fell short in the eyes of those esteemed families of scholars and officials. The assembly took their seats in the designated order of the Nine Gates, with the deputy officer, Miao Ke, and Hua Xinggu receiving additional chairs alongside their respective heads. Sansi Yuanding occupied a solitary table. Before the banquet commenced, Zhang Qishan delivered a few courteous remarks, primarily emphasizing the unity of the Nine Gates, and touched upon matters concerning the Japanese. Each time Miao Ke listened to his grandiloquent speech, it reminded him of the first time, he heard Zhang praise himself by the banks of the Xiang River, marveling at the eloquence befitting a man of authority. Once everyone was satiated with food and drink, they moved to the tea room to continue the annual summary meeting of the Old Nine Gates. With everyone preoccupied with their daily lives, this annual gathering was a rare opportunity to foster camaraderie. At this juncture, Master Jie remarked, I recently brought back the latest model of a camera from Germany. Why not seize this opportunity to capture a group photo? Although cameras were not particularly novel at this time, they were still cumbersome, necessitating a trip to the photo studio for development. However, the camera Master Jie had acquired was more advanced than those available domestically and easier to maneuver. Upon hearing this suggestion, Miao Ku enthusiastically nodded, having forgotten that one could simply purchase a camera at home after spending so much time here. Zhang Qishan glanced around the room. Aside from Hebei Lao Lu, who wore a slight frown, the others appeared amenable, and he decisively agreed to the photo. Master Jie acted swiftly, setting up the camera just outside the tea hall. After a brief discussion on positioning, they stood together and captured the first group photo of the Old Nine Gates. Once the photo was taken, Hua Xingu approached Miao Ku, saying, Brother Miao, shall we take a photo together? Miao Ku hesitated for a moment before smiling and agreeing. In front of the lens, the young woman draped her arm around his, beaming sweetly. Hua Jinsi then turned her gaze towards Yuehong, second master. Shall we take one as well? Yuehong cast a deep look at Hua Jinsi. Replying, please, third Mississippi Chi Tizui murmured to Zhang Qishan from behind. The Hong family is truly the nemesis of the Hua family. Zhang Rishan advised him, eighth master, it would be prudent to refrain from such remarks. Both second master and third miss are perceptive individuals. You wouldn't want to find yourself in a predicament without understanding why. Hua Xingu shot him a glare, asserting, the women of the Hua family can both take up and let go. Miao Ke glanced skyward and earthward, choosing not to engage in this discourse. As the gathering concluded, Miao Ke hurried to Master Jie's side. Master Jie, may I borrow the camera? I wish to take a family portrait. Master Jie nodded with a smile. I'll have my assistant accompany you to the Hong residence, and we can develop the photos together with Today Est. Thank you, Master Jie. Chi Tizui, overhearing this, chimed in. Then I shall go too, Xiao Miao. Let us have a group photo together, and one with second master as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan instructed the driver to change direction. By the time they arrived at the Hong residence, Zhang Qishan, Zhang Rishan, Chi Tizui, and Wu Laogo had all joined. Upon hearing of the family portrait, Hong Yi cheerfully went to change his clothes. While Hong Yi was changing, Chi Tizui took the opportunity to snap photos with Miao Ku, Yuehong, Zhang Qishan, Wu Laogo, and Zhang Rishan. After finishing, he realized he was left with only Chen Pai. Fourth master, shall we take one as well? Chen Pai shot him an impatient glare. Who would want to take a photo with this fortune teller? Dejected, Chi Tizui returned to Zhang Qishan's side. Zhang Qishan, not paying him any mind, beckoned to Miao Ku. Xiao Miao, let us take a photo. The assistant, under Chen Pai's watchful gaze, captured this group photo. Miao Ku found it amusing and reached for Chen Pai. Then let us take one together. By the time Hong Yi emerged in his changed attire, the young people had nearly finished taking their photos. With various arrangements and combinations. Afterward, Miao Ku even rewarded the assistant for his efforts, as this indeed constituted overtime work. Chapter 42. Preparations. As the first month of the lunar calendar passed, the temperature gradually began to rise. The mandarin ducks at home started to engage in their tender courtship and subsequently laid eggs. By April, a nest of young mandarin ducks hatched. Observing the expansion of the mandarin duck family, Miao Ku contemplated the ideal recipient for this new brood, considering both Wu Laogo and Master Jie as suitable candidates. While he pondered the fate of the mandarin ducks, he noticed Zhang Rishan arriving at the residence. Deputy officer, what brings you here? Miao Ku inquired with curiosity as he rose from his seat. Master Miao, is second master present? Zhang Rishan replied. Neither my elder brother nor my godfather is here. Zhang Rishan hesitated at this news, prompting Miao Ku to grasp his arm. Please, tell me what is going on. Zhang Rishan lowered his gaze. Tian Zhongliang has sent people to excavate the mine, and 2 teams have already been dispatched inside. With no survivors to date. Miao Ku's expression sobered upon hearing this. I'll accompany you to see the Buddha. My brother and godfather left the city yesterday for clan matters, and won't return until at least this afternoon. The 2 hurriedly made their way to the Zhang residence. Wu Laogo and Chi Tizui were already present. Is second master absent? Upon seeing that Zhang Rishan had only brought Miao Ku, Zhang Qishan understood that Er Yueheng must have been preoccupied with some pressing matter. Yes, there are matters concerning the clan. My brother and godfather left yesterday and won't return until this afternoon at the earliest. Once seated, Zhang Rishan explained the unfolding events. Prior to the new year, Zhang Qishan and his mentor had dismantled the plans of Lu Jianxuan, transferring him back to Nanjing while orchestrating a trap for Qiu Dikao and Tian Zhongliang. During the New Year festivities, these two had been relatively quiet, but with the warming weather, the Japanese had sought many workers for excavation. The previously destroyed entrance had been cleared. The mine was perilous, and none of the workers they sent in had returned alive. Ultimately, even when they offered exorbitant wages, no one was willing to descend into the mine. They had resorted to persuading the Heiqiao tribe from Shaanxi, known for their expertise in poison. Now, this group was receiving poison from the Heiqiao tribe and coercing the deceived workers to ingest it before forcing them down the mine. After detailing the situation, Zhang Rishan glanced at Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan nodded for him to continue. We received word that one person emerged alive but was gravely injured. Judging by the wounds, it appears they were inflicted by their own weapons. And that individual went mad after emerging, having lost too much blood, and could not be saved. Mutual slaughter, madness, Miao mused, raising his eyes to Zhang Qishan. There must be something in the mind that draws the Japanese. Whatever it may be, it must not fall into their hands. After a brief pause, Zhang Qishan inquired, What are your thoughts? Qi Tizui seemed to possess some knowledge. Buddha, I've heard of the Heiqiao tribe. They often clash with the Baiqiao tribe, one skilled in poison and the other in its antidote. Zhang Qishan nodded. We should indeed reach out to the Baiqiao tribe. Eighth brother, since you suggested it, I'll trouble you to visit the Baiqiao. Qi Tizui made a face. Buddha, are you implying that you wish to go to the mine? Deflated, Qi Tizui conceded. Fine, I'll go to the Baiqiao. It's certainly better than heading to the mine. Zhang Qishan chuckled softly. Take the deputy officer with you. Yes, Buddha. Both men acquiesced with differing attitudes. Miaoke glanced at Wu Laogo and then at Zhang Qishan. Shall we go to the mine? Miaoke had his own considerations. He was reluctant to let Er Yueheng venture there again after his severe injuries from the last tomb expedition, and furthermore, Wu Laogo had retrieved his sect's jade pendant from that tomb, which he felt compelled to inspect. Fifth Master, accompany me to see Master Jia, Zhang Qishan instructed. Xiao Miao, see if you have any talismans or elixirs to ward off illusions, and wait for Second Master to return to bring him to me. As Miaoku watched the two depart, he also noted Qi Tizui being hurried along by Zhang Rishan. So, what use do I have here? They treat me like a child, avoiding me when there are matters at hand. Despite these thoughts, Miaoku returned to drawing talismans. These general-purpose talismans were relatively easy to create, although their efficacy was somewhat lacking. After producing dozens, he concluded that lighting them would only offer protection for a brief time. He then rummaged through his stock of elixirs, categorizing them into detoxifying, blood-replenishing, vitality-restoring, and sedative types. Miaoku selected those he deemed useful, being cautious given the severity of Er Yueheng's previous injuries. The Bishop pill was indeed effective. As long as a person had a breath left, it could bring them back, but it could only be taken once in a lifetime. If Er Yueheng were to encounter trouble again, even the Bishop pill would be of no use. Miaoku was reluctant to let Er Yueheng accompany him, yet he sensed that Er Yueheng would not heed his concerns. Just as he was contemplating this, Er Yueheng and Hong Yi returned from outside. Brother, godfather. February Hong felt a surge of joy in his heart at the thought of his younger brother waiting for him at home. However, Hong Yi was well aware of Miaoku's temperament. The child was unervingly quiet, undoubtedly plotting something mischievous. Miaoku recounted the events of the day, and Hong Yi furrowed his brow as he turned his gaze towards February Hong, sharing the same sentiment as Miaoku. He too wished for February Hong to refrain from going. The last time February Hong was injured left a lingering psychological shadow on him. Pretending not to notice Hong Ye's concerned look, February Hong said, Father, you go in first. I'll take a look. Miaoku glanced at Hong Yi and added, I will go too. Godfather, you rest. Upon their arrival at the Xie family estate, they found Hua Jinxia and Hua Xingu also present. The mining area belonged to the Hua family. When the Japanese first descended, Hua Jinxia received word of it. After much contemplation, she decided to yield the initiative to Zhang Qishan, who had been observing ever since. Buddha Yi, 5th Master, 3rd Miss, 9th Master, and 2nd Master exchanged greetings before taking their seats. Zhang Qishan turned to February Hong and said, We have discussed and decided to venture to the mine once more. What does second master mean? I naturally wish to go as well. February Hong was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the mine, yet he firmly believed that allowing his brother to face such peril alone was out of the question. Then I shall accompany you, Miao Ku chimed in from behind. Zhang Qishan's expression revealed a hint of disapproval. Where you go, I shall follow, February Hong declared, cutting him off. Zhang Qishan had initially intended for February Hong to dissuade Miao Ku, but he was taken aback by February Hong's immediate acquiescence. Miao Ku was equally surprised by February Hong's swift agreement and cast a suspicious glance in his direction. Amused by Miao Ku's reaction, February Hong remarked, "You are already aware of this matter. If I were to stop you from going, you might secretly follow us, which would be even more perilous." Miao Ku indeed had such intentions. If they disagreed, he would stealthily follow. Hearing February Hong say this made him chuckle sheepishly. February Hong turned to Zhang Qishan and suggested, "It would be better to let Xiao Miao accompany us. Keeping him under our watchful eyes is safer. He possesses commendable skills, albeit lacking experience, and he is less likely to encounter trouble if he stays with us." Zhang Qishan ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 43. Re-entering the mine the following day, the group packed their belongings and set off for the mine. Xie and Hua Sanyang remained in Changsha, while the rest proceeded to the mine. After a bumpy journey, they finally arrived at the fabled mine, which appeared desolate, with ragged miners toiling away, pushing carts filled with earth and stone from the depths of the cave. Miao Ku spotted the Japanese woman, Tian Zhong Liangzi. Although dressed in a suit, her Japanese heritage was unmistakable. Her hair was impeccably styled, and her face bore that infuriatingly polite Japanese smile that made Miao Ku want to take action. Upon seeing their group, Tian Zhong Liangzi stepped forward and extended her hand toward Zhang Qishan, saying, "Pleasure to cooperate, Lord Zhang." Zhang Qishan nodded in acknowledgement but refrained from shaking her hand, turning to speak with February Hong instead. Miao Ku noted that the woman's typically flawless smile faltered slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction at Zhang Qishan's subtle provocation. As they entered the mine, besides Zhang Qishan and his companions, there was also a contingent of Tian Zhong Liangzi's subordinates. The leader spoke with an accent and bore calloused hands. The team moved in a formation that was notably quicker than the ordinary. Even as they descended into the tomb, they maintained an impressive level of stability. Miao Ku nudged Zhang Qishan ahead of him, silently indicating, "Japanese soldiers?" Zhang Qishan nodded subtly. "Is it safe?" Miao Ku mouthed the question. Zhang Qishan gently patted him, signaling him to remain calm. February Hong led the way alongside Zhang Qishan, followed by Miao Ku and Zhang Qishan's loyal guards, with the Japanese team trailing behind. They traversed a narrow passageway that was dimly lit, with damp earth lining the walls, casting a dreary hue. The ground was covered in stone slabs, making travel relatively easy. The passage was long and filled with numerous forks, and Miao Ku had been observing the small map since their entrance. He noted that they had been meandering aimlessly. With Zhang Qishan behind him and February Hong in front, in this dimly lit corridor, where they could no longer communicate through gestures as they had when they first entered, Miao Ku hesitated to inquire about the situation, fearing it might disrupt whatever plans the two older men had concocted. Suddenly, February Hong extinguished the light, kicked the wall, causing dust to cascade down. "Run!" he shouted, seizing Miao Ku's arm and bolting forward. Miao Ku soon realized that the dark dust was not mere dirt but a swarm of flying moths. The lights of their group flickered out, and as they fled, Zhang Qishan hurled his lantern toward the Japanese soldiers, catching them off guard before quickly pursuing his companions. The moths, seemingly attracted to the light, swarmed towards the Japanese team, and Miao Ku could hear their startled exclamations as they followed in pursuit. At that moment, February Hong found himself at a dead end. He released Miao Ku's arm, pushed aside a grass mat overhead, and gestured for Miao Ku to climb up quickly. Without hesitation, Miao Ku executed a two-stage jump and reached the upper level, surprised to discover that this tomb was indeed multi-tiered. February Hong followed closely behind, then came Zhang Qishan's guards, and finally, Zhang Qishan himself. Hearing the voices of the Japanese soldiers approaching, February Hong exchanged a glance with Zhang Qishan, who instructed his guards to press a stone slab against the entrance. February Hong inspected himself, ensuring he was unharmed, as the moth's phosphorescent dust was toxic. The guards promptly began their own inspections. Miao Ku rummaged through his backpack, pulling out detoxification pills to distribute, saying, "Take one, just in case." After a brief respite, They continued onward. This tomb was riddled with numerous forks, and with the added complexity of upper and lower levels, Miaoku found himself somewhat disoriented while consulting the small map. After much wandering, they arrived at a tomb chamber, and sensing February Hong and Zhang Qishan's heightened vigilance, Miaoku too became alert. What lies here? We haven't been here before. Let's proceed with caution. As they pressed on, they encountered a large door leading to another tomb chamber. Upon opening it, they discovered yet another chamber beyond. Miaoku, who seldom ventured into tombs, leaned closer to February Hong and asked, "Brother, is it normal for tombs to be arranged like this?" One after another, resembling candied hawthorn? February Hong shook his head, replying, "It's not normal, but having an upper and lower level in a tomb is already quite unusual." Seizing the moment while the two conversed, Zhang Qishan stepped forward a few paces, discovering a stone tablet in the center of the chamber. His flashlight illuminated the stone tablet, and Miaoku, intrigued, leaned in closer, exclaiming, "This is the Qing Wu Jing." Qing Wu Jing? Miaoku inched even closer to examine the inscriptions on the stone. Panga was chaotic, the essence was pure, dividing yin and yang, distinguishing clarity from turbidity, life and death. Who governs them? Indeed, this is the Qing Wu Jing. I once saw it at Old Eight's. Miaoku elaborated. Qing Wuzi established the practices of surveying tombs and residences. In essence, he is the ancestor of those who calculate feng shui, like Old Eight's group. The Qing Wu Jing is attributed to Qing Wuzi, and it's uncommon for someone to inscribe this in their own tomb unless they are Qing Wuzi himself. Old Eight truly missed out. February Hong and Zhang Qishan exchanged glances. "How much do you know about Qing Wuzi?" February Hong inquired. Miaoku hesitated before responding, "Not much. I am not particularly interested in feng shui. Moreover, there are many tales surrounding Qing Wuzi. Some say he was from the Yellow Emperor's era, while others claim he was of Qing descent. However, Old Eight once shared a legend that Qing Wuzi discovered a meteorite that fell from the sky. But it was too large to move, so he constructed the tomb around it." Zhang Qishan contemplated the stone tablet, realizing that Old Eight would not speak lightly of such matters. This information likely stemmed from his family's legacy. Then we must be in Qing Wuzi's tomb, and the Japanese's objective must be that meteorite. "Let us press on," he signaled to his guards to clear the path. The group continued onward, discovering an opening that revealed an even larger and more enigmatic chamber. This chamber was vast, filled with water, and iron chains extended from all sides, suspending a platform in the center. Upon that platform rested a colossal object, which Zhang Qishan speculated to be the meteorite. "It truly is immense, but today has gone remarkably smoothly," Miaoku chimed in. February Hong shot him a glance, cautioning him against speaking such words underground. Miaoku obediently nodded, mimicking a zipping motion across his lips. The group cautiously traversed the iron chains toward the platform. The chains were quite wide, yet the considerable distance made their movements feel unsteady. Miaoku pondered whether he should make a daring dash across. Just then, a tentacle suddenly emerged from beneath the iron chains, lunging at them. February Hong hurled his iron egg, and upon being struck, the tentacle became even more frenzied, thrashing about wildly. "You all go ahead." Miaoku, with a swift motion, drew forth his sword, lightly tapping the iron chain beneath his feet before leaping into the air and striking downwards with his blade. A pale blue sword aura enveloped the blade, exuding an eerie chill. Chapter 44. Re-entering the mind too, the sword aura successfully cleaved through the tips of the tentacle's appendages, causing the tentacle to thrash wildly as blue blood sprayed everywhere. Miaoku elegantly flicked his sword, shaking off the blue stains that clung to its surface. He then pressed down on the tentacle, using the leverage to leap upwards, performing a graceful turn in midair before landing lightly on the iron chain. At that moment, he glanced back only to find the others still frozen in place. "What are you standing around for? Move with that." He took off along the iron chain, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. Upon reaching the central platform, they looked down to see that Miaoku had severed the tentacle's leading appendage, rendering it shorter and now unable to reach the chain below. Yueheng looked at Miaoku, hesitating to speak. Miaoku, puzzled, inquired, "What is it, brother?" Zhang Qishan chuckled. "Do you remember what you just said?" Miaoku thought for a moment, recalling his earlier remark about how smoothly things were going today, noticing a hint of embarrassment on Miaoku's face. Yueheng sighed. Such words should not be uttered underground. Miaoku nodded repeatedly, Understanding the superstitions unique to tomb raiders, on the platform, they spotted a massive piece of fallen copper. The group spread out to explore, with Zhang Qishan observing the enormous copper and noting that it was likely the very material the Japanese had been seeking for their secret experiments. "Should we take this with us?" Yuehang asked, glancing at the copper. "It's rather cumbersome." Miaoku proposed, "Shall we cut it?" Zhang Qishan shook his head. "We have no idea what this copper's properties are. Cutting it could yield unforeseen consequences." Miaoku circled the copper, tapping it with his hand, the sound dull. He then retrieved a small hammer from his backpack and struck it twice. "Brother, this copper doesn't sound metallic at all." Zhang Qishan joined in, tapping it and agreeing that it resembled or da. He glanced at the system prompt indicating copper, fake, and discussed with Yuehang, expressing a desire to investigate further. Miaoku questioned, "Are you serious? You are truly fearless." "Wait," he added. "I feel something amiss." He pulled out a handful of talisman papers from his bag and distributed them. These talismans include protections against curses and illusions if they grow warm. It indicates an encounter with a curse or illusion. If they ignite spontaneously, it signifies a powerful curse or illusion. "Run if you can." The others nodded, stowing the talismans away. After ensuring their equipment was in order, they formed an orderly line to enter the copper. Inside, the environment mirrored that outside, with bronze chains, water surfaces, and platforms, as they cautiously explored. "Master, there's a coffin beneath the water," one of Zhang Qishan's guards announced. The group leaned over to see, peering through the rippling water to spot a coffin concealed within. "This coffin is surely mechanism-controlled. Everyone, search for the mechanism," Zhang Qishan commanded. The group dispersed in search, with Yuehang ultimately locating the mechanism. After pressing it, a thunderous clanking of chains echoed as the coffin slowly surfaced. The coffin, made of an unknown material, produced a melodious chime when tapped. Despite being submerged for so long, it showed no signs of decay. As they examined the coffin, Zhang Qishan remarked, "This coffin appears seamless, likely sealed with a mixture of beeswax and egg whites." Understanding the principle, they successfully opened the coffin. Inside lay the remarkably preserved corpse of Qing Wuzi, appearing as if in slumber, strikingly lifelike. Miaoku watched with keen interest as they opened the coffin. Though he had been in tombs before, none had possessed such intricate details. To that moment, he felt a warmth emanating from his pouch. Upon inspecting, he discovered the pure yang jade pendant given to him by Old Wu. The pendant was now distinctly warm to the touch, and as he retrieved it, he suddenly noticed that all the talisman papers in his pouch had turned to ash. Miaoku felt a wave of confusion wash over him. When had he entered an illusion? He had distributed the talismans before entering the copper, yet within, he had completely forgotten to check their status. As if the thought had vanished from his mind, he glanced at the others, who seemed oblivious to his actions. Zhang Qishan was still engrossed in discussing the preservation of Qing Wuzi's body with Yuehang, while his guards circled the coffin. If this was indeed an illusion, were these individuals mere figments or truly present? If they were illusions, how could he possess knowledge about the preservation of the corpse? If they were real, how could he explain the ashes of the spontaneously combusted talismans? Holding the jade pendant, he pondered its details. Pure yang jade pendant, activating, it read. What had triggered its activation? An illusion? Or the so-called fallen copper? At that moment, the system beeped twice, one for a main quest update and the other for something else. Miaoku opened the task list for jade pendant recognition, which revealed, "Young hero, this pendant is eager to recognize you as its master. What secrets lie within it, and why has it activated? Perhaps offering a drop of your blood will establish the bond." Reward. Secrets of the pendant. This unexpected task startled Miaoku. Observing the others entirely absorbed in their discussions, he drew a dagger and lightly pricked himself. The dagger, prepared by Zhang Qishan, was exceedingly sharp, and a crimson droplet of blood welled forth. Wincing, he smeared the blood upon the pendant, watching as it absorbed the essence and gradually cooled. Raising the pendant for a closer inspection, he noted no apparent changes. He attempted to squeeze out another drop of blood, but this time the pendant showed no signs of absorption. Reluctantly, he set the pendant aside and bandaged his wound. Afterward, he glanced back at the task list, which now indicated completion, accompanied by a countdown timer. 7, 6, 5. As he contemplated the nature of the countdown, it suddenly hit 0, and he lost consciousness, slipping into darkness. Chapter 45. The reason Miaoku felt as though he was adrift in a dream. In this dream, a pristine blanket of snow lay before him, where a young boy followed an elder into the snowy mountains to learn the ways of the world. He observed the boy grow, transforming from a small child barely able to lift a sword into a young man, ultimately resembling himself. "Is that me?" Miaoku wondered, tentatively approaching, only to find it akin to a moonlit reflection on water, close yet ever elusive. In the hazy twilight, he closed his eyes, enveloped in a state of confusion. "Foolish child." Awakened, a venerable voice resonated, akin to a splash of cold water on a sweltering summer day, quelling his restless heart. Miaoku opened his eyes to behold a venerable figure, his hair white as snow yet youthful in visage. Despite his pale brow, there were no wrinkles upon his face. His Taoist robe hung loosely, modestly concealing a pure yang jade pendant at his waist. Miaoku felt a fleeting familiarity, as though this man bore a resemblance to someone he had encountered in the mountains with the child. He knelt upright, tentatively speaking. "Elzu?" El Dongbin chuckled. "It is rare for a lad like you to remember me." Miaoku, filled with questions, was about to inquire, "Why am I here? Was that child truly me?" However, El Dongbin waved his whisk, interrupting him. "Come closer." As Miaoku approached, El Dongbin brushed his hand over Miaoku's head, stating, "The mundane world is but a predetermined fate. Young one, we shall meet again in 3 months." As the words fell, Miaoku felt a force pressing down upon him, and when he next opened his eyes, he found himself in a familiar setting. In a rush, he sat up in bed, surveying his surroundings to confirm he was indeed in his own chamber. Just then, Xiaomei entered, and upon seeing him awake, exclaimed in delight, "The second young master has awakened." Voices echoed from outside. "Hurry and inform the second master." "I'll fetch the doctor." A flurry of activity ensued as the doctor took Miaoku's pulse, while Yuehong and Hong Yi stood nearby. "Doctor, how is he?" "The second young master is in good health." And Hong Yi conversed with the doctor, while Yuehong stepped forward, grasping Miaoku's hand. "You've finally awakened." His eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I shouldn't have taken you to the mine. If something were to happen to you." He could not finish his sentence, pulling Miaoku into an embrace. Miaoku, sensing the weight of his words, felt as though he had been asleep for an eternity. "How long was I asleep?" Yuehong tightened his grip. "A week?" Miaoku could scarcely believe it. "I slept for a whole week?" At this moment, Hong Yi had already seen off the doctor and stepped forward. Observing his son entangled in an embrace with his adopted son, who wore a face of disbelief. Hearing his father call him, Hong Er steadied his emotions and released Miaoku. "You have been asleep for a week. Both traditional and Western medicine have examined you and concluded that you were merely in slumber. How do you feel?" Miaoku hesitated slightly before replying, "It seems I only experienced a fleeting dream." Hong Yi frowned, pondering whether it was related to the mines, but Zhang Qishan had already detonated them. "Just keep your distance from that place in the future." "All gone?" Miaoku blinked in surprise. "What about the meteorite copper?" Fo Yi took it away, claiming he would find a place to dispose of it. Hong Er explained, "At that moment, we all entered an illusion, according to the agreement made with Fo Yi beforehand. When we didn't emerge on time, Lao Wu brought Lao Ba inside to find us. Upon entering the illusion, Lao Ba awakened us all and brought us out. When we emerged, we discovered the true coffin of Qing Wuzi, which contained genuine meteorite copper." Miaoku nodded, and Hong Er continued, "When we exited the illusion, we found you lying on the ground, asleep, distinctly different from the rest of us. No matter what we did, we couldn't awaken you, so we had no choice but to take you home." "What exactly did you encounter?" Hong Er's eyes reflected concern. Miaoku hesitated. Matters concerning the system were unspeakable, and he was uncertain whether he could disclose anything about Elzu. He placed his hand atop Hong Er's, offering a reassuring pat. "I dreamt of what seemed to be my training on the mountain, along with my ancestral master." Miaoku lowered his gaze, recalling the dream where his master had said, "We shall meet again in 3 months." Upon hearing this, Hong Er inhaled sharply and exchanged a glance with Hong Yi. "That's so? You will fall into slumber again in 3 months? For how long?" Miaoku shook his head. "I don't know." He raised his eyes to behold the worried expressions on Hong Er and Hong Ye's faces. "There's no need to worry. I feel fine." Miaoku's instincts had always been remarkably accurate. Qi Tiezu had once teased him, saying that with such a keen sixth sense, He ought to be a woman. Hong Er opened his mouth but found his throat constricted, unable to articulate a response. Whether it was descending into graves, battling adversaries, or managing the theater troupe, these tasks had their own order and logic. He knew where to begin. However, Miao Ku's sudden week-long slumber and the prospect of another left him utterly bewildered. This was the third time he felt utterly helpless, first upon the death of his mother, then when his father entrusted him with the family legacy in his presence, and now this. Hong Yi seemed to sense his turmoil. He placed a hand on Hong Er's shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Dio, you need anything prepared?" Miao Ku pondered for a moment before quipping, "A bed?" Upon seeing the youth's beaming smile, Hong Er sprang to his feet. "I shall go find Lao Ba." With that, he departed. "Godfather?" Miao Ku watched Hong Er's retreating figure, then turned to Hong Yi. Hong Yi sighed and patted his shoulder. "You should rest. I will return to the clan to investigate further." Miao Ku observed the now empty room, got out of bed, and took a few steps. After confirming that all his limbs were functioning properly, he summoned a servant to bring him some food. He had an inkling of what Hong Yi and Hong Er were worried about, yet he felt an inexplicable trust in the Elzu from his dream, believing that the true Elzu would not harm him. The meal arrived promptly. Xia Mei mentioned that when the news of his awakening reached Yi, he had already given instructions. Miao Ku leisurely finished his meal, which was rather bland, reminiscent of hospital fare. After eating, he instructed the servants to prepare water for a bath. The servants at the Hong residence were highly efficient. By the time he had paced the corridor twice, the hot water was ready. With steam enveloping him, Miao Ku reclined comfortably in the tub. Suddenly, the door swung open with a thud, and Chun Pai rushed in. Miao Ku was startled, but upon recognizing Chun Pai, he relaxed and settled back. Chapter 46. Conclusion. Chun Pai had hurried back upon hearing of Miao Ku's awakening, but upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. He halted in his tracks. Ready to turn and leave. "Miao Ku, pass me the towel," Miao Ku called out. He had noticed the towel was a bit out of reach and felt too embarrassed to ask Xia Mei to fetch it. So he was relieved when Chun Pai arrived. Chun Pai hesitated momentarily, then picked up the towel and handed it over from a distance. Miao Ku took the towel and stood up from the tub to dry himself. Upon seeing him rise, Chun Pai immediately turned his head away. Why didn't you wait for me to leave?" His words were stammered. Miao Ku found this peculiar. What was the big deal in a large bathhouse? Were they not all accustomed to being unclothed? With that thought, he stepped out of the tub. Hearing the splashing sound, Chun Pai, feeling as if he were a ripe shrimp, hurried to the door, opening it, stepping out and shutting it in one fluid motion. The sudden rush of cold air from the door chilled Miao Ku, prompting him to curse, "You little rascal, are you trying to freeze me to death by opening the door now?" Outside, Chun Pai felt the warmth of his face gradually dissipate in the cold breeze. After changing into clothes and drying his hair with a towel, Miao Ku opened the door and instructed the servants to tidy up the room. He then spotted Chun Pai standing in the draft. Miao Ku waved at Chun Pai and returned to sit in front of the mirror, reflecting on how youth was often characterized by impulsiveness, even to the point of braving the wind on such a chilly day. Chun Pai approached from behind, taking the towel from Xia Mei's hands and gently drying Miao Ku's hair. Gradually, Chun Pai's heart calmed down. "How is your health?" Miao Ku reclined in the chair, allowing Chun Pai to tend to his hair. "I've seen the doctor. There's nothing to worry about." He had considered informing Chun Pai that he might fall asleep again in 3 months. But he feared Chun Pai would react strongly, so he decided to wait a few days before mentioning it. That night, Hong Er returned with a somber expression. Lao Ba had expressed that he had never encountered such a situation before. Hong Yi had yet to return from the clan, and dinner was shared among Miao Ku, Hong Er, and Chun Pai. Miao Ku arrived a bit late. By the time he got there, both Chun Pai and Hong Er were already seated, both appearing rather glum. Upon his arrival, they forced smiles onto their faces. Seeing their expressions, Miao Ku understood the situation. "Brother, Chun Pai, I assure you, I'm truly fine." The two merely nodded, as they were all engaged in underground dealings. Such events, tinged with mystery, were not easily explained. Miao Ku recognized that they did not fully believe him, and as he ate, he contemplated how to reassure them. Could he implore his ancestral master to send them a dream? Would his master be willing? Perhaps he should confirm with his master the timing of his awakening. 3 months would pass in the blink of an eye. During this time, not only Hong Er, but also Hong Yi and Chun Pai had been diligently seeking information on this matter, alongside Zhang Qishan and Qi Tiezu, who were also quietly gathering data. Although they had come across a few similar cases, none truly mirrored his circumstances. The group watched as Miao Ku slipped into slumber once more, this time for an entire year. When Miao Ku finally awakened, Hong Er visibly exhaled in relief. Throughout the year, Miao Ku lay in bed, breathing steadily, his heartbeat slow, existing in a state akin to suspended animation. Miao Ku felt a twinge of guilt at the concern of those around him. Hong Er was all too familiar with his condition. "You aren't going to sleep again, are you?" Miao Ku nodded sheepishly, and Hong Er fell silent. The first episode lasted a week, the second a year. How long would the next one be? Xiao Miao. Hong Er took a deep breath. "We should change locations." Miao Ku looked at him in confusion. Is the situation with the Japanese escalating? Hong Er nodded. "Xiao Miao, how long can you stay awake this time?" Miao Ku glanced at the system task list. 6 months. In truth, he had no real sense of how long he had been asleep. In his dreams, he had been diligently retraining in the Pure Yang Heart method under Elzu, and had only just scratched the surface. In the dream, Elzu had also cautioned him, blood ties are predestined. Do not force them. He likely still had a long way to go before he would need to sleep again. This awakening was also an opportunity to address some pressing matters. He and Hong Er discussed this extensively until deep into the night, and only then did they extinguish the lights. The next day, Miao Ku took care of his assets, delivering a box of gold bars directly to Zhang Qishan's estate. Zhang Qishan, initially delighted by Miao Ku's awakening, was taken aback upon seeing the gold bars. "Xiao Miao, what does this mean, master? I have heard that the recent situation is quite turbulent, and I plan to go abroad to avoid the storm. War requires funding, and this money is a token of my heartfelt intentions." Miao Ku spoke earnestly. However, Zhang Qishan felt something was amiss. He had slept for a year, and now Miao Ku intended to leave the country? "Xiao Miao, how is your health? Where are you going abroad? When will you depart?" "Master," Miao Ku interrupted his words, "when the time is right, I shall return." Zhang Qishan took a deep breath. He was a perceptive man, and some things did not need to be articulated too explicitly. "You will take care of yourself, won't you?" Miao Ku chuckled and nodded. "We shall all be well. I still need to bid farewell to others, so I must take my leave." Zhang Qishan watched his retreating figure, his mind swirling with thoughts. In these tumultuous times, it was not a period suited for romance. Amidst chaos, all he hoped was for Miao Ku to survive. Miao Ku visited several acquaintances, simply stating the turmoil and his intention to seek refuge abroad, bidding farewell today. After a series of farewells, he realized he had many friends here. 4 months later, in February, Hong Er sent Miao Ku and several attendants off with their belongings to the train, then to Shanghai to embark on a ship across the sea. The vessel departed from Shanghai, heading towards distant horizons. A week into the voyage, the ship arrived in Guangzhou, where Miao Ku disembarked alone, donned the human skin mask prepared by Hong Er, and disguised himself to return to Changsha, stealthily infiltrating the Hong residence in the dead of night. During these months, Hong Er had renovated a new secret chamber within the original one. Now, everyone believed Miao Ku had gone abroad, except for Hong Er, who alone knew that Miao Ku lay dormant in the Hong family's secret chamber. Volume 2, Chapter 47, A Dream of the Great Tang. This chapter marks the beginning of the second volume. Currently, the back-end cannot be modified, so I am noting it here. Miao Ku slept intermittently for an extended period, during which he envisioned his life in Pure Yang. From his entry into the Pure Yang Palace, taking Li Wangxing as his master, becoming his youngest disciple, he followed his master to learn swordsmanship. He studied under the old Taoist in the back mountain, namely, Elzu. He journeyed down the mountains with his senior brothers and sisters to uphold justice. He learned some rudimentary medical skills from the senior brother of the neighboring Wanhua sect. Until An Lushan rebelled, the iron cavalry of the Shin's army trampled the central plains, leaving the people in despair. The decline of a grand dynasty unfolded, rivers turned to blood, countless lives were lost. The snow of the Pure Yang Palace was stained red. The essence of cultivation lay in following one's heart. He descended the mountain with his senior brothers and sisters. The ancestral master foretold that he might be the next to achieve great Tao from Pure Yang Palace. Yet, amidst worldly distractions, he could not see through it. With 3,000 paths to the Tao, who could claim that entering the world was wrong? He was gifted, swiftly mastering swordplay and Taoist arts, yet swordsmanship could not save the people. Nor the great Tang, nor his fellow disciples. He remained alive, yet was unaware of the purpose of his existence. The flourishing era of the Great Tang had long softened its soldiers, relying solely on a few major sects. How long could the Great Tang withstand? In the end, he sacrificed himself to the Tao, attempting to save a beggar caught under a Shin's weapon. In truth, even without that beggar, he would not have lasted much longer. The relentless battles, fleeing, and lurking had drained him in this lifetime. He drew his sword for his beliefs. Wherever the sword pointed, his heart followed. Without regret in chaotic times, human life was the least valuable commodity. The elder brother who taught him swordplay in his youth had perished. The valiant sister of the Tiansu mansion sacrificed herself for her country. The sister from the sword-hidden villa squandered her wealth to save more common folk. After his death, it was Elzu who gathered his remains. It is said that immortals are heartless, unable to save this chaotic world. Yet they saved him. He traversed the currents of time, landing in another era of turmoil, where painful memories were erased, in this chaotic world. He encountered a family that treated him sincerely and friends to whom he could entrust his life. Time could heal all wounds. When he glimpsed the past again, it felt as if he had watched a tragic film. He had loved, hated, suffered, and cursed. Life must always move forward, as must history. Countless bones were buried in the Great Tang. When viewed, it was but a fleeting dream, a trivial disturbance of the mundane. However, should he have the chance to relive it, he would still make the same choices as before, a practitioner of the Tao, seeking only a clear conscience. Elzu, however, told him, "You have not yet seen enough. Continue to explore the world. Love, hate, anger, and ignorance all have their karmic ties. The 7 emotions and 6 desires must be fully experienced." After speaking, he gently stroked Miao Ku's head. "Return now." Accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, Miao Ku opened his eyes, finding himself in the Hong family's secret chamber. The chamber was meticulously cleaned, and the bedding felt soft, likely changed by Hong air. He stood up, with the Hong family's pond above him, where koi danced joyfully. He gazed at the fish for a while before beginning to search for the mechanism to exit. The mechanism was the same as the one he had used when he initially fell asleep. He activated it and emerged from Hong air's study. The Hong residence had undergone considerable changes since his time. Upon seeing him after many years, Yin Shui chirped excitedly. It was spring, and the willows by the pond swayed gently, brimming with vitality. On the stage, 2 figures, one large, one small, were performing, their voices ringing out. Upon hearing Yin Shui's delighted call, the larger figure turned to look in her direction, seeing her rush towards a person clad in casual attire. Hong air froze momentarily, blinking slowly. After a separation of 40 years, that person stood before him once more. At that moment, Yin Shui had reached Miao Ku's side, affectionately nuzzling against him. The smaller figure observed Hong air's pause, glancing between him and the distant person, and innocently exclaimed, "Great uncle?" The stalemate was broken by this address. Hong air gazed into the distance. "Xiao Miao." Miao Ku caressed Yin Shui's head a couple of times before gently pushing her away and sprinting towards Hong air. Yin Shui was not upset, happily trailing behind him. "Brother." Miao Ku's eyes sparkled as he embraced Hong air. Hong air had aged gracefully. His hair was thick, his figure slender, and he had not gained weight, though fine lines had begun to appear on his face. "Xiao Miao, it has been a long time." Hong air embraced him, tenderly stroking his hair. Miao Ku opened his mouth, eager to speak, but then swallowed his words, finally uttering, "Long time no see." A little girl dressed in a pink top tilted her head, watching the two with curiosity. "Brother, who is this little girl?" Miao Ku hurriedly emerged from Hong air's embrace and squatted down to meet the little girl's gaze, smiling at her. The little girl, seeing his smile, revealed a small dimple as she reached up to touch him, giggling in response. Hong air couldn't help but smile at their innocent exchange. "She belongs to the Jie family." Miao Ku took the little girl's hand. "Tell brother your name." The little girl chirped back, "My name is Jie Yuchen. Great uncle calls me Xiao Chun." "What is your name, brother?" "Brother is called Miao Ku." "Wait, great uncle?" Hong air, standing behind him, let out a soft hum. "Still calling him brother?" "Xiao Chun, you should call him grandfather Miao." "Hello, grandfather Miao," the little girl's clear voice echoed in Miao Ku's ears. "Grandfather?" He smiled at her, immediately standing up and turning to face Hong air, quietly asking, "How long have I slept?" Hong air remained silent and raised 4 fingers. It was impossible for it to be 4 years. Could it be 40 years? Miao Ku stared at Hong air in disbelief. Making a gesture for 40. Hong Er gently nodded. Jie Yuqin tilted her head, looking at them. Great uncle, are we learning today? Hong Er looked affectionately at Jie Yuqin. Rest today. Xiao Chun, you may go and play. Jie Yuqin's eyes sparkled. Thank you, great uncle. I'm going to play now. The little girl joyfully skipped away like a pink butterfly. Hong Er lightly patted Miaoku's shoulder. You should tidy up and take a bath. We will talk slowly in a bit. After Miaoku finished his bath and got ready, an hour had already passed. Hong Er briefly introduced to him the events of the past years. The victory over Japan, Zhang Qishan ultimately joining the Red Party, achieving success and passing away a few years ago. San Yi and Lu Yi had both passed away. Chun Pai had gone to Guangxi, Wu Yi was with Jie Tang in Hangzhou, and Xiangu married an officer in Beijing. While Ba Yi had wed a Miao girl, Jiu Yi, however, remained in Changsha. From this succinct account, Miaoku sensed a shift in circumstances. Brother, how is my godfather? He inquired cautiously. Hong Er found his cautious demeanor amusing. Father is in good health. There have been activities in the clan these past few days, and he has returned to serve as a good luck charm. Miaoka felt relieved. After so many years, he had no idea what the situation was like. As he spoke, he playfully shook Hong Er's arm. Hong Er smiled at his antics. Things are different now. I will send someone to register your identity shortly. I will handle it properly. Volume 2, Chapter 48. Old acquaintances. Those who had once encountered Miaoku had either departed or scattered. By counting, only Jie Jui and Qi Tizui remained in this city of Changsha. Yuehang remarked that Qi Tizui had long ceased to be a fortune-teller and now spent his days at home, rarely venturing out, while Jie Jui was still engaged in commerce and doing quite well. Observing Miaoku's expression of wonder at everything around him, Yuehang, slightly concerned, inquired, Will you sleep again in the future? Miaoku pondered for a moment, shaking his head, Probably not. If I do, it will only be for a short while. Yuehang smiled with relief, realizing he likely would not have another 40 years to wait. Although just days ago, when Miaoku had yet to awaken, he had contemplated whom to entrust Miaoku to if he were to pass soon. Recently, there had been movements targeting the Nine Gates. Do not venture out just yet. I will invite Jie Jui and Ba Yi to come over for a reunion, he said. Miaoku nodded. Why would anyone target the Nine Gates? Wasn't it said that only 3 gates remain in Changsha? Yuehang shook his head. We have yet to discern who it is. Buddha once informed me that we had long been under surveillance. He hesitated before continuing. Do you know of Hefizi? Miaoku shook his head. After sipping some tea, as if organizing his thoughts, Yuehang explained, Hefizi is a type of snake that can, through certain means, parasitize a human body, thereby controlling that person. Miaoku pondered, sounds somewhat akin to the legendary goo worms? No, it is different, Yuehang replied, shaking his head. Gu worms are typically planted within the human body, and the one who plants them usually resorts to threats or can only exert control for a limited time. Hefizi, on the other hand, exerts complete control, as if the body has been given a new soul. Miaoku, intrigued by the detailed account, asked, Have you encountered one? Yuehang lowered his gaze, recalling, in the time of Buddha, due to the incident with the Warring States silk texts, we were compelled to cleanse the old 9 gates, only to discover numerous associates infested by Hefizi. The weight of Yuehang's words made Miaoku frown. Yuehang gently reassured him, It's all right. I will explain everything to you gradually. It turned out that the Warring States silk texts were pilfered by Wu Laogo and his father and brothers from a blood-soaked tomb in the Biaozi Ridge of Changsha. However, during this operation, Wu Laogo's father and brothers perished on the spot, leaving only his second brother, who was dragged out of the tomb by Wu Laogo, clutching the severed hand that held the silk texts. Initially, the texts remained with Wu Laogo, but later were deceitfully acquired by Qiu Dikao. Before leaving the country, Qiu Dikao not only swindled the silk texts, but also procured numerous antiques, as his past trading credibility was commendable, and many sellers accepted only deposits. Ultimately, Qiu Dikao reported Wu Laogo and his associates to the authorities. The higher-ups demanded a thorough investigation of the matter and assigned the task to Zhang Qishan. After much contemplation, Zhang Qishan decided to take action. The old 9 gates suffered a severe blow from this incident, particularly Ping Sanmen, which completely vacated Changsha. Furthermore, during this cleansing, Zhang Qishan discovered several associates infested by Hefizi. Miaoku, still unclear, asked, How can one discern the presence of Hefizi? Yuehang gazed at him solemnly, by killing them. Miaoku felt a chill at Yuehang's expression. Brother, is there no other way? Yuehang regarded his younger sibling, who remained soft and innocent after all these years. At present, we have yet to find another accurate method to determine if someone is parasitized. However, those who are infested will exhibit certain serpentine traits for a period, which is markedly different from their behavior prior. Thus, those familiar with them can still make a judgment, but solitary individuals are harder to assess. As they spoke, a servant arrived to announce that Ba Yi and Jie Jui had arrived. Miaoku felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Brother, should we tell them everything is fine? It is fine. Moreover, some matters require discussion with them. Yuehang affectionately glanced at him. Qi Tizui and Jie Jui entered together. Before even stepping through the door, Qi Tizui's voice rang out. Oh, Jie Jui is also here. I wonder what matters Yi has summoned us for today. Upon entering, both men's gazes fell upon Miaoku. Little Miao! Qi Tizui exclaimed, taking several eager steps forward to pinch Miaoku's cheek. Is it really you, little Miao? You vanished for 40 years, and who would have thought I'd see you again? I told you. My divination this morning showed a favorable omen. Qi Tizui's chatter continued unabated as he circled Miaoku, who listened with a smile, noting how much older Qi Tizui appeared than before. A few strands of white hair accentuated his fortune-teller persona. Yet, when conversing with Miaoku, he seemed more akin to a friendly old neighbor. Jie Jui, upon seeing Miaoku, swiftly scrutinized him from head to toe, seeking confirmation from Yuehang. After receiving a slight nod, he sighed in relief, closed the door, and remarked, Little Miao, it's been a long time. Miaoku responded to Qi Tizui's barrage of questions, taking the opportunity to nod at Jie Jui, echoing, it's been a while. Once Qi Tizui had calmed down somewhat, Yuehang explained what Miaoku had been up to over the years. Exchanging glances, Qi Tizui and Jie Jui hesitated before speaking. Yi, I know you have a good relationship with Little Miao, but our families are currently under close surveillance. It would be best to send Little Miao away. Jie Jui, however, smiled at Miaoku and said, What does Little Miao mean? I trust Yi has informed you of the predicament we face. He winked. Among them, his white hair was the most prominent, perhaps due to his frequent frowning and thought, which left a faint crease on his brow. This moment, his smile was warm, resembling a caring elder. Personally, I hope you will stay and assist us, he continued, disregarding Qi Tizui's exaggerated expressions of disapproval. At the very least, Yi has safeguarded you all these years, ensuring you have not been replaced. You can trust him. Yuehang remained silent, while Qi Tizui opposed the idea, and Jie Jui proposed that Miaoku remain. Miaoku's face broke into a smile as he wrapped an arm around Yuehang's. My home is right here. Where else could I possibly go? They all understood his sentiment. In such a vast world, where could one not find a place? He merely cherished the old bonds and felt reluctant to part. Little Miao, Qi Tizui called, seemingly about to say something, only to let out a sigh instead. Yuehang glanced at him with empathy, not wishing for Miaoku to become embroiled in such matters. Yet after so many years of guardianship, parting with him was equally difficult. Chapter 49. The daily life of the second generation. The group spent an entire afternoon discussing matters within the confines of the room. What was ultimately discussed remains a mystery to us. All we know is that after that day, Jie Yuchen formally became Yuehang's apprentice, thus becoming his favored disciple. Yuehang bestowed upon Jie Yuchen an artistic name. It was only during Miaoku's own apprenticeship that he discovered the child clad in pink was, in fact, a boy. So exquisitely delicate, with long hair and a pink outfit, this child was indeed a boy. Miaoku felt somewhat deceived and a touch disheartened. He had always preferred little girls, who, when dressed up, looked so charming. Yet, as he mused, he found Jie Yuchen gazing up at him with bright, shiny eyes. And his thoughts shifted. Of course, a handsome boy like Jie Yuchen was also quite adorable. After becoming an apprentice, Jie Yuchen accompanied Yuehang every morning to learn the art of opera, mastering the graceful movements of the Hong family. The child studied earnestly, even when tired. He merely wore a long face and continued practicing. Miaoku found him endearing and watched intently as he pouted. When Jie Yuchen noticed Miaoku's gaze lingering, he would shyly smile back, thus redoubling his efforts in practice. Miaoku's affection for him grew. When Chen Pai had apprenticed under Yuehang, he had already been older and lacked the charm of Jie Yuchen. Back then, Miaoku would occasionally watch him practice, only to receive a glare from Chen Pai. He wondered how Chen Pai was faring in Guangxi these days. Miaoku had inquired of Yuehang about Chen Pai's reasons for heading to Guangxi. And upon hearing the explanation, he could only lament how Chenpai had come to be in such a state. It turned out that during one of their stays in a village, Chenpai and his companions discovered the terrain was quite peculiar, and upon inquiring locally, they learned that the snow melted here earlier than in other places. Those who frequently engaged in tomb raiding understood that if there were issues below ground, it could result in the surface temperature being slightly higher than elsewhere, causing the snow to melt earlier. Chenpai believed that something might be hidden beneath the village. However, the village still harbored numerous households, making it impossible to accurately ascertain the location of the subterranean treasures. They could only search home by home, but digging in someone else's yard was undoubtedly less convenient than in the wilderness, with many eyes and mouths around, leading to exceedingly slow progress. Initially, they aimed to purchase the most crucial courtyard, but due to the overwhelming number of residents within, it became quite troublesome. In a fit of rage, Chenpai decided to eliminate them all, stacking the bodies in one of the rooms, and they resided in that courtyard, probing the ground each night. After several days of fruitless searching beneath the house, they turned their attention to the neighboring property. Under the cover of night, they infiltrated the adjacent house, slaughtering all its inhabitants, yet they still found nothing. This cycle continued, with the death toll rising, and the corpses from the first massacre began to decay. They seemed entranced, killing indiscriminately each night, ultimately resorting to dice to decide which household to target next. The living in the village dwindled, and after half a month, the majority of the villagers had been exterminated before they realized their grave misjudgment. There was no ancient tomb at all. Disheartened, they resolved to set the village ablaze, slaughtering every last soul within, including children and pregnant women. This heinous case caused an uproar at the time, becoming a notorious crime. Later, one of his subordinates, intoxicated, divulged the details, leading to the execution of all involved, save for Chenpai, who managed to flee to Guangxi. When Miaoke heard of this incident, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. He recalled how obedient Chenpai had been when he fell ill, a good child, and wondered how he could have grown so thoroughly astray. Yueheng remained non-committal regarding Miaoke's assessment, maintaining his stance, unsure of what kind of enchantment Chenpai had cast upon them. Both he and Hongyi believed Chenpai to be a good boy, with Hongyi considering a certain ruthlessness in their line of work as somewhat normal. However, after the incident, even Hongyi felt that Chenpai had crossed a line. Miaoke, however, seemed blinded by affection, steadfast in his belief that Chenpai was a good child, unwavering in this conviction. Thus, Miaoke settled into a life of leisure, listening daily as Yueheng and the young minister performed operas, occasionally indulging in gossip from Qi Tizui and occasionally meeting with Jie. Children grow at an astonishing rate. The young minister seemed to change daily. Miaoke had met the young minister's nominal father, Jialianhuan, a few times. The young man appeared rather reckless, yet with a delicate, refined countenance that seemed to attract the attention of young ladies, though he was regrettably a father at such a young age. Miaoke later learned that the young minister was adopted, primarily due to Jialianhuan's youth. Jie likely would not allow his son to become a father so early in life. Yueheng offered an explanation, stating that the child was of noble lineage, casting a deep glance at Miaoke, implying that he was a noble to everyone, including Miaoke himself. Miaoke, somewhat skeptical, questioned how a mere child could hold such importance. Yueheng gently shook his head, declaring it to be the fate bestowed upon him by Bai. Miaoke remained somewhat incredulous, yet recognized that Qi Tizui's divinations were indeed remarkable. He had never heard of them failing. He regarded the little one, who barely reached his knees, wondering if this was truly his noble, and indeed, the noble of all. The child, sensing his gaze, endeavored to perform his actions with greater precision. Qi Tizui had a daughter named Qijin and a son named Qiyu. His daughter seemed to have made some misstep, having once been the captain of an archaeological team but now had distanced herself abroad. His son, Qiyu, was involved with that same archaeological team. Upon hearing this, Miaoke teased Qi Tizui, noting how the father was a tomb raider while the son pursued archaeology. Qi Tizui merely sighed and shook his head, hoping for his son's safety. Observing his expression, Miaoke surmised that Qi Tizui had likely foreseen an unfavorable outcome for his son and refrained from pressing further. Chapter 50. Daily Life of the Second Generation 2 in Truth. The second generation of the Nine Gates had grown quite close, including Chen Wenjin, Li Sidi, Wu Sanqing, Qiyu, Hua Ling, and Jialianhuan. Although Miaoke had not met some of these individuals, thanks to Qi Tizui, He had acquired a general understanding of their stories, particularly their romantic entanglements. For instance, the second son of the Wu family harbored affection for his daughter, who in turn fancied Wu Sanqing, who was enamored with Chen Wenjin. Such romantic intrigues prompted Wu Erbai to seek Miao Ku's counsel whenever new developments arose. I find that Wu Erbai is quite a decent fellow. It's just that Xiao Jin doesn't share his feelings. Preferring to go abroad rather than be with him, Qi Tizui lamented. Miao Ku, munching on sunflower seeds, responded, let the younger generation find their own fortunes. There's no need to worry. However, I truly wish to meet Chen Wenjin. I can hardly imagine what Chen Pai's child would be like. Qi Tizui cast him a peculiar glance upon hearing this, revealing that Chen Pai's daughter was adopted. Miao Ku was taken aback. Incredulous, my brother has never sought a partner. Could it be that Chen Pai hasn't either? Can such matters really be conveyed through the master-disciple relationship? Qi Tizui clicked his tongue, feeling a pang of pity for Chen Pai. Why bother with such a blockhead? Yet he kept his thoughts to himself, recalling how, after Miao Ku fell into slumber, Chen Pai had acted excessively, causing annoyance when reminisced upon. It was all his retribution. Miao Ku was still lost in his contemplations, wondering if the young minister would follow a similar path in the future. Qi Tizui chuckled at this, his eyes mischievously glinting as he regarded Miao Ku. That's uncertain. As the weather gradually turned colder, despite the 9 gates scattering across various locales, figures like Wu Laogo and Hua Xingu would still return to Changsha for the new year, both to pay respects to their ancestors and to gather with the other families. Thus, Yuehong and the others had been diligently updating Miao Ku on recent events. Miao Ku expressed concern, stating, I haven't changed over the years. Will they find me suitable? Yuehong appeared unfazed, asserting, that's precisely what I wanted to discuss. Zhang Rishan hasn't changed either. There's no need for you to worry. Everyone will merely assume you share the same familial lineage. Zhang Rishan hasn't changed? Miao Ku remarked, recalling how vibrant his young energy had been back in the day, far surpassing the ordinary. Yuehong nodded, continuing, after Zhang Qishan joined the Red Party, he formed some business ties with the New Moon restaurant. He glanced at Miao Ku. Zhang Qishan aided Yin Xinyue in taking control of the New Moon restaurant, and Yin Xinyue became the first female head of the establishment in recent years. Miao Ku recalled the beautiful young woman with round eyes from back then, realizing that, like Xingu, she was also a businesswoman. Zhang Qishan commanded an army, while the New Moon restaurant wielded influence, and the two complemented each other, ultimately swearing brotherhood despite their different surnames. After Zhang Qishan's demise, he entrusted Zhang Rishan to the New Moon restaurant. And Zhang Rishan returned each new year. You might see him this year. Miao Ku nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired about other matters, asking if Chen Pai had any other concerns, as he noticed Qi Tizui's demeanor shifted when Chen Pai was mentioned. Miao Ku believed that although Chen Pai had ostensibly severed ties with the Hong family, everyone was well aware that it was merely a fade to avoid appearing as if the Hong family held all the power. Furthermore, despite Chen Pai's wrongdoings, one must remember that he was a disciple of Yuehong. In a sense, Yuehong was akin to his rebirth parents. Even if Yuehong had expelled Chen Pai, he could hardly protest and would still return to visit from time to time. Chen Pai Yuehong repeated the name, unsure of how to convey the following information to Miao Ku. After Miao Ku fell into slumber, it was publicly claimed that he had fled abroad to evade danger, a well-orchestrated ruse where his associates directly took on Miao Ku's identity while abroad. However, within a few years, Chen Pai had managed to track down the whereabouts of those associates, discovering that Miao Ku was not among them. After inflicting brutal punishment upon them, he learned of Miao Ku's arrival after disembarking in Guangzhou and subsequently confronted Yuehong, demanding to know Miao Ku's whereabouts. By then, Chen Pai's actions had grown increasingly radical, and Yuehong refused to disclose Miao Ku's situation. They fought, leading to a complete severance of their bond. From that day forward, even during festivals, Chen Pai would only nominally send gifts, never again setting foot in the Hong residence. As the new year approached, Miao Ku finally encountered the Wu couple. To his surprise, Wu Laogo's eldest son, Wu Yiqiong, like him, had chosen a girl from a prestigious family, and now the couple was devoted to their research endeavors, completely distancing themselves from the conflicts. Research careers often meant less time with family. Thus, during this visit to Changsha, the eldest couple had not accompanied them, while the younger siblings, Wu Erbai and Wu Sanqing, along with his grandson Wu Xia, were present. Wu Xia appeared to be of similar age to Jie Yuchen. A lively child with a round face and bright eyes, exuding charm. Upon spotting Jie Yuqin, the child exclaimed, "Pretty sister," and rushed over. Miao Ku was taken aback, while Chi Tizui jested, "This kid resembles you quite a bit. Always chasing after girls even at a young age, though his eyesight seems a bit off." Miao Ku let out a disdainful hum, ignoring Chi Tizui, and turned his gaze towards Wu Laogou. "Fifth Master. Miss Jie, it has been quite some time since we last met." Wu Laogou and Jie Tang were both filled with nostalgia, surprised that they could reunite in Changsha this year. Wu Xie held onto Jie Yuqin's hand, alternating his gaze between Jie Yuqin and Miao Ku, ultimately leading Jie Yuqin to walk beside Miao Ku, clutching the hem of Miao Ku's garment. Jie Yuqin, who had been obediently following Wu Xie, noticed Wu Xie's intention to hold Miao Ku's hand, and promptly released Wu Xie's grasp, dashing to the other side of Miao Ku to take his hand instead. Observing Miao Ku holding Jie Yuqin's hand, Wu Xie tugged at Miao Ku's clothing and looked up at him, saying, "Pretty sister, hold hands." Miao Ku, who had been reminiscing with Wu Laogou, was momentarily taken aback by Wu Xie's words, "Pretty sister." The attention of the group was immediately drawn to them. Jie Yuqin teased from the side, "It's pretty brother. Wu Xie is a fool." Miao Ku knelt down, gazing at Wu Xie, gently ruffling his hair, and kindly replied, "I am not a pretty sister, you should call me." He hesitated, glancing at Wu Laogou and the others. "Should I call you Grandpa Miao?" Chi Tizui chuckled, followed by Wu Laogou and Jie Tang. Wu Xie shook his head. "Grandpas have white hair. Your hair is black and long." You're a sister. Wu Sanqing, being the younger generation, couldn't help but laugh. It was genuinely amusing, especially since he had previously emphasized the importance of politeness to Wu Xie, instructing him to refer to anyone with long black hair as a pretty sister. It was unexpected that upon arriving in Changsha, he would encounter a long-haired man of the same generation as his own grandfather. Wu Erbai, noticing Wu Sanqing's laughter, realized there must be something amusing. Suspecting he had taught Wu Xie some peculiar notions, and shot him a glare. Chapter 51. Daily Life 3. After locating a suitable place for the two little ones, the group finally settled down to converse. Wu Laogou and Jie Tang appeared to share a close bond. Despite their age, Wu Laogou was still cracking nuts for Jie Tang. Miao Ku expressed disdain for this display of affection and inquired about Wu Laogou's life in recent years. Wu Laogou smiled at him. "My family is harmonious and well. Jie Tang is in good health, and my children have all achieved success, now even with grandchildren. It's just that the second and third are reluctant to find partners." Jie Tang playfully patted Wu Laogou. "As they say, grandchildren will have their own fortunes." Wu Laogou's expression turned slightly dismissive. "When I was their age, who in Changsha did not say we were a match made in heaven?" Miao Ku leaned in with curiosity. "I heard your second son fancies the daughter of Ba Yi." Wu Laogou cast an awkward glance at Chi Tizui. "I feel somewhat guilty towards Ba Yi." Chi Tizui waved his hand dismissively. "When it comes to matters of the heart, who can say for certain?" Wu Laogou turned to Miao Ku. "Little Miao, how have you been these years?" Miao Ku chuckled. "I've been quite well." Both Wu Laogou and Jie Tang were astute individuals. Miao Ku's sudden departure abroad years ago was certainly not as simple as it appeared, especially after Chen Pai stirred up a ruckus at the Red Mansion, indicating there were deeper stories involved. Yet, as friends, after all these years, merely seeing each other alive and well was already a gratifying affair. Jie Tang noticed Wu Laogou's silence and continued, "Xian Gu will be coming over in a few days. It has also been a long time since you've seen her, right?" Miao Ku nodded and Jie Tang proceeded, "I wonder how Xian Gu will react upon seeing you. Back then, both Wu Laogou and I thought you would end up with Xian Gu." Miao Ku was stirred by Jie Tang's words, recalling the past. "I always regarded Xian Gu as a sister. I wondered why you kept sending me those romance novels, all featuring childhood sweethearts." Jie Tang chuckled softly. "Back then, both Wu Laogou and I could see that Xian Gu had feelings for you. I thought since we are all from the Nine Gates, why not play matchmaker? It would have made for a lovely tale. Who knew Xian Gu would become the head of the family, and you would go abroad?" Chi Tizui, tired of their nostalgic reminiscing, clapped his hands. "Let us not dwell on the past. How are your third son and Chun Wenjin doing recently?" Upon mentioning Wu Sanqing, Wu Laogou frowned. "I don't know what the third son has been up to lately. He is always with Wenjin, constantly disappearing underground. Even if it is to cultivate feelings, it is hardly done this way." Chi Tizui nodded in agreement. "The child has grown. It's hard to manage." The two then engaged in an analysis of the second generation of the Nine Gates, primarily discussing who was the most troublesome. Concluding that none of them were easy to deal with, Miao Ku found it amusing. "You weren't exactly easy to manage back in the day either." Wu Laogou dismissed the notion. "I was quite aware of my actions then. Chi Tizui shook his head. If it weren't for Buddha Yi pulling me along, I wouldn't have gone down that path. The group continued their casual banter as the sky darkened. Yueheng returned from outside, and it was time for dinner. Miao Ku inquired about the whereabouts of the two children, and the servant informed him that both young masters were in the backyard. He decided to head to the backyard himself to bring the children back. Upon arriving in the backyard, he spotted a figure clad in black leather, crouched beside Jie Yuqin, playfully pinching his cheek. Xiao Chun, it's time to eat. Miao Ku's call drew the attention of the three in the backyard, Jie Yuqin, Wu Xie, and the figure in black sunglasses. Upon seeing the figure still wearing sunglasses as darkness fell, memories of his experiences in Germany flooded Miao Ku's mind. You rascal, give me back my ring. Miao Ku lunged forward, ready to attack. The figure looked up, recognizing Miao Ku, released Jie Yuqin's face, rolled aside, and distanced himself from Miao Ku. Oh, is this not the little beauty? Long time no see, still so fiery. The figure quipped. Miao Ku stood beside Jie Yuqin, glanced at the figure, and then at Jie Yuqin. Xiao Chun, take Wu Xie to the front yard. Jie Yuqin obediently nodded, understood, uncle, and promptly led Wu Xie toward the front yard, while Wu Xie glanced back curiously as they walked. Once the children were a reasonable distance away, Miao Ku drew his sword from behind and casually performed a flourish. The figure, who had initially been grinning, instinctively took 2 steps back upon seeing Miao Ku draw his sword. Little beauty, can't we discuss this? Wielding a weapon and dancing about could cause unnecessary injuries. Miao Ku snorted coldly. You stole my ring before, and now you sneak into my home and pinch my child. What is there to discuss? With that, he slashed his sword, the gleaming blade slicing through the air, accompanied by a chill blue sword aura. The figure, recognizing the sharpness of the blade and the accompanying aura, made a hasty retreat, knowing he couldn't withstand such an attack. After all, he was invited here. What would it look like to start a fight with the host? Little beauty, I'm here as a guest. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to strike me. The figure dodged Miao Ku's strikes while attempting to reason. As a guest, how come I am unaware of your invitation to my home? As he spoke, another sword aura narrowly missed him, grazing past his back. The figure inhaled deeply, using the fake stone for leverage to leap atop the pavilion. Young Master Miao, are you serious? I was sent by Jie Jiuyi. He anxiously patted his leather jacket. This leather is imported. If it gets damaged, I'll owe you money. Miao Ku sheathed his sword, looking up at the figure atop the pavilion. Jie Jiuyi sent you? The figure peered down. Yes, little beauty. I was invited by Jie Jiuyi. One should not be rude to a guest, right? After returning from Germany, Jie Jiuyi had indeed shared information regarding this figure, noting his considerable skills. After all these years, it was not surprising that Jie Jiuyi had dealings with him. Xiao Chun, go see if your grandfather has arrived. Miao Ku instructed the 2 little ones hiding near the archway in the backyard. Jie Yuqin used to be very obedient. Wu Xie's overwhelming curiosity had led him astray. The 2 little ones exchanged a few words, and Miao Ku heard one of them walking away while the other lingered, peeking from a distance. Indeed, it was Wu Xie still lurking and watching. Little beauty, your child is quite obedient. The other one is simply too curious, the figure remarked, observing the scene from above. Miao Ku shot him a glare. Where's my ring? The figure grinned. I already told you. The ring was compensation for the blind man. Little beauty, your family is prosperous. Why do you concern yourself with such trivial matters? Miao Ku was nearly driven to laughter by irritation. Do you have any idea how much that material costs? Besides, I crafted that ring myself. I can tell by your joints that you wouldn't fit it. Now tell me, who did you sell it to? The figure stroked his collar. No wonder the material is so exquisite. The craftsmanship is rather mediocre. Turns out it was crafted by the little beauty himself. I already said it was given to the blind man. Don't concern yourself with its whereabouts. Chapter 52. Spectacle. Miao Ku was about to say something when a chorus of footsteps echoed from the front courtyard. Xie Jui, Yueheng, Wu Laogo, Chi Tizui, Xie Tang, and the entire Old Nine Gates gang had arrived. It wasn't that the younger generation didn't wish to join. Rather, Yueheng had instructed them to wait in the front hall, thinking it unseemly for the juniors to witness Miao Ku's predicament. Xie Jui glanced at the sword Miao Ku held and then at the figure of the black blind man atop the pavilion, a smile creeping onto his face. Little Miao, the black blind man is indeed someone I invited. Chi Tizui, on the other hand, chimed in sarcastically, Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this Blackie? Quite impressive, aren't you? How did you find yourself chased to the top of the pavilion? Er Yuehong, somewhat amused yet exasperated, urged little Miao, let him down. Miao Ke then sheathed his sword and stepped back, allowing space for the black blind man. The latter gracefully descended, attempting to lighten the mood. We only truly know each other after a good tussle. Right, little beauty? He playfully nudged Miao Ke. Wu Laogo and Xie Tang, thoroughly entertained, lifted a nearby child and dusted off Wu Xie's clothes. Wu Xie's eyes sparkled. Grandpa, his sword can emit blue light. I want to learn that. Whoosh, how cool. That man in black jumped right onto the pavilion. I want to learn that too. Wu Laogo affectionately patted his head. You won't be able to. Your physique won't allow it. Disheartened, Wu Xie turned to Xie Tang, clinging to her leg. Xie Tang shook her head, laughing silently. Hemph, Wu Xie huffed. I'll go find third uncle. With that, he scampered off towards the front hall. The others followed suit. While the black blind man trailed Miao Ke, chattering incessantly. See? I told you, we're family. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come to the blind man. I'll give you a 5 discount. How is that for brotherly loyalty? Chi Tizui, on Miao Ke's other side, leaned in and remarked, Black Yi, although little Miao isn't short on cash, he is quite capable himself. If there is work to be done, he'll handle it. Besides, with so many workers in the Hong family, he doesn't need to seek outsiders. Hearing this, the black blind man leaned forward. Eighth Yi, you're being too formal. Our little beauty is delicate. How could he handle dirty or strenuous tasks? And when the blind man acts, it's always more graceful than those workers. Miao Ke, bemused by the two men's antics, halted in his tracks. To his surprise, upon seeing him stop, they too came to a halt, tilting their heads to look at him. Miao Ke couldn't help but smile. Their expressions reminded him of playful kittens vying for their owner's attention. Pausing to observe when he wasn't moving, relishing the closeness. Upon entering the main hall, they beheld Wu Sanqing feeding Xie Yuchen a taste of liquor with chopsticks, causing the latter's face to scrunch up in distaste. Wu Xie, eager to join in, expressed his wish to try. Much to Wu Sanqing's amusement, Wu Erbai was busy providing Xie Yuchen with water, while Xie Yanhuan watched the commotion, and Chi Yu scolded Wu Sanqing for his recklessness. Old third, I told you not to feed alcohol to children, Wu Laogo exclaimed, preparing to kick him. Wu Sanqing quickly dodged. Come on, just a little. It's fine. A little boy can handle a bit of liquor. As Wu Erbai stretched his leg to trip Wu Sanqing, the latter stumbled and fell into Xie Yanhuan, who swiftly caught him to that moment. Wu Laogo's kick landed, sending both tumbling to the ground amidst a chaotic flurry. Miao Ke stood there, momentarily stunned by the scene, and turned to Xie Tang. It seems quite lively at home, doesn't it? Chi Tizui chuckled nearby, while Xie Tang remained composed. It's normal. Old third is just a mischievous rascal. Miao Ke nodded, clearly perceiving that the two children raised by the Hong family were distinct. The elder, Qin Pai, had been prideful and sulky since their first meeting, while the younger, Xie Yuchen, was obedient and serene. He could hardly fathom what the Hong residence would be like with someone as boisterous as Wu Sanqing. Finally seated, after a lapse of 40 years, Miao Ke found himself sharing a meal with several brothers. During the banquet, Wu Laogo addressed his two sons. This is Miao Ke. You can call him Uncle Miao. We shared a bond of life and death back in the day. Miao Ke smiled. Fifth master, I still owe you a favor. I want to take advantage of you at your age. If you have any requests, please speak up. Wu Laogo grumbled over his drink. You little rascal, you've been gone for so many years, and you still speak to me like this. He then turned to Wu Erbai and Wu Sanqing. Did you hear that? He still owes us a favor. If you encounter any difficulties, seek him out. Though he may not be the sharpest, his martial prowess is undeniable. Miao Ke scoffed. Not everyone is like you. All of you as thick as coal. Chi Tizui patted Chi Yu. Did you hear that? Although he doesn't owe us anything, don't hesitate to trouble him. Back in the day, apart from Second Master and Buddha Yi, little Miao was the one I was closest to. At the mention of Buddha Yi, the atmosphere grew somber. Chi Tizui slapped himself. Look at my mouth. It's tough to reunite like this. Let us not speak of those who have passed. He picked up Chi Yu's wine cup and handed it to him. Quick, toast your Uncle Miao. Chi Yu shyly raised his cup. Uncle Miao, here's to you. Please bear with us in the future. With that, he downed his drink. Wu Erbai and Wu Sanqing followed suit, raising their cups. To Uncle Miao, I'm primarily based in Changsha, so if you need anything, just let me know. This was Wu Erbai, Uncle Miao, hehe, I heard from Xiao Xie that you can wield a sword and have sword energy. I hope to get an eye-opener from you someday. This was Wu Sanxing, as Miao Ku was toasted by the three, his face flushed slightly. The black blind man, noticing his rosy cheeks, felt a tingle of excitement and approached with 2 cups of wine. Little Miao, we've known each other for quite some time now. Let this cup serve as my apology. Miao Ku blinked slowly, seemingly processing who it was, before accepting the cup. Blind man, your skills are commendable. He then tilted his head back and drained the wine. The black blind man watched him drink with amusement, downing his own cup while keeping his gaze fixed on Miao Ku. Chi Tizui noticed that after a few cups, Miao Ku had grown quiet, chuckling to himself, this little rascal gets drunk easily, so playful yet so clumsy. Yueheng smiled at Miao Ku, who loved to drink but had a low tolerance. When intoxicated, he became gentle and never acted unruly, which is why Yueheng never stopped him from drinking at home. Chapter 53. Daily Life 4. With a hint of inebriation, Miao Ku continued to partake in the meal, responding to everything others said, appearing a bit dazed, while the black blind man found him utterly endearing. After taking the ring years ago, he had inquired about the owner from Zhang Haiki. After some thought, she mentioned it likely belonged to someone from the Jumin in Changsha. She had previously entrusted the matter to Xie Jui, prompting the black blind man to discreetly monitor Jumin's movements. Later, he received word that someone in Changsha was seeking information about him, and his first instinct was to recall that embrace filled with the fragrance of osmanthus in the dimly lit room. He relayed the news, yet no one reached out to him. He fondled the jade ring, pondering if he had misjudged. That person clearly seemed like a wealthy young master, and wealthy young masters wouldn't quietly endure such losses. He discreetly sought information regarding Jumin, facing numerous setbacks. Just as he was on the brink of giving up, Xie Jui contacted him, inquiring if he was willing to take on a job. He thought it reasonable to return to the homeland and give it a try. Upon his return, he accepted Xie Jui's assignment, only to discover that the individual had already gone abroad. Having lived long enough, he understood that such fleeting infatuations couldn't endure for long. Yet over the years, he had been silently keeping an eye on news from the Hong family, perhaps out of unwillingness to concede, or perhaps due to lingering attachment in the long passage of time. The lone flower that bloomed in this desolate wilderness, the only brilliance, withered away. He was a man of conviction and practicality, aware that these matters could not be forced. Perhaps allowing the remainder of his days to be consumed by a fleeting glance was a good idea. When he heard that person's voice in the Hong residence, it felt somewhat surreal, and upon looking up, he saw that individual standing not far away at that moment. He felt his heart skip a beat. He gazed at the unchanging visage of the other over the years, feeling a surge of delight at his own longevity, thinking, look how well we match. A rare find in this world, another immortal. After the meal, Miao Ku felt somewhat more sober. He walked beside Yueheng and inquired, what does Ji want the black blind man for? To teach Xiaohua. Xiaohua has great potential and given my age, I need a younger teacher for certain aspects. Oh, Ji seems quite fond of Xiaohua on this day. Yueheng indulged in some wine, and upon hearing those words, a mocking smile crept across his face. Good to him? Ninth Master may not live for many more years. By then, Jialianhuan will take charge, and the identity of Xiaohua will be as awkward as it can be. Miao Ku, in a daze, lifted his head. Isn't Xiaohua in a dire situation? Yueheng cast a glance at him. Little Miao, at that time, Chi Tizui's divination indicated that Xiaohua is a nobleman of the 9 gates. And you are his benefactor. He paused. I do not know how much longer I can accompany you. If one day I depart, it will be just the 2 of you. Miao Ku raised his hand to cover Yueheng's mouth. Brother, I do not wish to hear this. Yueheng embraced Miao Ku, who nestled into a comfortable position in his arms. Little Miao, even before you awakened, I had contemplated whom to entrust you to. Feeling the boy's struggle in his embrace, he patted Miao Ku's shoulder. That time, I had considered whether to take on another disciple, just as Jiejio sent Xiaohua over. Xiaohua has a kind disposition and is exceptionally gifted. Coupled with Chi Tizui's divination, he is the most suitable candidate. Now that you have awakened, I will teach him diligently. Your future is still long, and I cannot accompany you for too long. Miao Ku nestled his head against Yueheng's shoulder. Brother, I have said I do not wish to hear this. You can still accompany me for a long time. Yueheng stroked his hair. Some matters are beyond human control. he began to understand why ancient emperors yearned for immortality. When Miao Ku awoke the next day, Jie Yuqin had already commenced his daily training. Today's practice was quite lively, with He Xiao and Wu Xie present as well. Miao Ku glanced at the other little one. It's normal for He Xiao to be here, but why has Wu Xie come? Wu Xie blinked at Miao Ku, his voice sweet and innocent. Third uncle said that if I want to learn shu 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 swoosh swoosh, I must do my homework every day. So I am to study with Xiao Hua first. Miao Ku chuckled and patted his head, feeling his bone structure. This little one had an average physique, certainly not comparable to Jie Yuqin, but learning would still be beneficial. Serving as a means to strengthen his body. Jie Yuqin was practicing earnestly today, differing from his usual routine, primarily to showcase his various metrics for He Xiao's targeted training. The boy soon broke into a sweat. And Wu Xie, despite his average build, displayed commendable perseverance, gritting his teeth to endure. Miao Ku felt a pang of sympathy, signaling He Xiao with his eyes. He Xiao, understanding the situation, approached Wu Xie, scooping him up. All right, it's your first day. This duration is sufficient. If you wish to continue training, I can offer you a special deal for 2 coins. Miao Ku twitched at the corners of his mouth. He Xiao, don't be absurd. You're not sparing even the child. He Xiao shook his head, grinning. This is no ordinary child. He is the eldest grandson of the Wu family, the last scion of their lineage. All of the Wu family's assets will eventually belong to him. Then asking for 2 coins is indeed too exploitative, Miao Ku replied, crossing his arms. He Xiao chuckled, little Miao, you wouldn't understand the cost of living until you are in charge. Besides, do you know how much I charge Ye's family? 2 coins is already a bargain. Miao Ku took Wu Xie from him, patting the child twice. Wu Xie obediently nestled against him, blinking his round eyes and smiling joyfully as he wrapped his arms around Miao Ku's neck. Jie Yuqin, while maintaining a horse stance, glared at Wu Xie, thinking to himself, Uncle Master is mine. He Xiao found Wu Xie's demeanor amusing. Little beauty, you truly attract children. Indeed, Miao Ku said proudly, I have always been well liked by children. When it was time to end the horse stance, Jie Yuqin approached Miao Ku, looking up at him with a pitiful expression, extending his arms. Miao Ku, seeing his nephew's forlorn look, quickly set Wu Xie down and lifted Jie Yuqin instead. Thankfully, after years of rest, Jie Yuqin had grown taller, now reaching 1.80 meters, or else the child would have outgrown being carried. Miao Ku held Jie Yuqin and teased, Little Chun, have you grown taller recently? Jie Yuqin inhaled deeply in Miao Ku's embrace, responding like a little adult, perhaps, I am taller than Wu Xie. Wu Xie, observing the two, glanced over at the grinning He Xiao, wondering, isn't little Xie cute? Why is no one holding me? As the new year approached, Hua Xingu returned to Changsha this year, bringing only a little girl with her, leaving her children behind. Hua Xingu sat in the main hall, sipping tea when Miao Ku entered through the side door. She had just set down her teacup and looked up to see Miao Ku. The youth retained the same attire as years past. Despite the passage of time, he was unchanged, reminiscent of their first encounter over 40 years ago in the Red family's main hall, where she first beheld the boy's radiant smile. The sound of her teacup clinking against the saucer echoed as Hua Xiuxiu gazed up at her grandmother, clapping her hands in delight. Her cherubic face alight with curiosity, she noticed her grandmother's hands tremble slightly as she gripped the armrest of her chair. Miao Gu. Following her grandmother's gaze, she exclaimed, Oh, what a handsome brother, so good-looking. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He seems somewhat familiar. Miao Ku smiled at Hua Xingu. Xingu, it has been a long time. Hua Xingu took a deep breath, nervously adjusting her hair, as if awakened from a trance. It has indeed been a long time. Hua Xingu stood and approached Miao Ku, her steps steady yet tinged with the harshness of self-reproach, embracing the young man before her. His embrace was as warm as before, imbued with the fragrance of osmanthus, yet she was no longer the girl of yesteryears. Just as before, she gently encircled him, resting her head against his chest, while Miao Ku's arms remained lightly draped over her shoulders. This was a reunion filled with nostalgia. When Hua Xingu released him, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The pangs of youthful infatuation were eternally poignant. Miao Ku chuckled, patting her arm. Why, at your age, must you still cry? Your juniors are watching. Hua Xingu playfully swatted at him, just as she had in the past. Hua Xingu had aged gracefully. Although no longer resembling her youthful self, she was elegantly maturing. Her hair was neatly styled, adorned in a qipao, and draped in a silver fox coat. presenting herself as a lady of wealth. Miaoke looked down at the little girl by her side, her round face and bright eyes sparkling with clarity. Appearing merely 2 or 3 years old, she resembles you when you were younger. Hua Xinggu smiled at Hua Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu, greet Grandpa Miao. The little girl's sweet voice chimed, Grandpa Miao, Happy New Year, such a good girl. Miaoke affectionately ruffled Hua Xiuxiu's hair, then turned to Xinggu, quipping, I still find it strange to be called Grandpa by little ones. Hua Xinggu snorted lightly. Then let Xiuxiu call you brother, and you can call me grandmother. Wu Laogo chimed in, I think Xinggu's suggestion is splendid. I wouldn't mind having more adorable grandchildren. Miaoke shot them both an exasperated glance, and time seemed to rewind to the days of playful banter. Jie Tang, smiling brightly, clapped her hands. Now that everyone is here, shall we play mahjong? It has been ages since I last played with you all. Hua Xinggu nodded slightly in agreement. Wu Laogo enthusiastically concurred, adding, but let us play Sichuan mahjong. Xinggu, don't forget the rules. Hua Xinggu shot him a glare at Wu Laogo. You are still as noisy as ever. Miaoke called for the servants to prepare the mahjong room. It was still winter, still the warm hall of yesteryears, and the same people gathered, as if nothing had changed. They played a few rounds of mahjong, reminiscing about the past. Yuehong, observing the 4 of them engrossed in their game, felt a sense of nostalgia wash over him. Coincidentally, light snow began to fall outside, fluttering gracefully through the air. Watching the snowflakes descend, Yuehong found himself lost in thought, as those of age often do. He recalled his first meeting with Miaoke, memories of Zhang Qishan, and the harsh realities of war. Turning to Jie Yuqin beside him, he smiled, Xiaohua, go call them for dinner. All right, master, he replied crisply, dashing off to the warm hall. Time sped by as the new year approached. This year, Zhang Rishan did not come to Changsha. Miaoke felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering what had become of that obedient adjutant from years ago. During the new year, the world was aglow with lights. Miaoke and the others watched the Spring Festival Gala, keeping vigil through the night. The others returned to their respective homes, while Heixiao stubbornly stayed at the Hong residence for the new year. The elder Hong had grown older, watching television, dozing intermittently, the laughter from the screen failing to rouse him. Miaoke watched the television while munching on sunflower seeds. Heixiao leaned over and asked, Little beauty, would you like some assistance with your sunflower seeds? Miaoke disregarded him, shifting the plate of sunflower seeds further away from the black bear, thus signaling his stance. Cracking sunflower seeds and devouring the kernels are 2 entirely different matters. After all, 18 noon, Miaoke accompanied Yuehong to pay homage to their ancestors and various deities. Miaoke also offered incense at the tablet of his revered master, a decision he pondered for quite some time. After his first offering, he worried that his master might scold him in a dream. However, to his surprise, his master instead instructed him to present more sweets and the finest incense in his dream. Miaoke even grumbled, Master, you are quite particular. He was promptly struck on the back of the head by Zhu. The following day, Miaoke prepared offerings his master favored, specially seeking a room in the Hong family residence for the tribute. Ensuring everything was chosen with care, as the new year commenced, everyone was busy, and before the end of the first month, they departed from Changsha. Hua Xinggu was the first to leave, reminding him to visit Beijing whenever possible, as she would extend her hospitality. Then came Wu Laogo and his family, who mentioned that their eldest son had called, announcing a 2-day break around the 15th, and they wished to gather as a family, not wanting to trouble their son and daughter-in-law with a trip to Changsha. After the 15th, Qi Yu and Jie Huan also departed, citing work obligations within their team. Jie Jui was preoccupied with shifting the focus of the Jie family towards Beijing, frequently traveling there for business. Watching them all leave one by one, Miaoke felt akin to a lonely elder in an empty nest. He inquired of Yuehong, Brother, have you always stayed here to bid them farewell all these years? Yuehong responded, You are awake now. The Hong family will belong to you from this point forward. Do you wish to leave Changsha? Miaoke shook his head, I do not know. After a month in Changsha, the black bear was also set to depart. He had an agreement with the Jie family to teach Jie Yuqin for 1 month each year, without interference at other times, as he was leaving. The black bear draped his arm over Miaoke's shoulder, leaning lazily against him. Little beauty, shall we go out and take a look? The outside world has undergone significant changes. Miaoke felt a twinge of temptation but ultimately shook his head. Lord Hong has been unwell recently. We can discuss it later. Very well, the black bear acquiesced, casting a lingering glance at him. I shall return to seek you out when it's time to teach the Jie family. Little beauty, do wait for me. What is this about the Jie family? Nothing is ever straightforward, Miaoku retorted, rolling his eyes as he raised his foot to kick him. The black bear effortlessly leaped onto the courtyard wall, pausing momentarily before vanishing from sight. Chapter 55. Lord Hong's recent illness began as a mere cold, yet it persisted stubbornly without improvement, necessitating a comprehensive examination at the hospital, which ultimately confirmed it was just a cold. After several months of recurring symptoms, he finally recovered. However, at his age, the prolonged illness had drained much of his vitality, leaving him considerably weakened. Yuehong and Miaoku dared not leave Changsha, fearing they might miss their last chance to see him in case of an unforeseen event. Remarkably, Lord Hong maintained a positive outlook, reassuring them, "It's nothing to worry about. I have lived for 98 years. When my time comes, it shall be a joyous farewell." Miaoku shook his head in silence, unable to reconcile himself with the inevitability of life and death. Though he had known this day would eventually arrive since awakening, the memory of his grandmother's passing haunted him, her funeral. He had not shed a tear, but one night, alone in his room, he had wept bitterly, realizing that no one would again wait up for him, smiling as they asked, "Are you tired from studying? Would you like something delicious?" From that moment on, he developed a profound fear of loss. Yuehong sensed his unease and sighed softly, "Little Miao, you must learn to adapt. We will bid farewell to father. And you will eventually bid farewell to me, to 8th Master, 9th Master, 5th Master, Fairy, and Jiatang. In the future, you will part with others as well. If your growth continues at this pace, you might even have to say goodbye to Xiaohua and Wu Xie." Thus, living long could also be a form of curse. The black bear, being an immortal himself, was someone Miaoku could engage with more frequently, along with Zhang Rishan. Yuehong continued to speak, the sunlight streaming in from behind him, blinding Miaoku momentarily. As he squinted at Yuehong, he noticed a strand of white hair at his temple. Miaoku felt a wave of melancholy. Everyone was moving forward while he remained stuck in place. Understanding that words would be futile in this state, Yuehong advised Jie Yuqin to spend more time with him, allowing their bond to strengthen. Jie Yuqin, being younger, and Miaoku, possessing a childlike spirit, indeed found enjoyment in one another's company, drawing remarks from Qi Tiezu, who teased Miaoku for playing with children at his age. Miaoku defended himself, "This is the essence of a man, forever youthful at heart. A man remains youthful at heart until death." Qi Tiezu repeated the phrase twice before joining their youthful revelry. As spring gave way to autumn, another winter enveloped Changsha, and Lord Hong fell ill once more. His advanced age meant the hospital was reluctant to administer potent treatments, relying instead on intravenous fluids to maintain his basic physiological state. One day, he suddenly appeared in better spirits, dressing himself to visit the Hong family ancestral hall. Miaoku was flooded with conflicting emotions, tears brimming in his eyes. Yuehong gently patted him, stepping aside to assist Lord Hong back to the Hong residence. Much of the decor in the Hong residence was chosen by Lord Hong himself, with only a small portion added after Yuehong assumed control. As Lord Hong walked through the corridors of the Hong residence, he gazed at the familiar flora and fauna, reminiscing about the myriad memories that flooded his mind. In the ancestral hall, Lord Hong meticulously polished the tablet of his wife and offered incense to the ancestors of the Hong family. Sitting in a chair, he held one hand of Yuehong and the other of Miaoku, saying, "Honger, Xiao Miao, after I depart, you two must support one another." He turned to Yuehong. "Xiao Miao will be under your care from now on." Then he looked at Miaoku, adding, "Some matters are beyond Honger's control. So do not blame him. I only hope that you two can take good care of each other." They both nodded in agreement. "Xiaohua is a good child. I have heard of old eight's divination. Xiao Miao, it is better to believe in its existence than to doubt it. Honger, you are a good child as well. I have wronged you over the years. You have endured much hardship. I owe your mother a debt. I promised her that I would ensure your happiness." Tears streamed down Yuehong's face as he replied, "Father, I have been very happy all these years." Lord Hong smiled contentedly. "Silly child, I am going to meet your mother. This is a joyous occasion, so why do you weep?" Miaoku, standing by, was already crying to the point of hiccups, tears falling onto his clothing. "Xiao Miao, do not cry. You both should step outside. I wish to speak with Wani in private." Yuehong and Miaoku exited, waiting outside the ancestral hall. Inside, fragmented voices could be heard, gradually fading into silence. Father, Godfather. When Miao Ku and Heir Yueheng pushed open the door, they found Lord Hong's hand hanging limply, the other arm still encircling his wife's tablet, a serene smile gracing his face, his head resting against the chair, lifeless. Miao Ku's tears flowed even more fiercely, while Heir Yueheng knelt to bow 3 times before Lord Hong. Observing Heir Yueheng's actions, Miao Ku followed suit. The arrangements for Lord Hong's funeral were handled swiftly, as many matters had been prepared by him following his last illness, suggesting he had anticipated this day was not far off. Moreover, Lord Hong had made several burial arrangements during his lifetime, having absorbed considerable burial energy. According to tomb raiding customs, he needed to be cremated within half a day of his passing to prevent his body from rising. Once everything was settled, half a month had passed. Daily vigils took their toll on Heir Yueheng, who fell ill himself. Miao Ku, alarmed by his illness, kept watch over him day and night, unable to bear the pain of losing another loved one. After another new year in Changsha, Jie Zhui asked if they would like to join him in Beijing, suggesting it would be a change of scenery and mood. Heir Yueheng and Miao Ku exchanged glances before agreeing to accompany Jie Zhui to Beijing. Miao Ku asked Qi Tiezu if he wished to join, but Qi Tiezu simply shook his head with a smile, stating that his home was not in Beijing, although he could visit them for a short stay once they settled in. Their group, accompanied by Yin Shui, traveled to Beijing, where the housing prices were still quite reasonable. Unable to resist, Miao Ku purchased several courtyards, recalling the Prince Gong's mansion from years past. He had prepared his funds, but ultimately had no opportunity to acquire it. After touring the grounds with Heir Yueheng, they emerged lamenting how close they had come to owning such a grand estate. Amused by Miao Ku's apparent obsession with wealth, Heir Yueheng indulged him in his desire to acquire more courtyards. The Hong family is not lacking in wealth. With several gardens at their disposal, purchasing them was merely a matter of course. Once they had settled in, the weather gradually began to warm, and Heir Yueheng had been quite busy lately. Shifting the focus of the Hong family's business to Beijing, he occasionally brought Miao Ku along to observe, imparting wisdom on how to manage such affairs. The relocation of the Hong family brought about a new dynamic in Beijing, with the Hong, Hua, and Xie families all emerging from the old Changsha 9 doors. Coupled with the ambiguous stance of the local power broker, Xinhue Restaurant, the Hong family quickly established a firm footing in the capital. As the situation began to stabilize, the invitation from Xinhue Restaurant arrived alongside the enigmatic figure known as He Xiaozi. To be precise, the invitation came first, followed closely by Haixiazi himself, who scaled the wall with remarkable agility. Miao Ku, taken aback, could only express his disbelief at Haixiazi's unconventional approach. Glancing at the invitation in Miao Ku's hand, Haixiazi scrutinized the decor of the Hong residence for a while before exclaiming, "Miao Yi, you truly are affluent. I've heard tales that the young master of the Hong family has been lavishly spending in Beijing, acquiring several properties, all prime locations, no less." Miao Ku tucked the invitation away. Intrigued to see what new antics Haixiazi would conjure, he watched as the latter approached with a grin, grasping Miao Ku's arm. "With such wealth, why not take me under your wing? I can learn anything you desire." "Why not?" Miao Ku replied with ease. Haixiazi paused, a perplexed look crossing his face. "The Hong family could guarantee you 20 years of support. What do you say? Is the payment based on time or on tasks completed?" Haixiazi's demeanor shifted, implying that Miao Ku should personally sponsor him, rather than merely serving the Hong family. "Oh, my dear beauty, after a year apart, how have you come to misunderstand me?" He leaned against Miao Ku's shoulder, idly toying with a lock of his hair, murmuring, "You've changed, dear beauty. You know full well I didn't mean it that way." Indeed, wealth seems to corrupt a man's character. Miao Ku chuckled at his words, for he had always been affluent. The following day, Miao Ku ventured alone to Xinhue Restaurant. It was not that he wished to be apart from Heir Yueheng. Rather, the invitation bore solely his name. Having recently been learning the ropes of management under Heir Yueheng, he had come to understand the significance of Xinhue Restaurant. What, then, did this invitation signify? What stance did it represent? Was it from the Yin family, or perhaps Zhang Rishan? Zhang Rishan, who once trailed behind Zhang Qishan, seemed an honest man, and Miao Ku was reluctant to ascribe malice to him. Armed with the invitation, he approached Xinhue Restaurant. Upon arrival, the attendant accepted his invitation, glanced at it, and directed him upstairs. As Miao Ku traversed the hall, He noted that Xinhua restaurant had changed little since his last visit, save for a few antiques that had acquired a touch of age. In one of the upstairs rooms, a young girl was engaged in conversation with Zhang Rishan. After much persuasion, Zhang Rishan managed to send the girl to a neighboring room. Just as he was about to return to his own quarters, he spotted Miao Ku ascending the staircase. After years apart, the two were finally reunited. Long time no see, Zhang Rishan greeted him with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while, Miao Ku replied, returning the smile. Zhang Rishan took a moment to appraise the young man before him. He seldom had the opportunity to meet Miao Ku's gaze directly, as his previous visits to the Hong residence had always been rushed and laden with tasks. Miao Ku had typically sought out the Buddha, leaving Zhang Rishan to remain in the shadows. Please, come in, Zhang Rishan said, pushing open the door. Miao Ku followed him inside. The room was simply decorated, reminiscent of the Zhang residence of old. Did you specifically summon me with this invitation? Miao Ku inquired. Zhang Rishan sighed. I cannot roam freely outside, so I had to bring you here. He gazed at Miao Ku. I have a record up there. Many still remember me. Miao Ku pondered. Are the long-lived still subject to oversight? Not so much oversight, Zhang Rishan clarified. We made too many enemies back in the day, and the higher-ups have not relaxed their grip on the situation in recent years. Miao Ku opened his mouth to speak, but Zhang Rishan interrupted. This matter is not one others can meddle in. The Buddha left behind contingencies. And I am here for what purpose? Miao Ku asked. Perplexed, Zhang Rishan rose, retrieving a box from the drawer. This is what the Buddha instructed me to deliver to you. Miao Ku opened the box to discover the two-ringed bracelet that Zhang Qishan had worn daily. He lifted his gaze from the box to Zhang Rishan, confusion etched on his face. The two rings signify your acceptance of the Buddha's legacy. Miao Ku snapped the box shut, pushing it back towards Zhang Rishan. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. He shook his head vehemently. Zhang Rishan looked somewhat flustered. I have yet to finish speaking. He hesitated, then turned away. The Buddha wanted me to tell you that he held affection for you. Not in a brotherly sense. Miao Ku was taken aback. What do you mean? Zhang Rishan continued. The Buddha never married in his lifetime. He understood that you may not reciprocate those feelings, yet he hoped you would accept this bracelet as a token of acknowledgement for his lifelong, unfulfilled love. If only for the sake of our brotherhood. Please stop. I do not wish to discuss such matters, Miao Ku exclaimed, feeling increasingly uneasy. How could one still be so burdensome after death? Was this not a form of moral coercion? As Zhang Rishan spoke, Miao Ku found himself fidgeting, grateful that Zhang Rishan was not addressing him directly. Once Zhang Rishan finished speaking, he took a deep breath and turned back to Miao Ku. Pushing the box towards him, his gaze fixed intently. Miao Ku grimaced, but this is undeniably too valuable. Zhang Rishan remained silent, his eyes locked onto Miao Ku. Who currently oversees the Buddha's influence? You? Miao Ku asked. Zhang Rishan shook his head. I manage the majority, but a small portion is under others' control. Miao Ku contemplated. What if we do this? I will take the bracelet, and you will continue to oversee the Buddha's influence. Should I need anything, I will come to find you. Zhang Rishan frowned, a look of disapproval crossing his face. His expression was not much different from years past. Miao Ku chuckled, attempting to persuade him. Consider this. The Hong family business will eventually be mine. Managing just the Hong family will be quite the endeavor. You handle the Buddha's affairs, and if I require assistance, I'll bring the bracelet to seek you out. How does that sound? Suddenly, Zhang Rishan interjected with an unrelated remark, including me. Including you? Miao Ku was puzzled. Zhang Rishan met his gaze. I will also attend to the Buddha's affairs as per your instructions. This revelation surprised Miao Ku. He was aware of Zhang Rishan's unwavering loyalty to Zhang Qishan, yet he had not anticipated that Zhang Qishan had already identified a successor to follow. Sighing, he mused, the Buddha has departed. Have you not thought to live your own life? Zhang Rishan shook his head. The Buddha left certain arrangements, which I must fulfill. He paused. Thus, if you have tasks for me, I will prioritize the Buddha's past directives. Is your presence here also part of the Buddha's arrangements? Miao Ku inquired. Zhang Rishan nodded. I am here to nurture the next generation of power holders. Miao Ku considered this, then my earlier statement stands. I will take the bracelet. And you will continue to manage the Buddha's influence. Should I require assistance, I will come to find you. Miao Ku's reasoning was simple. Although he took the bracelet, as long as it remained in his possession, Zhang Rishan would effectively wield the authority over the Buddha's legacy. He would not recklessly brandish the token, making it no different than leaving the influence in Zhang Rishan's hands. Zhang Rishan nodded. Just as footsteps and the soft sound of a door being pushed open reached their ears, both men, keenly aware, turned to the entrance where a young girl peeked inside. Startled to see both men looking her way, she quickly smiled and greeted them, "Good afternoon." Miaoke returned her greeting with a smile, "Good afternoon." The young girl, sensing his affability, boldly entered the room. "Hello, my name is Yi Nanfeng. Are you a friend of Zhang Rishan? This is the first time he has met someone without letting me tag along." Miaoke glanced at Zhang Rishan with a smile. "I'm Miaoke, a friend of Rishan. Were you always present when he met with others?" Yi Nanfeng nodded proudly. "Yes, I was there for everyone he met during the day," she added. "He rarely meets anyone during the day." "Nanfeng," Zhang Rishan chided, hoping to silence her. Yi Nanfeng wrinkled her nose at him. I never would have guessed you had friends." Miaoke recognized her playful arrogance. Perhaps it was a trait common to children of her age, pretending to be indifferent while being quite concerned beneath the surface. Zhang Rishan pulled Yi Nanfeng closer, explaining that she was merely being childish. Miaoke attempted to lighten the mood. "I'm hungry. Doesn't Zhang Rishan provide meals?" Zhang Rishan had no choice but to rise to make arrangements. As he exited, Yi Nanfeng scampered to Miaoke's side, tugging at his sleeve, and cheerfully murmured her thanks. After Zhang Rishan finished giving instructions, he returned, only for Yi Nanfeng to declare, "I'm hungry too. I want to eat." Zhang Rishan sighed, casting an inquiring glance towards Miaoke, who, seemingly indifferent, nodded affirmatively. Ultimately, the three of them shared a meal together. During dinner, the young girl inquired about his circumstances, evidently quite concerned about Zhang Rishan's social interactions. Upon Miaoke's return to the Hong residence, it was already afternoon. Yuehong had yet to return from her work, while He Xiaozi was imparting some theoretical knowledge to Jie Yuchen, information essential for underground operatives. Miaoke listened inattentively, and upon noticing his interest, He Xiaozi jested, "Miao Yi, if you're auditing, you'll have to pay extra." Miaoke rummaged through his pocket, producing 5 yuan, and said, "Go ahead." He Xiaozi chuckled heartily as he accepted the money and continued his lecture on the necessary theories for underground workers. At 5 in the afternoon, when He Xiaozi concluded his class, both men were still engrossed in the discussion. Miaoke began to contemplate whether he should consider a monthly arrangement. When Yuehong finally returned, they had their dinner, after which he advised Miaoke, "Xiao Miao, tomorrow you need to help Xiao Hua with her school registration. The curriculum at her school is quite elementary, and much of it is irrelevant to Jie Yuchen. So I plan to transfer her to a private institution, keeping her registration intact while she studies at home. I've already identified a suitable school for her. You simply need to go there. I've also found teachers for other subjects." He gently patted Jie Yuchen's head, adding, "When the time comes for middle or high school, we can either return to a regular institution or even consider studying abroad." At the mention of studying abroad, Miaoke suddenly recalled the school he had visited in Germany. "When I went to Germany, I visited Ji-Tingen University, which is quite excellent. If Xiao Chun wishes to study abroad, that might be a viable option." Upon hearing this, He Xiaozi leaned in, affirming indeed, that university is remarkable. "I am an alumnus myself." Miaoke was taken aback. "You have a degree?" He Xiaozi proudly straightened his posture. "Of course. I hold dual master's degrees." Miaoke pursed his lips, feeling a twinge of discrimination, and disregarded He Xiaozi's boast. He pondered whether having Xiao Chen study at home would adversely affect his social skills and overall development. Yuehong, observing him, glanced at Jie Yuchen before sighing, "Social skills can be cultivated through outings with me. There is little to gain from the school. Moreover, Jie Jiuyi shares a similar sentiment." Miaoke nodded, sensing an urgency in Jie Jiuyi's demeanor. "After we sort out the school registration tomorrow, let us pay Jie Jiuyi a visit." The following day, Miaoke first went to the private school to handle the registration and then proceeded to Jie Jiuyi's residence. Jie Jiuyi appeared friendlier than when they last met during the new year, with even more gray hair. "Jiuyi, what troubles you?" he inquired. Jie Jiuyi shook his head, "Just my old ailment." Miaoke reached out to check his pulse, and Jie Jiuyi obediently extended his arm. Upon assessing Jie Jiuyi's condition through his pulse, Miaoke discerned that he was suffering from a headache. With his mental vitality significantly depleted, and even his limits were beginning to wane. Frowning, Miaoke retrieved several blue pills from his pocket. "You should take this, only 1 per hour." Jie Jiuyi, trusting Miaoke fully, took a pill immediately. After ingesting it, the tension in his brow eased somewhat, and Miaoke could see his vitality gradually rising. You've been consuming too many psychotropic medications. I need to prepare some alternative remedies for you. Jie Juyi pinched the bridge of his nose, lamenting, I have too many worries. The headaches are severe, I can only resort to painkillers, and at night, I take sleeping pills. After so many years, I've become reliant on these drugs. Miaoku sighed, I will return with appropriate remedies and deliver them to you promptly. Your current state is untenable. Prolonged maintenance like this is tantamount to self-destruction. The situation was quite straightforward. His headaches coupled with excessive consumption of psychotropic drugs would diminish his vitality. As his vitality waned significantly, it would lead to a reduction in health, ultimately culminating in dire consequences. Jie Juyi was aware of his deteriorating condition and nodded, Take whatever you need from me. Miaoku refrained from arguing. The Red family had limited time in Beijing, and it might be challenging to gather the necessary medicinal materials quickly. He headed to the Jie family's apothecary, collected the herbs, and began concocting the medicines at home. He did not dare to complete all the formulations at once. After producing a bottle of each required elixir, 2 days had already passed. He hurriedly delivered the elixirs to Jie Juyi, who was again suffering from a headache and had already exhausted the blue pills. Miaoku took his pulse once more, noticing that his vitality was once again on the decline. He quickly administered the headache remedy and the vitality-replenishing medication. Technically, there was also a more potent vitality-replenishing elixir, but the materials to produce it were not readily available. As he observed Jie Juyi's expression gradually relaxing with the effect of the medication, he explained the functions of each remedy and the appropriate dosages and timings for consumption. Regarding the issue of his vitality limits, a few more types of medicinal materials were still needed. They would have to search multiple sources and gather them as quickly as possible. The impact of vitality limits on an individual was substantial. Simply put, those with higher vitality limits possessed greater mental acuity, while those with lower limits were more prone to fatigue and even sudden death. Jie Juyi carefully stored the medicine bottles and expressed his gratitude. Xiao Miao, thank you immensely this time. Juyi, it's no trouble at all. We must urgently locate the Qilin Jie. That elixir is essential for remedying your current condition. Jie Juyi nodded, having already dispatched inquiries, noting that Qilin Jie was rare, and they would likely have to pursue leads themselves. Miaoku affirmed, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall take my leave now. I have not slept well these past few days and need to catch up. Jie Juyi saw him off and instructed his servants to open the storeroom, sending a shipment of valuable items to the Red family. While these items may not compare to the bond forged, Jie Juyi's gesture was evident. Good fortunes are serendipitous. They could always send more suitable gifts in the future. The day after Jie Juyi took the medicine, he received a call from Qi Tizui, who had contacted him from Changsha. Juyi, the divination has changed. Your death calamity has been postponed. What have you been doing these past few days? Jie Juyi was immediately startled, recalling that Qi Tizui had previously predicted a death calamity in his fate. Despite his annual health checkups, bolstering his security, and maintaining his fitness, the calamity remained unyielding. Both he and Qi Tizui speculated that it might be a natural disaster. However, they had not anticipated that the calamity was, in fact, linked to his headaches. Simply changing his medication for the headaches had postponed the calamity. Did this imply that if they found Qilin Jie and concocted the elixir Miaoku mentioned, it would avert the death calamity? Juyi, Qi Tizui called out over the phone, pulling Jie Juyi from his thoughts. He recounted his recent actions, expressing his suspicion that Miaoku's medication had played a role. Qi Tizui pondered for a moment before stating, Juyi, do you recall the divination I made years ago? Jie Yuqin is the hope of the Jie family, a benefactor of the Nine Gates. But Xiao Miao is Jie Yuqin's benefactor as well. They are mutually beneficial to one another. Chapter 58. Here, after a lengthy discussion over the phone, Qi Tizui decided to travel to Beijing himself for greater assurance. When Miaoku met Qi Tizui 2 days later, he was accompanied by his wife, who was dressed in traditional Miao attire and appeared significantly younger than him. This was Miaoku's first encounter with her. Generally, she spent most of her time in the village, only managing to visit Qi Tizui for about a month each year, necessitating him to seek her out frequently. Miaoku had previously teased him, asking, is there any difference between this and being a live-in son-in-law? Qi Tizui scoffed. This is called cherishing my wife. You wouldn't understand. Miaoku dismissed the notion. How long will you be staying? Ba Yi? He asked, looking somewhat listless. Ever since he had stayed up for 2 consecutive nights preparing medicine, he had returned home after delivering the elixirs to Jie Juyi and slept until dinner, resulting in a disrupted sleep schedule. feeling drowsy during the day and alert at night. Chi Tizui observed his pallor, advising, "Young man, you must take care of your health. I'm perfectly fine. I've merely had my sleep schedule turned upside down. I'll arrange accommodation for you," he replied, preparing to rise. Chi Tizui stopped him. "No need. I'm here to see Ji Yi regarding a matter. I'll stay at his place." "Oh, I see." Miaoke settled back down. "So you're not going to Ji Yi's house, but coming directly to mine?" Chi Tizui chuckled. "Ji Yi's divination concerns you. I need 3 strands of your hair." Miaoke perked up at this, instinctively clutching his braid. "You're not planning to use my hair for some curse, are you? You even brought your wife along." The Miao woman tilted her head to glance at him when she heard the mention of curses. Chi Tizui, exasperated, retorted, "Am I that kind of person? Didn't you assist Ji Yi with his ailment a few days ago? His fate has shifted. I need your hair to analyze whether your treatment has caused this change." Miaoke nodded. "Indeed, Ji Yi's condition has improved. I'll pull 3 strands. Is that sufficient?" Saying this, he dismantled his braid. His dark, sleek hair cascaded down as he reached to the top of his head and plucked 3 strands from the roots. Afterward, he murmured, "I usually don't feel anything when losing hair, but pulling it out myself is a bit painful." After Chi Tizui received the hair, he prepared to leave, prompting Miaoke to chase after him. "Aren't you staying for a meal?" Chi Tizui waved his hands repeatedly, suggesting they should first attend to matters with Ji Yi before continuing their conversation. After these two departed, Miaoke ran his fingers through his hair, contemplating the need for a comb to groom it before tying it back up, and subsequently made his way out of the main hall. As he walked down the corridor, he heard a voice call out from behind. "Shirshu, wait for me." Miaoke halted and turned to see Jie Yuqin jogging towards him. The distance was short, and Jie Yuqin completed the run without even breaking a sweat, looking up at Miaoke and exclaiming, "Shirshu, you look even better like this." Miaoke touched his hair, wondering if it looked good when loose. Jie Yuqin nodded emphatically. "It looks great." "All right then, I'll leave it down today. Do you have any classes?" "This afternoon is the blind man's class. Let's go. I'll accompany you." The 2 figures, one large and one small, set off together. Hai Bingzi was waiting for Jie Yuqin in his room. It seemed that Miaoke had been busy lately, appearing only at night, so he refrained from disturbing him. He had not anticipated that Jie Yuqin would come along with Miaoke today, especially with Miaoke's hair down. Miaoke's hair was dark, thick, and smooth. With it loose, the fragrance of osmanthus wafted more widely. A scent that used to require a close embrace to detect now lingered in the air, easily noticeable from just a short distance away. Hai Bingzi, observing Miaoke's flowing locks, felt a tingle of desire and reached out to touch it. Indeed, it felt as splendid as it appeared, silky and smooth. Miaoke, startled by the unexpected touch, turned to find it was Hai Bingzi. "Is it nice to touch?" he asked, pride evident in his voice. Hai Bingzi, encouraged by Miaoke's lack of resistance, touched it again, exclaiming, "It's marvelous. Miao Yi, your hair quality is exceptional, even better than most women's." Miaoke chuckled, running his fingers through his hair. "Xiao Qian says it looks good down. What do you think?" The 2 were standing quite close, the youth's eyes sparkling, and even through sunglasses, Hai Bingzi could discern the length of his eyelashes. "It's all lovely," he replied, taking a step back, however, with it down. "My hair feels a bit too long." Miaoke appeared somewhat troubled. "Should I cut it?" Jie Yuqin interjected. "It looks good down, Shirshu. Hai Bingzi is blind. He can't see." Hai Bingzi feigned offense, feeling slightly attacked. Miaoke clapped his hands. "Then after your class, I'll go get a trim." During the class, Hai Bingzi retaliated against Jie Yuqin's earlier comment about his blindness, delivering a rather biting lesson. Jie Yuqin, feeling somewhat disheartened, whispered to Miaoke, "I feel like the blind man is targeting me today." Before Miaoke could respond, Hai Bingzi flashed a polite smile at Jie Yuqin. "Young Master Jie, what are you saying?" "Let the blind man hear it. After all, he can't see." Jie Yuqin fell silent, confirming his suspicion that Hai Bingzi was indeed retaliating against him. "It's all right," he mentally reassured himself. "The blind man only teaches me for 1 month each year." And a week has already passed. Miaoke found his expression amusing. Jie Yuqin had matured somewhat over the past 2 years, often adopting a little adult demeanor. Miaoke's educational philosophy had always been that children should act like children. Whenever Hai Bingzi substituted for Jie Yuqin, their interactions were filled with playful banter, making Jie Yuqin appear more childlike. After class, Miaoke intended to take Jie Yuqin out for a haircut, as Jie Yuqin also had long hair. and they could both get a trim together. However, Haibingzi interrupted them. Miao Yi, young Master Jia, there's no need to go out. I can cut your hair. The two hesitated, expressing their reluctance. Haibingzi earnestly persuaded them, asserting that his cutting skills were top-notch, and suggested that walking outside at this hour might not yield a barber still at work. My technique is truly excellent, he continued, gesturing to his own hair, which he had cut himself, and if it doesn't turn out well, you won't have to pay. Miao Ku, glancing at Haibingzi's hairstyle, noted it resembled a wolf's tail, with short strands in front and a small bun at the back. If Haibingzi could achieve that look himself, perhaps he could handle a trim for them as well. After a moment's hesitation, Miao Ku looked towards Jie Yuchen. Shall we give it a try? After all, Haibingzi claims he won't charge if it doesn't look good, and given his frugal nature, it should be acceptable. Jie Yuchen shot him a disapproving look. Seizing the opportunity, Haibingzi urged Miao Ku to take a seat, quickly dashing out and returning with a set of professional tools. Miao Ku felt somewhat reassured upon seeing the equipment. After all, such tools were not cheap, indicating that Haibingzi's skills might indeed be sufficient. Chapter 59. Hair washing. Haibingzi's technique proved to be quite professional. He began by giving Miao Ku an overall trim, followed by a slight layering, and finally tidying up his bangs. Miao Ku, observing himself in the mirror, expressed his satisfaction, acknowledging that Haibingzi's skills were commendable and worthy of the tools he possessed. Seeing Miao Ku's hair turned out well, Jie Yuchen felt a twinge of desire for a similar transformation. However, Haibingzi interjected, stating, though I may be blind, I dare not cut young Master Jie's hair. This infuriated Jie Yuchen, teaching him a valuable lesson. When one is at a disadvantage, one should refrain from speaking ill of others to their face. Observing Miao Ku's contented demeanor, Haibingzi inquired, so, how is it? Miao Yi? My technique isn't too shabby, is it? Not at all, Miao Ku nodded in agreement. Haibingzi seized the moment to promote his other skills. I'm also quite adept at hair washing, and I can offer a wonderful scalp massage. Would you like to try? Miao Yi? Intrigued, Miao Ku responded, a massage? Isn't that akin to a blind massage? Seems quite fitting. All right, let's give it a go, he readily agreed. Haibingzi quickly set up a washing station, instructing Miao Ku to recline on a soft couch, assuring him that he needn't worry about anything else. Warm water dampened his hair, followed by a meticulous cleaning, and after squeezing out the excess moisture, Haibingzi applied fragrant shampoo. His fingers gently massaged Miao Ku's scalp, creating a delightful friction. Miao Ku closed his eyes, relishing the experience, marveling inwardly at Haibingzi's unexpectedly excellent technique. He found himself drifting into a drowsy state, lulled by the warm water and soothing scents enveloping him. Beneath the sunglasses, Haibingzi's pupils darkened as he swallowed hard. He had not anticipated Miao Ku would place such trust in him. From the haircut to the washing, Miao Ku had placed his life in Haibingzi's hands, making it all too easy for him to act with malice if he so desired. Yet, Miao Ku had surrendered his vulnerable state to Haibingzi without a second thought. A smile crept onto Haibingzi's lips, and his touch grew even more tender. Jie Yuchen observed from the side, watching Haibingzi wash Miao Ku's hair with a lingering sense of unease, feeling that something was amiss. Though he couldn't quite pinpoint the source of his discomfort, as Miao Ku drifted between wakefulness and dreams, Haibingzi had already finished washing his hair and signaled for him to change positions. Miao Ku complied, and Haibingzi began to towel dry his hair, switching to a blow dryer after it was half dry. Haibingzi demonstrated considerable skill with the blow dryer, alternating between hot and cool air. Taking great care, after the hot air, he applied a nourishing hair oil sent over by the staff. Miao Ku was thoroughly impressed by the treatment he received. Afterward, he happily paid and arranged to return for another hair wash. Haibingzi appeared even more pleased, while Jie Yuchen remained skeptical, still feeling there was something off. Seizing the moment, Haibingzi continued to recommend his other massage services, claiming they were well worth the price, and the two agreed to return the next day. The following day, Miao Ku lay on the same soft couch, while Haibingzi produced a moxibustion box from somewhere, suggesting that a session of moxibustion after the massage would be beneficial. Jie Yuchen, observing from the side, had other academic commitments and knew he couldn't linger too long. He leaned closer to Miao Ku, cautioning, Shu, be careful. I have a feeling this blind man has ulterior motives. Miao Ku, unable to speak comfortably while lying down, waved his hand to indicate he understood. Jie Yuchen turned back multiple times as he headed to class. Haibingzi began the massage at Miao Ku's neck, explaining as he worked, "This area can relieve shoulder and neck fatigue. If you sit at a desk for too long, this spot is beneficial to press." His hands glided down Miao Ku's back, and as he pressed on Miao Ku's waist, he momentarily lost focus. Miao Ku typically wore loose clothing, making it hard to discern his physique, but feeling it in person revealed just how slender his waist truly was. Haibingzi, tall and with larger-than-average hands, raised his hand to gauge Miao Ku's waist. Realizing it was nearly the same breadth as his spread fingers, Miao Ku, sensing the sudden stillness behind him, mumbled, "Are you done?" Haibingzi snapped back to attention. "Not yet. Almost there." He begrudgingly completed the massage, then set about performing moxibustion. The burning mugwort emitting a unique fragrance and wispy smoke. Haibingzi stood by, his fingers rubbing together, feeling a surge of excitement. Once Miao Ku had finished with the moxibustion, Haibingzi resumed his usual demeanor. Miao Ku found it curious that Haibingzi had been unusually quiet during the moxibustion session, and he felt somewhat unsettled by this uncharacteristic behavior. The warmth from the moxibustion had made him sweat, prompting Miao Ku to loosen his outer robe, even contemplating removing it entirely. Haibingzi quickly intervened, "My little beauty, while I may be blind, I would certainly enjoy seeing you undress, but after moxibustion, you must avoid drafts. Cover up, please." Miao Ku could only tie his belt again. He had become somewhat accustomed to the flowery words of He Xiaozi. Let them say whatever they wished. After all, they were all men, not homosexuals. Wait, homosexual? Zhang Qishan, the Erxiang ring. Where was the Erxiang ring? That was a relic left to him by Zhang Qishan. Where could he have put it? Miao Ku, who was initially in a languid state, was jolted awake by this thought. Zhang Qishan had passed away, and he had misplaced a memento from him within just a few days. He quickly checked his pouch, but it was empty. Then he put on his shoes and dashed towards his room. He Xiaozi, seeing his urgency, assumed there was something crucial at stake and followed closely behind him. In the bedroom, Miao Ku rummaged through all the places where he could have stashed his belongings, but to no avail. Anxiety began to beat on his forehead. He Xiaozi noticed Miao Ku seemed to be searching for something and inquired, "What are you looking for?" Miao Ku stood by the table, pulling open the drawer for a second search, and discovered a bracelet nestled within a gray silk brocade box adorned with subtle embroidery, which he had brought back from the Xingyue restaurant. He Xiaozi, standing beside him, offered assistance. "Don't fret. What did you do after returning from Xingyue restaurant?" Miao Ku paused, following this train of thought. "That day, I had lunch at Xingyue restaurant, and when I returned, you were giving a lesson to Xiao Qian. I listened attentively for the entire afternoon. The next day, I went to school, and in the afternoon, I visited Juyi. Returning later that evening to the medicine house. 2 days later, I went back to Juyi." As he pondered and analyzed, he concluded that it was impossible for him to have taken it out during class, nor could he have at school or at Juye's place. Therefore, it must have been at the medicine house. Miao Ku exchanged a glance with He Xiaozi, both arriving at the same conclusion. They headed towards the medicine house together. Typically, besides Miao Ku, only the cleaning staff frequented the medicine house. Upon opening the door, they found the floor spotless, starkly contrasting with the state it had been in after Miao Ku's last alchemical session. Miao Ku glanced at He Xiaozi and remarked, "It must have been tidied up by the cleaning staff. Let's inquire with the steward." He Xiaozi nodded in agreement, his curiosity piqued about what sort of bracelet could warrant such a search. The former steward, Liu, had long since retired, leaving the position to Steward Gao. "Steward Gao, has anything been delivered to the medicine house recently?" Steward Gao nodded. "Yes, second young master. Hey Yi. A box was indeed submitted a few days ago. I delivered it to second master just yesterday." Miao Ku felt a weight lift from his heart. That was a relief. He Xiaozi, realizing that they would not be able to see the item immediately, began to inquire, "Miao Yi, what kind of bracelet is it? I haven't heard of any auctions at Xingyue restaurant lately." Miao Ku gestured in the air, attempting to describe it, "About this size. It makes a sound when struck twice." He Xiaozi considered its shape, finding it not quite in line with Miao Ku's usual taste. To him, Miao Ku preferred more delicate items. Though this one was clever, it did not exude refinement. He draped an arm over Miao Ku's shoulder. Was it a gift from someone else? Miao Ku nodded slightly, letting out a soft sigh. A friend's relic. Upon hearing this, He Xiaozi's mind sharpened with caution. A relic? What sort of person leaves behind a bracelet? Though he was of Manchu descent, He was somewhat familiar with Han customs. Aside from the custom of exchanging bracelets between women to signify friendship, other practices involving bracelet gifts were generally less than innocent. A friend? He Xiaozi reiterated, his eyes beneath the sunglasses fixed intently on Miao Ku. Miao Ku appeared somewhat embarrassed. Yes, a friend. He Xiaozi understood. A one-sided friendship, the little beauty had indeed attracted attention. He deftly shifted the topic, mentioning he had yet to see a bracelet that could resonate twice when struck, and urged Miao Ku to enlighten him upon its return. Miao Ku, pleased with the topic's diversion, agreed to his request. Chapter 60. The archaeological team that evening, after dinner, Miao Ku turned to Yuehong. Brother, the steward mentioned there's a box here that was submitted from the medicine house. Yuehong looked puzzled. A box? He called for Cui Nong, who confirmed, yes, second master, a box was indeed submitted yesterday. You were occupied at the time, and I was to remind you tonight. She then produced the gray silk brocade box from her person. Miao Ku took it, while He Xiaozi's eyes eagerly followed the box, revealing his keen interest. Yuehong, intrigued by He Xiaozi's reaction, felt a stir of curiosity as well. The younger Jie Yuqin, also curious, leaned in closer. Miao Ku opened the box to reveal the Erxiang ring, quietly resting within. Jie Yuqin examined the bracelet briefly before losing interest. Miao Ku lifted the Erxiang ring, shaking it before He Xiaozi, and upon striking it, it indeed produced a crisp double chime. He Xiaozi echoed the sound, and Jie Yuqin joined in. However, Yuehong refrained from participating. The moment he laid eyes on the bracelet, a sense of familiarity washed over him. As Miao Ku and the others played with the bracelet, he suddenly recalled its significance. How did this bracelet come to be in your possession? Upon hearing this, He Xiaozi recognized that Yuehong must know something and observed Miao Ku with keen interest. Miao Ku briefly recounted the circumstances, omitting any details regarding emotional entanglements or power struggles, simply stating, "This is a relic left to me by Zhang Qiushan." As he spoke, he scrutinized Yuehong's expressions. Yuehong fell into silence. While the deceased deserved respect, he glanced at the bracelet once more, sighing, "Just keep it. You needn't carry it around." He Xiaozi, having obtained the name of that individual, was satisfied. So it was a relic of Zhang Defoy. After spending a month in the Hong mansion, He Xiaozi departed from Beijing, resembling a ship adrift, occasionally docking, yet spending most of his time on the road. Miao Ku sensed that He Xiaozi seemed to be searching for something. But since He Xiaozi did not speak up, he hesitated to inquire directly. After all, He Xiaozi, despite his amiable appearance, was not one to be trifled with. Those who truly believed him to be easygoing would soon discover just how easygoing he could be. Time had a way of slipping by swiftly during tranquil moments, and Miao Ku relished the tranquility of nurturing a child. Jie Yuqin exhibited remarkable talent. Miao Ku taught him a few sword techniques, and he quickly grasped them. Meanwhile, in another corner, Hua Xingu noticed that her daughter, Hua Ling, had been acting strangely since returning from the recent archaeological expedition. Though Hua Ling remained the same person, certain small habits had changed. A mother always knows her child best, and Hua Xingu felt an unsettling intuition in her eyes. The old Nine Gates appeared cordial on the surface, yet after the largest tomb-raiding event in history, the families had long since begun to act independently. She was uncertain of the schemes brewing between the Jie and Wu families, but she hoped the Hua family could remain prudent. However, now her dearest daughter had also become a pawn, a notion unbearable for any mother. Thus, she began to observe Hua Ling with greater scrutiny. She needed to uncover what had transpired with her daughter. The Hua family was not at peace, and neither was the Jie family, which lay in calm before the storm. Recently, Jelian Huan had returned to Beijing, while Qi Tizui had sent his wife back to Miao Village before joining Qiyu to visit the Jie family. A few days later, Wu Sanqing hurriedly arrived. The group engaged in discussions, though the specifics remained a mystery, but it was clear that the lights at the Jie family residence burned late into the night. The gears of fate began to turn. On July 15, 1984, the archaeological team of 11 departed for the Xisha Islands. This expedition saw the near-complete assembly of the second generation of the Old Nine Gates, Li Cd, Chen Wenjin, Wu Sanqing, Hua Ling, Qiyu, and Jelian Huan. When Miao Ku received this news, he noticed Yuehong deep in thought. "Brother, what's wrong? Is there an issue with this expedition?" Yuehong nodded. "It's too risky. I need to visit the Jie family." He paused briefly after rising. "Prepare some medicine in the meantime. I have a bad feeling about this expedition." After Yuehong's departure, Miaoke pondered the matter, questioning whether this underwater tomb was somehow linked to their plans. Not long ago, the undercurrents within the Jie family were palpable. He was not oblivious to this. His perspective has always been that matters of concern should be left to the Cole Briquettes to ponder. A few days prior, several Cole Briquettes from the Jie family convened, undoubtedly to decide upon some pressing matters. Miaoke, with his mind wandering, ambled towards the medicinal chamber to commence his alchemical practices. The concoction of the red and blue potions progressed swiftly, utilizing only the most rudimentary herbs. To be candid, both potions are somewhat superfluous. Their yields are minimal and their usage is time-restricted, yet they are remarkably suitable for consumption during the recuperation process. When Yuehong returned in the evening, his demeanor was rather somber. The recent decision made by Old Master Jie was exceedingly perilous. Should any misfortune befall the tomb expedition, nearly the entirety of the second generation of the Old Nine Gates would be lost. However, the die was cast. The archaeological team had already embarked on their journey, and he could only hope that the young ones would return safely. As fate would have it, the entire archaeological team went missing. With only Wu Sanqing returning, Yuehong found this hard to accept. When he visited Old Master Jie, the latter did not provide extensive details, merely stating that Jelian Huan and Qi Yu would likely be executing different tasks along separate lines. He had not anticipated the complete disappearance of the archaeological team. Upon learning that the bearer of the news was none other than Wu Sanqing himself, Miaoke glanced down at Jie Yuqin and said, "Let us go, Shao Chun." With Jelian Huan in trouble, it was inevitable that Jie Yuqin would remain with the Jie family for the time being. He escorted Jie Yuqin back to the Jie residence, and as he emerged, he happened to cross paths with Wu Sanqing. He nodded gently at Wu Sanqing, his gaze lingering momentarily on the latter's head. Wu Sanqing, imposter. Miaoke's mind raced. What was happening? Why was Wu Sanqing impersonated by someone else? What was the motive behind this masquerade? Was it a ploy to unsettle? Had Wu Sanqing also met his demise? Did Old Master Jie know of this? Jie Tang was a member of the Jie family, with familial ties to both households, and they frequently interacted. Could Old Master Jie discern the true Wu Sanqing from the impostor? Miaoke found himself in a quandary. Uncertain whether to first inquire with Old Master Jie about this matter, or directly confront the impostor Wu Sanqing. As he observed the fake Wu Sanqing about to exit his line of sight. Urgency seized him, and he swiftly grasped the ladder. "Third brother, where are you headed next?" Wu Sanqing was taken aback by the suddenness of Miaoke's action. "Uncle Miao, I'm off to buy some things." "When will your parents arrive?" Wu Sanqing hesitated momentarily. "They'll arrive in the afternoon. After I stepped out, I contacted them. They're taking the train this morning, and I'll head to the station to pick them up." "Very well," Miaoke replied, patting his shoulder. "As long as you're not running off, you may continue with your business. I have matters to discuss with Old Master Jie." The two parted ways. Chapter 61. Jelian Huan Miaoke sought out Old Master Jie, locking the door to the study behind him. "Old Master, that Wu Sanqing is an impostor." Old Master Jie regarded him with a puzzled expression. Fearing disbelief, Miaoke opened his mouth to elaborate, but Old Master Jie placed a hand on his shoulder. Speaking softly, "I am aware." Miaoke's face was a picture of astonishment. Old Master Jie chuckled, tapping on the bookshelf, which slowly slid open to reveal another Wu Sanqing emerging from behind it. Miaoke could scarcely believe his eyes. What was transpiring? Were they performing some grand illusion? He glanced at the new Wu Sanqing, confirming that this one was indeed genuine. "What is the purpose of this?" Old Master Jie refrained from answering directly and posed a question of his own. "How did you uncover this?" Miaoke continued to scrutinize the authentic Wu Sanqing. "I do not rely on appearances. I possess unique recognition techniques." Wu Sanqing exchanged glances with Old Master Jie and spoke up. "Will this have repercussions?" Miaoke sensed an underlying implication. Such methods were not easily replicated, suggesting that few could master this. Old Master Jie nodded, acknowledging Miaoke's insight. "Knowing is inconsequential. I intended to inform you in a few days, especially since I will need your assistance in rescuing them." "Them? The archaeological team? Are you aware of their whereabouts?" Old Master Jie furrowed his brow. "I have received some tidings, but it remains uncertain. We must await further information before making any determinations." Miaoke nodded in agreement. "Understood." He then turned to Wu Sanqing, asking, "So who was that person earlier?" Wu Sanqing grinned. "Naturally, that was Lian Huan." Miaoke reflected on the previous Wu Sanqing, the human skin mask. I didn't notice any seams behind the ears. It is indeed a human skin mask, albeit a complex one that requires specific potions to reveal its markings, Wu Sanqing clarified. Must one wear it continuously? How long will you maintain this? Wu Sanqing shook his head. A few years ago, I acquired a technique to reshape bones, allowing for a gradual alteration of facial features. Lin Huan and I share a resemblance. In about 3 years, I will no longer require the mask. Reshaping bones? Miao Ku was intrigued by this novel term. Yes, reshaping bones. I discovered this from a burial site of a minority group in Yunnan. It works best when applied from a young age, enabling children to develop into the desired form. So, with Jie Huan donning the mask, you both engage in reshaping bones, ultimately resulting in 2 faces becoming one. Miao Ku found this notion rather fantastical. He shook his head, letting out a wry smile. After adulthood, reshaping bones demands significantly more effort. It merely allows Lin Huan's features to resemble mine more closely, but we cannot become identical. Miao Ku nodded, choosing not to press further. They both seem to have their own burdens. After all, if given the option, who would not wish to live under their true identity? After grasping the overall situation, Miao Ku departed, recognizing that with Jie Huan's recent demise, Old Master Jie had numerous matters to attend to. Following Old Master Jie's instructions, he went to the Jie family shop and brought the false Wu Sanqing back to the Hong residence. In the study of the Hong residence, Yuehong, initially curious about Miao Ku's purpose in bringing Wu Sanqing, witnessed Miao Ku gesture to Wu Sanqing before closing the door and stepping out. Miao Ku stood watch outside, and indeed, moments later, a cacophony of crashing sounds echoed from within. After a flurry of noise, the room gradually fell silent. Yuehong opened the door, took a deep breath, and beckoned Miao Ku inside. Upon entering, Miao Ku found Jie Huan standing there, looking pitiful with his head bowed. Hearing the commotion, he raised his gaze to meet Miao Ku's, but upon sensing Yuehong's scrutiny, he quickly lowered his head again. Miao Ku found the situation amusing. One must admit that experience often prevails. Miao Ku knew that once he apprised Yuehong of this development, the latter would undoubtedly feel a sense of concern for the 2 younger members, Jie Huan and Qi Yu. Miao Ku could not bear to see his brother in sorrow. Old Master Jie was undoubtedly aware of this scenario, hence sending Jie Huan to deliver the news first. Any ire should be directed towards Jie Huan. Old Master Jie quipped, "If you scold him, you shall not scold me." Yuehong closed the door and cast a disapproving glance at Jie Huan before speaking. "This situation has unfolded. We shall proceed as planned, and I will confer with Old Nine regarding subsequent matters." Miao Ku cheerfully interjected, "Well, at least one of you is unharmed for now. Do not worry. Once Old Nine's news is confirmed, I shall bring back Qi Yu. Yuehong nodded, acknowledging that they had no other recourse as for Jie Huan. He dared not utter a word. Indeed, his biological father was truly his biological father. He had assumed that his father had reconciled with Yuehong, but instead, he was sent to serve as a scapegoat. Jie Huan discreetly glanced at the time on the wall before looking at Yuehong. "Second uncle, the 5th Master's train is about to arrive. I must head to the station." Yuehong scoffed, "Humph, is it the 5th Master? Is he not your father?" Miao Ku cast a sympathetic glance at Jie Huan, feeling sorry for the boy who was entirely at a loss for words. After taking a few deep breaths, Yuehong said, "You may leave." Jie Huan cautiously shifted, "Second uncle, may I take my leave now?" Seeing Yuehong turn away, refusing to meet his gaze, he hastily exited the Hong residence, feeling a sense of dread. Such a person, who typically appeared amiable, could be terrifying when angered. Yuehong felt that the situation could not possibly worsen. He possessed information that surpassed even Old Master Jie's knowledge, including the deeper truths behind those past events. As someone privy to the most details, he could empathize with Zhang Qishan's actions from his perspective, just as he could understand Old Master Jie's from his own. This matter was exceedingly intricate, and many aspects remained unspeakable. He pondered what actions he could take in this predicament. After a moment's reflection, Yuehong finally spoke. "They must have been confined in Qinghai." Miao Ku's eyes widened. "Brother, how do you know?" Yuehong shook his head. "I have my sources. That area is currently under tight surveillance." He paused. "Old Nine likely has an insider within, but I am unsure of their exact position." Miao Ku listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement. Yuehong sighed, abruptly shifting the topic. "Has Zhang Qishan transferred all his influence to you?" Miao Ku felt a twinge of guilt at this inquiry, his gaze wavering as he muttered, That's what they say, Er Yueheng nodded, falling into a contemplative silence. He indeed harbored a notion, yet was uncertain whether it could be executed smoothly. I am bound for the New Moon Hotel. Chapter 62. The funeral. After saying this, Er Yueheng set off alone for the New Moon Hotel, while Miao Ku obediently nodded, inwardly condemning his exclusion from this venture. He remained oblivious to the discussions Er Yueheng had at the hotel. However, he was aware that the following day, the staff at the New Moon Hotel delivered a message to Er Yueheng, who, upon receiving it, visibly exhaled in relief. This series of events did not affect the funeral of Jelian. Miao Ku was genuinely curious about what it felt like for Jelian to attend his own funeral. Everyone appeared mournful, and Miao Ku could hardly discern who knew of his feigned death. Jie Jiaye maintained a sorrowful demeanor while overseeing the funeral arrangements, amidst rumors of elderly parents suffering from the loss of their children, leading to deteriorating health. Jie Yuqin, on the other hand, was sincerely heartbroken. Though he was an adopted child, Jelian always made time to cultivate a father-son bond with him whenever he returned. Given Jie Yuqin's intelligence, coupled with the private educational model of the Jie and Hong families, he had little exposure to the outside world, making every kind-hearted individual in his life exceedingly precious. Miao Ku felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. In recent days, Jie Yuqin had been exceedingly busy, as the sole child of Jelian, compelled to participate in numerous rituals. Lighting incense in the mornings and keeping vigil at night, it was only a matter of days before the child developed dark circles under his eyes and appeared somewhat gaunt. Whoever nurtures a child bears the burden of concern for them. Thus, Miao Ku took residence at the Jie Manor, eager to witness whether the household could continue to function without Jie Yuqin. That night, Jie Yuqin finally enjoyed a restful sleep. With many women in the Jie household, prior to the designation of an heir, tensions had run high among the various wives. They had settled on Jelian as the heir, leading to a few years of tranquility, only for his sudden demise to leave only an adopted son. Now, with Jie Jiaye in declining health, the various wives began to harbor ulterior motives, and the means employed in the courtyard were subtle yet harmful. With numerous ways to make a child vanish discreetly. During this visit to the Jie Manor, Miao Ku did not occupy a guest room but rather stayed in Jie Yuqin's quarters. The third madam wore a smile, yet her gaze remained fixed on Jie Yuqin, which seemed rather improper. Improper? Miao Ku smirked, casually tossing a dagger he had been toying with at the third madam. Their proximity ensured that, in an instant, the dagger pierced through her hair and embedded itself in the pillar. The dagger severed her hair and broke her adornments, with strands of hair and pearls falling to the ground, one drifting lightly and the other landing with a thud. The third madam's face turned pale, her composure shattered, and she hastily departed with the assistance of her maidservants. Fool, being used as a pawn. Miao Ku glanced at the child beside him. He wondered how many wives Jie Jiaye currently had. Jie Yuqin shook his head, stating that only the first madam remained visible, while the status of the others was ambiguous. Miao Ku marveled at the terrifying nature of Jie Jiaye, a man capable of maintaining so many wives in the courtyard, all of whom willingly remained after the establishment of the nation. The minor upheaval within the Jie family passed quietly, for Jie Jiaye was still present, and all were engaging in minor skirmishes. There were even murmurs that Jie Yuqin was fortunate. As an adopted child, he stood to inherit the title of the next family head upon the passing of the current one, with the backing of the Hong family and a favorable relationship with the Hua family. Albeit his youth raised concerns that Jie Jiaye might opt for a different heir. Jie Jiaye disregarded these rumors, formally introducing Jie Yuqin at various events, thereby solidifying his status as the young master. He had faith in this child. Jie Yuqin was also maturing rapidly, under the protection of his elders, and everyone treated him with respect, addressing him as young master or flower master. Only Miao Ku was infuriated. For this contradicted his educational philosophy. Children of 7 or 8 should play freely and grow without worry, rather than be burdened by the troubles of adults. Yet, the child was not solely under his care. So he could only discreetly bring Jie Yuqin items he believed would delight him. Jie Yuqin appreciated this approach. Amidst the expectations of those raising him, there was someone who thought to bring him toys, even though he showed little interest in them. However, he enjoyed engaging in these activities with Miao Ku, as sometimes the surprise itself was enough to bring joy. Jie Jiaye and Er Yueheng turned a blind eye to this arrangement. An open secret. 2 months after the funeral, the New Moon Hotel once again contacted Er Yueheng, who, upon receiving the news, sought out Miao Ku. Little Miao, Are you certain you wish to go to Qinghai? Miao Ku felt puzzled. At times, he truly could not fathom Yueheng's thoughts. Could one really pass up an opportunity to save someone? Noticing Miao Ku's bewildered expression, Yueheng affectionately ruffled his hair, explaining that a chance had arisen to infiltrate Qinghai, albeit with some hesitation. Little Miao, you must understand that such ventures are not without risks. I must go, Miao Ku affirmed. Brother, if it were your child being detained, I would undoubtedly go. Yueheng lowered his gaze, a hint of bitterness stirring within him. With a sigh, he handed Miao Ku the address, stating, your safety is paramount. Miao Ku nodded, assuring him, I understand. You need not worry. Yet, Yueheng thought to himself that such matters could not simply be eased with words of reassurance. The path Yueheng had chosen for Miao Ku was decidedly formal. He provided him with a letter of introduction, a dossier, and a human skin mask. The dossier bore a photograph of the mask and utilized a false name, Zhang Miao, alongside a mixture of genuine and fabricated details. Miao Ku diligently studied the dossier, memorizing its contents before confirming the operational plan with Yueheng. He participated in a one-on-one undercover training session with the Hong family and then boarded the train to Qinghai. An amusing incident occurred during this time. Inxue seemed to have grown more astute over the years. Noticing the increased frequency of Miao Ku's affectionate gestures and deducing that he was preparing to leave, in the days leading up to Miao Ku's departure, Inxue kept a watchful eye on him, neglecting to play in the courtyard. When Miao Ku slept, it nestled beside him, clearly expressing its sentiments. Miao Ku remarked, impossible, absolutely impossible. After a few days, Inxue likely realized this approach was ineffective and opted for a more indirect strategy by keeping watch over Yueheng. Over the years, Yueheng had cared for it, and it had grown closer to him than to Miao Ku. Inxue gazed at Yueheng with its dark, glistening eyes, then glanced at Miao Ku, seemingly attempting to convey something. Miao Ku stood by, wondering if it had become sentient. Yueheng, beaming with pride, remarked, Inxue is truly clever, my dear. Observing Yueheng's doting demeanor, Miao Ku refrained from further commentary, attempting to explain to Inxue, the place I am heading to isn't quite suitable for you. There will be little water, and no servants to attend to you. Whether Inxue genuinely did not understand or feigned ignorance, it continued to follow them. Ultimately, Miao Ku had no choice but to sneak out while Yueheng was grooming Inxue. Chapter 63. The sanatorium. Miao Ku departed from Beijing, taking a train first to Xining, then transferring to Jirmu. Upon disembarking at Jirmu Station, he realized just how remote this place was. The ticket vendor informed him that Jirmu currently had only one bus, which ran between the train station and Heshi roundabout. Miao Ku needed to board this bus, inform the driver of his destination, and the driver would drop him off at the closest point along the route, after which he would need to walk. Miao Ku's expression soured at this news, as he had not anticipated such isolation. After over 30 hours on the train, he now faced a bus ride, and it seemed he would have to walk a considerable distance afterward. He found himself reminiscing about the days of high-speed trains and airplanes, where one could simply hail a taxi. Driving himself might have been preferable, but that would diverge from the persona outlined in his dossier. The identity Yueheng had arranged for him, upon closer inspection, was quite impressive. It included overseas study experience in the field of Western mysticism and mythology, along with domestic training at Baiyun Temple. Miao Ku couldn't help but marvel at this identity, a blend of Eastern and Western elements, indeed. However, he remained perplexed as to which organizations would require such specialized talent. By the time Miao Ku arrived at the sanatorium, it was already past 7 in the evening, yet the sun still hung high in the sky. He presented his letter of introduction and dossier to the gatekeeper, who cheerfully opened the gate for him. The leaders mentioned needing a professional just a few days ago. I was wondering when you would arrive, and lo and behold, you've just shown up. Miao Ku awkwardly smiled and inquired, where should I go? The gatekeeper warmly directed him towards a small building at the back, indicating that the front building housed the patients. Miao Ku nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to walk towards the rear building, taking in his surroundings as he went. The sanatorium comprised 3 buildings in total. The front building stood 3 stories tall, with safety bars affixed to the windows. The curtains on the second floor were drawn tightly, rendering it impossible to see inside. The patrolling security personnel should be highly trained individuals, their steps synchronized, and during patrols, they refrained from whispering to one another, standing at attention with impeccable posture. Miao Ke reasonably surmised that these individuals must at least be veterans. Does a sanatorium truly necessitate such formidable security measures? Miao Ke encountered the director of the sanatorium on the upper floor, a slightly plump man clad in a white lab coat, sporting black-rimmed glasses. With only a few sparse strands of hair atop his head, an image of a trustworthy physician. Miao Ke glanced at the nameplate on his desk and chuckled, "Good day, Director Ma. I am Zhang Miao." As he spoke, he handed over a document he was holding. Upon hearing the voice, Director Ma looked up at Miao Ke, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "Zhang Miao? Just assigned here, I presume? Let me take a look." He examined the introduction letter and file, and after finishing, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Xiao Zhang, I have submitted several reports to the higher-ups, and finally, they have assigned you to me, since they allowed you to come. You must possess considerable skills." Miao Ke humbly smiled. "You flatter me, Director Ma." Director Ma rose and stepped into the hallway, closing the office door behind him. "Xiao Zhang, I trust you come here with a certain level of psychological preparedness. In truth, our sanatorium not only aids patients in regaining their health, but also conducts research on some mysterious phenomena." He paused to sip some water. "Your introduction letter mentioned that you possess genuine abilities. So I will be frank. I believe these mysterious forces cannot be understood through conventional medicine. Research abroad also involves elements of the arcane. I have consistently requested a local researcher specializing in the mysterious side. And only then did they send you over for this task," he added while patting Miao Ke on the shoulder. "The environment here is indeed lacking, but I hope you will strive to yield results swiftly." Miao Ke nodded in agreement. "Understood, Director Ma." Director Ma smiled satisfactorily. "It is getting late. You should rest in the dormitory. Work begins tomorrow." After saying this, he called a patrolling guard over to escort Miao Ke to the dormitory. "Room 208, the guard acknowledged, and Miao Ke smiled at Director Ma before following the guard away. A figure appeared at the window of the director's office, watching intently as Miao Ke entered the dormitory. The next day, Miao Ke went to the largest building, where Director Ma greeted him with a smile. "Xiao Zhang, your office is on the second floor. If you find anything lacking, just speak to Xiao Lu." A young woman with short hair smiled at Miao Ke and extended her hand. "Hello, I am Lu Jia, from the logistics department. Just let me know if you need anything." Miao Ke returned her smile and shook her hand. "Hello, I am Zhang Miao." As their fingers touched, Miao Ke noted the slight calluses on Lu Jia's thumb and index finger, indicative of someone who was not merely an ordinary logistics staff member. Seeing that they had exchanged introductions, Director Ma said, "Xiao Lu, please show Xiao Zhang around, will you? I have other matters to attend to." After Director Ma departed, Lu Jia smiled at Miao Ke. "Let me take you to your office." The two of them walked into the building together. Although it was still summer, the corridor felt surprisingly cool. Miao Ke's hands hung by his sides as he subtly assessed the environment, sensing something amiss with the feng shui. While he was not an expert in feng shui, had Qi Tizui been present, he would have pinpointed the discrepancies with ease. Following Lu Jia to the second floor, Miao Ke felt an immediate shift in temperature. Upon entering the corridor, the warmth enveloped him, but a wave of heat emanated from the end of the corridor. Lu Jia walked ahead of Miao Ke, seemingly unaffected by the heat. After unlocking the door, she turned back to Miao Ke, inquiring, "Is there something over there?" Miao Ke shook his head and followed Lu Jia into the office, a small room containing only a desk with some basic office supplies and a nameplate. Lu Jia handed him the nameplate. "Your field is rather specialized. Director Ma specifically arranged this for you." Miao Ke accepted the nameplate, which simply read Gurmu Sanatorium. Zhang Miao. He attached the nameplate to his clothing. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you." Lu Jia smiled. "I am in the corresponding position on the first floor. The third and fourth floors are for the experimental department, and the cafeteria is near the dormitory. There is a vehicle in the courtyard, so you can apply to go out if necessary. That's the general overview. If you have other matters, just find me." Director Ma mentioned you should familiarize yourself with things on the third floor this morning. Miao Ke nodded. "Then I shall head to the third floor." Lu Jia replied with a smile. "I need to go to the third floor as well. Let us go together." The temperature on the third floor felt considerably more normal, with many individuals in white lab coats bustling about. Chapter 64. The Sanatorium. 2. Miao Ke and Lu Jia made their way to the third floor, where Lu Jia donned a lab coat, and she handed one to Miao Ke as well. He slipped it on and ambled along. The corridors were lined with single rooms, each door outfitted with large transparent glass panels, revealing the activities within. As they passed by, it appeared that each room was occupied. From room 301 onward, With the exception of room 302, individuals were either seated or lying down, enveloped in a serene quietude. Room 307 was at the end of the corridor, and Lu Jia gestured to Miao Ku with her eyes. Upon opening the door, Miao Ku was met with the sight of a coffin, brass-cornered, crafted from fragrant Nanmu wood, coated in gold paint, its surface marred by dust, rust, and dark stains. Miao Ku reached out to touch the coffin, circling it twice. His gaze shifted from the coffin to the various tools scattered throughout the room. Ropes, hooks, wedges, paper money, incense, mirrors, crosses, and garlic. Here, one could find nearly every item associated with the mysterious. From the east to the west, Miao Ku unsheathed the peachwood sword strapped to his back, having opted to bring only this sword due to travel constraints. This sword was a gift from Master Jiejiao. Said to be crafted from 1,000-year-old thunderstruck peach wood, Miao Ku had used it on several occasions. While the claim of it being 1,000 years old might be exaggerated, its quality was nonetheless commendable. He twirled the wooden sword, holding it aloft before him, silently reciting an incantation. His hair began to sway as if stirred by an unseen wind, an ice-blue aura emanating from his feet, while a piece of yellow talisman paper trembled between his left index and middle fingers. The blue sword aura spiraled around Miao Ku, intensifying the wind's force. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, casting the talisman paper into the air. The peachwood sword swiftly traced symbols in the air, and the blue light landed on the talisman paper, leaving behind crimson markings. Once the symbols were completed, the talisman paper floated mid-air. He pointed the wooden sword towards the coffin, and the talisman paper soared down onto it, emitting a brilliant white light. The coffin seemed to sense the impending threat, trembling violently. The energies of the talisman and the coffin clashed, and at that moment, Miao Ku secured the peachwood sword back at his side. With a swift motion, he brushed his hand over the talisman paper, igniting it in flames, causing the coffin to shake even more vigorously. Through the reflection in the mirror, he caught sight of Lu Jia outside room 307. Her eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. The talisman paper burned away completely, ash drifting down. Only the red symbols remained suspended in the air. Miao Ku formed a mudra, and the symbols began to spin rapidly, enlarging before descending onto the coffin, producing a soft rumble. Finally, the coffin lay still on the ground, the red symbols vanishing entirely within, as the colors and strange winds dissipated, leaving only the ash on the floor as proof that the recent events were not merely a figment of imagination. Miao Ku was satisfied with his actions. Indeed, the effective steps were merely two, drawing the talisman and affixing it. However, he understood that this initial incident was certainly a test. With others watching, he had to perform at his best. Otherwise, he could have made it even more spectacular. Lu Jia felt her worldview shifting dramatically. Director Ma had indeed mentioned the arrival of a specialist from that side, and she had been resolute in her belief that it was a ruse. Consequently, Director Ma had asked her to keep an eye on things. Little did she know, her observations would lead to a complete upheaval of her beliefs. She was certain that Zhang Miao was new to room 307. His task merely disclosed moments ago. It was inconceivable that he possessed foresight to preemptively arrange such a display. Could it be that some mysterious forces truly existed in this world? As Lu Jia grappled with her restructured beliefs, she saw Miao Ku step out of the room, nodding towards her. "It's taken care of. We can proceed with the normal opening of the coffin." Lu Jia responded calmly, "All right, I will relay the information and initiate the opening now." They had 2 coffins in total. When the first was opened, a purplish-red corpse emerged, exuding considerable aggression and destructive power, resulting in the immediate demise of 5 researchers, with 1 more gravely injured. Fortunately, security personnel arrived just in time to save the remaining researcher. The final corpse, a deep crimson hue, was utterly shattered by firearms, leading to a precipitous decline in its research value. Following such an incident, no one dared to open the second coffin. It was only thanks to Dean Ma's connections that he consulted with specialists. The experts revealed that such coffins were typically used for containment, and the least one could expect inside was a green-haired Zongzi, while the first coffin they had opened yielded a corpse, professionally termed a blood corpse. Among the group of researchers, only one managed to survive, truly a stroke of luck for him. After hearing this explanation, they were too frightened to open the remaining coffin, which was subsequently stored away in room 307 until Miao Ku arrived at the sanatorium. As Lu Jia pondered over these matters, a few security guards approached, their movements swift and efficient, with little conversation. Upon opening the coffin, the guards instinctively took a step back, vividly recalling the gruesome fate of the previous group of researchers. Inside the coffin, there was no change. They leaned in closer, revealing yet another blood corpse. Lying motionless, with occasional glimmers of mystical symbols playing across its surface. Lu Jia summoned researchers to investigate, and Miao Ku expressed his admiration. Blood corpses were not only repulsive in appearance but also emitted a viscous fluid that carried a distinctly foul odor. Pinching his nose, he observed Lu Jia's arrangements from outside the door, where she summoned two men clad in protective gear, intending to remove the blood corpse. Lu Jia turned to Miao Ku and inquired whether they could lift the corpse in its current state. If it was immobile, they would have to resort to dismantling the coffin. Miao Ku nodded, still pinching his nose, indicating that it could indeed move. Lu Jia then directed the men in protective gear to commence their task. Miao Ku stepped back once more, and Lu Jia assumed his retreat was due to the foul smell, paying him little mind. Standing at the entrance of room 307, he glanced across the hall at room 306, where a long-haired woman was gazing into a mirror. He stepped back along the corridor's wall, allowing him a glimpse into room 305, where a short-haired woman appeared lost in thought, at that moment. The blood corpse was hoisted from its coffin onto a stretcher, and the group began to make their way toward the elevator. Seizing the opportunity, Miao Ku followed a few steps behind, passing room 304, which housed another woman, and finally reaching room 303, where Chi Yu was. Upon confirming her presence, Miao Ku felt a wave of relief wash over him, although he did not fully understand why they had been confined. The fact that they were still alive brought him solace. Chapter 65. The Sanatorium 3. After ascertaining Chi Yu's survival, Miao Ku shifted his gaze back to Lu Jia, who was now guiding the blood corpse toward the elevator. Noticing Miao Ku lagging behind, she waved him over, urging him to join her on the descent to the basement. He complied, and upon entering the elevator, paused momentarily, stating that he needed to take a seat. Lu Jia, hearing this, also halted, acknowledging the unpleasant odor and suggesting they both take a moment to breathe. The elevator swiftly descended and ascended again, and as the doors opened, the distinctive putrid stench of the blood corpse lingered within. Miao Ku could only hold his breath in silence. Lu Jia, similarly affected by the residual odor, felt disinclined to speak. Upon reaching the basement level, Lu Jia underwent fingerprint and iris recognition. Beep. As the elevator doors opened, she retrieved two small gas masks from a cabinet beside the elevator, handing one to Miao Ku. Once they donned the masks, both exhaled deeply. The underground facility was vastly different from the one above. While the upper levels bore remnants of a sanatorium, the basement resembled a high-tech research institute, illuminated by bright incandescent lights and filled with an array of advanced equipment, screens displaying various charts and English text. The basement's expanse was significantly larger, and the blood corpse was transported into the first room, tightly bound to a table. Researchers had already begun extracting blood from the corpse, intensifying Miao Ku's feelings of disgust. He averted his gaze, surveying the area, noting that there were 4 such containment rooms, with a solitary room further away. Each of these rooms featured large one-way glass panels, allowing observation of the entities contained within. The first room housed the newly secured blood corpse, while the occupant of the second room appeared somewhat familiar. Miao Ku could not immediately recall who it was, as disheveled hair obscured her face, and she huddled in a corner. The third room contained a green humanoid entity, while the fourth remained empty. Turning to Lu Jia, Miao Ku cautiously inquired about the green being. Lu Jia glanced in the direction he indicated, explaining that it is called Molochuo, brought back by the dean from Guangxi. Its aggression levels are quite high, and the room has been specially insulated. This creature's hostility escalates exponentially in the presence of heat sources. It seemed Lu Jia had re-established her perspective, as she quietly asked Miao Ku, "Zhang Miao, what are your thoughts on entities like Molochuo, which are not considered human?" Miao Ku, perplexed, replied, "You've already stated it is not human. What more is there to consider?" He took a few steps closer to the third room, where the Molochuo remained utterly still. Miao Ku propped his chin in his hand, observing it, his gaze drifting to the adjacent solitary room, where the curtains were drawn more than halfway, obscuring his view save for a dark expanse that suggested the presence of some rectangular object against the wall. The darkness of that room made it difficult for him to discern further details. Beep! Another identification sound echoed through the air, and Miao could turn to see Dean Ma hurrying toward them. Dean. Researchers along the way greeted him, and a smile spread across Ma's face as he patted Miao Ke's shoulder with enthusiasm. Xiao Zhang, well done. You've already helped us solve a puzzle. He then made his way toward the first room, with Miao Ke responding with a few words of agreement. Xiao Lu, please assist Xiao Zhang with fingerprint and iris registration shortly. Ma instructed. Lu Jia nodded. Understood, Dean. Miao Ke followed behind, observing as the researchers secured the blood corpse tightly, bolstered by the suppression of spiritual energy from the talismans, rendering it compliant on the binding table. Miao Ke watched in astonishment as they extracted 4 vials of blood, each containing 50 milliliters, totaling 200 milliliters. Miao Ke was taken aback, realizing they had no way of knowing whether the blood corpse's hematological system was functioning. Drawing an excessive amount of blood so forcefully could easily lead to depletion in addition to the blood extraction. Researchers were also taking samples of the corpse's skin and mucus. One researcher produced a purple needle, which was markedly distinct from the blood extraction needle, measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length and significantly thicker. Miao Ke felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he quietly asked Lu Jia. What is that purple needle? Lu Jia replied nonchalantly. That is a spinal tap needle. Miao Ke observed as the researcher inserted the needle into the blood corpse's iliac crest, visibly causing the corpse's body to quiver slightly. Frowning, Miao Ke could no longer bear to watch. Theoretically speaking, blood corpses possessed pain receptors. Such a thick needle, plunged directly into them, would surely cause distress. He pondered whether the research facility would subject Qiyu and the others to similar treatment. Lu Jia noticed his discomfort and suggested, Shall I take you to register your personal information first? Dean Ma overheard and turned back, remarking, Young people need more experience indeed. Xiao Lu, please escort him outside. Miao Ke nodded. Dean, I shall take my leave for now. Following Lu Jia outside into the sunlight, Miao Ke felt a noticeable relaxation wash over him, his expression softening. Lu Jia, observing his demeanor, chuckled lightly. You seem to have quite a reaction. Miao Ke offered a wry smile and shook his head. This is my first time witnessing such a scene. Lu Jia, now filled with curiosity, asked, Aren't practitioners like you accustomed to bloodshed? Surely you've encountered blood corpses and spirits before? Miao Ke replied, Such occurrences are rare. This is indeed my first encounter with a blood corpse. I noticed you handled the situation quite adeptly. Miao Ke acknowledged, These malevolent entities are dealt with in a similar fashion. The Personal Information Registration Office was located on the first floor of Dean Ma's office building, which only had 2 levels. Ma's office was situated at the top of the staircase on the 2nd floor. Aside from the information registration area, there were several rooms with signs on the 1st floor, all of which were closed and curtained off. After emerging from the registration office, Miao Ke stood at the front of the building, his gaze sweeping over the 2nd floor. Following standard office arrangements, the dean, as the highest-ranking official in the sanatorium, would typically have his office located at the end of the corridor. He walked alongside Lu Jia and casually inquired, Are there other leaders here? Lu Jia replied with a smile, Of course. Let me introduce them to you. Besides Dean Ma, there's team leader Zhou from the research department, who seldom emerges from the basement. There are also 2 vice deans. One oversees logistics and is my direct superior, Vice Dean Zhou. The other vice dean is rather mysterious. Despite my 2 years here, I have only seen him once, and his surname seems to be Lu. Miao Ke nodded and followed Lu Jia back to the laboratory building. Chapter 66. The sanatorium for Lu Jia and Miao Ke parted ways in the lobby. As Miao Ke watched Lu Jia's figure disappear into the elevator, he slowly made his way to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor was primarily occupied by ordinary offices, and now it was quite deserted. Miao Ke wondered if the occupants had all relocated to the basement. The staircase connected the 1st to the 3rd floor, and it seemed that either the designers had deliberately rerouted the stairs leading to the basement or had simply not provided access to it. Upon returning to the 2nd floor, Miao Ke immediately felt an overwhelming wave of heat as he stepped into the corridor. Retreating back to the stairwell, he realized that such oppressive heat did not invade the enclosed space. He surveyed the stairwell, finally fixing his gaze on the wooden door. The door was a basic double-leaf style, coated in a reddish-brown paint, with one leaf ajar while the other was secured by an iron bolt. Miao Ke reached out to touch the wooden door. Its surface felt somewhat coarse, lacking the smoothness of pure paint. He scanned the area to ensure no one was around, then cautiously gripped the edge of the door and applied gentle pressure. Breaking off a small piece of wood. To his surprise, The interior wood was also, it became evident that the door was not merely painted with reddish-brown, but was crafted from a type of red wood, its outer layer having oxidized to that hue. The heat he had felt was likely impeded by the nature of the wood. Miao Ku collected the wood shavings into his system backpack. And indeed, the system identified the shavings as blood acacia door panel fragment. The annotation noted a heavy presence of yin energy, advising against wearing it, as it could obstruct spiritual fluctuations. Spiritual fluctuations? Miao Ku instinctively associated this with the oppressive heat. Having never encountered such energy before, when he released his own energy, it would manifest as a subtle chill. Yet, compared to this heat, it seemed utterly insignificant. Following the trail of heat along the corridor, Miao Ku found the most intense warmth emanating from the second room at the corridor's end. Curiosity piqued about what lay within. He hesitated, wary of causing trouble on his first day. He knocked lightly on the door, but received no response. Attempting the handle, he found it locked. Stepping back, he noted the absence of any signage, only a door number 206, suggesting it was unoccupied. Should he seek an opportunity to unlock the door and investigate? As he contemplated this, he heard the sound of scattered footsteps approaching from upstairs. He froze, glancing around the corridor to confirm his solitude before turning to ascend to the third floor. On the third floor, only 2 researchers were present, peering into room 304 while murmuring incantations. Point 304 has encountered a situation, manifesting as accelerated hair growth, paler skin, dilated pupils, and increased strength. Miao Ku edged closer, observing a long-haired woman inside, one he did not recognize, except that she was another member of the archaeological team. Her hair was visibly growing at an alarming rate, trailing on the floor. Though bound to a restraining bed, her upper body had managed to free itself from the restraints. Her expression contorted and her eyes wide with noticeable dilation, consuming the whites of her eyes, rendering her appearance disturbingly pale. The 2 researchers were fervently documenting the scene and glanced at Miao Ku before returning their focus to the woman. Did they not fear her potential aggression? Miao Ku initiated a conversation with the researchers. The bespectacled researcher, seemingly finished with his notes, tucked his pen into his chest pocket, glancing at Miao Ku's badge and attire. You are the newcomer who handled the coffin today, correct? Adjusting his glasses, the researcher continued. The room is filled with potent anesthetic gas. Since she began her struggles, the gas has been administered, and it should take effect shortly. As expected, Miao Ku watched as the woman's struggles diminished, her body gradually quieting down, her eyes slowly closing. The bespectacled researcher gathered his notes. I'll head downstairs to inform the team leader. With that, he departed, leaving Miao Ku and another researcher behind. This second researcher appeared older, with a scruffy beard. Miao Ku glanced at his name tag. Li Aiguo seemed somewhat hesitant, stealing glances at Miao Ku. His mouth opening as if to speak, only to swallow his words. Miao Ku sensed the tension. What was the situation here? This group has been brought in after consuming some sort of drug. And so far, only room 304 has shown significant mutations. Miao Ku nodded in agreement. Why is that? We suspect this drug alters the length of telomeres, thereby affecting lifespan. As he spoke of his area of expertise, Li Aiguo became animated. Tests indicate that several subjects have experienced changes in telomere length, particularly the female subjects, with significant loss of deoxyribonucleic acid phosphate groups, leading to adverse effects. However, this does not explain the rapid growth of her hair. There must be factors we have yet to uncover. The more he spoke, the more animated Li Aiguo became, his enthusiasm palpable. If we can uncover the underlying principles of this change, a Nobel Prize would be within our grasp. Miao Ku nodded in agreement, though the scientific explanations were still somewhat beyond his comprehension. Have there been no changes in the others? Li Aiguo paused, sensing his explanations might be difficult for a layperson to grasp. Feeling slightly embarrassed as he began to introduce Miao Ku to the other subjects. One male subject has exhibited clear signs of rejection, he continued, lowering his voice. I heard that one has already died. Miao Ku's mind immediately connected the dots. One male subject had died. There are also 2 subjects who currently show no reactions. He indicated towards rooms 301 and 303. Miao Ku nodded. He did not recognize the occupant of 301. But 303 belonged to Chiyu. A male subject has shown slight reactions, but he is currently downstairs. The downstairs occupant was the disheveled individual he had seen earlier, whose appearance bore some resemblance to Li Si. He must be in the vacant room 302. The other two rooms were occupied by females, showing no notable changes. Rooms 305 and 306 housed one with long hair and another with short hair, named Chen Wenjin and Hualing, respectively. Miaoku followed along as Li Aigua mentioned the room numbers, pondering why there were only 3 rooms for 4 male subjects. He leaned in, whispering, "Why are there only 3 rooms for 4 males? Is there a secret that cannot be disclosed?" Li Aigua waved dismissively, "It's nothing. You'll find out in a few days. One male subject is kept in solitary confinement due to a unique constitution. Many drugs have little effect on him. He resides in a single room on the basement level. I passed by and reviewed his report a couple of days ago. His physical condition is indeed remarkable, able to survive for so long under the team leader's supervision." Just as Miaoku was about to inquire further, he heard the sound of the elevator doors opening. Turning to look, he saw several figures emerging from the lift. "The team leader," he heard Li Aigua murmur. Miaoku's gaze fell upon the foremost figure, a man in his 30s with a pale complexion, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in blue surgical scrubs. As he approached, Miaoku caught a whiff of a familiar, unpleasant odor mingled with the scent of blood. The nameplate read Zhou Wenjie. Chapter 67. The Sanatorium 5. He was the head of the research team. Miaoku scrutinized him, and the man returned his gaze. A cold, indifferent look swept over Miaoku from head to toe. "Zhang Miao," he remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips, devoid of warmth. "Thank you for providing the experimental materials." Without waiting for Miaoku to respond, he stepped to the door of room 304, examining the woman inside. "How long has the anesthetic been administered?" Li Aigua glanced at his watch. 7 minutes. Zhou Wenjie nodded slightly, taking out a key to unlock the door. Miaoku observed as his hand moved with precision, approaching the restraining bed to assess the woman's condition. He then turned back toward the corridor. "Administer 15 milligrams of etomidate, then transfer her to the basement." Miaoku watched the researchers work in silence as Zhou Wenjie passed by him and returned to the elevator alone. After Zhou Wenjie departed, Miaoku sensed a collective sigh of relief from the remaining researchers. He turned to Li Aigua. "Why do I feel like everyone is afraid of him?" Li Aigua leaned back against the wall. "Don't you think he has a rather sinister aura?" The researchers in the room had finished administering the anesthetic and glanced toward the doorway. "Aigua, you should keep your comments to yourself. Be careful not to step on any toes." Li Aigua displayed a sarcastic grin. "I've been here on the 3rd floor checking on the wards. How could I possibly offend anyone? Are they going to send me to the entrance to guard the door?" Miaoku sensed the tension as he overheard Li Aigua's words, realizing there was more to uncover about him. Just then, he noticed the other researchers wheeling out the female subject on a stretcher. One female researcher sighed, "We still have to work under the team leader's authority. It's best to keep a low profile. We're already short-staffed these days, and you'll be heading back in a couple of days." She then turned to Miaoku. "Hello, Zhang Miao, I'm Cui Yi, and this is Wang Jianjun. We descended first and shall converse later." Miaoku nodded, lending them a hand as he pushed the bed into the elevator. Once the doors closed, he observed Li Aigua sitting there, utterly listless. Miaoku approached. "Brotherly, what was it you mentioned earlier about being put at a disadvantage?" Li Aigua chuckled, ready to share his grievances. "It's nothing but the leader's doing. While we call this place a sanatorium, we all know what really goes on here. These criminals willingly come here, hoping for a glimmer of survival." "Criminals?" Miaoku echoed. Puzzled, Li Aigua lowered his voice to enlighten him. "Those are the test subjects, all criminals who signed their lives away to enter here. The experiments last for years, and they can earn reduced sentences through participation." This was the first Miaoku had heard of such matters. "Brotherly, how do you know all this?" Li Aigua's expression turned slightly disdainful. "I've been here for 3 years. If it weren't for the old leader's reassignment, would I be stuck guarding the infirmary?" Observing his expression, Miaoku inquired, "Did you offend Leader Zhou?" A flicker of anger crossed Li Aigua's eyes. "I merely happened to glance at a report he was writing. The one from the single room on the 1st basement level. He berated me on the spot. Crazy man. After all this time, he showed me no respect at all." Miaoku nodded in agreement. Contemplating from this, "It seems the individual in that basement room must be of great significance. I ought to investigate further, and Zhou Wenjie's report must also hold some issues. As if fate had conspired." The very next day, Director Ma assigned Miaoku a task. "Xiao Zhang, over the next few days, delve into the study of Molochuo, the 3rd room on the 1st basement level. We've discovered that this organism possesses a certain evasive ability, yet lacks a nervous system, scientifically rendering it a conundrum. Conduct a thorough investigation and see if you can uncover anything extraordinary. After hastily assigning the task, Director Ma departed, leaving Miaoku bewildered. This subject seemed to lie beyond his research interests. Nevertheless, he now had a legitimate reason to explore the first basement level. Miaoku stared vacantly at Molochuo, who stood motionless against the wall of the room. How was he to study this creature? While he pondered his approach, he noticed a figure emerging from room 2, none other than Li Sidi, laboriously crawling from a corner of the room. Miaoku was startled by his movements, drawing the attention of several researchers who approached from the direction of the female test subject in room 304. The female test subject in room 304, right next to Molochuo, appeared to be in an even more severe state of distortion than yesterday. She writhed in distress, her hair trailing on the ground. Shrieking, her eyes devoid of sclera, her skin a faint, deathly white with a bluish hue, limbs contorted into grotesque positions on the restraining bed. Miaoku stroked his chin, musing, she somewhat resembles a vengeful spirit. One of the researchers nearby, hearing him speak, turned around. Chui Yi, whom he had encountered the previous day, a vengeful spirit. Could you elaborate on what you know? Chui Yi inquired, her demeanor amiable. Miaoku nodded, I don't know much. Merely that it's a legend from Hainan. It is said that when a woman is wronged and her corpse is cast into the water, her lingering resentment transforms her into a vengeful spirit. Drawing in the essence of the dead, it is said her bones emit a peculiar fragrance known as bone incense, inducing sleep, and she possesses no sclera, with long hair. Humph, a feudal superstition, interjected a male researcher beside Chui Yi. Yang Jie, displaying a hint of disdain. Yang Jie, who prided himself on his looks, had been pursuing Chui Yi relentlessly, and her conversation with this sudden newcomer irked him. So, according to you, she has an affinity for water? A cold voice emerged from behind. The group turned to see Zhou Wenjie, the leader, nodding in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on Miaoku. Miaoku hesitated. I'm not entirely certain. That's just how the legend goes. And her appearance aligns with it. Zhou Wenjie nodded, shifting his gaze to the vengeful spirit. Conduct a hydrophilicity test. Understood. Several researchers quickly dispersed to prepare for the test. The exhaust system above the room housing the vengeful spirit activated. Releasing a fine mist, as the mist enveloped her, she became noticeably calmer. The researchers began recording data on moisture content and quietude duration. Zhou Wenjie observed their documentation, his gaze momentarily lingering on Miaoku. Lost in thought. Chapter 68. The Sanatorium 6. Once the hydrophilicity test reached a certain concentration, Zhou Wenjie reviewed the data and halted the experiment, arranged to construct a water basin for the vengeful spirit. Whatever the leader said was law. A few resourceful researchers promptly informed the security personnel to request materials from Vice Director. It was impressive how efficiently they operated. By the time Miaoku returned from lunch, the installation was already underway. He tapped on the glass, and Lu Jia smiled at his gesture. It's all high-strength tempered glass. She'll be able to reside in it tonight. The vengeful spirit lay quietly on the restraining bed, likely sedated once more. Miaoku observed them constructing the oversized fish tank while Li Sidi continued to crawl about, the bloodied corpse lying still, and Molochuo remaining motionless. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was busy, Miaoku stealthily approached the solitary room in the corner. This room was the same size as those in the adjacent row, but the curtains were drawn halfway. Peering through, he glimpsed a man with black hair lying in a cage. The cage was spacious, containing a restraining bed, and the man lay there, shackled and staring at the ceiling, as if sensing someone watching him. He tilted his head towards the door, though it was one-way glass. Miaoku felt as if the man truly saw him. A moment of heart palpitations struck Miaoku. He could not articulate the gaze he had encountered. Isolation, tranquility, silence. Like a beast in a coliseum aware of its impending fate. Like an ancient, colossal glacier gradually melting, there was a calm acceptance of death. He recognized this man from the photographs taken by their underwater archaeological team. When Miaoku looked in again, the man had closed his eyes. He stepped back, blending into the crowd, continuing to observe the installation of the fish tank, while pondering why this individual was confined alone and how he might uncover the issues within Zhou Wenjie's report. Zhou Wenjie was absent from the first basement level that afternoon, his whereabouts unknown. Miaoka glanced at Li Sidi, who was still squatting in the corner, feeling uneasy about Qiyu. Sensing no one was paying attention to him, he departed alone. He first took the elevator to the second floor, watching the elevator for a moment to ensure no one followed, then ascended to the third floor via the stairs on the third floor. Li Aigua lounged lazily. Upon seeing Miaoku approach, he perked up. Xiao Zhang, what brings you here? Miaoku offered a shy smile. They're installing the fish tank downstairs. It's a bit noisy, so I thought I'd take a stroll. Installing the fish tank? I wondered what that huge box was for when it arrived at noon. Li Aigua continued. Xiao Zhang, I heard you figured out that the female subject from room 304 has transformed into a vengeful spirit. Quite impressive. Miaoku smiled bashfully. Brotherly, it was merely a guess. Our line of work is steeped in tradition, unlike your research, which is truly remarkable. I couldn't make heads or tails of those instruments. This morning was my first time seeing the roof of a small room in the first basement level emit mist. Li Aigua clearly relished the flattery, patting Miaoku on the back. Xiao Zhang, you've not seen much, have you? That nebulizer is German imported. There are hardly a few in the country. Our sanatorium is equipped with nothing but the finest. As he spoke, he surveyed their surroundings. Did you see the electrocardiogram machine in the patient room? That's also German imported. Many things here may appear unremarkable, but they're quite expensive. Miaoka feigned curiosity, leaning against the glass door. How does one interpret this? Come, let me show you. The second line indicates blood pressure, that 93 denotes blood oxygen, and the bottom one is the respiratory rate. Li Aigua enthusiastically pointed out the screen in the patient room to Miaoku through the door. Miaoka nodded in acknowledgement while swiftly surveying the facilities within the patient room. They were currently facing room 301, but the arrangement was uniform across the rooms. The interior was somewhat cozy, featuring a bed, instruments, a table, a chair, and a bathroom in the northeast corner of the room. Miaoka raised a question. Brotherly, if they remain in this state, how do they address their physiological needs? Li Aigua chuckled lightly. They don't sleep continuously. It depends on individual stability and resistance. They certainly awaken during meal times, and since they've been administered muscle relaxants, they lack the strength for other activities. So it's easier to just lie there. Miaoka nodded in acknowledgement. This morning, he did not ascend to the third floor. Instead, he was directly assigned a task by the director and sent to the basement. He would return to the third floor tomorrow morning to take a look. The following day, bright and early, Miaoku made his way to the third floor, where Li Aigua was currently in room 301. Measuring the data of the subjects within, Miaoku greeted Li Aigua and stood behind him, casting a glance at the record book, which, to his surprise, bore no mention of the individual he sought. Merely indicating room 301. After exiting 301, Miaoku observed Li Aigua locking the door and inquired, Brotherly, why are they so compliant? Li Aigua, perhaps having conversed with Miaoku more than usual in recent days. Let's slip some gossip, whispering, the one who died did so right before their eyes. They must be terrified. The next room was 303, where Qiyu resided. Miaoku followed Li Aigua inside, only to find Qiyu staring vacantly at the ceiling. Could he be in a stupor? Miaoku mused with concern. Seizing the moment when Li Aigua was preoccupied with data recording, he discreetly slipped a small note into Qiyu's hand. Qiyu glanced at Miaoku, grasped the note, and tucked it back into his sleeve. He appeared not to be daft, which relieved Miaoku. After Miaoku assisted Li Aigua in inspecting the wards, Li Aigua shot him a glance and asked, What task did old Ma assign you? Li Aigua assumed Miaoku was merely trying to curry favor in hopes of receiving workplace tips. Such behavior was indeed common in many institutions, some of which even organized programs for newcomers to assimilate into the collective. Miaoku responded with a grin, Brotherly, I only mentioned that Director Ma wants me to study Molochuo, but there's hardly anything of significance to research. What do you think Director Ma means by that? Li Aigua donned a knowing expression, replying, You don't understand, do you? Old Ma is testing your mettle. He is quite cunning. After you've accomplished such a significant task upon your arrival, he surely fears you might become complacent. Trust me, just follow my lead. Miaoku nodded in agreement, taking to heart Li Aigua's counsel. Indeed, Li Aigua was quite the seasoned veteran. Miaoku perceived that his subtle disdain for Zhou Wenjie was intentional. He simply wished to slack off on the third floor while the researchers in the basement were tirelessly occupied, leaving him with the minimal workload of checking on 5 patients daily. Chapter 69. The Sanatorium 7. Miaoku spent several days idling in the sanatorium, assisting Li Aigua on the third floor while surreptitiously exchanging information with Chiyu. He then descended to the basement to observe the researchers conducting experiments. Engaging in a silent standoff with Molochuo, he had attempted to employ several talismans on Molochuo, but the results were rather unimpressive. The talismans, when cast, elicited a lesser reaction than the adjacent Jingpu. The Jingpu now lounged daily in a giant fish tank, swimming back and forth, occasionally pressing against the glass, locking eyes with passing researchers in a poignant gaze. After a prolonged observation, Miao Ku even found the Jingpu somewhat appealing. For its flowing black hair and white attire in the water were far more captivating than typical ornamental fish. Zhou Wenjie was meticulous in safeguarding his experimental records, leaving Miao Ku with no opportunity to sneak a peek. The man in the solitary room had made eye contact with him for the first time, but offered no further response. Yuehong had prepared a human skin mask for him, which would last 3 months. He needed to seize the opportunity during this period to smuggle Chiyu out. According to Yuehong, there was an insider in the sanatorium affiliated with Jejuyi. Although the identity of this person remained a mystery, Yuehong had imparted a few coded phrases to facilitate communication with the insider when the time came. Miao Ku scrutinized everyone, pondering who could be the insider. Was it Li Aigua, who chatted excessively on the third floor? Perhaps Lu Jia, whose hands bore suspicious calluses? Or the somewhat irksome Yang Jia, who had been targeting him? Or perhaps Zhang Yi, with whom he had exchanged a few words? Surely it couldn't be the perverse doctor, Zhou Wenjie? Miao Ku, at this point, found everyone suspicious and, after several guesses, felt utterly perplexed. This task was far too taxing on the mind. The week passed, and Miao Ku continued to engage in the guessing game of identifying the undercover agent within the sanatorium. During this time, he finally succumbed to temptation and stealthily opened the door to room 206 inside. There was no apparent source of fire. The room was tidy, save for a box of indiscernible material, secured with a peculiar lock Miao Ku had never encountered before. The box appeared to have been sealed without visible seams, likely fused with beeswax or a similar substance. While he initially felt a wave of heat emanating from outside the door, upon approaching the box, he merely sensed a gentle warmth, exceedingly comforting. He attempted to store the box in his system backpack for examination, but upon touching it, the system alerted him that the item could not be stored. Cold sweat broke out on Miao Ku's back, prompting him to hastily exit the room and lock the door behind him. Objects that could not be stored in the backpack were few and far between, with living beings being the most notable. He dared not dwell on the contents of that box, and even that night, he dreamt of a box with a gaping mouth pursuing him upon waking. Miao Ku felt a twinge of concern for his mental state. Was the pressure truly that overwhelming? The following day at noon, just after exiting the cafeteria, he spotted Director Ma alongside an unfamiliar figure passing by from a distance. Miao Ku scrutinized the stranger's silhouette, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Where had he seen him before? While in contemplation, 3 patrolling soldiers marched past him with their chests puffed out. Miao Ku glanced back at the figure departing with Director Ma. The stranger had a military demeanor, which explained his sense of recognition. Lu Jia also emerged from the cafeteria, catching Miao Ku's gaze as she whispered, "That Director Lu, the one I mentioned. He seldom visits this side." Miao Ku's realization dawned. "Is he the one you said comes once a year?" Lu Jia nodded. "Not sure if something is happening. Let us go. Time to get to work." Miao Ku's research focus for the day was how to slow Molochuo's recovery rate. He truly struggled to grasp the utility of such bizarre propositions. Molochuo's movements accelerated under high temperatures, as did its recovery abilities. However, low temperatures could inhibit Molochuo's activity but not its recovery rate, which remained consistent at normal temperatures. Miao Ku observed Molochuo within the room, drew a misfortune talisman, and affixed it to its back, yet there was no discernible reaction. The adjacent Jing Pei seemed to sense something amiss and promptly repositioned itself to the farthest corner from Molochuo with a sigh. He recorded yet another ineffective talisman in his book. After another tedious afternoon, Miao Ku visited the cafeteria for a meal, circling the area twice under the pretense of digesting his food. In reality, he could no longer resist following Yuehong's instructions, discreetly marking a small symbol in a concealed corner of the cafeteria's exterior wall. He could only hope for a swift response from the other party. Security was tight in the area. He alone could not possibly extract the archaeological team members. The following day, as Miao Ku passed the cafeteria, he discovered additional markings accompanying his own. The other party requested a meeting that evening, with the location to be determined by him. Why at night? Miaoku felt uneasy. Was it possible the individual was one of those who could not escape during the day? That would leave only the researchers. He resolved to choose the workplace as the meeting spot, claiming he would be working late. They agreed to meet at 7 o'clock. That evening, Miaoku waited until 8, yet no one arrived to meet him. A sense of unease settled within him. All items that could arouse suspicion were securely stored within his system backpack. Even if someone suspected him and attempted to lure him away, they would find nothing upon searching his room. As Miaoku returned to the dormitory building, he gazed upward. His room, 208, was at the far end of the corridor, shrouded in darkness. The adjacent room was also unlit. He was unsure if its occupant had fallen asleep, gone to another dormitory, or was working late in the basement on experiments. He ambled back to his room, one hand clutching his keys while the other was poised to retrieve a weapon from his backpack. Feeling that something was amiss today, click, as the key turned in the lock, the door swung open. Miaoku inhaled deeply and slowly pushed the door ajar. The room was quiet, and after a swift scan, he discerned no apparent issues. He felt a measure of relief, closed the door, and reached for the light switch. A cylindrical object pressed against his waist, rendering him motionless. Don't move. The weather was mediocre. The moonlight dim, and Miaoku preferred to keep the curtains drawn. He could only vaguely discern that the figure before him was a man slightly taller than himself, standing at 1.8 meters. There were few individuals in the sanatorium who exceeded his height. Among the security team, there were only 2, and among the researchers, only Wang Jianjun. The figure pulled him back 2 steps, and they both huddled in the corner. As they passed the window, Miaoku caught a glimpse of their reflection. The stranger was clearly not wearing security attire. Could it be Wang Jianjun? Yet, he had no prior interactions with him. Wang Jianjun? Miaoku whispered. Ha! The stranger chuckled softly, a sound tinged with familiarity. He leaned his head against Miaoku's shoulder, teasing, Can you guess who I am? Chapter 70. The sanatorium ate. Miaoku shivered slightly, sensing that he was in the presence of someone he recognized. Few individuals around him enjoyed making such jokes. I at you. Blind man? He ventured cautiously. Xiao Miao, can't you tell who I am? The other party's voice bore a somewhat muffled quality, warm breath gliding across his neck, igniting a wave of goosebumps. It felt vaguely familiar yet uncertain. He could not recall who it was. Miaoku truly could not think of anyone besides He Xiazi who would dare to make such a jest. The other acquaintances he had were all earnest individuals. If given the chance, Qi Tizui might engage in such antics, but Qi Tizui was not particularly adept and had now aged into a frail old man. It could not possibly be him. The stranger buried his head in the crook of Miaoku's neck, chuckling softly, the vibrations of his chest resonating against Miaoku's back, while the damp, warm air repeatedly brushed against his skin. Miaoku felt as though the goosebumps were creeping up his back. Who on earth are you? The other party reached out to turn on the light, the cylindrical object shifting away from behind him. Miaoku squinted slightly as the light pierced his eyes, and upon realizing that his weapon was missing from his lower back, he quickly stepped forward, turning to face the stranger. He gazed at the man's face. A visage he had never encountered before, yet the attire seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it on some occasion. His eyes swept over the stranger's head, Director Liu, in disguise. It was the silhouette he had glimpsed yesterday, leaving him uncertain whether someone was masquerading as Director Liu or if the director himself was merely a facade. Yesterday, he had only seen a distant figure, without ever catching a glimpse of the man's face. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he continued the charade. Director Liu. What do you mean by this? A glimmer of amusement flashed in Director Liu's eyes. Xiao Miao. Why did you not bring me the bracelet you promised? Bracelet. Miaoku's eyes widened in disbelief, stepping back a pace. Wait, let him gather his thoughts. The only person who had given him a bracelet was Zhang Qishan. Wasn't he it? Miaoku found it hard to believe, for Zhang Qishan was supposed to be dead. Was this a midnight resurrection? Xiao Miao, do you not believe me? The stranger's eyes sparkled with mirth. Shall I provide proof? Miaoku had intended to observe how the man would prove his claim, only to find the stranger's face drawing closer. Help! Miaoku swiftly pushed the man away, creating distance between them. Is this your method of proof? All right, you cheeky fellow, play your games. The man stumbled slightly from the push, leaning against the wall while chuckling softly. Miao inhaled deeply, seating himself at the table. The stranger sat beside him. His gaze filled with amusement as he scrutinized Miao that moment. Miao found himself surprisingly calm. Regardless of whether this individual was indeed Zhang Qishan, he could not afford to reveal any signs of weakness. "What brings you here?" The man regarded him with keen interest. "You seem much more vigilant now. Yi has taught you well." Miao blinked slightly, remaining silent. One of the key lessons from the Hong family's little academy was that if one suspected someone was probing them and uttered ambiguous statements, one must engage with their dialogue instead of initiating the conversation oneself. The man continued to watch him without displaying any annoyance. As they sat in silence, he was unaware of the stranger's thoughts. But Miao inwardly cursed, wondering why he had halted after a single sentence. Should he say something to entice the other to continue? Just then, footsteps echoed in the corridor, likely the researchers returning from overtime. Finally, the stranger stirred, uttering the coded phrase taught to Miao by Yuehong. "Isn't that the code between Yuehong and Master Jeju?" Miao felt his mind was nearing its limit. So, tonight, Master Zhuo's people had arranged to meet him but had stood him up, only to infiltrate his dormitory while posing as Director Liu, pretending to be Zhang Qishan resurrected, to act as his inside man? Could an undercover truly attain the position of deputy director? Miao's focus wavered. After all, everyone had told him that Zhang Qishan was dead, and this person clearly did not wish to reveal his true identity. So he could not bring himself to trust him, although he did find the man strikingly similar to Zhang Qishan. Tomorrow night, a vehicle will arrive at the east side of the courtyard. You will take Lao Ba's child and leave. He paused. The Li family is beyond saving. There is no need to bring him along. What about Hualing and Chen Wenjin? Miao pressed. The man shook his head. They cannot leave. The focus of this experiment has shifted to female subjects. If you wish to take them, none of you will escape. So, Qi Yu has been abandoned? Miao mused. That's quite acceptable. However, Hualing and Chen Wenjin were the daughters of Huasian Gu and Chen Pai, respectively. Miao hesitated, and the man gently stroked Miao's hair. It's all right. They will be out soon. No need to worry. After a moment's pause, he toyed with the ends of Miao's hair. Take the one from the basement as well. Lao Jie will understand my meaning. But, no buts. You should not have come here in the first place. Yuehong and Ri Shan are merely causing trouble. A flicker of irritation crossed his eyes as he recalled someone informing him of a spy's arrival. He had wondered who possessed the audacity to meddle here. The records indicated Zhang Miao, and upon investigation, it turned out that he had taken his own route, only to discover upon arrival at the sanatorium that it was indeed Xiao Miao. When he saw him alive and well before him tonight, he had considered simply locking him away, confining him to a place only he recognized, for he had a history of sudden disappearances. As long as he handled it discreetly, no one would know where he had gone. Yet, upon meeting his vigilant gaze, doubt crept in. Just the fact that he was watching him with such wariness already prompted him to speak more than he intended, if he were truly to confine him. How would Miao perceive him? At that moment, could he really bring himself to be so ruthless? He had grown taller, more cautious, and had become significantly more astute in his actions. His audacity remained unchanged. Had it not been for his own people trailing him these past few days, those small movements of his would have long been discovered. He was uncertain how much longer he could maintain this state. As the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, with life and death hanging in the balance. Having already found a place for Ri Shan, how could he truly drag Miao into the mire? Miao simply gazed at him in silence, still contemplating whether this person was indeed Zhang Qishan. He sensed the weariness and sorrow radiating from the man before him. Xiao Miao, listen to me. Miao instinctively nodded as the stranger reached out to caress his hair. Perhaps it was the familiarity of the gesture or the earlier display of vulnerability that softened his heart. Miao patted the man's shoulder twice. What do I need to do tomorrow? Miao shifted the topic, internally chastising his own softness. It was still unclear whether this person was Zhang Qishan. The man smiled slightly and began to outline the plans for the following day. Chapter 71. The sanatorium concludes. The following day during the daytime, Miao felt a twinge of anxiety. According to the plan laid out by the stranger from yesterday, there was not much for him to do today. Yet, it felt like the calm before the storm, stirring excitement within him. 9 o'clock in the evening, Miao gathered all his belongings, awaiting the signal. He stood outside his dormitory window. In Tarmu, night fell late, at this hour. Whether in Beijing or Changsha, it would have been dark long ago, yet Galmud was just now being enveloped in darkness. The weather was splendid. Being the 15th day of the lunar month, and the moon hung full in the sky, gazing down upon the world. 8925, he ascended to the third floor, escorting Qi Yu. As they departed, Miao Ku, supporting Qiyu, glanced at rooms 305 and 306, hesitating briefly. Qiyu leaned against him, his weight resting on Miao Ku as he followed his gaze towards those rooms. As a rescued individual, he could not demand too much at this moment. Observing Qiyu's frail state, nearly incapable of standing, Miao Ku resolved to heed the stranger's instructions. He could not possibly relocate 3 individuals at once. As he carried Qiyu down the staircase, the sounds of commotion erupted from outside. Exchanging a glance with Qiyu, they quickened their pace. In the lobby on the first floor, Miao Ku set Qiyu down at the entrance before stepping outside to assess the situation. He discovered that the office building housing Dean Mai's office was ablaze, with security personnel and others frantically attempting to extinguish the flames. The scene was chaotic and loud, flames flickering fiercely, smoke billowing, and the moon retreating behind clouds, casting a dim light, with only the flames providing warmth. As the smoke wafted toward the experimental building, Miao Ku noticed no one paying attention to their vicinity and gestured to Qiyu. Having changed into a researcher's uniform while upstairs, Qiyu blended in seamlessly despite the encroaching darkness. However, he was subjected to regular injections of muscle relaxants, leaving him barely able to muster any strength. Miao Ku led Qiyu out the door, where the elderly guard seemed to have vanished, leaving the entrance wide open. To the east, a small van was parked. As Miao Ku approached, he instructed Qiyu to enter the vehicle first, as he needed to wait for another individual. Qiyu weakly waved his hands and feet, arranging himself comfortably in his seat. It was now 9:31. According to the stranger's instructions, he could wait no longer than 9:35. Turning back to glance at Qiyu, he said, "Xiao Yu, there are adrenaline shots here. I'll check back and, if I'm not back by 35, you leave without me with that." He removed his watch. "Uncle Miao." Miao Ku paid no heed to his words, tossing the watch to Qiyu before shutting the car door decisively. Whether it was the fire's cause or some other disturbance, he felt a sense of unease. Inside the vehicle, Qiyu shared a similar sentiment, realizing that a surge of adrenaline might not serve him well, especially given how far they were from the sanatorium. A faint mist enveloped the entire facility. Miao Ku reached out to touch it, finding it damp rather than smoky, not the residue of a fire, but more akin to the moisture-laden fog that fills the woods. He jogged back towards the entrance. For minutes was ample time for a quick glance. Inside the gates, chaos reigned. Miao Ku discerned 2 figures emerging from the mist, supporting one another as they approached. Were they the ones? As they drew nearer, he noticed a young man helping a man from the first floor, another stranger to him. The young man glanced at Miao Ku and introduced himself as Zhang Qiling. Miao Ku reached out to assist Zhang Qiling, who felt unusually soft, not soft from muscle relaxants, but rather an inherent gentleness, as if he were made of nothing but sinew. Zhang Qiling looked up at him, silent. His complexion was pallid. Miao Ku could ascertain, without needing to take his pulse, that he had undoubtedly lost a significant amount of blood. Turning his gaze back to the sanatorium, everything appeared hazy in the mist. He noticed a massive shadow outside the second-floor window, resembling a gigantic axolotl, slithering along the wall. What could that be? The young man cast a glance. "Earth spirit," he said, then looked back at Miao Ku. "We need to go." Miao Ku was familiar with the Earth spirit, a tale told by Qi Tizui after he had awakened. Zhang Qingshan had once rescued a baby and a piece of exquisite earth from the 82 villages of Shangxi, and the Earth spirit could transform into a human being from that soil. The Earth spirit had 2 forms, one as a beautiful maiden, the other resembling an axolotl, with fire nourishing earth. Miao Ku surmised he understood what was contained within box 206. The Earth spirit was here too. Could that truly be Zhang Qingshan? Miao Ku hesitated. Would he not leave? The young man let out a short laugh. "He's just a madman. Don't mind him." Miao Ku helped Zhang Qiling back towards the east, taking the driver's seat, only to see the young man merely opening the car door to shove the injured man inside before shutting it and remaining outside. Miao Ku rolled down the window and glanced at him. This young man must have been the infant rescued by Zhang Qingshan from Shangxi. "Aren't you coming with us?" The young man's eyes flickered with something inscrutable. "I will stay with him." Miao Ku opened his mouth. Uncertain of what to say, the young man then displayed a hint of disdain. Just go. Miao Ke still wished to inquire, is it really him? The young man, seemingly amused, smirked, leaning closer to the window. Next time we meet, I'll tell you. With that, he turned and vanished into the mist. Miao Ke rolled up the window and started the car. Thankfully, the materials prepared by Er Yuehong were thorough, including a driver's license, AT this hour. The roads were devoid of vehicles, and he pressed the accelerator, speeding away. By the time they returned to Beijing, a week had passed. As Qi Yu's body processed the medication, he and Miao Ke took turns driving. Qi Yu's feelings were difficult to articulate. Miao Ke, on the other hand, felt nauseous from the driving, vowing never to traverse Tibet again until the highway was repaired. It was simply too perilous, as for Zhang Qiling. When Miao Ke asked if he could drive, he only shook his head. Miao Ke could only assign him the role of a passenger. After spending a few days together, he grew concerned that Zhang Qiling had suffered damage to his language center in the laboratory, as he spoke very little and often remained motionless in one spot. Being a driver was inherently tedious, and they were exhausted from the incessant stops and starts, having wasted an entire day's journey due to a wrong turn. Upon returning to the Hong residence, night had fallen. Er Yuehong, noticing Miao Ke had brought two individuals back, scanned over Miao Ke and Qi Yu before her gaze settled on Zhang Qiling, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Finally focusing on his right hand, a member of the Zhang family, Miao Ke stretched. I suppose so. His name is Zhang Qiling. I'm off for a shower. Where's Xiao Qian? Er Yuehong nodded. He's at the Jie residence. You should rest. Xiao Yu must be tired as well. Have you eaten? Qi Yu shook his head. You both go wash up. I'll instruct the cook to prepare something. After a brief respite, during dinner, Miao Ke could barely keep his eyes open. Er Yuehong, trying to stifle a laugh, said, Don't sleep just yet. Eat a little. Miao Ke nodded, and after consuming a bit, he felt less fatigued. The butler had arranged rooms for Zhang Qiling and Qi Yu, while Miao Ke followed Er Yuehong to her study. Chapter 72. Aftermath of the sanatorium. Miao Ke recounted the events that transpired within the sanatorium. Er Yuehong gently rubbed the teacup. Xiao Miao. Uve worked hard this time. Miao Ke shook his head. To be honest, the most exhausting part was the drive back from Qinghai to Beijing. Er Yuehong ran her fingers through Miao Ke's hair. I will follow up on the remaining matters. You need not worry about Hualing and Chen Wenjin. They are both willing participants, just like Qi Yu. Willing? Miao Ke inquired. Er Yuehong furrowed her brows. I only received this information after your departure. The situation is quite complex. She sighed. You should rest now. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Miao Ke nodded, returning to his room, casting aside the convoluted thoughts, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day, he awoke late, finding that Qi Yu and Zhang Qiling had already finished breakfast and tidied up. Miao Ke lay languidly, recalling the individual who resembled Zhang Qingzhan. Er Yuehong's reticence was surely for a reason. He had legs and a mouth. He could simply inquire about Zhang Rishan at the Xinyue Hotel. He turned to Qi Yu. Let me check your pulse. Qi Yu obediently nodded. His father had shared tales of the old Zhou men, including Miao Ke's past endeavors in crafting talismans to suppress curses, which he had heard several times. Miao Ke reached for Qi Yu's wrist, assessing his condition, and fell into silence before extending his hand towards Zhang Qiling. Your turn. Zhang Qiling, who had been quietly waiting, extended his hand in turn. After checking Zhang Qiling's pulse, Miao Ke glanced between him and Qi Yu. All right, wait here. I'll concoct some medicine for you both in the next few days. Qi Yu hesitated. Uncle Miao, what about me? Let me think. Miao Ke pondered, observing Qi Yu's current peculiar state. Aside from minor blood loss, he bore an incomplete longevity state, which could be addressed in two ways, removing the state or completing it. The latter was no easy feat, as he noted the required items like 8-petal immortal lotus and spirit-returning red fruit, things he had never even heard of. Removing the state was also challenging. Names like Blood Mangbranch and Drunken Dragon Grass sounded more familiar, yet he was still unfamiliar with them. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling fared better than he did, primarily suffering from blood loss and impaired coagulation. But he also bore a state of amnesia, layered multiple times. Had he been experiencing recurrent memory loss? Amnesia was not easily treatable. The conditions of both individuals presented quite a challenge for recovery. Miao Ke first prepared some blood-replenishing medicine before contemplating possible solutions. As he mulled over his thoughts, Jie Jue arrived at the Hong residence with Jie Yuqin. After 2 weeks apart, Jie Yuqin ran to Miao Ke as soon as he saw him. Master Uncle, you're back. Miao Ku caught Jie Yuchen and spun him around in the air. Yes, I'm back. Did you miss me? Have you been behaving well? Their reunion was filled with warmth. Meanwhile, Jie Jie observed Qi Yu, patting his shoulder before his gaze landed on Zhang Qiling. Long time no see, Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling met Jie Jiu's gaze briefly, giving a nod. After spinning Jie Yuchen around, Miao Ku set him down and leaned closer. Jiuyi, do you know him? Jie Jie nodded, glancing at Zhang Qiling's face before looking back at Miao Ku. He saved both me and Xiangu. Xiangu? Miao Ku paused. How has she been lately? Quite well. Hua Ling has returned. Hua Ling has returned. Miao Ku's eyes widened. When did she come back? Jie Jiu's gaze flickered. 2 days ago. Having spent a week on the road and losing a day due to a wrong turn, their journey was slow without a knowledgeable guide. Even with an experienced driver, they could have returned from Taoyuomu to Beijing in 3 days. If they had taken a train, the return would have been even quicker. So, had Hua Ling and the others departed just as they arrived? The weight of guilt in Miao Ku's heart lightened somewhat. The fact that he had not brought back Xiangu and Chen Pai's daughter from Qinghai had been a persistent torment in his mind. Although his departure was shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few, Yuehong, Jie Jiu, and Qi Yu, he suspected Zhang Rishan was also aware. Miao Ku found himself lost in thought, his gaze distant and unfocused. Observing his demeanor, Jie Jiu sighed and gently patted Miao Ku, indicating that he should discuss matters with Yuehong. Miao Ku, accustomed to such nudges, took Jie Yuchen with him and departed. Zhang Qiling, noticing Miao Ku's exit, followed suit, while Qi Yu, glancing at the 3 departing figures, stood up to leave as well, only to hear Jie Jiu call out, Xiao Yu, you stay. Qi Yu resumed his seat. Outside, Jie Yuchen looked at Miao Ku. Sure Shu, I've recently learned a new song. May I sing it for you? Of course, Miao Ku replied with a cheerful smile, then turned to Zhang Qiling. Shall we join in? Zhang Qiling nodded in agreement. Jie Yuchen was set to perform Mu Guiying Takes Command, a piece that Yuehong excelled at, and as Miao Ku listened to the somewhat juvenile rendition, it evoked memories of Yuehong's previous performances. This led him to think of Zhang Qingshan, reminding him of his need to visit the Xinhue restaurant. Upon Jie Yuchen finishing his song, his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Miao Ku, who smiled and praised him. Satisfied, Jie Yuchen then turned to Zhang Qiling, who nodded in acknowledgement. Jie Yuchen mumbled a few words, dismissing the peculiar newcomer, finding the quiet preferable to the incessant chatter of the blind man. Just as they settled in the pavilion, they were approached by the steward, who inquired, Young master, Master Zhou asks how your studies are progressing today. Jie Yuchen sighed, reluctantly rising and casting a glance at Miao Ku. Miao Ku affectionately ruffled Jie Yuchen's hair and encouraged, Go on. Xiao Qian. After Jie Yuchen left, only Miao Ku and Zhang Qiling remained in the pavilion. Miao Ku leaned against the railing, adjusting to a comfortable position to bask in the sunlight. Now in October, the sun filtered through the trees, warming him pleasantly, while Zhang Qiling remained silent beside him. The pavilion fell into tranquility. One gazed upward, while the other sat in contemplation. Outside, birds chirped, and the autumn breeze carried a languorous air. Miao Ku lay there, in a state between dreams and wakefulness, when suddenly a form he had seen in the sanatorium flickered in his mind. He jolted upright, realizing something was amiss. The dosage of the muscle relaxant injected into Qi Yu was incorrect. The chart he had inadvertently glimpsed in the basement indicated that Qi Yu should not have been so weak that night, unable to stand. The fact that Qi Yu had shown no signs of an improper dosage raised suspicions. Was it Qi Yu himself who was at fault? Or could it be Li Aigua, the one administering the injections? The information Li Aigua had provided him seemed genuine, but was he merely a chatterbox, or was he waiting for someone to inquire? Had he truly overlooked the subtle exchanges between himself and Qi Yu? Miao Ku resolved to confront Qi Yu about it. Chapter 73. Aftermath. At the sanatorium. Miao Ku sprang to his feet and began pacing, inadvertently disturbing Zhang Qiling. Observing his restless movement, Zhang Qiling prepared to leave the pavilion. Miao Ku caught his eye and nodded, saying, I'm heading to the main hall. Without further ado, he hurried out. He knocked urgently on the door of the main hall, which was opened by Qi Yu. Miao Shu, what is the matter? Miao Ku pushed Qi Yu towards the direction of Yuehong and swiftly closed the door behind them. Brother, quickly check if Xiao Yu has any tracking devices or other items on him. Miao Ku was aware of certain secret techniques, such as the method employed by the Hong family that utilized scent for tracking. This method was typically discreet and, because it exerted no physical effect on individuals. Miao Ku had no means of detection. Yuehong, grasping the situation, stood and began inspecting Qiyu. Since Qiyu's clothes had been changed upon arriving at the Hong residence, it was unlikely they were the source. Eventually, Yuehong's gaze landed on a prominent mole behind Qiyu's ear. "Xiao Yu, do you have a mole behind your ear?" Qiyu looked perplexed. It was not common for someone to be aware of such a detail. He rubbed the area, finding it smooth and unchanged. Yuehong reached out, touching the mole. "This must be it. This thing has embedded itself in your skin, with a minimal dosage, making it difficult to detect. However, it typically takes at least 2 weeks to implant." Upon hearing this, Miao Ku shifted his gaze from the mole to Yuehong. "So, the other party has been waiting for me?" Jieju shook his head. "Not necessarily for you. It could be for others as well. Yi, can this thing be removed?" Yuehong nodded. "I will prepare some materials." With that, he rose and departed. Qiyu felt a pang of regret. They had willingly entered this predicament, placing their lives at risk, yet they did not wish to involve others. Yi, Jiuyi, and Miao Shushu. Seeing Qiyu's troubled expression, Jieju patted him gently, signaling him not to overthink. Miao Ku, still perplexed, pondered why Li Aiguo would implant such a thing in Qiyu. He voiced his concerns to Jieju, who tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "It's his people." "His?" Miao Ku echoed. Qiyu lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Jieju fell silent once more. "Jiuyi?" Miao Ku called out. Jieju shook his head. "It's not the right time." "Xiao Miao." Miao Ku tilted his head, realizing that a secret was known to Jieju and Qiyu, yet he remained in the dark. Perhaps having just endured a bout of infiltration, he did not feel particularly curious. If they chose not to disclose it, so be it. He would eventually uncover the truth behind Jieju's earlier remark. Yuehong returned, carrying several bottles and tools. After a brief disinfection, he instructed Qiyu to lay his head on the table. He handed Qiyu a clean towel. "This may hurt a bit. Bear with it." Qiyu bit down on the towel, tightly closing his eyes. Yuehong picked up a small knife, its blade glinting with a cold sheen. Showcasing its sharpness, he traced the knife around the dark edge of the mole, steadying his hand as a ring of white scratches appeared behind Qiyu's ear. He then switched to tweezers, delicately removing a thin layer of skin. The flesh and the dark substance beneath it were not fused. At that moment, the wound began to ooze blood. Yuehong produced a vial of liquid, applying some to the wound. Upon contact, the dark substance curled away, coalescing into a small black ball, which he pinched off. He then poured another vial of liquid over it. A yellow-brown fluid mingled with the blood and a few strands of black material, trickling down. The second vial's contents appeared to be quite irritating, as Miao Ku observed Qiyu's expression contorting in pain. He gripped the table tightly, veins bulging, biting down on the towel, his temples throbbing from the exertion, and beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. When the liquid finally flowed out in a pure yellow-brown hue, Yuehong wiped Qiyu's sweat with another towel, disinfected the wound, and applied a medical bandage. After tidying up the area, he prodded the black ball while Qiyu nodded. Jieju leaned closer to his ear and whispered something to him. Regarding this behavior, Yuehong did not say much. After years of acquaintance with Jieju, he had grown accustomed to his way of doing things. After listening to Jieju's words, Qiyu nodded, bid farewell to Yuehong and Miao Ku, and began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. Jieju let out a soft sigh, glanced at Miao Ku and Yuehong, and spoke. "I will go find him to discuss a few matters." "Who?" Miao Ku asked, still not quite grasping the situation. It was only when he saw Jieju being escorted by the steward towards the backyard that he realized he was referring to Zhang Qiling. Indeed, that individual had once mentioned that Jieju would understand his intentions. The following morning, after Miao Ku tidied himself up, he instructed the steward to take him to the Xinhua restaurant. The staff at Xinhua restaurant recognized him. Upon expressing his desire to meet Zhang Rishan, they affirmed that it was possible and promptly informed their superior. Shortly thereafter, a staff member descended from upstairs to guide him. Upon reaching the room, he found Zhang Rishan engrossed in calligraphy. Miao Ku approached with a smile, observing the fine purple brush and the exquisite Huizhou ink. "You seem to be living quite poetically," he remarked as Zhang Rishan completed the final character. "Since I have some idle time, what brings you here today? Is there something on your mind?" Miao Ku took a seat, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Rishan. "Rishan, I need to ask you a question." Noting Miao Ku's demeanor, Zhang Rishan also sobered his expression. Go ahead. Zhang Qiang, is he truly dead? A heavy silence enveloped the room. Why do you ask that? Zhang Rishan avoided addressing the question directly, his gaze evasive, landing on a nearby blue and white porcelain vase. Miao Ku, observing his reaction, could not help but understand the implications. I thought you were an honest man. It seems even honest men can lie. Zhang Rishan's eyes darted about. He was merely following orders and felt powerless. Miao Ku took out the two-sounding ring from his bag and placed it on the table. Speak plainly, Zhang Rishan. Zhang Rishan's eyes lingered on the ring. I'm not entirely sure, Tio, tell you the truth. I did spread the news of the Buddha's death, but I haven't seen him in quite a while. His expression grew complex. I have no idea what the Buddha intends to do now. Years ago, he divided his power, and most of it was entrusted to me, allowing me to issue commands through the two-sounding ring. The remainder, I do not know its whereabouts. And what about the identity arranged for Zhang Miao a few days ago? Miao Ku interjected. Zhang Rishan nodded. That identity was indeed instilled within the power I hold. Miao Ku's mind raced. If that were the case, then the man from that night must have been Zhang Qiang. Zhang Rishan had arranged a false identity for himself through his influence, subsequently using it to infiltrate the sanatorium. There should be Zhang Qiang's spies within the sanatorium. He must have confirmed his identity through certain means, creating chaos to facilitate Qi Yu and Zhang Qiling's escape. No, that doesn't fit. There's still a piece missing. There are many aspects that remain inexplicable, Miao Ku mused, adopting a third-person perspective on the events at the sanatorium. The matter of Li Aiguo was not coherent, nor did the situations involving Lu Jia and Zhou Wenjie align properly. The more Miao Ku learned, the clearer it became that the happenings at the sanatorium were far from simple. As he fell into silence, Zhang Rishan quietly remained seated beside him. Miao Ku's thoughts returned to focus on him. How many people are aware of the identity you arranged for me? After some contemplation, Zhang Rishan estimated, not many, perhaps 2 or 3. Are you certain these individuals can be trusted? Zhang Rishan hesitated. Not at all, affirming with a nod. Miao Ku had a persistent feeling that those aware of his true identity during this journey were not limited to Zhang Qiang alone. It was an odd sensation, yet he always trusted his instincts. Have you seen the Buddha? Zhang Rishan inquired. Miao Ku hesitated, uncertain. It should be him. Someone wearing a mask spoke to me, delivering some ambiguous words. Zhang Rishan sighed. I haven't seen the Buddha in years. Miao Ku's eyes shifted. There's a new aide by his side. I believe I know who he is. His expression dimmed slightly. I am aware of him. He is the Buddha, the infant rescued from Xiangxi. He possesses remarkable talent and has been endowed with a divine mission since childhood. Divine mission? Yes, it's a trait of the Zhang family. Many members, as they grow older, can discern their destiny through this divine endowment. That individual underwent the divine endowment process as an infant. Miao Ku recalled the young man. He appeared quite youthful, perhaps only in his teens. Zhang Rishan chuckled. He must be nearing 40 now, hardly a mere child. Miao Ku nodded, marveling at the peculiarities of the Zhang family. Are there any side effects to the divine endowment? Zhang Rishan paused before replying. Amnesia. Those who undergo the divine endowment will experience memory loss. Miao Ku immediately understood why Zhang Qiling's amnesia had compounded over time. He reflected on the peculiarities of the Zhang family. How come you and Zhang Qiang were not endowed? Zhang Rishan shot him a resigned glance. Insufficient purity of bloodline. Miao Ku had an epiphany regarding Zhang Qiang's lineage, recalling gossip from Qi Tizui about his father's intermarriage with an outsider, leading to his departure from the family. Miao Ku inquired about other matters, and Zhang Rishan answered him. Yet the lessons of the past loomed large. Even honest men could deceive. He remained skeptical about the accuracy of these responses, as was customary. Miao Ku dined at Xinyue restaurant at noon. One couldn't deny the culinary skills of the chefs there. Given that amnesia was a side effect of the divine endowment, Zhang Qiling's ailment suddenly seemed much more manageable. Although his blood loss and the extent of damage to his hematopoietic system were significant, his inherent physical constitution was robust, coupled with Miao Ku's expertise in blood replenishment and hematopoietic system recovery. It became apparent that Zhang Qiling's condition could be likened to a reduction in the recovery rate of his vitality, much like Jejui's illness could be interpreted as a decrease in his health capacity. With this realization, the situation became significantly simpler, far more so than with Qiyu. Upon returning home, he immersed himself in the pharmacy, emerging only the following day. His steps were unsteady, having gone an entire night without sleep. As he wandered, his gaze fell upon Zhang Qiling, who was fixated on Yin Shui, who was cooing softly. Zhang Qiling, Miao Ku called out to him. As Miao Ku approached, Zhang Qiling sensed his presence, recognizing the footsteps of the familiar figure. Thus not feeling on guard until Miao Ku called out to him, he turned, raising his gaze to meet Miao Ku's, who appeared somewhat dazed with fatigue. Miao Ku shoved a bottle of medicine into his arms, briefly mentioning the dosage frequency, without awaiting a response before drifting away. Fearing he might collapse again if he didn't return to rest, he was resolute. While traversing to this place was wonderful, he desired not to repeat the experience of crossing over. Once was sufficient. Zhang Qiling observed the retreating figure, the unsteady steps, and the dark circles under his eyes. He then looked down at the medicine bottle in his hand, opened it, and poured out a pill, the fresh scent of the medicine wafting up to him. He glanced back at the swiftly disappearing silhouette, swallowed the pill without hesitation. Chapter 75. The new year. The days at the Hong residence settled into a tranquil rhythm. Miao Ku had recently developed a fondness for drinking, having discovered that there was osmanthus wine personally brewed by Yuehong at home. Its low alcohol content suited someone like him, who was both inexperienced and fond of drinking. Mornings were spent addressing pressing matters or learning the ropes of stewardship under Yuehong's guidance, while afternoons found him nestled in the pavilion with a wine jug. Beijing's autumn arrived much earlier than in Changsha. He hardly spent a few days in the pavilion before retreating to the glasshouse where he nurtured flowers. The glasshouse had been constructed by Yuehong after settling in Beijing, designed to withstand the significant seasonal changes and dry air of the region. A flower enthusiast, Yuehong had reserved a portion of the garden for the glasshouse to cultivate his beloved blooms. The temperature within the greenhouse remained stable at 20 degrees Celsius, allowing many flowers to strive to bloom even in late autumn. Miao Ku, having indulged in some wine, reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the sun while reading novels, dozing off when fatigue set in. Occasionally, Jie Yuqin would visit him, or Zhang Qiling would keep him company. Miao Ku found this situation puzzling. Zhang Qiling appeared to be quite aloof, perhaps due to his few words, giving off an air of defensiveness. Yet, he seemed entirely at ease around Miao Ku, the reason for which eluded him. Time flowed slowly, and soon it was the new year once more. In previous years in Changsha, the group would gather to celebrate together, but this year's spring festival felt particularly desolate. Hua Xinggu remained confined at home. Qi Tizui was said to have gone abroad. The Jie family held their annual gathering, with Jie Zhui taking Jie Yuqin along, leaving a current of tension in the air that kept Jie Yuqin too busy to visit the Hong residence. Wu Laogo reportedly caught a cold just before the new year and sent Wu Sanqing to circulate among the various families. When Wu Sanqing arrived at the Hong family residence, Miao Ku glanced over and thought, well, another scion of the Jie family. Uncertain whether Yuehong recognized him, Miao Ku noted that Yuehong seemed somewhat indifferent towards him. During the new year, Chen Pai had sent a subordinate to deliver festive gifts. And as Miao Ku surveyed the pile of items, he couldn't help but wonder, was it not customary for Chen Pai to pay him a visit? After all these years raising his son, had it all been in vain? Last year, one might argue that he had not received news, but what of this year? Yuehong refrained from passing judgment. After all, he had personally orchestrated the task of obstructing information. So how could that young rascal Chen Pai have known so swiftly? Although years had elapsed, and Chen Pai might have grown indifferent to Miao Ku's affairs, Yuehong remained cautious, wary of Chen Pai's past misdeeds that necessitated vigilance. He had once shielded Chen Pai's whereabouts, and now he felt compelled to do so again. Nevertheless, Miao Ku felt little concern. Despite having heard scattered tales of Chen Pai's villainy, he could not shake the impression that Chen Pai was still that same child from years ago. Jie Yuqin also came to the Hong residence to present festive gifts. Being a junior from the Nine Gates, he was the only one among the third generation to engage with the family's influence. Even if the more distant families did not pay their respects, the Hong and Hua families were certainly obliged to visit formally. Miao Ku found this quite agreeable, seizing a moment of respite. The steward meticulously recorded the items for storage, and Miao Ku observed Jie Yuqin, noting how it seemed the boy had grown taller in just half a month. Miao Ku had intended to ruffle his hair, but was taken aback to discover that Jie Yuqin had styled his hair. Instead, he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and inquired, Xiao Chun, is there anything else on your agenda? Jie Yuqin obediently replied, I am to deliver festive gifts to Grandma Hua. I have not seen her in ages. Ever since Tmu Tua returned, I have not had the chance to meet Hua Xiangu. I should pay her a visit. I heard she has not been well lately. At her age, she ought to take better care of herself. In the main hall of the Hua family, Jie Yuqin delivered the festive gifts to Hua Xiangu and exchanged auspicious greetings before taking a seat on a nearby chair. Hua Xiangu's complexion appeared rather poor. "Xiangu, shall I assist you in any way?" Hua Xiangu smiled and shook her head. "It's just an old ailment. There's nothing to worry about." Miaoke nodded and asked, "Why is Hualing not here?" He felt a pang of guilt, wishing to know how Hualing was faring, whether she was in a state of incomplete longevity like Qiyu. Hua Xiangu shook her head. That child has been elusive since returning from her disappearance. A few days ago, she went out with the archaeological team. As the new year approached, was there truly work to be done by the archaeological team? Hua Xiangu sighed, perplexed by the child's priorities. What could possibly be more important than the new year? Just then, Hua Xiuxiu entered through the side door. "Grandma, Xiaohua Gij, Grandpa Miao." The sweet, melodic voice of the little girl brought smiles to everyone's faces. "It's Xiuxiu." The little girl dashed over to Hua Xiangu, her face beaming with a delightful smile. Miaoke chuckled at the adorable child, noting her hair styled into two cute buns adorned with fluffy pendants. His hands itched to pinch one of the buns, but Jie Yuqin shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing him for teasing his little sister. Miaoke smiled sheepishly, and Hua Xiangu watched them with a twinkle of amusement in her eyes. During the Spring Festival, the Hong residents celebrated with 3 people this year, though the patriarch had been replaced by Zhang Qiling. While making dumplings, Miaoke hesitated, observing Zhang Qiling staring blankly at the mixing bowl, and asked, "Since the Zhang family hails from the northeast, would you like some pickled cabbage dumplings?" Zhang Qiling's vacant gaze focused on Miaoke, but he said nothing. Miaoke observed the length of Zhang Qiling's lashes before turning to Steward Gao. "Steward Gao, do we have any pickled cabbage? Can you make pickled cabbage dumplings?" Steward Gao summoned a servant to bring the pickled cabbage, then shook his head, indicating he was unfamiliar with making such dumplings. Being a true native of Changsha, Miaoke glanced at the pickled cabbage, then back at Zhang Qiling. "Zhang Qiling, can you make them?" Zhang Qiling surveyed the whole cabbage in the bowl and slowly shook his head. The group exchanged glances, ultimately seeking the help of the cook, and finally managed to prepare the pickled cabbage dumplings. When the dumplings were served, Miaoke deliberately placed the portion with the most pickled cabbage in front of Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling looked at the dumplings before nodding at Miaoke and quietly began to eat. Miaoke had inquired about Jie Juyi, who remarked that when he first met Zhang Qiling, the latter had spoken very little. The Spring Festival passed swiftly, and as time progressed, the weather gradually warmed. On a day in May, the Jie residents sent word regarding the whereabouts of Qilin Jie. There was news at last. Miaoke had not been idle during these months. He had concocted several pills that he believed could mitigate the side effects of Qiyu. However, since Qiyu had been assigned to an external task by Jie Juyi, he had not returned to the Hong residence. Miaoke could only deliver the pills to Jie Juyi, urging him to return should any anomalies arise, in an alternate scene. When the alarm clock rang, Zhang Qishan had yet to fully awaken from his slumber. He stretched out a hand to silence the alarm, preparing to rise, only to suddenly sit upright, his eyes wide open. What was this in his embrace? The movement stirred a chill through the blanket, causing the small figure nestled inside to react with displeasure, pulling the covers tighter. Despite Zhang Qishan's self-assured demeanor from years of military service, he found himself swallowing hard at the sight. He cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket, peering in. The person under the covers lay sideways, obscuring their face, their hair cascading gracefully over their neck and shoulders, and the loose collar revealed glimpses of delicate skin. Zhang Qishan's mind momentarily short-circuited. He uttered a few incoherent words and gently tucked the blanket back around the figure, his face flushing with embarrassment. He sat on the edge of the bed, glancing down at the only garment he wore, a thin undershirt. Trembling, he retrieved a cigarette, lighting it as he pondered the events of the previous night. He distinctly recalled Miaoke playfully insisting on sharing the red wine he had just acquired. And he had succumbed to temptation, indulging in a drink with the young master. As for what transpired afterward, Zhang Qishan frowned, incredulous that he could become so inebriated over red wine. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, a torrent of chaotic speculation flooding his mind. Could it be that in the dead of night, he had brought a child home? Surely, he had not been single for so long that he had become depraved enough to sleep with a child who appeared no older than 7 or 8. Zhang Qishan rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the situation. At that moment, his eyes widened, and he stood abruptly, pacing anxiously. How could he be sharing a bed with a child he did not recognize? What had become of Zhang Rishan and Miao Ku, who had shared drinks with him the night before? Zhang Qishan quickly dismissed any thoughts of his own moral failings and moved toward the door, only to find Zhang Rishan asleep on the soft couch. Rishan, he called softly, shaking Zhang Rishan's shoulder. Zhang Rishan slowly opened his eyes, frowning. Buddha, what is it? He murmured, rubbing his temples. Where's Xiao Miao? Zhang Rishan recalled that Xiao Miao had also indulged the previous night and seemed to have fallen asleep on the bed. He took a few steps, spotting a lump beneath the covers. Isn't he right here? He said, reaching to lift the blanket. Don't lift it. Zhang Qishan's warning came too late.